8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Xiaobai lay on the bed dejected and lifeless like a salted fish that had lost all hope, taking one sip after another of his sugary soda. Why does everyone have a girlfriend except me? When he first stepped into university, he had even decided on the names of. He had sworn to find a beautiful senior, his standards not too high, around 1.70 m, a pretty face, a curvaceous figure, gentle and graceful in temperament. Yet by his sophomore year, Xia Xiaobai was still single. Looking back, he had to admit that goddesses were never really suited for him. There were too many rich second-generation heirs, campus heartthrobs, and top students chasing after them. It was only natural that someone like Xia Xiaobai would not get a chance. He lowered his expectations, telling himself that finding a girl with delicate features and a decent figure would already be enough. By junior year, he was still single. At that point, looks and delicacy no longer mattered. As long as the person was female, it would do. At the end of the junior year, Xia Xiaobai remained single, while the few guys in his dorm had all changed girlfriends at least once. Only he was still alone. Boss, my standards really aren't high. As long as she's biologically female, that's enough for me. Li Liang looked at him helplessly. Xiaobai, don't tell me that's why you're raising this little female cat in the dorm. Isn't she just a stray from around the academy? You'd better let her go. Stray cats carry all kinds of bacteria and viruses. Besides, the dorm rules clearly say we're not allowed to keep cats. On the nearby bed, a boy hugged a body pillow printed with his anime waifu Hu Tao. His name was Zhou Zhengqing, a rich second-generation heir and an avid otaku. Xiaobai, didn't you say last time that the department belle from our major agreed to be your girlfriend? You even went to the milk tea shop together and posted photos on Moments. Xia Xiaobai gave a self-mocking smile. We broke up. It didn't even last a month. Just last month, I topped up her meal card. Looks like I'm destined to be single for life. Zhou Qing spread his hands. Spending money on a girl from the three-dimensional world is such a waste. Better let me draw a few more wives in Genshin Impact instead. How about I introduce a few girls to you this weekend? There are plenty of pretty ladies in our cosplay circle. Xia Xiaobai placed the little female cat on the floor. Go on, head back to your companions. The cat meowed a few times and then slipped out of the dorm. Xia Xiaobai glanced at Zhou Zhengqing. I appreciate the thought, but I'm destined to be single for the rest of my life. With that, he pulled the blanket over himself and, surrendering to apathy, drifted off to sleep. Li Liang and Zhou Qing exchanged a look, both wearing expressions of helplessness. Just then the dorm door swung open and a boisterous boy strode in, speaking excitedly. Brothers and Cece, the campus goddess, is coming to our academy tomorrow to shoot a film. I heard they'll be filming by the camp. And Cece was a newly risen actress who had recently become very popular. As her fame grew, so did her scandals, and she was rumored to often throw her weight around like a diva. But did any of that matter to the boys who adored her? Not in the slightest. As long as she was beautiful, it was enough. Even if her personality was terrible, it hardly stopped adolescent boys from using her as the object of their fantasies. Li Liang and Zhou Qing both revealed excited expressions. No way, seriously. Zhao Cheng replied, of course it's true, it's already been officially announced. They're coming to our academy to shoot on location. Only after finishing did Zhao Cheng notice Xia Xiaobai lying on his bed completely unresponsive. What's with Xiaobai today, lying there like a silent salted fish? Zhou Qing opened Genshin Impact on his phone. Xiaobai just got dumped, don't bother him. Zhao Qing chuckled. Boss second bro, don't you think Xiaobai looks a bit like a girl? I think if Xiaobai wore women's clothes, he'd probably be able to seduce a lot of lonely boys. They burst into laughter. Zhou Zhengqing and Li Zhiliang nodded in agreement. How about we have Xiaobai cross-dress to let us have some fun? Infuriated by the three idiots, Xia Xiaobai climbed down from his bed. Get lost, I'm going to take a shower. Xia Xiaobai grabbed his clothes and walked to the bathroom. You're only mocking me because you all have girlfriends. Just you wait. One day my girlfriend will be a super beautiful rich heiress. I'll live off a sugar mommy eating and sleeping on her dime, he muttered. After showering, Xia Xiaobai put on a clean t-shirt and stood before the mirror studying himself. It was a very delicate face, especially those dark limpid eyes, easily more beautiful than those of most girls. Xia Xiaobai did not enjoy sports. His figure was slender and his skin was unnervingly pale. His girlfriend, or rather his ex-girlfriend since they had only dated for a month, had still made him genuinely happy because during that month he had at least held the hand of a pretty girl. He could still recall the scene of their breakup the previous night. Xiaobai, I know you're a good person, but I'm a bad woman, she had said. Yes, I admit I was attracted to your pretty pale face. Having a boyfriend is cute as you made me happy, but after this time together I realized we're not suited for each other. You're gentle and kind, but you lack passion. You're too soft. Girls nowadays are looking for passion and romance. Being with you feels more like being with a girlfriend than with a boyfriend. You lack the vigor a man should have. Let's break up. Xia Xiaobai clutched his change of clothes tightly and slammed his fist against the wall. We'll see, Feng Xiaolan. You'll regret this, he muttered. Zhao Cheng barged in boisterous as ever, then paused as he saw Xia Xiaobai holding his clothes and lowering his head. Are you okay, Xiaobai? Only then did Xia Xiaobai realize he'd forgotten to lock the bathroom door. You really okay? If anything's wrong, tell us your bros. Has someone been bullying you? Your brothers in the dorm will all stand up for you, Zhao said. Xia Xiaobai pressed his lips together. I told you I'm fine. You're annoying. He paused. But, thank you. Without even drying his hair, he climbed back onto his bed and pulled the blanket over himself again. Zhao Qing shrugged. As long as you're fine. Otherwise who would I have left to bully? He muttered. That night. Do you like beautiful women? Half asleep Xia Xiaobai heard a voice in his mind, clear and crisp like silver bells. The voice was so ethereal it seemed to exist only within the realm of dreams. Xia Xiaobai responded excitedly, of course I like beautiful women. From the sky a fairy clad in a flowing long dress descended slowly. 3,000 strands of black hair fluttered in the wind, and her slender jade-like feet barely kissed the ground. The fairy's peerlessly beautiful face was adorned with a gentle smile that felt like spring sunlight on the skin. She raised her snow-white slender hand and cupped Xia Xiaobai's face. Do you think I'm beautiful, eh? Do you wish to obtain me? Do you wish to become me? The fairy smiled, and it was like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, her pearly teeth gleaming, her voice so airy and pure that one could drown in it and never escape. Facing the fairy so close at hand, Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Could a person truly be this beautiful? Her jade-like visage surpassed all worldly charms, so beautiful that everything of the mortal realm seemed to lose its luster. With that solitary transcendent aura, it felt as though the entire world would bow down before her. Xia Xiaobai asked in confusion, me. I can obtain you. Become you. Also, why do I feel like you look a little like... The dreamlike fairy did not explain. Her fingertips brushed aside a few strands of hair clinging to the corner. A faint blush rose upon her cheeks, and as her eyes shimmered, she seemed shy about something. At last her tender cherry lips slowly pressed against Xia Xiaobai's. Xia Xiaobai's eyes flew wide open in disbelief, even though it was only a gentle kiss. Her lips were sweet and soft, carrying a faint girlish fragrance, and as they embraced, the two of them gradually fused into one. Before Xia Xiaobai could react, a girl's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Peerless Fairy Nurturing System. Xia Xiaobai was bewildered. Peerless Fairy Nurturing System. Fairy Cultivation System successfully bound to host Xia Xiaobai. A young girl's voice echoed once more inside Xia Xiaobai's mind. Since you cannot win, why not join and become the most beautiful woman in the world? In her dreams, Xia Xiaobai murmured hazily, if you can't beat them, just join them. As her consciousness grew clearer, she suddenly jolted upright from the bed. Her abrupt movement startled the few roommates in the dorm who were washing up and getting ready for breakfast. Xia Xiaobai's sudden cry immediately drew all their attention. The dorm leader Li Liang looked at Xia Xiaobai in puzzlement and asked Xiaobai, did you have a nightmare? What was that about? If you can't beat them, join them. Xia Xiaobai instinctively covered her small mouth, shaking her head in a fluster. Heavens! She suddenly realized her voice had become much thinner, sounding very much like a girl's. Zhou Qing abruptly dropped the toothbrush he was holding onto the floor. He hurried over to stand in front of Xia Xiaobai, his eyes fixed intently on her. Have you all noticed a very serious... Zhao Cheng, who was still looking at his notebook early in the morning with a lewd little grin, raised his head to look at the solemn Zhou Qing, his face full of confusion. Did something get smashed? Did your parents die, or what? Zhou Qing rolled his eyes at him. You're the one whose parents died. Rubbing his chin, he said, haven't you noticed that Xiaobai's voice just now sounded very much like a girl's? And not just any girl's. It's really pleasant to hear like a beautiful maiden's voice. Li Liang froze for a moment, and said, going by what Zhou Qing said, it actually does seem that way. Xiaobai's voice just now really did sound like a girl's. Zhao Cheng also stood up, circling around Xia Xiaobai as he examined her seriously. Have you noticed that Xiaobai's skin has become much fairer? At this moment Xia Xiaobai was inwardly panicking because she seemed to realize she was missing something very important. It was the proof of being a boy, yet she did not dare to confirm it. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing exchanged a glance, both revealing mischievous grins. Xiaobai, let your brother Zhao have a look. Xia Xiaobai felt goosebumps spread all over her body. Panicking, she grabbed the hairdryer lying to the side and hurled it straight at Zhao Cheng's head. She even cleared her throat, and in a voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female, cursed, I'll curse your whole family, you've just been thinking about women too much. Go to hell. The hairdryer struck Zhao Cheng's head, sending a sharp pain through it. He clutched his head like a beaten dog. Xiaobai, are you crazy? It was just a joke, wasn't it? No need to take it so seriously. We're all guys here. What's wrong with a little contact? Zhou Qing looked at the two of them speechlessly. If you want to be late, keep it up. Breakfast time is almost over. Xia Xiaobai's delicate little feet hopped down from the bed. Her beautiful eyes glared at Zhao Cheng. Then she snorted softly, grabbed her toiletries, and shut herself inside the bathroom. Zhao Cheng was speechless. It's just washing up, yet she's hiding in the bathroom all by herself. I say she's the real woman here. Xia Xiaobai hid in the bathroom because she had discovered a new information panel appearing before her eyes. Perplexed, she directly opened it. Ding. Fairy Cultivation System, Day 1 of service for you. Congratulations to the host for opening the information panel for the first time. Reward 1 point to beauty. Reward maiden body fragrance, light. A series of notification messages flickered across the transparent blue panel before her. Host Xia Xiaobai. Height 1. 70 meters. Beauty 4 points, currently classified as delicate, maximum 10 points. Figure AA. Skin fragrance light. Physique average. Talents mediocre. Intelligence 100 points. Items none. Skills none. Xia Xiaobai glanced over it. She really did have the legendary system. I must be dreaming. How could such a wonderful system exist in this world? Aren't they all those 1/ to level 999, starting with trillions in rewards kinds of things? She raised her small hand and pinched her own fair cheek. The pain was so sharp that tears welled up. So it's really not a dream, sob. The system's girlish voice sounded again. Please accept reality, host. This is not a dream. This system can sense that deep down the host is extremely excited and delighted, though of course there is also a trace of fear, unable to believe this is real. Xia Xiaobai grumbled inwardly. She insisted that the excitement and delight were not hers. At that moment, she suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. She subconsciously wanted to go to the toilet, but bit her lower lip and forced herself to endure it, holding it and would not kill her. She still did not quite dare to accept reality. Right, what is this beauty score supposed to mean? And physique, talents, intelligence, what are those? The system explained unhurriedly according to the current human classification of attractiveness. The main distinction between a pretty girl and a goddess lies in figure. Even if a girl's face is stunning, if her figure is not sufficiently shapely, then her maximum score can only reach 7. Only beauties with a superb figure can truly be called goddesses. Intelligence is easy to understand. Check the normal human intelligence range yourself. Physique refers to your physical fitness. At present, the host has long lacked exercise and probably cannot even finish a 300-meter run. Xia Xiaobai was utterly helpless because she truly did not like exercising. In short, this system will carry out a comprehensive transformation of the host in virtue, intellect, arts, and physique. A fairy cannot be a mere vase. She must excel in qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possess outstanding intelligence and physical fitness, and be able to easily beat off any would-be assailant. Xia Xiaobai glanced at the time. The guys outside were starting to urge her to hurry. She hurried through her washing up. As she prepared to go out, she subconsciously lowered her head to look at her own body, realizing that her figure had indeed become somewhat feminine. If she could become a top-tier beauty in terms of looks, Xia Xiaobai felt she could accept it. But if her appearance turned out ugly, she would rather slam herself to death against a block of tofu. The system chimed in, host, tofu cannot kill you. You should use a brick instead. Xia Xiaobai snapped, right now, I just want to find a brick and smash you to death with it. After finishing her washing, Xia Xiaobai stepped out of the bathroom. Come on, let's go have breakfast. I'm starving. Today we shall be happy rice eaters again. She had only taken a few steps when she noticed something odd. Why are you all staring blankly at me? The three guys looked at one another, then all fixed fiery gazes on Xia Xiaobai. Li Liang swallowed and said, Xiaobai, haven't you noticed that after washing your face you've become even more attractive and pretty? You really should go find a mirror and take a look. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly walked to the mirror on the balcony and was momentarily stunned. If she was originally merely delicate, now the reflection in the mirror showed her skin to be smooth. Her facial features were more refined and exquisite. Those same beautiful dark eyes remained with delicate droplets of water clinging to her exquisite nose, and her rosy lips emanated a charming luster. Xia Xiaobai was certain that if she casually put on some makeup now and wore long hair, her parents would hardly recognize her as their son. She distinctly felt that her waist had slimmed down and her pants were feeling a bit loose. The shoes on her feet were also a little loose. Zhou Qing raised his hand and patted Xia Xiaobai's shoulders. Xiaobai, I've suddenly realized that you really have potential for cross-dressing. There's a cosplay event this Sunday, and I think you would be perfect as Ying Mei. Both are flat-chested beauties. Xia Xiaobai rolled her big eyes at him. You might as well have me cosplay Zhongli. Zhou Qing burst out laughing. Xiaobai, with your slender arms, legs, and waist, you would truly be a perfect fit for Ying Mei. You'd be a human version of handbraking princess. Zhao Cheng revealed a mischievous grin. How about you dress up as Ying Mei and let your brother Cheng? Slurp. Xia Xiaobai picked up a nearby soap and waved it. Last night a hairdryer hit my left temple. Now doesn't my right temple want a bump too? The group hurriedly made their way to the cafeteria. At this time the cafeteria would stop serving breakfast in about 10 minutes. Along the way, Zhao Cheng moved closer to Xia Xiaobai, sniffing her neck as he moved his nose. Hey boss Zhou Qing, have you noticed that Xiaobai has a faint fragrance on her? It's really pleasant. Zhou Qing looked at Zhao Cheng. You smell it too. I thought it was just my imagination, but it really smells good, such a natural fragrance. Xiaobai, you didn't spray perfume, did you? What brand? I want to buy a bottle for a female friend. Xia Xiaobai frowned slightly, raising her long snowy white wrist to sniff. Indeed, a faint skin fragrance was emanating from her. Without a doubt, it must be due to the system. She recalled that there was a feature on the panel for skin fragrance. She merely chuckled and said, it must be the laundry detergent. Zhou Qing wore a look of disbelief. I secretly use your laundry detergent every day. Realizing he had spoken too much, he hurriedly shut his mouth. He quickly closed his mouth. Xia Xiaobai glared angrily at Zhou Qing. No wonder my laundry detergent has been so depleted this past half month. So it was you sneaking it. And my toothpaste inexplicably has a large dent. I can only assume you did that too. Zhou Qing firmly stated, Xiaobai, I admit I borrowed your laundry detergent, but I really didn't use your toothpaste, but I can report it. Zhao Cheng used your toothpaste. Zhao Cheng immediately hid behind Li Liang, pointing at Zhou Qing. We agreed to take advantage of Xiaobai together, and now you betray me. Xiaobai was truly furious. One was a rich second generation who immersed himself in anime daily and wouldn't even blink at his 648 gacha pull. The other frequently sent girlfriend skins to woo girls. Yet they dared to take advantage of her, the poorest of them all. The group arrived at their usual seats. Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng quickly sat down and said, "We'll occupy the seats. Boss and Xiaobai can go get food. The old rules still apply." Li Liang looked at the two with speechlessness. Most of the cafeteria's patrons had already dispersed, yet they still needed to occupy seats. Xiaobai was attending Chinese University, and it was a key college. What Xiaobai appreciated most was that the cafeteria food was truly top-notch with a wide variety of dishes. Of course, the most important aspect was that it was affordable, quite friendly towards her slim wallet. Xiaobai followed Li Liang with 2 meal trays. At that moment, a group of chattering girls nearby caught her attention. Their voices were quite loud. Xiaobai listened half-heartedly, her gaze fully focused on the delicious breakfast in the cafeteria. "Hey, look over there, isn't that our school's heartthrob? Wow, he's really handsome, and he's such a tall guy. Who's that short-haired woman following him? But Li Liang already has a girlfriend, and isn't that the famous beauty Lan Kiki from our school? No way could this girl be the third party. If it must be so, she's pretty but just a seductress," a buck-toothed girl said sourly. Xiaobai sighed and shook her head while listening to the gossip among these women. Seriously, the moral decline of society is appalling. Now beautiful girls are all becoming third parties. Li Liang looked at Xiaobai helplessly. "Xiaobai, haven't you noticed that they seem to be discussing us?" Xiaobai. She looked up and indeed saw several girls at the nearby table occasionally casting envious and jealous glances at her. These girls were all quite ordinary in appearance, certainly not as pretty as Xiaobai. Upon noticing her looking at them, they discussed her even more openly. So what if she's a bit prettier? What's the big deal? I bet she's already slept with more than one guy. Exactly, she might even be supported by a rich second generation. Xiaobai felt like she was about to cough up blood. Really, what the hell? Ladies, please don't misunderstand him, a pure guy. Li Liang was about to step up and teach those obnoxious women a lesson, at least scold them. But Xiaobai stopped him. "Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with women. Oh, we're also pure guys." If this escalated, it would probably lead to the whole school knowing. Li Liang had a dark expression. "It's precisely because we're pure guys that I'm angry. If Xiaobai you were a girl, I wouldn't mind at all. You don't understand the power of rumors. Even if we just stand together, if those girls gossip, 100 people passing on the rumor will turn into 100 different stories. What if they say we're gay?" Xiaobai. Just then, as the two were about to confront the gossiping girls, a commotion arose among the onlookers. "Wow, look, it's the #1 school beauty from our academy." Upon hearing the mention of the school beauty, both Li Liang and Xiaobai perked up their ears and turned their gaze. Their expressions and eyes resembled cats that had caught a whiff of fish. It was a very beautiful girl with snow-white skin, perfectly sculpted features, and an extremely graceful figure. She seemed to be the type who couldn't see her toes when looking down. Unfortunately, to Xiaobai's and the other boys' disappointment, beneath her swaying skirt were the dreaded safety shorts. Her name was Chu Qiushi, and Xiaobai had known her for a long time as they were high school classmates. Chu Qiushi was already a famous academic achiever and school beauty back in high school, a wealthy and beautiful girl, while Xiaobai was just a small fry with decent grades. Though Xiaobai recognized her, she was not certain if Chu Qiushi recognized her. Upon returning to their seats, Xiaobai noticed Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing were also drooling while staring at Chu Qiushi. Zhao Qing murmured, "If I could marry such a beautiful rich girl, I would probably have to struggle for a few decades less. Hey, look, she's coming this way. Should we ask for her WeChat number?" Xiaobai felt a bit self-conscious in the presence of such beauty and didn't join in on the discussion. However, she noticed that her own spot was a bit dirty, so she stood up to change her position as the ground had some fruit peel. Thud. Xiaobai stumbled and knocked the girl to the ground. Her long arms supported her, preventing her from. When Xiaobai realized what had happened, she was stunned. The girl she had knocked down was actually Chu Qiushi. The latter's stunning face was also wide-eyed in shock as she stared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, let me help you up." Their faces were very close, and they could even feel each other's breath, both carrying a faint sweet scent of a young girl. Suddenly Xiaobai remembered a question. Wasn't the new player task issued by the system just to hug a beauty? Chu Qiushi was not only beautiful, she was incredibly beautiful, simply the goddess of boys. A wicked thought emerged in Xiaobai's not-so-healthy mind. Chu Qiuxi's delicate face, lightly adorned with makeup, was truly stunning. Xiaobai found herself at a loss, as it was her first time having such close contact with such a beautiful girl. Just as Xiaobai hesitated, someone behind her bumped into her. Xiaobai asserted that she was not doing it on purpose. She quickly stood up and reached out to help Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi was both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks slightly flushed. She couldn't believe someone dared to behave inappropriately in public. She turned to see the audacious person responsible for her predicament, and when she saw the face, she was taken aback. The two had been so close that they hadn't clearly seen each other before. You are Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi looked at her in surprise. Xia Xiaobai was stunned on the spot. Her longtime crush, the goddess, actually knew her name. Xia Xiaobai had always thought of herself as just a nobody. With a rich and beautiful girl like Chu Qiushi surrounded by so many admirers, it was utterly impossible for someone like Xia Xiaobai to even cross her mind. Xia Xiaobai anxiously looked at Chu Qiushi saying, yes, I am Xia Xiaobai. I really didn't mean to, I was just bumped into by some jerk earlier. Chu Qiushi frowned slightly as she looked at the handsome boy in front of her mind swirling with annoyance and joy. Before Xia Xiaobai could say more, Chu Qiushi raised her delicate hand to interrupt her. Alright, you don't need to explain, I know you didn't mean it. Let's just leave it at that. After saying this, she skipped breakfast and strode away quickly on her long legs, not coming to her senses until she reached a deserted tree, panting heavily. She wanted to vomit, but at that moment Chu Qiushi realized she felt no sense of aversion whatsoever. Feeling the lingering warmth from Xia Xiaobai, she wondered, could it be that he, a boy, was wearing perfume? It was faint yet distinctly detectable, surprisingly evoking a sense of infatuation within her. Actually, thinking about it, Xia Xiaobai is quite pretty. Her androgynous voice was also very pleasant, at least making her feel comfortable. Chu Qiushi bit her red lip and shook her head, her long hair swaying in the gentle breeze. She slightly tilted her head to gaze at the sky, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, her deep eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that I like such a pretty boy? Xia Xiaobai stared blankly at the task panel, taken aback. An additional message appeared on it. Task successful. Given the host's circumstances, attribute rewards will be increased tonight. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing sat beside her, biting their chopsticks, making a grinding sound. They looked at Xia Xiaobai with faces full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Xiaobai, you lucky bastard, did you step on dog poop today? Exactly. Otherwise, how could you have such good fortune to accidentally hug Chu Qiushi? Not to mention Chu Qiushi doesn't seem to mind. Xia Xiaobai slightly raised her proud head to look at the two, her delicate nose huffing softly. That's called peach blossom luck, do you understand? What kind of dog poop luck is that? Zhao Qing huffed, as well. Xiaobai, don't get too complacent. That's Chu Qiushi. Remember a couple of years ago when some delinquents teased her? The next day they ended up with broken legs kneeling before Chu Qiushi, singing Conquered. Hearing Zhao Qing's words, Xia Xiaobai recalled that incident and felt a little apprehensive. No way. Li Liang looked speechlessly at Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing as they intimidated Xia Xiaobai. Alright, stop teasing Xiaobai. If she can win over Chu Qiushi, it would be an honor for our dormitory. The group hurried back to the classroom and sat down in a rush. Today's morning class was taught by a beautiful new instructor who had been at the school for less than a week, and the students present were both afraid and in love with her. They were afraid because she was very strict, but loved her for her beauty. To maintain student attendance, Zhao Feifei would randomly call names. She pushed up her glasses holding a tablet and began scanning the room for names. Zhao Cheng. Here. Li Jiejia. Here, teacher. After calling out a dozen names, Zhao Feifei's gaze landed on Xia Xiaobai. This girl seems unfamiliar. What's your name? Xia Xiaobai felt frustrated. How could she be called out at this moment? Well, I am Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai. Zhao Feifei suddenly remembered that there was indeed a student by that name in their class. She searched the attendance sheet for a long time, but couldn't find Xia Xiaobai's name. Zhao Feifei looked at Xia Xiaobai in confusion. There is no girl named Xia Xiaobai in our class. Xia Xiaobai's face immediately turned red. Teacher, I am a boy and my name should be in the boys section. Zhao Feifei was stunned and indeed found Xia Xiaobai's name among the boys. She couldn't help but exclaim, little sister. You say you're a boy. You must be joking. Xia Xiaobai felt like dying as everyone present wore amused expressions. Wow, today Xia Xiaobai looks even prettier, said a girl with big eyes cheerfully. Today's class ended swiftly. It was already evening. Half an hour earlier, Xiaobai Xiao had planned to join Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng to watch the film crew shoot on campus. After all, in CC, the rising star beloved by countless fans, was scheduled to film on campus tonight. Just then a system notification flashed. In mission triggered, become the film crew's stand-in. And to let all witness the celestial beauty of a peerless immortal fairy, and deepen your understanding of this system. In night, the system will temporarily elevate all your attributes to peerless beauty and unrivaled talent, with an aesthetic rating of 8. In an objective, don a simple azure gown, and serve as the stand-in for a musical performance scene, captivating overwhelming admiration. Reward for success: hairstyle modification, talent level elevated from mediocre to competent. In penalty for failure reduced to a naive, guileless archetype, even under transcendent beauty. Xia Baixiao stood stunned. Her current appearance scored 5 out of 10, already surpassing the average female aesthetic standard. Nan, what on earth was this failure penalty? Naive and guileless. Was she really being set up to be easily deceived? And suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped her entirely. She distinctly felt her body transforming. When she raised her head and gazed upon her own form, Xia Baixiao nearly bled from her nose. Was that truly a 36C? It was simply excessive. The very curve of her figure now manifested with breathtaking clarity. Her shoulders were sculpted like finely carved jade, her waist slender as if bound by silk. A pair of elegant long alabaster feet rested lightly upon the ground. And she lifted her delicate hands, graceful slender skin smooth as polished moonstone. Her snow-pale skin exuded a subtle, intoxicating fragrance, faint yet omnipresent, stirring the soul. And what astounded her most was her face. Could such ethereal beauty truly belong to a mortal? Her lips, soft as cherry blossoms, shimmered with irresistible luster. Her eyes and brows held a demure, water-like tenderness. With teeth like ivory and eyes like stars, her visage embodied sublime perfection. Truly her spirit was drawn from autumn waters, her bones carved from flawless jade. Xiao Baishao drew a deep breath. The swell of her chest rose gently as she hastily donned the azure gown. And beneath the dusky glow of sunset, Xiao Baishao's bearing now warranted the word flawless, and her ink-black hair cascaded over the simple azure gown, accentuating her perfectly proportioned silhouette, voluptuous curves front and back. Not a single imperfection marred her form. And where are my shoes? Why have they vanished too? And her voice chimed like silver bells, crystalline and enchanting, evoking cool serenity even in the height of summer. Was that truly her voice? It was utterly exquisite, and she hummed a brief melody, and even she herself felt her ears might melt into bliss. The system's voice echoed once more. The location has been prepared for you, at the pavilion floating at the center of the campus lake. Xiao Baishao knew that pavilion well. In summer, lotus blossoms bloomed all around, lending the setting serene, poetic charm. Xiao Baishao furrowed her delicate brows. But I don't know how to act. I'll be doomed if they ask me to perform something complex. And the system's youthful voice laughed softly. Rest assured, everything is arranged. Simply step onto the stage, and let your peerless beauty conquer every gaze. And hurry, the mission fails automatically once time expires. And tell me, Xiao Baishao, how would it feel with your current countenance to descend into utter folly? At the mere thought, her slender frame shuddered involuntarily. Goosebumps rippled across her arms, foretelling grim consequences. And it was dusk. Crowds of students had already gathered along the lakeside, buzzing with anticipation. In the summer, dusk remained luminous, golden afterglow spilled across the lake's surface, and a gentle breeze stirred ripples, soft, shimmering, gilded. Lotuses bloomed across the water, perfuming the tranquil air with delicate sweetness. And couples strolled hand in hand or sat side by side on lakeside benches, chatting warmly as they awaited filming to begin. A renowned production crew was scheduled to film here today, and in Cece, the red-hot actress, would appear in person. Nan Cece had risen to fame overnight, propelled solely by her stunning visage. Some boys had already begun excitedly debating. I heard in Cece is coming tonight. No man, just thinking about her long, elegant legs makes me drool. Not few girls bristled in disapproval. Oh, boys only care about looks. Honestly, in Cece's acting is nothing special. And the boys retorted indignantly, looks are all we need. Why bother with acting? And Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing had already raised their phones ready to snap photos. On set, and the director paced anxiously. What do you mean? And Cece hasn't arrived yet. Then how am I supposed to shoot this moonlit Lita scene with the goddess by the lake? And worse still, they'd invited Huang Jiaozhu, the legendary A-list star, to make a cameo. With the lead actress absent, he had no idea how to explain this to the star. And if Huang Jiaozhu grew displeased, his directing career might very well collapse. The screenwriter sighed helplessly. I've already called in Cece repeatedly. She's still en route. And the director seethed, fists clenched. That's not my concern. She must arrive tonight. No excuses. And the screenwriter offered a wry, strained smile. But Huang Jiaozhu is already waiting outside, ready to rehearse with Cece. What do we do now? The director strode back and forth, sweat glistening on his brow. He won't be pleased. And if he walks away, we'll never land another star of his caliber. Let's improvise, find a stand-in, and shoot the lakeside goddess scene first. And the screenwriter's expression darkened further. Our stand-in called in sick. She's not here. And the director nearly choked, then hurled the script straight at the screenwriter's face. And you trying to kill me so you can inherit my misery? And the screenwriter grimaced, director, we're on a university campus. There are plenty of refined, graceful young women. We can find someone suitable in minutes. And the director nodded heavily. Then go now? At that moment, a Porsche glided onto the set. From it stepped a man of striking elegance and charisma. And he asked, coolly checking his wristwatch, hasn't Cece arrived? My schedule is extremely tight. I wouldn't have come to a minor production like yours, except my company insisted on promoting in Cece. He had in fact canceled another shoot to appear here tonight. And though Cece was currently trending, she remained a newcomer, whereas he had long reigned as an icon. Moreover, he privately doubted her beauty, believing it relied entirely on filters, and judged her acting mediocre, her diction clumsy. And the director bowed slightly before Huang Jiaozhu. Apologies, and Cece is delayed. Might we proceed with a stand-in for this brief musical scene? Huang Jiaozhu's expression soured instantly. Not stand-in. You mean the lead actress hasn't arrived, and you expect me to act with her substitute? The director rushed to placate him. Master Huang, rest assured, the stand-in will be exceptional. and Cece will arrive within 30 minutes, guaranteed. The screenwriter began to search for a stand-in among the students, watching only to be speechless at how most of them were boys. It was obvious that these boys were all there to see in Cece. Indeed, all men are the same. Some streamers were even preparing to live broadcast from the side. After several rounds of searching, he still couldn't find a suitable candidate. He felt that the ones he considered suitable were unwilling. Those who were not suitable were raising their hands frantically. How could he possibly let someone who weighed nearly 200 pounds be a stand-in? His requirements were not high, just someone around 1.6 meters tall and slender. As for looks, the stand-in didn't need to be on camera. Would you be willing to be our stand-in? He asked a girl with a decent figure. The girl was momentarily at a loss and shook her head. I'm just here to enjoy the excitement. Unfortunately, this girl shyly declined, as she was still too timid after not having left campus much. Just as he was pondering how to explain to the director, a figure in a blue dress spoke from behind him. I think I can do it. The beauty of the voice almost made the screenwriter think he misheard. When he turned around, he was instantly stunned. The gentle summer breeze tousled the beautiful girl's long hair, bringing a fragrance as refreshing as midsummer. She was too beautiful. Would you be willing to be our crew's stand-in? Xia Xiaobai was actually more nervous than him, as it was her first time talking to someone while dressed as a girl. But there was no choice. When she prepared to enter the pavilion, she found that the crew had already blocked the way. Fortunately, they were recruiting a stand-in to film a simple flute scene under the pavilion. Wasn't this just in line with her task? She suspected it was arranged by the system. The girl slightly parted her cherry lips, her delicate fingers brushing aside a few strands of hair blown by the wind, tucking them behind her ear. With a frown that exuded elegance, she asked, "Is that not allowed?" The screenwriter finally reacted. Looking at the beautiful girl in the blue dress, he felt as if he had either encountered a ghost or met a fairy. Yet such a beautiful ghost would probably be content to die beneath her skirt of pomegranate flowers. Of course, but our stand-ins don't appear on screen, he said regretfully, swearing to the heavens about the stunning looks and figure of the girl before him. She only needed to act in one scene, and with her looks, she could become a beautiful idol. Moreover, her voice was truly exquisite. If she sang, it would be incredible. What was in Cece compared to her? A poor actress with no talent and an average voice, relying solely on filters and makeup. Compared to the beauty in front of him, she was many dimensions away. The screenwriter brought her to the pavilion and handed her a prepared bamboo flute. Just pretend to play for a bit. When the camera focuses on you, switch to humming, he instructed. Be natural. We will later composite the main actress face onto yours. Xia Xiaobai merely smiled slightly, her long hair flowing, appearing as if returning to simplicity, seemingly unattainable, yet also everywhere. She wanted to, but the system required her to perform. The editor was also captivated by her smile for a long time. She was undoubtedly a girl favored by the creator. He returned to the director's position, excitedly saying, "Director Master Huang, I have arranged for the stand-in." Master Huang glanced at the script and noted that this stand-in did not have any lines. He only needed to wait for Cece to arrive before he would take the stage. The director merely nodded with a grim expression. Prepare the camera. The screenwriter, unable to resist, asked, "The stand-in shouldn't have any chance to be on screen, right?" The director and Master Huang looked at the screenwriter speechlessly. "Is this your first day on the job? Even if we capture her face, it will be cut in post-production." The screenwriter could only sigh. The number of students watching around them was increasing, but unfortunately, they still hadn't seen their goddess in Cece, which was somewhat disappointing. "I heard she's just a stand-in." How boring, one said. "Really, just a stand-in? Then I'm leaving," said another. The director and others sat on a rented boat to facilitate multi-angle shooting on the lake. The director pointed the camera at the blue figure in front of the pavilion, feeling that the girl had an excellent figure with a slim waist and a perky bottom. The night breeze lifted her skirt, revealing a straight snow-white calf, and her skin glowed beautifully under the moonlight. Moreover, one could clearly smell a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Not only the director noticed it, but Master Huang and the surrounding students could also detect the enchanting fragrance wafting from the direction of the flying hair. So fragrant, one could not discern what the scent was. It was as if one were immersed in a sea of flowers. The director momentarily forgot to shout action. The screenwriter came to his senses. He shouted action. Scene 1, take 1, start. Her blue dress fluttered, long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as icy and flawless as jade. With an air of ethereal beauty, she seemed like a fairy, her delicate hands resting on the blue bamboo flute, taking a deep breath as her red lips slightly parted. A wonderful melody rippled through the surroundings, the soft sound of the flute drawing in the last rays of sunset, causing the lotus on the surface of the lake to bloom, transforming the moonlit lotus pond into a dreamlike scene. The screenwriter was stunned. He had only instructed her to mimic the action symbolically and never expected her to truly play such a beautiful melody. Although he didn't understand ancient music, listening to the soothing melody was genuinely heartwarming. It felt as refreshing as soaking one's body in a forest spring on a hot summer day. Even the director and Master Huang were pleasantly surprised. This stand-in's flute playing was simply too beautiful. Master Huang, who had been somewhat irked, was calmed by the exquisite melody, and his mood even brightened. He couldn't help but compliment. It seems your crew's stand-in is quite good. There are not many who can play ancient instruments these days. The director, flattered, was also quite pleased and began boasting, of course our crew staff are all top-notch. The students who were about to leave were captivated by this dreamlike melody and stopped in their tracks. Master Huang stroked his chin, saying, from behind, this female stand-in looks great. You can see her skin is snow white and glowing. I wonder what she looks like. The director, unsure how to answer, replied, this is a new stand-in sweating. Don't worry, in a moment there will be a motion shot. We will move the boat to the stand-in's front, then we will see her true face. The boat began to glide slowly, and her profile soon appeared before them. The screenwriter had long been acquainted with the other's extraordinary beauty, swallowing his saliva repeatedly. Master Huang and the director widened their eyes until the little boat moved to the blue figure's front. By the edge of the azure water the surface shimmered, and the lotus bloomed slowly. The last rays of sunset fell into the girl's autumn water-like eyes beneath her overwhelming beauty. A breeze blew, fluttering the girl's countless long hair, stirring the hearts of those present. The blue skirt billowed in the wind, revealing her long, beautiful legs, resembling a fairy who had fallen to the mortal realm beside the Luo River. She slowly lowered the instrument in her hands to her chest and smiled sweetly at them. When she raised her eyes, her tranquil and flawless gaze exuded an air of elegance that even the sun, moon, and stars could hardly rival. Her smile was like spring peach blossoms, her hair piled into clouds, lips blooming like cherry seeds with pomegranate teeth, holding sweet fragrance. Her delicate waist danced in the wind and snow. Even girls would be captivated by her stunning beauty. Master Huang couldn't help but murmur, my AB is no longer appealing. Not only that, but the surrounding students also saw the girl's face when the lights in the academy turned on. In an instant the boys present felt as if they had fallen in love. In the center of the lakeside pavilion the beauty exuded an ethereal charm, her delicate features resembling a painting, while the flowing light fabric danced like the wind. The vintage green skirt she wore seemed to be a natural fit, captivating everyone with her stunning presence. She set down the instrument in her hands, her cherry-like lips parting as she hummed a beautiful melody. Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng embraced each other, their expressions filled with disbelief. Mom, I'm in love. The surrounding students, eager for gossip, listened intently to the song sung by the girl in the green dress. Her voice was enchanting. Her melodious voice lingered in the air, reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, smooth and graceful like the spring rain that subtly nourishes life. Heavens, her voice is simply too beautiful. Oh, I feel as if I am in a fairyland listening to a celestial being sing. I can't take it anymore, my ears might just get pregnant. I swear this is the most wonderful sound I've ever heard. What song is she humming? It sounds somewhat familiar. She's singing Jixian, and she sings it so beautifully that she completely outshines the original artist. Some people had already started streaming live across various platforms, including Douyin Shark and Bilibili. In less than 10 minutes the live streaming rooms across platforms were overwhelmed by the stunning beauty of the girl in the green dress. As her heavenly voice filled the air, a flurry of comments began to flood the screens. Wow, where did this new streamer come from? She's way too beautiful. Oh my, her voice is simply too lovely. Even as a girl I can't resist this enchanting melody. The streamer must be using maximum beauty filters. I, Tangmaru, absolutely refuse to believe someone can be this beautiful. Xiao Biluo has ruined me. I feel the same way. It seems not only is her beauty maximized, but her sound card must be too. How could an ordinary streamer sing better than the original artist? Shut up, you up there. I was there live. You up there just keep bragging. How could someone be this perfect? If she really looks like this in person, I will eat my words live. Screenwriter, haha, I see you just want to scam a meal. I swear after the shoot, I'll take her home to warm my bed, a minimum of 3 years, no regrets. Screw you, don't steal my little fairy. Summer Xiaobai hummed the song, feeling incredibly nervous being surrounded by so many people taking pictures, but she maintained it. However, the system's enhancement was simply incredible. Whether playing the flute or singing, she was utterly clueless. Yet under the boost of her talent attributes, everything flowed naturally, without any pressure. The system continued to announce the number of admirers has risen to 200,000. Please keep up the good work. Summer Xiaobai was astonished. Are there really that many people in the academy? The system replied, many people have gone live. Some streaming rooms have surpassed 1 million viewers. Unfortunately, most haven't seen her in person, so they haven't been counted towards the admiration value. The director on the boat had already been stunned by the beauty of the girl in the green dress, who could ruin nations with her looks. They were less than 3 meters away from her filming. The shock felt from a distance by the students was far more intense. The night breeze caressed her long hair, gently, her skin as pure as warm jade appeared especially like a celestial being about to ascend under the moonlight. With bright eyes and white teeth, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her rosy cheeks resembled blooming lotus flowers, and her skin was as smooth as congealed fat. The director murmured, I finally understand how true the lines from Bai Juyi's song of everlasting regret are. Spring nights are short. The sun rises high from now on. The emperor does not attend morning court. If I were the emperor, I would definitely embrace such a beauty, neglecting all state affairs under her gentle fragrance. Huang, the director, couldn't help but ask, "Director, are you sure she isn't the female lead of this play, merely a stand-in without any chance to appear?" He excitedly tugged at the director's sleeve, questioning why such an outstanding newcomer was merely a stand-in. No wonder this guy had been a director for so long and was still an unknown nobody. Even the company had him dress up to elevate the drama's profile. Using a breathtaking beauty who could clearly be the female lead as a stand-in without any chance to shine. Then to have an Cece who can't even remember her lines and often requires a stand-in to complete her scenes play the female lead. It's no wonder she will remain a small-time director for a lifetime. The director sighed with a bitter smile. Huang, you already have AB, why worry about so much? In fact, this beautiful girl isn't the company's dedicated stand-in. She's just a temp. The screenwriter also added, yes, she's just a girl I found in the academy. At first I was also stunned by her beauty, though I never expected her not only to be stunning, but also exceptionally talented. Huang gradually calmed down, feeling somewhat suspicious. She's just a student. Suddenly he had an idea, why not pull her into the company? With her perfect voice, she would definitely be a top tier. They could also film dramas. Her beauty would be an insult to any filter. Summer Xiaobai was unaware of their discussions, but the system had already indicated that the task was complete. She slipped away. She wasn't used to being watched by these people, and there was a wooden bridge behind the pavilion that she could use to leave. When Huang and the director finished their discussion and looked up, they found the pavilion had long been empty. Only the girl's unique fragrance lingered in the air, gradually dissipating. Where did she go? The screenwriter sighed. While you were discussing, she had already left through the small path at the back. The director was speechless, wishing he could strangle this screenwriter. Why didn't you stop her? What a great star potential. The director even fantasized about how wonderful it would be to film a youth idol drama with her beauty. Ultimately, it would explode in popularity, bringing fame and fortune. Huang was even more excited than the director, grabbing the screenwriter. Find that beautiful girl for me. The screenwriter was being choked by Huang, gasping for breath, and helplessly replied, I can't help it. She didn't leave any contact information, and she didn't even get paid. Then you're truly useless. Both the director and Huang simultaneously scolded. They wished they could give him a mixed martial arts beating, and the two quickly chased after her. The screenwriter held his neck, feeling a bit of pain, almost being choked to death by them. He shouted loudly, and Cece is almost ready. What if you're not here? Huang replied, then let her stay cool over there. Summer Xiaobai ran west. Time was ticking, and in another 10 minutes her dress would disappear. If she encountered someone, then it would mean instant social death. Perhaps it was too dark, and she didn't notice someone ahead as she accidentally bumped into them. She fell onto the ground, groaning in pain, her delicate hand covering her sore bottom. Can't you watch where you're? The boy she bumped into replied coldly, his tone laced with faint impatience. Summer Xiaobai knew it was her fault for bumping into him, quickly getting up to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She looked up at him and was stunned. It was him. Summer Xiaobai had a face full of despair, scared, and hugged herself tightly, wondering why she was so unlucky to encounter this guy again after already entering university. The boy's physique was remarkably athletic, especially those sharp, intelligent eyes that resembled dead fish eyes. With well-defined facial features and a height close to 1.8 meters, he was undeniably a young man who could make countless girls swoon. He looked at the girl who had inexplicably run into him with a slight smirk. He had seen many girls like her who intentionally bumped into him to strike up a conversation. I said, if you're fine, you should be able to get up by yourself. Xiaobai thought to herself, finding this guy as annoying as ever. She could only clutch her aching rear and stand up, brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead, while hurriedly saying, I'm sorry, her voice ringing like a clear silver bell. The boy was also captivated by her apologetic voice. He hadn't expected her voice to be so pleasant. However, when his gaze fell upon her flawless face, he was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, she had already dashed away, her snow-white feet barely touching the ground, leaving only a faint fragrance in the wind. The boy did not chase after her. It seemed she had truly just accidentally bumped into him. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and hesitated as he scrolled down to a name, Chu Qiushi, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a musical instrument rolling on the ground. He picked it up, still carrying a faint sweet fragrance. It must have belonged to that stunning girl from earlier. He wanted to chase after her, but she had run too fast, and in the enchanting moonlight her figure had long since vanished. Xiaobai, drenched in fragrant sweat, crawled into the restroom, her skirt disappearing as she did. Her shoes along with all her clothes ended up in her hands. After putting on familiar male clothing, Xiaobai tidied her hair, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Walking in a skirt was indeed too troublesome. At this moment, she held her abdomen, realizing she urgently needed to relieve herself, having not drunk any water all day to avoid the need. Yet she had to face the reality. As long as she firmly believed she was still a boy, even squatting to urinate wouldn't extinguish her masculine spirit. Fortunately, it was a sitting toilet. Xiaobai unfastened her belt and sat down, her pretty face flushing slightly. After a comfortable moment, when she was about to stand up, she discovered a significant problem. She had no toilet paper. Her pretty face was filled with despair. Indeed, being a girl is troublesome. Previously as a boy she could just shiver and pull the chain to leave. In the end she could only wash clean with water. As for how Xia Xiaobai managed to do that, the author also wished to witness it firsthand, but alas it was impossible. After washing her hands, Xia Xiaobai stepped out of the restroom, her delicate and beautiful face slightly flushed, and her large dark eyes appeared even more glistening. Returning to the dormitory, which was pitch black, it seemed everyone had gone out to have fun. This wasn't the first time. Out of the 4 people in the dorm, Xia Xiaobai was the most reclusive. She was undoubtedly a homebody. No, now it would be more appropriate to say she was a homegirl. Xia Xiaobai sighed, lamenting her wallet's emptiness. This month her meager pocket money had already been used to top up her ex-girlfriend's meal card. An empty dorm was fine and no one would disturb her while she took a shower. Xia Xiaobai casually grabbed a set of clothes and walked into the bathroom, locking the door. After checking several times and confirming everything was fine, she stood in front of the mirror, placing her old clothes aside. After transforming into a girl, she had not carefully examined her body. Under the bathroom's lighting, her skin was snow white and radiant, akin to the finest porcelain, exuding a faint fragrance of youthful femininity. Any hair that affected her beauty had disappeared, and her slender straight long legs were also smooth and flawless. When she was still a boy, her height of 1.7 meters was merely passable. But now as a girl, 1.7 meters was undoubtedly a goddess height, with perfectly long legs. After all, the average height for girls in Huaxia was just over 155 centimeters, and being 165 centimeters was already considered tall. As for being over 1.7 meters, that was too tall. It was not goddess height, but rather the height of a girl with a strong presence. Xia Xiaobai assessed her appearance, having just completed 2 tasks. Her beauty had also risen to 5, though she was still merely in the realm of being attractive, just 1 point away from being classified as a beauty. However, among girls her bare face could be considered above average. Her face was increasingly resembling a perfect oval shape, looking naturally beautiful. Her originally lovely willow leaf brows had become slightly finer. The delicate eyelashes and clear bright eyes made Xia Xiaobai exude the charm of a youthful girl. She couldn't help but pout her glistening cherry lips, laughing at her own girlish voice. Startled, she immediately covered her cherry lips, thankful that no one was outside. Otherwise, her girlish voice, echoing in a boys' dormitory bathroom, could spark many thoughts. She cleared her throat, returning to a voice that was hard to distinguish between male and female. Touching her neck, she found her Adam's apple had completely vanished. Xia Xiaobai turned on the shower, letting the cool summer water wash over her snow-white skin and body. The water flowed over her smooth skin, splashing faint sparkling droplets. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaobai put on her clothes, feeling troubled by the increase in her attributes. Her once slightly protruding chest had become much more pronounced. Wearing a thin t-shirt standing upright, one could clearly see the fabric beneath her chest forming a slight curve. After all, she had already reached a size A cup. Initially, she had planned to enter a women's clothing store to buy a bralette, but the sudden task had disrupted her rhythm. She glanced at the old clothes beside her, bringing them to her nose. There was not a trace of male sweat. Instead, they carried a faint fragrance of youthful femininity. Rip, it seemed she could make do with them. Stepping out of the bathroom, she discovered that the 3 roommates had already returned, engaging in an enthusiastic discussion about something. From the content, it seemed to be related to the film crew shooting on campus tonight. When they saw Xia Xiaobai come out after showering, they excitedly began to speak. Xiaobai, you really missed out by not watching the film crew shoot tonight. Do you know? Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, his eyes fixated on Xia Xiaobai, swallowing hard. Xia Xiaobai blinked, her beautiful big eyes looking puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Li Liang, Zhao Cheng, and Zhou Qing were all stunned by Xia Xiaobai's appearance as she emerged from the shower. Xia Xiaobai's figure was slender and graceful, her skin slightly flushed from the shower, appearing pale, yet rosy, and a few droplets of crystal-clear water clung to the tip of her exquisitely shaped nose. She was merely wearing shorts, and her delicate calves were small and snow-white. Her pitifully beautiful appearance was enough to astonish the 3 guys in the dorm. Xiaobai, I really suspect you are a cross-dressing master, Zhao Qing said with his arms crossed. Are you actually a boy dressing as a girl to seduce me? Zhou Qing nudged Zhao Qing, saying, I'm all for a cute girl, come on, seduce me face to face, you beautiful boy. I must admit you've caught this handsome guy's attention. Xia Xiaobai rolled her dark eyes at the 2. You guys can go to hell, I'm not into that. Get over there and cover yourselves with a quilt, and be self-sufficient. Li Liang awkwardly looked at Xia Xiaobai, recalling the embarrassing moment that had just occurred. He spoke up, saying, Xiaobai, I've noticed you've truly become harder to distinguish between male and female. If a few of us didn't know you were a boy, we probably wouldn't be able to tell if you were male or female. Walking down the street, most people would probably mistake you for a girl. Zhao Qing chuckled. Zhou Gongzi sponsors you a JK uniform. Zhou Qing also remembered that his ex-girlfriend had a JK uniform left in his bag. Xiaobai, I actually have a JK uniform. Do you want it? Xia Xiaobai picked up a hairdryer to dry her hair. If you don't want to be in trouble, come over here. Xia Xiaobai dried their hair. Fortunately, they slept on the upper bunk near the corner, and being afraid of mosquitoes, had the floral net drawn tight. It was a little fortress of safety, though hardly a permanent solution. What if one day one of them lost control and crossed a line? She still needed to find a rented room and move out, and her already precarious finances would only be worsened. There could not possibly be such cheap rentals near the university town, the thought tormented Xia Xiaobai. She opened Bilibili and saw that there was a new Spy X Family update today. She froze as the pink interface opened. A post titled Yuexia Xianzi had amassed over 200,000 likes. The homepage thumbnail, it was herself. Damn, who uploaded my video to Bilibili? She scanned the uploader and the name seemed familiar. It turned out to be Zhou Qing. That guy was somewhat famous on Bilibili with over 700,000 followers, often attending various anime events. He had photographed many pretty girls, so Xia Xiaobai, gentlemanly hit, follow a mixture of envy and admiration stirring within. He frequently invited those cosplaying girls out to hang out. Xia Xiaobai discovered not only that Zhou Qing had made a video of her, but that there were countless remixes. The comments were polarized, some adoring, some vicious. The haters alleged that the woman in the video was drenched in filters and studio vocal processing, all orchestrated by a team to manufacture hype. The remixes had spread beyond Bilibili to Douyin as well. To her greater astonishment, Huang Jiaozhu had reshared the video on Weibo, and commenters were asking whether Yuexia Xianzi was truly as beautiful in real life as she appeared on screen. People wondered whether the voice had been processed through an expensive soundboard. Huang Jiaozhu posted a pinned reply. I can personally guarantee that the real-life beauty would only be more exquisite than the footage. Her voice is akin to a heavenly melody, he declared. The replies were entertaining. Most people probed about his relations with A and B. With Huang Jiaozhu's more than 60 million followers, the post was reshared over 1 million times in a single. By then the dormitory lights were out. Xia Xiaobai, staring at a web novel, fired off an angry reply. That wretched author has cliffhanged the story again. The next morning she woke groggy. Stray bangs shaded half her face, and her small mouth was the red of a cherry. A faint furrow in her brows lent her a languid innocence. She sat dazed on the bed as morning light fell across her. A thin t-shirt had slipped down one shoulder, revealing a smooth alabaster shoulder. The morning light gave her a clean, almost sacred air, making Xia Xiaobai's skin seem like polished jade. She was exhausted. Upon close inspection, faint dark circles rimmed her eyes. A night of biological research had left her spent. She had only fallen asleep at 5 in the morning. Li Liang watched Xia Xiaobai on the bed, a single cowlick springing from their hair. That was not the point. What seized his attention was the exposed, delicate shoulder, its skin more tender and immaculate than his girlfriend's. At the thought he shivered. Why was he thinking this? Xia Xiaobai was after all a boy. He must not entertain him. Xia Xiaobai, could you pull your shirt up? We don't want to corrupt you, Li Liang teased. Xia Xiaobai covered his lips with a small hand and let out a tiny yawn, straightened his clothes and cheeks tinged, offered an embarrassed faint smile. I still want to believe in the boss character, Li Liang said with a chuckle. I can hold myself back, but I can't vouch for those two, he added, pointing at the grinning Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing. Xia Xiaobai snatched a cushion, put on an exaggeratedly fierce expression, and flashed a pair of adorable little fawn-like teeth. Wow, someone exclaimed. Go fantasize about your girlfriends. Stop staring at me, Xia Xiaobai retorted proudly. There was an early class that morning, and after sweating so much the night before, he decided to shower first. He had no patience for their banter. He sprang from the bed and nearly buckled. He carried clean clothes and the cloth strips he had cut the night before. He stepped into the bathroom and carefully locked the door. Soon the sound of running water filled the room. Zhao Qing stood by the door, knocking and chuckling. Xia Xiaobai, we're all brothers. Why lock the door? We should be open with one another, Zhou Qing said with a slide. Go to hell, he snapped. After breakfast, they rushed back to class. His seat remained the convenient vantage point for watching the girls. Xia Xiaobai's delicate face rested on the desk. He was so exhausted he wanted nothing more than a good sleep. The Baijid girl sitting in front of him was surprised to find that he seemed to be growing more and more beautiful. Xia Xiaobai, be honest. Did you get skin smoothing or plastic surgery? Xia Xiaobai smiled at the Baijid girl. Her name was Tao Nana, a petite, adorable beauty. Her large, beautiful eyes rivaled Xia Xiaobai's, bright and spirited. Her figure, however, was unremarkable and relatively flat-chested, standing only around 1.55 meters tall. Yet her legs were elegantly proportioned, slender and straight, genuinely lovely legs. Xia Xiaobai spread his hands. Surgery? You paying for it? The Baijid girl blushed under his gaze and let out a coy snort. Who knows if you're being kept by some wealthy woman, she teased, then sighed. If I were even 5/10 as pretty as Yuexia Xianzi and talented, I'd surely win my prince. At the mention of Yuexia Xianzi, the surrounding students erupted into animated discussion. Xia Xiaobai was speechless. After one night, his heat had not diminished. It seemed only to blaze hotter. On the college forum, the thread about Yuexia Xianzi had fermented overnight to nearly 10,000 replies, and the high-resolution image downloads had already surpassed 10,000. It became the forum's most incendiary thread. Countless people posted impassioned pleas begging for Yuexia Xianzi's WeChat contact. Xia Xiaobai casually remarked, is the moonlit fairy truly that stunning? And perhaps she isn't as flawless as you imagine. Perhaps. Before she could finish, every person present instantly objected in unison. Zhao Cheng leapt to his feet, brimming with indignation. Xiaobai, though you're my best friend, I won't tolerate you insulting my goddess. And to me the moonlit fairy is the most perfect and sacred celestial maiden, merely recalling her peerless beauty or her ethereal voice. And he drooled with a soft smacking sound. Why does such an exquisite young woman exist in this world? In town, Nana's large beautiful eyes shimmered with yearning. Xiaobai, you weren't there last night. You simply can't comprehend. And even as a girl myself, I was utterly captivated by her beauty. Getting close, even touching her wouldn't be unthinkable. And all those who had witnessed her performance the previous night nodded in heartfelt agreement. Their faces softened into wistful, dreamy expressions. And I wasn't there last night. Damn it, hearing you talk like this makes me regret it more than anything. And those who'd missed the filming crew's on-site shoot wore expressions of profound, gut-wrenching loss. They silently opened their academy's group chat to save photos and videos others had shared, and resolved to savor them thoroughly tonight. And soon enough the first class began. The instructor entered accompanied by an exceptionally handsome young man. His entrance immediately triggered a chorus of starstruck sighs from the girls nearby. And wow, so handsome. And he looks wealthy too. Just look at his luxury brand clothing. Xiaobai froze in disbelief. How could he be the one? His former high school roommate. And their relationship couldn't exactly be called poor, but rather one of mutual disdain. Xiaobai didn't necessarily dislike him. In fact, this fellow had twice intervened to discipline troublemaking students on his behalf. And yet, deep down the other looked upon Xiaobai with undisguised contempt. Thus their rapport remained superficial at best. And having just run into him yesterday, would he recognize him now? Xiaobai lowered his head, refusing to meet the other's gaze. The instructor clapped lightly to regain attention. This student has recently transferred to our academy. And please introduce yourself, new student. And Emozihan responded coolly, Emozihan. And then his gaze swept slowly across the room. His eyes paused fleetingly, unexpectedly, on Xiaobai's face, then settled upon an empty seat directly before him. And amid the girls' eager, hopeful gazes he took that seat. The wide-eyed girl beside Xiaobai tugged his sleeve, cheeks flushed with excitement. Xiaobai, the handsome new student sat right in front of us. How wonderful. And Xiaobai remained silent, thinking inwardly, he's male. What does that have to do with me? He's not some adorable, beautiful girl. The instructor turned to Li Liang. Will assign the new student to your dormitory. No objections. We still have an available bed. Of course, no problem, Li Liang replied with a nod. And Zhou Qing laughed heartily. No problem at all. And Zhao Cheng added cheerfully, more than welcome. And Xiaobai thought bitterly, can I refuse? And Li Liang then introduced each dorm mate to Emozihan in turn. This is Zhou Qing. He's obsessed with anime. This is Zhao Cheng, a hardcore gamer. Nan, this is... Before he could finish, Emozihan interjected calmly. I know him, Xiaobai. And Li Liang blinked in surprise. You two know each other. In ordinary circumstances, a cold, aloof air, like Emozihan, shouldn't cross paths with Xiaobai at all. They belong to entirely different worlds. And Emozihan merely stated, we were high school classmates, roommates for one semester during senior year. Into Emozihan, Xiaobai was beneath contempt, a weak, effeminate boy. When bullied, he'd only run crying to adults. Until Emozihan, unable to stand it any longer, knocked out. The time flew swiftly. And after his final class today, Xiaobai decided to visit a women's apparel store to find a more comfortable chest binder. The one he'd cut himself felt awkward and ill-fitting. And Xiaobai, let's go eat. Zhao Qing called out. Xiaobai waved him off. Not today. I need to step out for something. And Zhou Qing stroked his chin, appraising Xiaobai up and down. No way. Xiaobai rarely leaves campus beyond his 3-point routine. Are you meeting a girl? Oh really? I'm meeting your moonlit fairy for a date, Xiaobai retorted dryly, then walked away without another word. Leaving the classroom, Xiaobai hummed a light tune as he strolled along the garden path. Bathed in sunset light, his fair skin glowed, his slender waist curved gracefully, and his hips flared with elegant symmetry. His chest rose gently, long, shapely legs ended in crisp white sneakers. Every detail radiating charm, so irresistible, it made flowers bloom and hearts flutter. And he checked his WeChat wallet. 200 yuan remained. Only 1 week left this month. 28 yuan per day. And with slender fingers, he calculated carefully the chest binder budget must stay under 100 yuan. Yet women's clothing tended to be expensive. Even his own outfits came from bargain online retailers, 10 yuan with free shipping. Just 2 steps onward, he noticed a crowd gathering ahead. Especially girls, seeming thrilled and animated. Nas, a dutiful bystander, Xiaobai edged closer to see. And it turned out they were clamoring for Huang Jiaozhu's autograph. Even the academy's administrators stood nearby, beaming warmly as they hosted him. Clearly devoted fans themselves. And Xiaobai turned to leave when someone called out to him. Student, have you seen this girl? And Xiaobai turned and found Huang Jiaozhu himself, the legendary director, tapping his shoulder. The director's eyes held quiet urgency. His phone displayed several close-up shots of her. And Xiaobai instinctively shook his head, offering a sincere, gentle smile. No, I've never seen this girl on campus. She likely doesn't attend our academy. Thank you, Huang Jiaozhu sighed, disappointment flickering across his face. Xia Xiaobai scoffed inwardly. He already has a gorgeous AB at home, yet he's fixated on me. If there's nothing else, could I please have your autograph? Huang Jiaozhu nearly declined, yet the girl's large luminous eyes stirred something unexpected within him. Where have I seen those eyes before? And without thinking, he pulled out a pen signed neatly and handed the autograph to the young woman. And remember to study hard, junior sister. Xia Xiaobai's expression darkened. I'm male, he said flatly, then turned and walked away. Huang Jiaozhu. In watching her receding figure, a sudden memory sparked, yet he shook his head dismissively. Impossible. And the director asked, what's wrong, Director Huang? That student reminded me of last night's girl. And the director raised an eyebrow. Director Huang, she's a boy. Are you letting wishful thinking cloud your judgment? Since last night, Huang Jiaozhu's thoughts had been consumed by that azure-gowned maiden. The grace of her gestures, the subtlety of her smiles. And even holding his beloved AB doll brought no comfort. In dreams, only her transcendent beauty lingered. Yes, he was unsettled, his heart unmoored by her unearthly elegance. Nade met countless glamorous actresses, but beside her they faded into mere common blooms, vulgar and dull. If he never saw her again, what meaning would life hold? Xia Xiaobai clutched Huang Jiaozhu's autograph. Several female classmates were diehard fans. It might fetch a handsome price. To avoid being spotted entering a women's apparel store, Xia Xiaobai deliberately took the bus instead of walking. Xia Xiaobai sat in the car gazing out at the golden scenery beyond the window. Nearby stood a bustling shopping mall, and she stepped inside without hesitation. She casually entered a modest-looking women's apparel store. A young woman wearing black stockings and high heels immediately approached to greet her. Glancing at Xia Xiaobai, the attendant hesitated. Was this customer a young man or a young woman? Huh. Xia Xiaobai scratched her head. I'm shopping for my girlfriend, she quickly explained. The attendant blinked in mild surprise. Truly a strikingly handsome young man. How perfectly suited to my taste. Pity he already has a girlfriend. May I help you with anything? Xia Xiaobai glanced around. Racks of dresses and intimate apparel filled the shop. I'd like 2 chest-binding wraps. The attendant paused, startled. Chest-binding wraps. What an unusual request, she mused inwardly. Today's youth truly knew how to push boundaries. You don't carry them? Xia Xiaobai asked, puzzled. The attendant smiled warmly. Of course we do. She hurried to the storeroom and returned with 2 pristine white cloth bands sealed in plastic packaging. Xia Xiaobai ventured cautiously. How much are they? Not expensive. Hardly anyone buys them anyway. 80 yuan for both. I'll bundle them for you. I'll take them all, Xia Xiaobai declared with sudden uncharacteristic boldness. Please wrap them up. She left the shop elated. The purchase cost 20 yuan less than budgeted. Across the street, a Shue Bingcheng ice cream shop gleamed invitingly. The moment she stepped inside, several young women turned their heads. Her androgynous beauty with its delicate, exquisitely balanced features was simply arresting. Wow, look at that stunning young man. Should we go ask for his WeChat? Come on, don't you think she's actually a girl? What if she's just like us? Female through and through. No way. She's wearing men's clothes and her hair is short. Honestly, she's so captivating. I'd happily be close to her even if she is a girl. Isn't closeness with a beautiful young woman delightful? Xia Xiaobai felt torn between pride and resignation as the girls whispered about her. After all, her male anatomy had long since vanished. Just as she ordered a fruit tea and searched for a seat, fate intervened. She ran into Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi sat alone in a quiet corner sipping milk tea. Her flawless oval face was lightly powdered, her cherry-soft lips clung to the straw, an image of perfection from every angle. Especially striking was her figure. The white t-shirt clung seamlessly to her frame, revealing every graceful curve with breathtaking clarity. Xia Xiaobai suddenly felt like a guilty thief. That time she'd accidentally pinned Chu Qiushi against a wall. Surely she wouldn't still hold a grudge. Chu Qiushi sensed a curious gaze upon her. When she lifted her eyes, she saw her observer attempting to slip away. Xia Xiaobai. Stop right there. Xia Xiaobai froze, then turned stiffly. May I ask what the campus beauty queen needs from me? Chu Qiushi frowned faintly. This boy had stolen her first kiss without warning, yet now dared pretend he hadn't seen her. Get over here. She patted the seat beside her. With no choice, Xia Xiaobai sat down. Sitting this close to such radiant beauty was undeniably a rare pleasure. Chu Qiushi grew slightly flustered under Xia Xiaobai's unwavering gaze. Her slender fingers brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear, then she lifted her luminous eyes to meet his, firm yet faintly teasing. Have you stared your fill yet? Xia Xiaobai replied calmly. For men, beauty is eternally inexhaustible. Studies confirm that gazing upon beautiful women benefits both mind and body. Regular appreciation yields 6 profound benefits: calming the heart, delighting the eyes, soothing the liver, nurturing the stomach, moistening the lungs, and more. Research shows that 10 seconds of focused admiration equals 30 minutes of gym training. Chu Qiushi stared at him speechless, yet a quiet smile bloomed. So, I'm a great beauty in your eyes, am I? Indeed. If you're not considered beautiful, then beauty ceases to exist. Flattering words, but compared to that moonlit immortal, I still fall far short. As Chuchioshi spoke, her gaze drifted toward a figure approaching the cafe. Xia Xiaobai followed her line of sight, and there stood Mo Zihan. What was he doing here? She knew Mo Zihan had pursued Chuchioshi relentlessly throughout high school, and evidently still did. I'll take my leave now. But Chuchioshi refused to let her go. Her pale arm slipped intimately through Xia Xiaobai's. You seem terrified of him. Why? Xia Xiaobai swallowed hard. Please, Mo Zihan fights like a demon. She'd once watched him nearly beat a thug to unconsciousness. Chuchioshi watched Xia Xiaobai's cowed expression astonished. So this bold boy feared Mo Zihan that much. What's there to fear? Be a man. Act with courage. Even I, a girl, am braver than you. Xia Xiaobai's smile twisted into something resembling a grimace. Forgive me, miss. This is Mo Zihan. Just tell him off bluntly. You have my full support. I won't serve as your shield. Chuchioshi sighed. Since when had she used him as a decoy? Had he been reading too many novels? A true man meets danger heat-in. And Mo Zihan, I know his nature well. He's no bully. Cold in appearance, yes, but fundamentally kind-hearted. Chuchioshi continued, don't worry. I'm here. He won't dare harm you. After all, you're both men. What could he possibly do? Here's a deal. If you prove braver than him, I'll grant you one wish. Anything you ask. Xia Xiaobai scoffed inwardly. Even that would change nothing. Even if the wish were marriage, it meant nothing to her now. She was emptier than the sacred ruins. No remedy could restore what was lost, as she was simply hollowed out. From afar, Mo Zihan spotted Chuchioshi embracing a young man whose profile remained obscured. His fury ignited instantly. Who dares touch the girl he'd pursued for a full year? He strode forward in rapid, purposeful strides, and when he finally saw Xia Xiaobai's face, he froze, then shook his head with a dismissive, mocking smirk. Did Xia Xiaobai, that delicate pretty boy, truly believe he could rival Mo Zihan for a woman? Mo Zihan offered a faint practice smile. Choshi, I haven't arrived too late, have I? Without waiting for reply, he seated himself across from them and ordered a cup of milk tea, then lifted his gaze coolly towards Xia Xiaobai. You may leave. This is between Choshi and me. Xia Xiaobai rose to go, but Chuchioshi gripped her wrist, whispering in her ear. Take one step, and I'll report your forced kiss to the academic affairs office. You'll be finished. Xia Xiaobai's mind erupted with galloping wild horses, so Chuchioshi was a schemer after all. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she proved. Roses adorned with thorns. Fine then. If she wouldn't let her go, she'd seize every advantage while she could. Even in death, she'd savor one last thrill. She leaned deliberately closer to Chuchioshi. Their proximity was so intimate that Xia Xiaobai could distinctly inhale the subtle, intoxicating fragrance of her skin. Even more tantalizing, Chuchioshi wore a light, summery t-shirt, and pressed so near every contour of her form shimmered beneath the fabric. Chuchioshi, of course, recognized that lecherous glint in her eyes. Her exquisite cheeks flushed crimson. Men were all alike, lustful to the core. Clenching her teeth, she raised her leg and brought her stiletto heel down squarely onto Xia Xiaobai's foot. Xia Xiaobai winced in pain as Chuchioshi stepped on her foot, her big eyes watery, yet she could only endure it. Chuchioshi pretended to smile, gently holding Xia Xiaobai's fair little hand. Xiaobai, tell Mo Zihan what our relationship is now. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food, but sometimes beauty can also be a double-edged sword. Xia Xiaobai looked at the beaming Chuchioshi, feeling a wave of bitterness inside as the system had just issued another task. Task requirement: pretend that Chuchioshi is your girlfriend. Task failure: Mo Zihan discovers your true identity and becomes furious. Task success: Chu Kyux's affection level increases. Chuchioshi looked at Xia Xiaobai with wide, expectant eyes. Mo Zihan, on the other hand, wore a look of indifference. Xia Xiaobai knew he truly didn't regard her at all. Holding Chu Kyux's hand, Xia Xiaobai said to Mo Zihan, Chuchioshi is my girlfriend now, please do not disturb us. However, both her voice and expression were filled with reluctance, bearing a sorrowful face. Inside, she was extremely anxious, worried that Mo Zihan might angrily come over and beat her up. Chuchioshi, come on, is it really a burden for you to promise that this lady is your girlfriend? You look as if your parents— Mo Zihan could hardly believe it. But when Chu Kyux's eyes were fixed on Mo Zihan's face, she looked dazed. Seeing his furious expression, it really seemed like he believed it. Well, with such low emotional intelligence, it's no wonder you pursued me for a year without me feeling anything for you. And it's not surprising that I didn't give you a chance. It's all because your emotional quotient is too low. Idiot. Mo Zihan was furious when he saw that Xia Xiaobai dared to admit that Chuchioshi was his girlfriend. Chuchioshi could clearly feel Xia Xiaobai's palm, which was holding her smooth little hand, was slightly sweaty, indicating she was genuinely panicking. Both were emotional geniuses, a match made in heaven. Chuchioshi had to take matters into her own hands, slamming her delicate hand on the table. Mo Zihan, what do you want? Do you really want to hit someone? Mo Zihan raised his hand and patted Xia Xiaobai's shoulder. Xia Xiaobai, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Beautiful women can be disasters. It's better to cut ties with this woman early. It's better for everyone. Don't let yourself be manipulated by beautiful women. The more beautiful they are, the more they like to deceive people like you. They will toy with your body and then kick you away. Xia Xiaobai did not want to fail the task, and looked at Mo Zihan with determination, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Mo Zihan, I told you I like Qiushi, and I often hug Chu Qiushi and lift her high very intimately. Please do not disturb us in the future. You often hug each other intimately and lift her high. Mo Zihan stared wide-eyed at Xia Xiaobai and Chu Qiushi, then suddenly burst into laughter. He knew exactly what kind of woman Chu Qiushi was. She was the type who was impervious to men. Would she be willing to have intimate contact with Xia Xiaobai? Xia Xiaobai, food can be eaten at random, but don't speak carelessly. Just then several voices came from behind. Hey Xiaobai Zihan, is Chu the school beauty here too? What's going on? A three-way standoff or a love triangle? The three turned around to see Zhao Cheng, Zhou Qing, and Li Liang. Zhao Cheng plopped down beside Xia Xiaobai, pushing her further inside. Chu Qiushi could only move in two. After all, they were Xia Xiaobai's roommates, and it would be awkward to say anything. Li Liang and Zhou Qing sat beside Mo Zihan, with Li Liang looking up at Mo Zihan, sensing something was off with his expression. Mo Zihan felt an impulse to hit someone, but the sudden appearance of a few people calmed him down. An unprecedented competitive spirit burned in his heart. The harder he pursued something unattainable, the more he wanted it. He shot Xia Xiaobai a cold glance, and said to Li Liang, "Let's go grab a few drinks outside." Li Liang sighed, and shook his head. "Let's go," he said before greeting several people and leaving. Xia Xiaobai watched Mo Zihan exit the honey snow ice city, and let out a deep sigh of relief, almost collapsing onto the ground. She raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat that had already formed on her forehead. That was terrifying. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai's expression, amused yet annoyed. "Seeing how scared you are you really a boy? You're sweating even with the air conditioning so high. Since we are all boys, I don't understand why you are so afraid of Mo Zihan." Xia Xiaobai puffed out his chest, and said confidently, "Of course I am a man. Who says I'm afraid of him? I was so brave when I confronted him just now." "Alright, I know you still need to be braver," Chu Qiushi said with a smile, gently bumping Xia Xiaobai's shoulder with her little head. She suddenly recalled how she had just pounded this guy's chest with her fist, feeling it resembled a girl's chest more than a boy's. Upon closer inspection, there was even a slight curve. This guy has slender arms, legs, and a narrow waist with smooth and delicate skin, which doesn't resemble that of a muscular boy at all. If his two roommates weren't around, Chu Qiushi really couldn't help but tease him a bit to test reality. Zhao Cheng was mesmerized, staring at Chu Qiushi from a close distance. Zhou Qing kicked Zhao Cheng, saying, "Dude, could you not show such a lecherous look? You're embarrassing us guys." Zhao Cheng turned his head to find Zhou Qing pretending to play a game on his phone. In reality, the camera was focused closely on Chu Qiuxi's face. It must be said that Chu Qiushi was much more beautiful than the girls at the comic convention who relied on makeup to enhance their looks. With just a simple and light makeup, she was so stunning, no wonder she was the top beauty of many competitions. Her figure, appearance, and skin were all first class, easily scoring an 8. If she were to dress up elegantly, a score of 9 would be no problem. Chu Qiushi frowned slightly. "Have you had enough of looking? You too. If you keep staring, you'll blind your 6 eyes." Xia Xiaobai was frightened and quickly averted his gaze from her collar, glaring angrily at Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng. "What are you doing? How dare you peek at my girlfriend?" Chu Qiushi wore a very mischievous smile, pressing down hard on Xia Xiaobai's toes with her high heels. Xia Xiaobai winced, his big eyes brimming with tears. "Xia Xiaobai, you can pretend to be my boyfriend, but you actually dare to mess around and even hug me." Not wanting to embarrass herself in front of outsiders, she could only show a hint of shyness and flirtation in the corner of her eyes. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing stared at Xia Xiaobai in disbelief. "Did you just say Chu Qiushi is your girlfriend?" Xia Xiaobai proudly lifted his head, wanting to wrap his arms around Chu Qiuxi's waist, only to have her slap his hand away. Chu Qiushi shot him a glance filled with disdain. "Who said I'm your girlfriend? Don't say such things." Xia Xiaobai was speechless. It was clear she was just using him and then tossing him aside. Truly, she was a heartbreaker. "Just wait, I will take advantage of you more." He took Chu Qiuxi's hand and gazed into her beautiful dark eyes, pouting his cherry lips as he asked, "Qiushi, didn't we just?" At the same time, he subtly placed his hand over her heart. "Your heartbeat seems to be accelerating. You must like me, right?" Chu Qiushi found herself captivated by Xia Xiaobai's beautiful eyes, truly charming and heart-stirring. Recalling the subtle feelings from their earlier embrace made her heart race like a startled deer. It was genuinely the first time she felt this kind of affection towards a boy. Looking closely at Xia Xiaobai's exquisite and charming face, what a beautiful boy he was. Sitting beside him, she could smell a faint, pleasant fragrance. All these factors combined made Chu Qiushi remember hearing someone say that when you like someone, you will like everything. Could it be that she had developed feelings for this beautiful boy? Chu Qiushi bit her red lip tightly. Perhaps she felt some affection for him, but it definitely couldn't be classified as love. When she sorted through her emotions and raised her eyes to look at Xia Xiaobai, she found him wearing a joyful expression. His cherry red lips were even drooling. It seemed he had encountered something quite delightful. Wait, why does she feel like someone is moving around her? Chuchioshi looked down. A vein appeared on her pure white forehead. With a smile on her face, she tried to appear more ladylike, saying, Xia Xiaobai, is this fun? Of course it's fun, Xia Xiaobai instinctively replied. When she realized what was happening, Chu Qiux's palm was already close at hand. Slap. Go home and play with your own pervert. Chu Chioshi exclaimed, her rosy cheeks leaving the ice cream shop. Xia Xiaobai held his stinging face, thinking it was totally worth it. That touch just now felt really nice. He raised his hand to sniff the faint, lingering scent of the beautiful girl on his palm. To Xia Xiaobai's surprise, Chu Qiux's favorability rating for him had jumped to 55. What the heck? Could it be that she also enjoys this kind of thing? Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing were clapping their hands nearby, their faces filled with admiration. Impressive. Xiaobai, you are the most skilled at flirting I've ever seen, Zhao Cheng said with great admiration. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, saying, it's really true that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Have you obtained a manual on how to woo women from some street vendor? You're handling Chu Chioshi so well. Just a wall slam was enough, and you boldly touched her. You only got slapped once, truly a steal. Seeing Chu Qiux's shy demeanor, just now she was only pretending to be angry at you. Based on my years of experience in pursuing girls, she probably doesn't hate you at all, and might even be secretly pleased. Xia Xiaobai's left cheek bore a bright red handprint as he proudly lifted his head. This is the charm of this handsome guy that you all cannot replicate. On Saturday the weather was clear. Although this summer did not seem overly hot, the sun at the end of June still blazed down upon the ground. The number of pedestrians on campus had decreased and a rare tranquility enveloped the day. Only the cicadas chirping brought a vibrant life to the earth. Xia Xiaobai lay on her bed soundly asleep. Since it was Saturday, she had spent the previous night studying biology. Today she was exhausted and prepared to lie on her comfortable bed for a good long sleep. The others in the dorm had already gone out to have fun. Although Mo Zihan had moved into the dorm, he rarely returned to sleep, and the worries Xia Xiaobai had were unfounded. Ding! A new task is being generated for the host. Please get up immediately to wash and bathe. Just as Xia Xiaobai had dozed off again, she was forcefully awakened by the system's voice. With her eyes wide open in confusion, she stared at the mosquito coil overhead. Could you just spare me? I3 task generated to enhance the host's knowledge. Please become a literary girl and read at least 3 literary books in the Academy's library. Task success, reward makeup system skill enchantment. Given that the host's beauty score of 5 falls under the category of delicate, the host temporarily acquires a makeup system to better fulfill the task. The host's features are refined. With just a touch of makeup, she immediately becomes a beautiful girl. Task failure, 1 month of disability. Xia Xiaobai was truly speechless. Why is task failure either about becoming ugly or being disabled? The system did not heed her lament and presented her with a pure white strap dress. Xia Xiaobai asked, what must I do to be considered a literary girl? The system replied, create a beautiful pure makeup look, pair it with long straight black hair, and wear the female outfit provided by the system. This is essential. Indeed. One must ask which boy could resist the charm of a beautiful girl with long straight hair. Xia Xiaobai jumped out of bed barefoot, entered the bathroom, washed up, and even took a cold shower as she had sweated quite a bit the previous night. She looked at her little rabbit, which had grown a size, and felt a bit worried. She pinched it, wondering if such a growth rate would soon make it impossible to hide beneath any cloth. Fortunately, the system rewarded her with a space to store feminine items, making it very convenient. Anything she needed, including toilet paper, could be tossed inside. Xia Xiaobai walked into a unisex restroom at the academy and closed the door. She had no prior experience using the hairstyle modification feature, and upon opening it she found hundreds of styles available. What left Xia Xiaobai speechless was that some hairstyles required top-ups to unlock. Was this developed by Xia Xiaobai? Decisively chose a waist-length hairstyle of long straight black hair, with a slight fringe, the silky strands cascading down like a sea of flowers, exuding a faint fragrance of youth. She gazed at herself in the mirror, blinking her long eyelashes, feeling like a beautiful girl indeed. If only she had a delicate makeup, look how stunning she would be. If Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but feel excited. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to apply makeup, so she could only try to open the makeup system. Inside there were various makeup styles, all featuring her current appearance. The effects after makeup were evident. There were smoky eyes, gothic looks, youthful styles, natural looks, pure desire looks, and peach blossom looks, totaling dozens of styles. Some styles also required further unlocking. Without much thought, Xia Xiaobai selected a youthful pure desire look. In less than 3 seconds, without her needing to lift a finger, the makeup was flawlessly applied to her face. Xia Xiaobai was instantly captivated by her own beauty, and while she did not possess the extreme beauty of a moonlit fairy, she was undoubtedly a stunning pure desire girl. Her pink lips radiated a shimmering glow, and her beautiful face showed no trace of makeup, as if it were a This look could easily outshine all high-end cosmetics on the market. Her amber eyes were deep and enchanting, resembling autumn waters. The faint amber color seemed to trap the entire spring scenery within like a clear spring that one could not help but drown in. As the poem goes, the phoenix eyes curve slightly, concealing amber. It's not an exaggeration, yet it still can't quite capture the beauty of her eyes now. Dressed in a simple pure white dress, her snow-like shoulders were exposed, and the hem of the dress perfectly revealed half of her smooth thighs, with delicate calves clad in sneakers. She appeared pure yet alluring, and the system thoughtfully provided her with a handheld backpack. One must ask, how could a literary girl be called so without a handbag? Soon the academy saw a beautiful pure desire girl in a flowing white dress as a gentle breeze brushed against her face, causing a few strands of hair to flutter. Overall, though simple, she resembled a delicate piece of art, as if an elegant girl filled with the essence of literature was about to step out from a poem. However, what captivated people the most was her beautiful yet innocent face, with eyes like autumn waters, slightly flushed cheeks, and cherry lips with pearly teeth. Her figure was tall and light, ethereal and graceful, especially as her skin glistened under the morning light, radiating a soft glow. Wow, wow, wow. Several passing students couldn't help but fix their eyes on this pure desire girl. My goodness, when did such a beautiful girl appear in our academy? Even the passing girls couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a beautiful girl. Which class is she from? How come I've never seen her before? Lala, I can't. Xia Xiaobai was unable to remain calm under the gazes of so many people. She only prayed that the wind wouldn't pick up, as she was not wearing any safety shorts. In the past, when she and Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing admired beautiful girls, they often mocked girls for wearing skirts without proper safety shorts. Wasn't this akin to covering a beautiful landscape with a cloth? With the length of her skirt, a gust of wind would reveal everything. The girl bit her red lips tightly, using her handbag to shield herself as much as possible, thinking to hurry to the... But just then a gust of wind lifted the fallen leaves from the ground, also lifting the girl's skirt instantly, exposing her snow-white thighs to the gaze of the onlookers, revealing her long and straight beautiful legs. Report to command, target coordinates pinpointed white. Damn, I can't see from my angle. Xia Xiaobai could only quicken her pace to escape, cursing under her breath. What kind of people are these? Can't they refrain from embarrassing the boys? Seeing a beautiful girl makes them lose their minds. Yet she seemed to forget that not long ago she was one of those boys. Finally reaching the library, a duty student yawned and, feeling bored, said, "Student, please show your student ID." Given that it was a Saturday morning, it was surprising that he could maintain energy for his duty. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Her student ID was for a boy. What to do about her current female attire? She looked back and saw a large group of boys nearing her, face filled with anxiety. The system chuckled, "Don't forget, you are now a beautiful girl. A girl's greatest weapon is her beauty. If you can't even handle a mere boy, don't embarrass me as your system." Xia Xiaobai felt speechless. Wasn't this asking her to be a green tea princess to seduce boys? System, you are mistaken, or it's to make you a tea art master. Xia Xiaobai glanced at the male librarian, who didn't even look her way. He should also be a senior in his 4th year. Seeing his weak appearance, he must have been studying biology late last night, yawning with sleepy eyes. Although Xia Xiaobai wasn't in a position to comment on others, she was certainly worse in this regard. Xia Xiaobai took a deep breath. Her alluring curves were accentuated without a wrap, her cherry lips slightly parted as she spoke with a voice as clear as silver bells. "Senior, I forgot to bring my student ID today. Can you make an exception?" The male librarian originally wore an impatient expression. Damn, without a student ID you can't go back. But when his gaze fell on the girl's face, he was left dumbfounded. There stood a young girl in a simple dress at the door. Her legs exposed the lines of her body, beautifully drawn, as if crafted by the hand of God. With delicate fingers, she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. With a slightly apologetic smile, her skin gleamed like snow, and her eyes, clear as turquoise, radiated a gentle warmth. The other person spoke again. "Is that okay, senior?" The beautiful girl's pearly white teeth flashed as her rosy lips parted and closed. So stunning was she that her beauty nearly left him in shock, unsure how to respond. "If not, then forget it. I'll just go back." The girl said, her eyebrows drooping slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed. That sense of loneliness seemed to break one's heart. The boy quickly replied, his voice somewhat nervous, feeling both pity and excitement. He hadn't expected to meet such a beautiful junior today. If he helped her this time, and then got her WeChat, wouldn't he be close to becoming single again? Thinking of this made him excited. He immediately put on what he thought was a cool demeanor and said, "Junior, please wait." Xia Xiaobai frowned slightly, her amber eyes gazing intently at him with a hint of sadness. "Senior, I lost my student ID." The boy felt shy under the beautiful girl's gaze, pretending to be calm. "Junior, our library is quite accommodating. If you're just reading inside and not taking books out, it's completely fine." Absolutely, an accommodating management style. Xia Xiaobai immediately put on a very happy smile, slightly bowing. "Thank you, senior, you're really a good person." Her dark hair swayed with her movements, looking exquisite. The boy, looking at the beautiful girl's grateful smile, scratched his head and chuckled. "No need for thanks, it's my duty to serve everyone. I'm a good guy, you please go in, Junior." Thank you so much, senior," Xia Xiaobai said with a delicate nod, stepping into the library, just as someone was coming up behind her. The beauty had left, yet a wisp of fragrance lingered in the air, infusing everyone's nostrils, spreading and swirling within their chests. Junior, take care. The boy displayed an expression of enjoyment. Indeed, talking to a beautiful girl was a supreme pleasure. He even greedily inhaled the lingering scent of her body in the air. Before he could continue enjoying, a group of boys surged in behind him. Hey, let me in quickly, you. I need to study today. I'm set on studying today. The boy guarding the library was taken aback by the sudden influx of people. When he noticed that these guys were all looking inside at the charming silhouette, he immediately understood. The friendly smile on his face vanished, realizing they were here to compete with him for the junior. Please show your student IDs. It was Saturday, so how many people would carry their IDs with them? Someone asked, and the boy guarding the library slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Sorry, the app is under routine maintenance. You must show your IDs to enter the library. Come on, can't you make an exception? Do you understand accommodating management? The boy still wore a cold smile and said, sorry, the library has regulations. You must have IDs to enter. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work without them. The boys were furious, but since he was from the student council, they could only leave grumbling. Just you wait, I'll be back. Of course, a few people actually had their IDs, flaunting them with smug smiles in front of the boy guarding the library. Hurry and let me in. The boy guarding the library still wore a cold smile, saying, deliberately causing harm to library staff, entry is not allowed. Xia Xiaobai entered the library, glancing around. Even on a Saturday, there were quite a few people seeking refuge from the heat. However, most were couples chatting romantically. This was the reality of a university library. Xia Xiaobai was quite displeased. Wasn't this just throwing her into a sea of dog food? Her appearance also attracted the attention of several boys and girls nearby, all captivated by her astonishing beauty. Hey, look quickly. This girl is really beautiful. Too bad she's flat. Who has her contact information? Even voices of girls scolding boys were heard. Stop looking, you said you'd only look at me from now on. If you keep looking, we're breaking up. Xia Xiaobai found it somewhat amusing. This boy clearly had a girlfriend, yet was still unsatisfied. He deserved to be scolded by her. The system suggested she read a few famous literary works to broaden her knowledge. Xia Xiaobai meticulously browsed the bookshelf and took down a book titled Anna Karenina. She then found a relatively quiet spot to sit elegantly and slowly opened the book. This was a lengthy novel rich in meaning, written by the Russian author Leo Tolstoy. Russian literature also holds a prominent place in the world, although Xia Xiaobai usually preferred Japanese anime and novel culture. However, in the realm of literature, Russian literature could utterly defeat Japanese literature. Anna Karenina tells the tragic story of the protagonist Anna pursuing love alongside Levin's reforms and explorations in rural areas, depicting the vast and colorful scenery of Russia from Moscow to the countryside. Xia Xiaobai was immersed in the ocean of literature, her beautiful face radiating a warm smile. In that oppressive summer, as you dozed off studying in the library, opening your eyes sleepily under the lovely morning sun, she appeared like snow, a literary girl, holding a book, reading with that elegant smile, as refreshing as a cool breeze in summer, invigorating you. Some people even took out their phones to start taking pictures and uploading them to class groups, department groups, and even beep in the campus group. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Where did you see her? I'm right here at the scene, a super artistic style beautiful girl. Okay. The books she reads are all deep literature I usually don't touch. Come on, you only read comic books. Yeah, I'm also here, but too bad she's a bit flat. Come on, you don't get it. How can we conquer the world if not flat? It's just being poor. Damn, stop blabbering. Ooh, just say where it is, and I'll go over. Hee, I'm afraid you don't love studying. I've already figured out where it is from the background, and I'm going now, but I won't tell you. Come on, you're so ungrateful. TCH, can gratitude fill your stomach? Xia Xiaobai finished reading 3 renowned literary works, adjusted the strands of her hair falling before her eyes, and gently set down Lu Xun's monumental work Morning Flowers Picked at Dusk. Truly, Lu Xun's work not only crafts vividly distinct characters, but also intertwines memories with rational contemplation, making it a heartwarming and enlightening read. She also recalled the line from Lu Xun's False Freedom. The most artistic nation, the most magnificent, eternal, and universal art of our Huaxia is men dressing as women. Men see dressed as women, while women see men dressing up. On the surface it appears neutral, yet beneath they remain male. But if there's no dressing up, can it still be considered art? Xia Xiaobai lifted her amber-colored eyes to observe her surroundings, only to find everyone frozen in place. She had been so engrossed in her books that she had lost track of time. Around her, several boys had already filled the seats, each resembling a pig, as if they had never seen a girl before. Especially when Xia Xiaobai looked up, those boys pretended not to be peeking. Xia Xiaobai found it amusing as it mirrored her own sneaky glances at beautiful girls. Having once been a boy, she was all too familiar with these little gestures. Classmates, have you ever done something like this? Xia Xiaobai glanced at her phone and realized it was already 11 in the morning. No wonder her stomach felt a bit hungry. What annoyed her was that she spotted Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing not far away. What was more important was that these two were sitting beside 3 beautiful girls. They claimed to be good brothers, yet they didn't even bring her along to chat up the girls, which was truly ungrateful. In fact, Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing had called her early in the morning to go flirt with girls, but she had been too lazy to get. The surrounding boys lamented, she is beautiful, but how could such an exquisite girl be approached by ordinary students like us? I think so too. Didn't you see several guys trying to get her WeChat only to be rejected? She's probably already being supported by a rich second generation. Looking this pretty must cost a lot of money. Zhao Cheng said to Zhou Qing, why don't we go ask for her WeChat? The three girls nearby were displeased. Zhao Cheng, are you here to flirt with us, or with other girls? You said you would introduce us to a handsome guy, yet we can't even see him now. If you dare to deceive us, let me tell you, you must treat us to lunch later, or there won't be a next time. Zhao Cheng patted Zhou Qing and laughed with young Master Zhou. Here you don't have to worry about not having good food. Zhou Qing pushed Zhao Cheng's hand aside and said, we'll each take half, as I'm just joking, and my paper doll wife is still waiting for me to take care of her. I initially wanted to invite Xiaobai out too to introduce him to a beautiful sophomore girl, but this guy is too lazy and deserves to be single for life. Xiaobai listened to their conversation, biting her lip, reminiscing about how there really was such a thing that morning. But she had been too tired last night to get out of bed. Isn't it said that there are no fields that get ruined by plowing, only cows that get tired from work? However, thinking about it, these two guys still had some conscience, as they were willing to help her get acquainted with beautiful girls. Yet Zhao Cheng's next words made Xiaobai's exquisite face darken with annoyance, wishing she could just go over and strangle him. Zhao Cheng shrugged and said, initially I wanted to invite a girl out, but it was just to have Xiaobai treat us to a meal. Zhou Qing, haven't you noticed that Xiaobai has become increasingly feminine? When I look at his long legs from behind in the dormitory, I feel like wanting to. Oh, forget it, he's about to be bent over. What if we get him drunk and convince him to dress as a girl for the brothers to enjoy? He revealed a lewd smile. Everyone in the dormitory knew Xiaobai's tolerance for alcohol. Basically, she would get drunk after just one cup, and once drunk, she wouldn't recognize even her closest friends. The three beautiful girls giggled. No way, is the Xiaobai senior you mentioned really that beautiful? I love pretty boys the most. One girl with a lovely ponytail said with sparkling eyes full of longing. Zhao Qing chuckled, we'll see, as long as we get Xiaobai drunk it'll be easy. Laughing heartily, of course, he was just joking for fun, unless Xiaobai voluntarily dressed as a girl for him. Then he wouldn't hold back, as who doesn't like cute girls? The beautiful girl asked, then why did his ex-girlfriend break up with him? Zhou Qing said, I remember Xiaobai once mentioned that his ex-girlfriend found him too feminine. It must be something like that. Xiaobai's expression darkened, her pretty face filled with anger. These two were simply despicable. Zhao Cheng stood up, I'm going to get that beautiful girl's WeChat. Zhou Qing laughed, if you manage to get it, how about treating me to night snacks for a week? Zhao Cheng was already walking towards Xiaobai amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The surrounding boys swallowed hard. They naturally hoped that Zhao Cheng would be rejected. It would be heart-wrenching to see such a beautiful girl being approached. Hello, Junior, Zhao Cheng greeted Xiaobai as he approached, striking a handsome pose. Xiaobai's lips curled upwards slightly as she brushed aside the few strands of hair sticking to her mouth with her fingertips. As her gaze flickered, she smiled softly, her smile enchanting and sweet. Her jade-like hands closed the book and her delicate lips parted slightly as she asked, are you talking to me, senior? Her voice was melodious like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, sweet and flowing much like a song. Zhao Cheng felt a shiver run through him upon hearing this delightful voice that felt like a cool breeze in the summer. He was utterly excited, realizing just how flawless her face was up close. Her perfect snow-like skin had not a single blemish, exuding a faint scent of orange blossoms. Her long snow-white arms elegantly rested on the table, and she appeared like a maiden stepping out of a painting, radiating an aura of literary charm. Senior, are you talking to me? If there's nothing else, please excuse me, I have to leave. Zhou Qing and the others looked at Zhao Cheng with disdain from behind, noticing he had lost his words upon seeing the beauty. They hurriedly gestured for him to ask for the girl's WeChat. Some even began betting on whether Zhao Cheng would be able to get the WeChat, as several people had been rejected earlier. Everyone was quite pessimistic about Zhao Cheng's chances, and they all began to think of ways to mock him. Zhao Cheng felt somewhat trapped as these guys took out their phones to capture the moment of rejection. Xiaobai had already stood up, blinking her amber-colored eyes, tilting her head in a naive and innocent manner. Zhao Cheng was also extremely nervous. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. Hello, Junior, my name is Zhao Cheng, may I get to know you? Xiaobai's mind raced as she thought about what name to use since she couldn't use her original one. This would do. She smiled brightly like 100 flowers blooming. I'm Xiaobai. Xiao for summer, Bai for snow, he for crane. Zhao Qing, eager to please, responded, beautiful name, beautiful name. So you are Xiaobai Jr. Can we exchange WeChat? Of course. I'm not trying to flirt with you, I just want to discuss literary works. I noticed you really enjoy reading profound literature. I often read as well, perhaps we share common interests. Xiaobai almost jumped up and kicked him for his flattery. He often reads. While he wasn't entirely wrong, she knew he was referring to light novels like those featuring characters such as Nami Rem Ram, or even the fan works of Kori. Xiaobai couldn't be bothered to expose him. She clasped her hands together and smiled slightly, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Getting your WeChat isn't impossible, But I want to ask you a question. Are you Zhao Cheng from the third-year Chinese department class? The sweet fragrance of her voice made Zhao Cheng feel as if he were basking in a spring breeze. It was so sweet and fragrant, and her alluring moist cherry lips made him want to kiss her. How did this beautiful artistic girl know that he was from the third-year Chinese department class 6? Did she perhaps admire his charm and asked someone about him? With this thought in mind, Zhao Cheng immediately straightened his posture, exuding an air of confidence as he replied, "Yes, by a junior, I am indeed Zhao Cheng from the third-year Chinese department class 6. May I ask if you were looking for—" Xiaobai gently covered her red lips with her jade-like hand and let out a tinkling laugh or laughter as melodious as silver bells, more enchanting than water lilies in bloom. Senior Zhao is truly humorous. Zhao Cheng was taken aback. Humorous? Could it be that he was being narcissistic? Wasn't Bai He looking for him? But how did she know his name? Zhou Qing and the others were also dumbfounded. What are they talking about? It seems they are quite fond of each other. A chubby guy said jealously. Zhao Cheng actually made the beautiful junior laugh. Oh, I feel like I can do it too. Chubby, stop joking, you're drooling. Do you want to discuss the junior? Xiaobai said mysteriously, her fingertips brushing back the hair from her forehead behind her ear, leaning closer to Zhao Cheng. She spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Actually, I know your class, Xiaobai. He really does have a friend named Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng was stunned. Junior Bai, he knows Xiaobai. Xiaobai displayed a look of admiration, her jade hand resting on her heart, revealing a longing expression. I really like Senior Xiaobai. Zhao Cheng was speechless, not expecting that Xiaobai would have such a beautiful admirer. Truly envious and filled with jealousy. He tentatively said, but I think Xiaobai might not be capable, and he is also a bottom. Xiaobai. The white skin on her forehead revealed 3 veins. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fist tightly, forcing a gentle smile as she asked, Zhao Cheng, how did you come to the conclusion that Xiaobai is not capable and is a bottom? Zhao Cheng hurriedly waved his hands. Forget I said anything, just pretend I never said it. Actually, even though Xiaobai is a bit feminine and submissive, he is a good person, a truly good person. Xiaobai could no longer hold back and wanted to hit someone. She beckoned Zhao Cheng with her fingertip, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a smile, a hint of mischief as her red lips slightly curled up. Senior Zhao, come a bit closer. I want to tell you a secret. Looking at the innocent girl in front of him, exuding an alluring and desire-filled demeanor, how could Zhao Cheng resist? He really leaned in. Xiaobai leaned closer to his ear and whispered, what I'm telling you now is that Senior Xiaobai is quite capable. We have already slept together. So I don't want you to slander Senior Xiaobai. Oh, it really annoys me. Just as everyone looked at Zhao Cheng with envy and jealousy while they were whispering to each other. The elegant and lovely girl raised her hand and slapped Zhao Cheng's face with a loud smack, then lifted her long, beautiful leg and kicked Zhao Cheng. The target was, of course, the lifelong pain of Xiaobai. Zhao Cheng clutched his aching knees and knelt on the ground. Xiaobai let out a cold huff from her delicate nose, stamped her long, straight foot, and tossed her waist-length hair. Her lips curled up slightly as she scolded, pervert, and left the library pretending to be very angry. She could only maintain her male dignity this way. Zhao Cheng, feeling quite gloomy, was helped up by Zhou Qing and sat back down. This beautiful girl was actually a little fan of Xiaobai. Who would have thought that the seemingly effeminate fourth brother was secretly keeping a beautiful girl? Zhou Qing and the other onlookers were very curious and asked, Zhao Cheng, what did you talk about? You didn't say anything dirty to the beautiful girl, did you? Zhao Qing looked at them with some exasperation. Forget it, she has a boyfriend, so you guys don't need to think about it. The chubby guy showed an expression as if the world was ending. Mom, I've broken up, woohoo. Other boys looked on with expressions of envy and jealousy. A pure and innocent artistic girl was thus courted by a pig, although she had no idea what the pig looked like. A girl with big eyes shrugged her shoulders and laughed disdainfully. They all say that those girls who are a bit prettier and dress provocatively are usually kept by rich men. Why would you college students have a chance? Exactly, isn't it just relying on their looks to flirt with boys everywhere? Another jealous girl chimed in. Zhao Qing widened his eyes and looked at the two jealous girls. Get lost. How dare you insult my brother's woman? He proudly lifted his head slightly, as if he were talking about his girlfriend. Let me tell you, the beautiful girl just now is by he my good brother Xiaobai's girlfriend. So you don't need to think about it. Zhou Qing was stunned and shook Zhao Cheng. You said she's Xiaobai's girlfriend. Zhao Cheng also smiled bitterly. She personally admitted it just now, and they have already secretly obtained their marriage certificate and have been sleeping together for a long time. He looked at the two girls and said, I can tell you. My good brother Xiaobai is neither a rich second generation nor a local tyrant. He is just a beautiful boy. A beautiful boy like Xiaobai, and Bai He are truly a perfect match. How could he possibly be with you two ugly girls? Zhou Qing also interjected. Exactly, clearly you look ordinary and don't bother to dress up or learn to put on makeup, yet you are jealous of those who are beautiful. Zhao Cheng is preparing beer and snacks tonight. We must interrogate Xiaobai about the little secret he has been hiding. After leaving the library, Xiaobai sighed repeatedly. That rascal Zhao Cheng actually said she looked effeminate and was a bottom. It was really infuriating. While angrily walking forward, she didn't pay attention to the path ahead and bumped into someone landing on the ground. Still angry, she didn't care about her image. Damn it. Can't you see? But when she looked up, she was taken aback and hurriedly got up, ignoring the pain in her bottom. How could she be so unlucky? This was the second time. I'm sorry. The person in front of her was none other than her greatest rival, Emozihan. Emozihan was equally bewildered, having just encountered a girl who was ranting and cursing. When he looked up at her face, he immediately showed a look of fear. Emozihan scratched his chin, wondering if he looked terrifying. Before he could react, the girl had already slipped away, leaving only a faint fragrance. He suddenly stopped. This fragrance reminded him of the stunning woman he had bumped into a few days ago, though it was much. The videos of the Moonlight Fairy were very popular, and he often saw them on Douyin, captivated by her stunning beauty. Especially when she blew melodies with her cherry lips, her long hair flowing in the wind, that stunning beauty. Emozihan shook his head. Although the girl just now was also beautiful, she was still on the human attractiveness scale. Compared to the Moonlight Fairy, she was still lacking in many ways in both figure and appearance. The Moonlight Fairy at least had a 36C bust. Having run about 100 meters, Xiaobai was already drenched in sweat, the glistening beads rolling down her fair skin. Emozihan shouldn't be able to recognize her, right? Probably not, right? After all, her appearance changed a lot after makeup. She didn't return to the cafeteria for a meal to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, the mission of the artistic girl was complete, and the rest of the time could be freely arranged. Walking on the street in a dress was truly inconvenient, feeling a chill. Just as she was walking boredly down the street, Xiaobai encountered a familiar figure. It was her ex-girl. On the walking street, pedestrians have started to walk along the shaded areas with girls in beautiful summer dresses, proudly flaunting their stunning figures. Xiaobai's pretty face revealed a hint of enjoyment as she watched the coolly dressed young ladies pass by. This was the first benefit she realized about being a girl. She could openly gaze at beautiful girls' long fair legs and ample bosoms without being seen as a pervert. Back when she was still a boy, she could only secretly follow around Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing, the two rascals, stealing glances at pretty girls. If she were caught, she would be scolded as a pervert. It was even more amusing if the girls had boyfriends, as that would lead to a series of greetings questioning each other's happiness and well-being. If things went well, there might even be some delightful physical interactions. But now Xiaobai could not only gaze at other people's girlfriends openly, but the boys also smiled happily at her. However, this would be followed by a scolding from their girlfriends. Xiaobai thoroughly enjoyed such moments. As a single girl, she despised those guys who flaunted their love every day, while she could only silently eat dog food on the side. The only downside was that she had also become the target of those single boys' furtive glances. Hey, look at that beautiful girl. It would be great to date her as a girlfriend. Xiaobai turned around and saw a pretty young girl around 15 years old, already looking adorably beautiful, a veritable beauty in the making. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. The girl was too young for her. Xiaobai bit into a candied hawthorn skewer she bought from a street vendor to fill her stomach and walked towards a popular nearby milk tea shop with her long fair legs. Her phone still had coupons she snagged from Zhou Qing's bed, as that guy often brought girls here. At that moment, she spotted a stunning figure dressed in cool clothing, and Xiaobai was stunned. How could she encounter her here? Feng Xiaolan, the first girlfriend she successfully pursued. To win her over, Xiaobai even spent part of her already tight budget to load a month's worth of meal credits onto her card. Unexpectedly, this woman broke up with her after just a month of dating. That was a month's worth of meal credits, nearly breaking Xiaobai's heart. She could only comfort her hurt feelings by hugging her little cat and indulging in some junk food. Just as Xiaobai was feeling down and preparing to leave, seeing that green tea bitch annoyed her. A brand new Mercedes parked nearby. Xiaobai knew that car was worth over $1 million. A handsome man stepped out of the car holding a bouquet of roses, which he presented to Feng Xiaolan, and the two shared a kiss. This scene shattered Xiaobai's heart, gritting her teeth in frustration. This green tea bitch said she wasn't interested in dating yet. Here, she was with a rich second-generation heir, truly a scumbag. Xiaobai recognized this rich second-generation heir as one of the notorious scumbags at the academy in Wenhua. A certain pretty girl from their class had dated him only to be dumped in less than 3 months. Unfortunately, this guy was wealthy and somewhat handsome, never lacking for girls. Ding! The system has arrived. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Detected that the host has been hurt by a green tea bitch. When you cannot defeat a green tea, you must join the tea art industry. Release of Tea Master Series task: bend him and dump him. Task requirements: successfully attract your ex-girlfriend's boyfriend and make him bend towards you, unable to resist. Use your beauty to disrupt their relationship. Cause them to argue and break up, letting Feng Xiaolan experience the charm of a tea master. Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly as she was supposed to seduce the boy and be a green tea bitch. Host, your understanding is incorrect. It's not a green tea bitch, but a tea master. Task success: acquire a versatile wardrobe. Task failure: curse that all future girlfriends of the host will be green tea bitches. Let the host continuously find happiness in the life of a green tea. Xiaobai coughed up blood at this broken system. What else could she do but comply? At this moment, the well-dressed man in a luxury car had already entered the milk tea shop with Feng Xiaolan. Xia Xiaobai took a glance. Her beauty, looks, and figure could easily outshine Feng Xiaolan. Except for her flat chest. That was her biggest disadvantage. Xia Xiaobai adjusted her expression in the nearby mirror, trying to make herself appear pure and charming. After waiting for a while at the traffic lights, Xia Xiaobai pushed open the door to the milk tea shop across the street. She soon discovered that the shop was nearly filled with people, mostly students from the nearby university town. This was a relatively upscale milk tea shop with seating arranged just right, creating an elegant and quiet atmosphere. Xia Xiaobai's appearance caught the attention of those around her, who secretly admired how beautiful and pure she looked. Dressed in a very artistic snow-white plain skirt with delicate arms like lotus, and holding a handbag, she stood tall and graceful, exuding a strong literary vibe. Xia Xiaobai's amber eyes scanned the room, finally spotting An Wenhua, the one who stole her corner. Feng Xiaolan was nowhere to be found, probably off to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Xia Xiaobai was somewhat familiar with Feng Xiaolan's habits. In such hot weather, no matter how high quality the makeup, it couldn't withstand the sweat. So she would use any quiet place to touch up her makeup whenever possible. This also reflected how advanced Xia Xiaobai's makeup system was. Not only did it leave no trace of makeup, but it also never smudged no matter what. Perhaps it was fate that there were no empty seats around Xia Xiaobai. This allowed her to use sitting together as an excuse. Xia Xiaobai approached An Wenhua with light steps and softly asked, "Senior, and there are no seats nearby. Can I sit with you? My legs are a bit sore. I'll leave as soon as my milk tea is ready." And Wenhua was looking down, opening the official website of a hotel to book a themed room, feeling ecstatic. He never expected the class flower would be so easy to win over. While imagining how the beauty would helplessly struggle beneath his hands tonight, he was suddenly interrupted by someone wanting to share a seat, causing him to feel extremely displeased. He looked up, ready to scold whoever was being inconsiderate. But when his eyes landed on the beauty, he almost flipped the table. What a pure and beautiful girl in a white dress. With long black hair cascading down to her waist, paired with a pure white short skirt exposing a hint of her icy, beautiful shoulder and a slightly concave collarbone, she appeared incredibly innocent and desirable. Her exquisite features and fair skin shimmering with a soft glow left An Wenhua utterly shocked. At that moment, the beautiful girl furrowed her brows, slightly looking at him apologetically, her innocent face carrying a hint of pleading. Xia Xiaobai gently brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead with her fingertips, her delicate lips letting out a soft sigh. "If Senior An thinks it's not okay, then forget it," she said, her expression revealing a hint of sadness and a bittersweet smile like autumn leaves filled with desolation and loneliness. Xia Baishao unleashed her allure in full force, as if an ethereal, intoxicating aura shimmered around her, delicate yet irresistible. And Wenhua trembled with exhilaration, so beautiful, so breathtaking, yet not merely beautiful but sublime, so exquisite that his heart seemed poised to leap from his chest and fly straight into hers. In his eyes, Xia Baishao glowed with radiant light. He was utterly entranced. Swallowing hard, he vowed she was the purest, most exquisite maiden he had ever beheld. Her cherry-red lips parted ever so slightly, curving upward with a subtle, heart-stirring grace. One delicate hand rested gently upon her right leg, while her finely sculpted, melancholy face slowly softened into an expression both dazzling and achingly poignant. Oh right, she'd mentioned her leg was injured, tender, and she needed somewhere to sit. Instantly, An Wenhua rose and approached Xia Baishao, deliberately leaning close, inhaling faintly. His senses reeled further, still intoxicated by the subtle, silken fragrance rising from her snow-pale skin. With impeccable courtesy, he pulled out the chair, originally meant for Feng Xiaolan, for her. "Senior, junior sister, you know me. Since your leg aches, please sit at once. Shall I massage your foot?" As he spoke, his gaze lingered hungrily on her long, elegant legs, flawlessly proportioned, neither overly plump nor starkly slender, but exquisitely balanced. Unable to restrain himself, he dropped to one knee, reaching eagerly toward her slender limbs. Xia Baishao inwardly scorned him 1,000-fold. How dare this stranger grope and paw within moments of their first meeting? Blushing deeply, she drew her legs inward with quiet modesty. "No need, Senior An." Then feigned frailty with a soft, delicate cough. "This has plagued me for years. Countless physicians have failed to heal my constitutionally weak body." She pressed a slender hand to her crimson lips, feigning fragile exhaustion with a gentle, breathy cough. Hearing her cough, An Wenhua's heart clenched with sudden tenderness. He slapped his own hand, chiding himself for his impetuousness, then stood swiftly and asked, "You're unwell?" "No," she replied with a serene, faint smile, shaking her head, her long tresses swaying softly. "I've been frail since childhood. I'm accustomed to it." His compassion deepened, such breathtaking beauty, yet burdened by chronic fragility. "You must be chilled. You're coughing," she murmured, "only a little, though I'm quite used to it." He rose again without hesitation and snapped his fingers sharply toward a distant server. The server hurried over. "May I assist you?" Xia Baishao blinked, puzzled. And Wenhua declared, "Turn off the air conditioning. It's far too strong here." Xia Baishao's mind recoiled in silent dismay. "What on earth are you doing?" I came to this milk tea shop precisely to escape the scorching heat. Shutting it off will kill me. Do you intend to roast me alive just to inherit my fortune? As if she even had an inheritance to claim. The server hesitated. Today's citywide high reaches nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Turning off the AC would upset our patrons. Xia Baishao interjected softly. Senior, and please don't. This small chill is nothing new. I've long grown accustomed to it. It wouldn't be fair to burden others for my sake. And Wenhua gazed at her anew. What profound empathy, what quiet grace. Even in frailty, she placed others before herself. Junior sister, rest assured. I'll ensure you never catch a chill. He withdrew a bank card and announced, this entire venue is now under my patronage. I've reserved it entirely. Should anyone object, summon your manager. I own this building's lease. Through sheer audacity, he succeeded, clearing the shop and switching off the air conditioning. Xia Baishao stood utterly stunned. If only I'd known. I'd never have adopted the frail maiden trope. Now I'm sweating like a dog despite having no illness at all. And Wenhua, ever solicitous, asked, Junior sister, do you feel better now that the AC is off? A faint involuntary twitch tugged at Xia Baishao's lips, but she forced a gentle, composed smile despite the suffocating heat. Somewhat improved. As the cool air dissipated, glistening beads of sweat gathered delicately upon her ivory forehead, and her body exuded a sweeter, more captivating fragrance. Even the staff, and certainly in Wenhua, could distinctly detect amid the rich aroma of milk tea a subtle, unmistakable feminine essence. It was singular, intense, yet never cloying, wholly devoid of synthetic perfume or artifice. Instead, it evoked serenity and calm, a tranquil moonlit clarity, a gentle breeze drifting through the clamor of the mortal world. Wiping sweat from his brow with a napkin, and Wenhua asked, solicitous and eager, by the way, junior sister, do you know me? And I haven't yet learned your name. Xia Baishao steadied her pulse with quiet composure, her lovely face maintaining its practiced poise. Senior N's charisma is legendary across campus. I've long heard tales of your charm, yet reality surpasses rumor. She inclined her head demurely. I am Xia Baiya. Xia as in midsummer, Bai as in pristine snow, he as in the immortal crane. His eyes gleamed. He'd found a devoted admirer. How much simpler his pursuit would be. Junior Baiya, your praise humbles me. My charm pales beside your radiance, and truly we are perfectly matched. Inside, Xia Baishao dismissed him with contempt. How shameless. She smiled faintly, cheeks flushed. Senior, you flatter me. How could I possibly be so lovely? Privately she fretted, where is Feng Xiaolan? Why hasn't she reappeared yet to complete this charade? Just then her milk tea arrived. She nearly seized it greedily, then recalled her role, a refined, delicate green tea maiden. Coarse manners were strictly forbidden. With exquisite grace, her tender cherry lips wrapped around the straw, she sipped slowly, letting the icy liquid soothe her spirit. Occasionally her delicate tongue flicked lightly at the lingering tea scent clinging to her lips. And Wenhua watched spellbound, the soft curve of her lips luminous and dewy. Her lips parted and closed gently, revealing rows of pearl-white teeth as she savored the tapioca pearls, an image ripe with infinite intoxicating suggestion, stirring the urge to press his own lips against hers and taste the sweetness lingering there. As the ancients said, beauty nourishes the soul. Before him sat a maiden whose lips bloomed like cherry blossoms, whose teeth held the fragrance of pomegranates. Junior Baiya, truly exquisite. At that moment a strand of ink-black hair drifted down across her chest. She lifted it with slender fingers and offered him a smile, warm as spring breeze, radiant as 10,000 peach blossoms. Senior, why do you wash my face instead of drinking your tea? Is there something amiss upon it? Compared to tea, I'd rather devour you whole. Her cheeks burned crimson, eyes lowered shyly. What makes me so edible? Inside 10,000 wild horses galloped. She longed to strangle him on the spot. His gaze fell upon her book bag resting nearby. He seized the opening. Junior Baiya, have you just returned from study? She gave a soft, delicate hum, her delicate nose lifting almost imperceptibly. My constitution keeps me indoors. Reading is my solace. I've just left the library. His admiration deepened. A literary maiden too. At that instant the restroom door swung open. A stunning young woman emerged, dressed lightly, her figure lithe and alluring. Xia Baishao glanced up, her gaze complex, wistful. Truly she is breathtaking. No wonder I'd been infatuated with her for a month, even topping up her meal card. She is none other than Xia Baishao's first love, perhaps best called her former lover. Feng Xiaolan dressed beautifully today after catching a rich second-generation air while fishing. The dress was a brand she saved up for, showcasing her slender figure, though her legs were not as good as Xia Xiaobai's. After all, she was only 1.6 meters tall, even in high heels. If there was one thing she had over Xia Xiaobai, it was only her relatively fuller bosom. After finishing her makeup, Feng Xiaolan stepped out of the restroom expecting a cool breeze, but the hall outside was just as warm. Why is there no air conditioning? If she sweats it would ruin the makeup she spent half an hour applying. She said to a nearby waitress, why is there no air conditioning here? Do you want to roast your customers to death? The waitress looked just as distressed, nearly fainting from the heat, but thankfully there was a fan nearby. I'm sorry, miss. Our air conditioning is broken today. Since someone had reserved the entire place, they felt embarrassed to disperse the customers and could only say the air conditioning was broken. Then they offered a complimentary meal to send the customers away. Feng Xiaolan was very displeased due to the heat, but she could only stomp her feet, not wanting to complain since she often came to this place. But when she saw a girl in a white dress with long black hair sitting in what should have been her seat, she was completely stunned. What is going on? Feng Xiaolan was incredibly angry, standing in front of Wenhua with her fists clenched, demanding an explanation. And Wenhua, what is going on? Who is this bitch? She shifted her gaze to Xia Xiaobai, whose pure and beautiful appearance stunned her. The other girl's beauty made her feel immense pressure. However, she detected a hint of familiar distress in the girl's eyes. How could she resemble him so much? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. It couldn't be possible. A strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. This was not the time to be angry. Feng Xiaolan playfully shook Wenhua's shoulder. Senior, and you confessed to me last night. Why are you flirting with other girls now? And Wenhua looked at the equally beautiful Feng Xiaolan and felt a headache coming on as he realized he had forgotten about this. Before he could speak, Xia Xiaobai took the initiative. She stood up, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips, her amber eyes filled with a hint of longing. So Senior and already has a beautiful girlfriend. I was just overthinking it. I just wanted to sit for a while because my legs hurt. Since Senior An's girlfriend is here, I won't disturb you. As she spoke, she stood up, but struggled to cover her right leg, nearly stumbling to the ground, and could only bite her lip using her hands to support herself on the table. And Wenhua was frightened and stood up to help, but was blocked by Feng Xiaolan. She looked at Xia Xiaobai with a cold, "You're acting pretty convincingly. I've seen many girls like you pretending to be innocent. Aren't you just trying to seduce and Wenhua, who is a rich second-generation heir? Let me tell you, bitch, and Wenhua is already my boyfriend. Please leave quickly." Xia Xiaobai looked at Feng Xiaolan with a bit of grievance, her eyes misty and filled with sorrow. Senior, I'm not the kind of woman you describe. I only admire Senior in a little. Is it wrong to admire someone who is handsome and wealthy? Who doesn't like excellent men? And Wenhua felt a soft spot in his heart. He had been torn between Feng Xiaolan and her. He never expected that, but he, the younger girl, had always admired him. Seeing her pitiful and timid demeanor made it clear how fragile she was inside. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and fragile girl? Feng Xiaolan was furious, and just then she caught the other girl giving her a provocative look. Xia Xiaobai's amber eyes were filled with mockery. Initially, Feng Xiaolan felt a little suspicious looking at this pure girl's pitiful appearance, but now seeing her blatantly provocative gaze almost made her spit blood. The other girl was truly a cup of tea, and an exquisite green tea at that. Even she almost fell for her pitiful act. Xia Xiaobai continued with a melancholic tone, "Now that Senior and has such a beautiful girlfriend, I will no longer disturb you. However, I hope you don't speak so harshly, or Senior and might not like it." After speaking, Xia Xiaobai humorously stuck her little tongue out at Feng Xiaolan. Feng Xiaolan raised her hand to cover her almost exploding chest. "You dead green tea bitch, are you still pretending? I see you're trying to seduce my boyfriend." She reached out to grab Xia Xiaobai's long hair. "You filthy bitch." And Wenhua could not allow Feng Xiaolan to hit her. Why, his long black hair that reached her waist was so beautiful. If it were ruined, he would be heartbroken. And Wenhua tightly grasped Feng Xiaolan's slender arm with his hand. "Feng Xiaolan, what do you want? Why, he is frail and sickly and can't handle much stimulation. Do you want to hit someone?" Feng Xiaolan's arm was held tightly by Wenhua, causing her some pain. She said pitifully, "You're hurting me. This bitch is just a green tea bitch, as she deliberately came to ruin our relationship. She only likes your money. If you marry her, it will be inviting a wolf into the house. Her schemes might steal your family's wealth." And Wenhua could hardly contain himself, shouting loudly, "You're talking nonsense. Why, he is usually frail and sickly, and because of her condition, she can only stay home and read. How can she be the green tea bitch you mentioned? In my eyes, she is the purest white lotus in the world. I see only all the beautiful things I long for in her." Xia Xiaobai's delicate fingers played with her flowing hair in front of her chest, her pure and innocent face slightly smiling. She looked up at Wenhua, her eyes veiled in clouds, and gave a faint bittersweet smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Wenhua. Perhaps I am the green tea bitch you speak of because I unintentionally ruined the relationship between you two. How can a bad woman like me be called a white lotus?" After saying that, she walked straight out of the milk tea shop. A sound rang in her mind. Ding. Task 1 of the Tea Master series completed. Task successful. Reward versatile wardrobe. The system couldn't help but praise as expected of the man I chose. His tea skills are exceptional. I am deeply impressed. Xia Xiaobai with a hint of pride responded, "Just a sprinkle of water." Therefore, the system has decided to give the host an additional reward. Bust size increases from A to B cup. Please continue to work hard to complete the following series of tasks and become the most perfect fairy in the world. Xia Xiaobai, can you take back the reward? My burden is heavy. Oh, the system fell silent. And Wenhua wanted to chase after Xia Xiaobai, but was pulled back by Feng Xiaolan. "And Wenhua, if you dare chase after her, we will break up." And Wenhua recalled the fleeting look of painful sadness in by his eyes. The pure and innocent girl displaying such an expression caused him an inexplicable pain. Unable to hold back, he raised his hand and slapped Feng Xiaolan's cheek hard. "You're asking for it. You wanted to say they should break up, but he had spent a lot of money on Feng Xiaolan to pursue her, and he had never slept with her. He coldly said to Feng Xiaolan, "Go to room 1036 on the 10th floor of the Monlian Hotel and wait for me." After saying that he intended to leave, Feng Xiaolan was furious. Who did he think she was? Just come and go as he pleases. Did he take her for a technical girl? Unable to hold back, she lifted her long leg and kicked hard at Wenhua's lower body. She flipped her hand and slapped him twice. Slap, slap. "Fuck you, Wenhua. If you want to sleep with me, go home to sleep with your mother." And Wenhua in pain knelt on the ground, nearly rolling his eyes and fainting from the pain. His face turned pale. "Damn bitch." Feng Xiaolan kicked him a few more times to vent her anger before stomping off, her eyes flashing with resentment. After escaping from the milk tea shop, it was already 4:30 in the evening. Just half an hour more, and she could switch back to her male attire. Xia Xiaobai, feeling somewhat fatigued, sat under the shade of a large tree. The previous water truck nearly doused her completely. Just as she was about to enjoy the roasted corn she had purchased, a blissful smile filled her face. At that moment, a sports car zoomed by, splashing water from the water truck all over her. Xia Xiaobai turned into a drenched chicken. The roasted corn in her hand fell to the ground, and she was so furious that she felt like killing someone. Fortunately, the water was clean, and the car in front seemed to have noticed coming to a stop. Seeing this, Xia Xiaobai picked up a stone from the ground, ready to throw it at the car. However, as she approached, she realized it was a car worth several million. Oh no, that wouldn't do. Even if it were damaged, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Xia Xiaobai wasn't foolish, but she thought that some things could be tolerated, and she still decided to confront the driver. She raised her hand and knocked on the car door. The driver seemed to realize that he had accidentally splashed water on someone. It was indeed unfortunate that there was a puddle on the ground under the blazing sun. When the car door opened and the person inside stepped out, both of them were stunned. Xia Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Why was this happening again? She had encountered this guy again. Mo Zihan also recognized the girl who was still cursing. Wasn't she the one he met at noon, who was full of traditional culture? However, she now looked extremely disheveled, soaked from head to toe. Her long flowing black hair gently swayed at her waist. A few droplets of water slid down her face, tracing her slender neck and collarbone, exuding an inexplicable allure. The fabric of her skirt clung to her body, becoming nearly transparent. The thin material clung to her skin, revealing her exceptionally fair complexion. Everything was quite appealing. Unfortunately, it was a flatboard. One had to admit that she was a very beautiful girl. Upon closer inspection, she seemed to resemble someone he knew, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing Mo Zihan's serious gaze assessing her, Xia Xiaobai wondered if he would recognize her. If he thought she was the Xia Xiaobai in female attire, it would be disastrous. Mo Zihan was the first to speak. "Do we know each other?" Xia Xiaobai quickly shook her head, not daring. "No, I don't think so. We only met once at noon. You didn't forget, did you?" Hee. Mo Zihan shook his head as well. If they were acquainted, he wouldn't have forgotten her. Her appearance was quite distinctive, looking both innocent and alluring. Xia Xiaobai was about to make a run for it, but didn't watch her step and accidentally stepped into a puddle, stumbling backward and falling. Mo Zihan reached out to catch her, but hesitated, and Xia Xiaobai ended up painfully sitting on the ground. What a stroke of bad luck. Why was it always her that fell whenever she encountered Mo Zihan? She wanted to get up, but realized she had twisted her leg. Now she was really injured. Xia Xiaobai looked up at Mo Zihan with some exasperation, thinking he was supposed to be a master at flirting with girls. Such a beautiful girl had fallen, and he didn't even help her. She bit her red lip tightly, reminding herself that she wasn't a delicate little girl. She was Xia Xiaobai, a proper tough girl. Her left leg seemed to have twisted a tendon, and she couldn't get up alone. Did he expect her to crawl back like a worm? "Can you help me up?" Mo Zihan reluctantly prepared to move, but oh dear. What on earth did he see? From his perspective, looking down at the beautiful girl, she wasn't wearing safety shorts. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. Seeing Mo Zihan frozen in place, Xia Xiaobai followed his gaze, and her mind went completely, calm down, calm down. Her skirt should cover most of it, at most just a little bit would be visible. She quickly pressed her delicate hand against her skirt to cover herself. Mo Zihan also reacted, realizing he had lost composure. He felt immensely awkward. He vowed it was not in. Although Mo Zihan was told she was a master at romance, he was actually a pure-hearted boy. He was quite cautious regarding women. It wasn't that he lacked interest, but he just hadn't found any girl attractive. The girls he found appealing might not necessarily like him, like Chu Chioshi. Thus his knowledge of female matters came only from movies. Holding back his embarrassment, Mo Zihan asked, "Are you okay?" Xia Xiaobai was utterly speechless. "Do I look like Aren't you going to help me up?" Mo Zihan could only comply and helped her to a nearby spot to sit down. Xia Xiaobai held her left leg, her expression somewhat painful. Mo Zihan, noticing this, said, "I'm really sorry about what happened earlier." Xia Xiaobai. Mo Zihan said, "How about I take a look at your leg? We can do a simple check and then I can take you to the hospital." Xia Xiaobai tilted her head. "You can treat injuries." Mo Zihan chuckled. "I often get into fights. Dealing with injuries is normal. As the saying goes, a long-term illness makes one a good doctor." Xia Xiaobai didn't think much of it. "Then I'll trouble you." Mo Zihan sighed. "It's nothing." When he lifted the beautiful girl's left leg, he realized he was holding onto a snow-white long leg. He subtly glanced up, noticing she instinctively pressed her hand against her skirt. A gentle breeze brushed against the girl's face, causing a few strands of hair to flutter. The girl's eyes gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Mo Zihan dared not think too much, slowly removing her white sneaker. He was somewhat puzzled as to why she was wearing a style meant for boys. Xia Xiaobai was anxiously panicking inside. How could she forget that she was currently in a female form? How could she let Mo Zihan help her check her leg? How embarrassing. She could only pretend to be indifferent, staring at the scenery in the distance. Not long after, a loud crack sounded from her leg. She almost yelped. To her surprise, the dull pain in her left leg had vanished. All done, Xia Xiaobai said with delight. Mo Zihan pursed his lips, feeling a kind of unbearable torment. He looked up at the girl's amber eyes, her sweet face filled with a surprised smile. He could only awkwardly smile. It's okay, my skills are quite good. Xia Xiaobai also complimented, you seem quite impressive. After they spoke, they both felt a little belatedly that their words carried deeper meanings. Too suggestive. Mo Zihan said, let me take you to the hospital. Xia Xiaobai would never let him do that. She just smiled lightly, no need, my home is nearby, though I can go back myself. My leg doesn't hurt at all anymore. Though it still ached a bit, she truly didn't want to face this guy anymore. Mo Zihan was slightly disappointed. He looked at the girl's skirt and said, I'm really sorry about your skirt. How much should I compensate you? Xia Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and she casually mentioned a price, 1,000 yuan. After saying that, she felt a bit regretful. Was she asking for too much? But he was a rich second generation. Xia Xiaobai knew that the clothes he wore were the latest Louis Vuitton summer collection, worth several thousand. Mo Zihan just smiled, suggesting a WeChat transfer. Xia Xiaobai took out her phone, but suddenly realized that if she did a WeChat transfer, her identity would be exposed. Sorry, my phone is out of battery. How about cash? Mo Zihan had no choice but to take out 1,000 yuan in cash from the sports car and hand it to Xia Xiaobai. Watching the girl disappear into the sunset, a gust of wind swept through her figure, causing her long hair to dance in the wind until she vanished into the night. Mo Zihan leaned against the sports car and lit a cigarette. Then he remembered something. He still didn't know the girl's name. After returning to her dorm and finishing her shower, Xia Xiaobai collapsed onto her bed, nearly exhausted to the point of death. The other occupants of the dorm were definitely still out having fun with the girls. Today could be described as the most exhausting day of Xia Xiaobai's college life. Oh, indeed, this was the vibrant and colorful campus life. Although it came at the cost of losing her companions. Xia Xiaobai, with her fair arms wrapped around her pillow, lay on the bed like a salted fish, rolling back and forth, while her long, beautiful legs kicked in frustration. Why is it like this? She had no idea how to explain this to her parents. They truly had become parents after rolling around for a while. She felt even more tired. Forget it. One step at a time. After all, this was an irreversible fact. Her companions had left with her dreams. What is Xia Xiaobai's dream, you ask? Of course it is to marry a beautiful and gentle wife. To be together in love until the end of time. They could make love in the hall, in the room, in the kitchen. Even the balcony would be a nice choice. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaobai felt a sense of emptiness, but it was what it was. This was no longer something she could contemplate unless someone was willing to pull her along. Chu Qiushi was merely a latent lesbian. Success was not guaranteed. She vowed to face life and death with her bed. She needed to sleep well. Even if it were the end of the world, she wouldn't want to get out of bed. She was super sure of that. However, just less than an hour after she lay down, her phone rang groggily. She had already cursed the caller 1,000 times in her sleepy state. She could only answer, and Zhao Cheng's voice came through. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. What are you doing? Xia Xiaobai impatiently replied, I want to do you right now. Speak quickly, or I'll hang up. Zhao Cheng chuckled. I don't mind, I'll be sleeping in your bed tonight. Xia Xiaobai, go die. If you keep talking, I'll hang up. Zhao Cheng quickly said, come to see Lian Bar quickly. We have a lot of girls, and can't handle it all. Our younger sisters and older sisters. Girls. Xia Xiaobai sprang up like a fish, her hair bobbing on her head like a gay radar emitting signals. You're not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Hurry over. Xia Xiaobai. Okay, you keep the girls steady. Oh, I'll rush over right now. Every beautiful woman seemed to her like a gorgeous flower. Xia Xiaobai wanted to gather these delicate flowers around her, stretching out her slender fingers to let them bloom happily in her embrace. She hurriedly climbed out of bed, having just dreamed of playing beach volleyball with a group of girls. Watching those girls with their fair bodies jumping in the sunlight was exhilarating. She splashed her pretty face with cold water to wake herself up, then styled her hair into a different androgynous look. Due to system regulations, she could no longer use a boy's hairstyle from now on. She could only choose from long girl's hair or unisex styles. Her elegant short hair extended to her earlobes with bangs styled at an angle, complementing her delicate features, especially the hint of crimson on her petite lips and her large dark eyes. She truly resembled an ambiguous boy girl. Xia Xiaobai also changed into a clean and neat short-sleeved t-shirt. To her surprise, she found that the system's reward wardrobe contained wraps as well. She couldn't help but complain, system, you jerk, you knew there was this thing in the wardrobe and didn't say it earlier, wasting over $80. The system responded in a youthful voice, waste. You should learn to shift your thinking. With $80 you can buy 2 wraps to wear for a few days, and they can be sold as clothing worn by beautiful girls, easily fetching 10 times the price with boys scrambling to buy them. Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face twitched slightly. You really know how to manage money. How come I didn't think of that? Of course Xia Xiaobai wouldn't do such shameless things unless she were on the verge of starving. Otherwise she wouldn't resort to such actions, even if it meant jumping off the balcony. It seems I need to get another phone card and create another WX account. Xia Xiaobai waited for the bus for a while. Since it was a campus route, the buses were frequent. She waited less than 10 minutes before one arrived. Once Xia Xiaobai got on the bus, she caught the attention of quite a few boys, their eyes filled with awe. Her androgynous outfit looked both beautiful and chic. A few strands of bangs danced in the breeze like falling leaves. Her lips were red and teeth white. Her long snow-white legs were clad in shorts, stepping into her new white sneakers. However, within half a minute a few boys approached to chat and asked for her WX. Xia Xiaobai was still somewhat unaccustomed to this reality and could only politely refuse. The reason, of course, was that she didn't have her phone. Not long after, a beautiful and sexy girl with large breasts boarded. The other girl glanced around at the vacant seat, smiled at Xia Xiaobai, and sat next to her. She wore a tight red dress that perfectly outlined her figure, at least a 36D. Xia Xiaobai's eyes unintentionally wandered to her neckline, and the other girl seemed to notice Xia Xiaobai's little movement. Her beautiful eyes also landed on Xia Xiaobai's flat chest, revealing a look of sympathy. Do you like it, eh? She traced her fingers over her snow-white skin at her chest and asked. Xia Xiaobai instinctively nodded. Who wouldn't like a girl's chest? The other girl smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, you're still young. You'll continue to grow in the future. Xia Xiaobai. It seemed this large-breasted beauty thought she envied her. Xia Xiaobai couldn't stand the sympathetic look in her eyes and whispered in her ear, I'm a boy. Although physically she was, her mentality was very firm. The beauty looked at her in confusion, taking in her androgynous attire. There were no obvious male or female. However, her features were so strikingly beautiful, her skin so fair, and her figure so slender and tall. She unconsciously regarded her as a girl. Wouldn't that mean she was taking advantage of her? This girl had been staring at her the whole time. The beauty helplessly covered her forehead with her delicate hand and smiled, her red lips parting. Then can we add each other on WX? I really like you. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. It was her first time being asked for WX by a beautiful woman. Had the sun risen from the west in this world? She quickly took out her phone. The other girl couldn't help but laugh at her eager and surprised expression. You won't tell me this is your first time adding a girl on WX, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Xia Xiaobai awkwardly sighed in resignation, her demeanor only drawing more laughter from the other girl. Xia Xiaobai looked at her beautiful avatar. Her WX name was still her real name, Yichanga. The bus soon arrived at the stop and both stood up simultaneously. Are you getting off here too? They stood in front of Lian Bar. Yichanga smiled. I won't tell you, but you came here to pick up girls, right? Without waiting for Xia Xiaobai to respond, she raised her delicate hand to stroke her face. After parting, she smiled at Xia Xiaobai, saying, You've been staring at me for so long, touching your face isn't too much, right? She thought to herself, this girl's skin is really nice. She couldn't help but want to lick it. Yichanga said, this is called reciprocity. She blew a kiss at Xia Xiaobai before entering the bar. Xia Xiaobai was left dazed for a while at the scene, still in shock. Could it be that my skills in flirting with girls have maxed out since becoming a girl? Xia Xiaobai raised her small hand to scratch her head and shook it. Watching the vanishing figure, according to the script, it should have been a one-night stand. Thinking of this, she gave a bitter smile and murmured, Xia Xiaobai, your little friends are all gone. Can you manage? Even if a gorgeous beauty lay on the bed without any clothes, you could only stare blankly. Yet Xia Xiaobai still walked into the bar. People must believe that beautiful things can still happen. Perhaps her friends would return the next morning, and they would be even more vigorous and robust than before. Xia Xiaobai entered the bar, the dazzling lights illuminating the glasses filled with drinks. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the ambiguous hues eroded the hearts of intoxicated people. On the splendid DJ platform, a beauty danced, causing countless spectators to scream and go wild. With an angelic face and a graceful figure, her slender fingers danced across the DJ equipment, each movement eliciting a pulsating note. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Wasn't she Yichanga? Could she be the resident singer of this bar? Xia Xiaobai stared fixedly at the beauty on the DJ platform. The brilliant lights shone on her enchanting figure, making her even more mesmerizing. Xiaobai, over here. Xia Xiaobai was jolted back to reality by Zhou Qing's shout. Looking up, she saw a group of over 10 people sitting on a sofa in the corner. Zhao Qing, Zhou Qing, Mo Zihan, Li Liang, and 7 or 8 beautiful girls Xia Xiaobai didn't recognize. They were all young, remarkably lovely, dressed flamboyantly, revealing their fair skin and fragrant shoulders. Xia Xiaobai didn't expect Mo Zihan to be here. To be honest, she was still quite scared of this guy. She could only walk over as Zhao Qing made space for her, allowing her to sit beside a beautiful girl with short hair. Zhou Qing looked at Xia Xiaobai and explained to the girls, this is our dorm's 5th member, Xia Xiaobai, a total pretty boy. The girls all stood up surrounding Xia Xiaobai in the center, giggling. Wow, what a handsome boy. I want him tonight. The short-haired girl leaned against Xia Xiaobai with a smile. The other girls nearby were unhappy. Xiaoling, why do you say you want him? He's not your possession. Exactly, with such a handsome boy, I really adore him. A long-legged girl handed a drink to Xia Xiaobai. Will you drink a few cups with me? As she spoke, her fingers traced circles on Xia Xiaobai's chest. What puzzled her was how soft it felt. Just as she was about to poke, she was pulled away by a long-haired girl. Xiaobai, go right. My name is Gigi. Would you like to dance with me? Zhao Cheng stood up, took a sip of beer, and said, Ladies, I didn't see you being this enthusiastic towards me earlier. The long-legged girl rolled her eyes at him. Are you more handsome than Xia Xiaobai? Wow, I just realized that Xia Xiaobai's skin is even smoother and whiter than mine. I'm so envious. No, I must devour you tonight. Xia Xiaobai was surrounded by several flamboyant beauties, each chiming in, uncertain whether to cry or laugh. If it were before, her little friends would definitely have happily greeted them. Now she could only sit aside and stare blankly. Zhao Cheng helplessly said, You probably don't know, but your Xiaobai Gu is already a taken man with a girlfriend. Xia Xiaobai took a small sip of the drink handed to her by a girl and directly spat it out upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words. She didn't expect Zhao Cheng to bring this up, instantly feeling like she had shot herself in the foot. The short-haired beauty pouted, Xiaobai Gu, you can't be serious. Do you really have a girlfriend? Xia Xiaobai looked at the girl with her beautiful eyes and explained, Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend, just a single dog. He probably envies my popularity and is spreading rumors that I have a girlfriend, Zhao Cheng said with a crooked smile. Xiaobai, stop pretending. Your girlfriend is a literary girl, right? Mo Zihan frowned upon hearing this and suddenly thought of the girl he met today. She indeed had a strong literary vibe, instantly making him curious about Xia Xiaobai's feminine girlfriend. Zhao Cheng took out his phone, opened the album, and showed the photos he took at the library today. The girls looked at the girl in the photo, as she had long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a simple white skirt. Though plain, she had a unique literary charm. Her appearance was gentle and sweet, her rosy lips curling into a smile, as if she had walked out of a poem. The girls felt somewhat overshadowed in her presence, even unable to lift their heads. Isn't this girl too beautiful? Zhao Cheng, you didn't use Photoshop, right? How many layers did you smooth it out? Zhao Cheng proudly replied, I guarantee with my character that there's absolutely no Photoshop used. Mo Zihan stared at the girl in the photo, stunned. Is it her? Is she Xia Xiaobai's girlfriend? Zhao Cheng continued, her name is Xiaobai. Moreover, she has personally admitted to having slept with Xiaobai a few times, praising his skills as excellent. Mo Zihan was stunned, as if something shattered within him. That kind of artistic beauty had shared a bed with a guy like Xia Xiaobai. His heart tightened, and he directly smashed his cup on the ground with a bang, startling those around him. Zhou Qing asked, puzzled, Are you okay, Zihan Go? Mo Zihan glared fiercely at Xia Xiaobai, recalling how Chu Qiushi had been kissed by him, and the white-skirted girl too. Instantly, he was filled with envy and jealousy towards Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was frightened by Mo Zihan's gaze. Could he still be haunted by what happened with Chu Qiushi? She must have pried a corner of Mo Zihan's wall. He wouldn't come over to kill me, would he? Thinking this, Xia Xiaobai broke out in a cold sweat. She knew how fierce Mo Zihan was in a fight. Ultimately, Mo Zihan calmed down, sitting aside in deep. Although the nearby girls also liked Mo Zihan's kind of handsomeness, they found him too fierce and didn't dare to get to. The long-legged girl wanted to pour him a drink, Zihan Go, but Mo Zihan merely shot her a cold glance, scaring the long-legged girl into silence. She could only sit back down in a wronged manner. The short-haired girl looked at Xia Xiaobai with a delicate expression, shaking his arm like a spoiled child. Xiaobai, do you really have a girlfriend? She still unwillingly asked. Xia Xiaobai vigorously denied, of course not. Zhao Cheng is definitely spreading rumors. My body is still very pure. Ladies tonight try to ravage me. His words made the girls call out, wah wah wah. That scoundrel Zhao Cheng's reputation really isn't worth much. Exactly, Xiaobai Gu, I believe you. They didn't pursue the matter further. After all, everyone was still young. Although they were all adults, discussing marriage was really too early. Zhou Qing gazed longingly at the beautiful Yi Chang'e on the DJ platform. Zhao Qing also took out his phone to shoot a short video. Xia Xiaobai asked, You often come here, hasn't anyone gotten? She asked with a hint of pride as she had Yi change his WeChat, and it was she who had taken the initiative to add her. Zhou Qing cast a helpless glance at Xia Xiaobai, who was holding a glass of XO. Xiaobai, is this your first time at this nightclub? The person in question isn't just any bar girl. There are many boys wanting to pursue her, yet she remains single. Zhao Qing also wore a lecherous expression as he looked at Yi Chang'e on the DJ stage above. Xiaobai, why don't you give it a try? Perhaps she likes your pretty boy face, and then you could be a kept man. After all, she is the owner of this place, and she has 5 or 6 similar nightclubs. Xia Xiaobai opened his cherry-like mouth in surprise, realizing that Yi Chang'e was the owner here. For a nightclub of this scale, it's not impossible to make over 10 million in net profit in a year. Xia Xiaobai originally thought she was just a resident singer, but was surprised to find out she was a wealthy and beautiful owner. At that moment, a short-haired girl asked, By the way, why hasn't Qiushi come? Isn't tonight her birthday? She squinted at Mo Zihan and said, Zihan, aren't you always pursuing Qiushi? The short-haired girl's question made Zhou Qing, Zhao Cheng Xia Xiaobai, and Imo Zihan feel a bit awkward. After all, Xia Xiaobai currently had an unclear relationship with Chu Qiushi. Imo Zihan merely took a cold swig from his drink, feeling an overwhelming frustration. How could either Chu Qiushi or Bai he like someone as effeminate as Xia Xiaobai? He really didn't understand. Lighting a cigarette was the only way to dispel his unease. At that moment, a stunning figure dressed provocatively walked over and said, "Sorry everyone, I was delayed by some matters. I'll pour myself a drink." The crowd turned their gaze to see Chu Qiushi in a refreshing fitted blue dress. The dress perfectly showcased her curvy figure, her 36C chest very eye-catching, and her long straight legs smooth and flawless. Her hair was still damp, suggesting she had just taken a shower. She walked over and plopped down beside Xia Xiaobai, her long, beautiful legs crossed. With her jade-like hand, she snatched the glass Xia Xiaobai had been drinking from, filled it with red wine, and downed it in one go. The wine residue at the corner of her petite mouth was delicately brought to her lips as she looked at Xia Xiaobai. "You don't mind, do you, Xiaobai?" Xia Xiaobai was also dazzled by Chu Qiushi's beauty. Her glossy red lips curved into a slight arc accompanied by a faint smile. That graceful figure, her long, overlapping white legs, and her full chest were all tugging at Xia Xiaobai. Feeling the gaze of such a stunning beauty on him, Xia Xiaobai blushed slightly. "As long as you like it." Chu Qiushi was amused by his reaction, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Xia Xiaobai felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't handle the teasing from this woman. She was too beautiful, her eyes too enchanting, her skin too fair, and her figure too perfect. Everything about her was exactly Xia Xiaobai's type, and the fragrance of beauty wafting from her almost intoxicated him. Faced with a girl he liked, Xia Xiaobai became nervous, even his speech became muddled. A long-haired beauty beside them suddenly asked, "Sister Qiushi, you don't really like Xiaobai, do you?" Chu Qiushi flicked her dark hair and smiled charmingly. "Don't you all know that Xia Xiaobai and I are dating? Or is it that Imo Zihan hasn't told you?" That last sentence she clearly said on purpose. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing were stunned. They thought Xia Xiaobai was still in a tug-of-war with Imo Zihan. They never expected Xia Xiaobai was already taken. Anyone with eyes could see that a storm was brewing within Imo Zihan. Especially when he looked at Xia Xiaobai, there was a look that seemed like he wanted to kill him. Xia Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Oh, Chu Qiushi, she was pretending to be his girlfriend. Zhou Qing and Zhao Qing each handed a glass of wine to Imo Zihan. "Here, Zihan, have a drink to calm down. By the way, isn't today meant to celebrate the birthday of the campus beauty Chu? Have you all prepared gifts? Now I declare it's time for gift giving." The people around began to take out the small gifts they had prepared for Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi was also happily receiving them, saying, "Thank you so much, everyone." Imo Zihan reluctantly handed over the gift he had prepared long ago, which was a brooch from Chanel. Several girls were dazzled. "Wow, this brooch I've seen on Chanel's official site for over 10,000. The material is pure gold inlaid with sapphires. No wonder it's from young Master Imo. By the way, Xiaobai, what gift did you prepare for Sister Qiushi?" The short-haired girl asked expectantly. Xia Xiaobai had no idea what to say. He didn't even know it was Chu Qiushi's birthday tonight. He came here on a whim. He truly had no idea that tonight's event was to celebrate Chu Qiushi's birthday. Zhao Cheng. In fact, he forgot to tell Xia Xiaobai that today was Chu Qiushi's birthday. Chu Qiushi had actually told him long ago to inform Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi looked at Zhao Cheng with a questioning gaze. She should have made this guy tell Xia Xiaobai. Then she covered her forehead with her jade hand, realizing that this Zhao Cheng was unreliable. Xia Xiaobai definitely had not prepared a gift, which made it difficult for him to face the situation. Nearby, several girls began to tease. "Xiaobai, you didn't really forget your girlfriend's birthday, did you?" "No way. Really didn't bring a gift." Just as Chu Qiushi was about to find a way to cover for him, Xia Xiaobai stood up. Why did Xia Xiaobai stand up? Because the system issued a task again. Triggered Series Task 3. Task requirement: please immediately present a birthday gift to Chu Qiushi. Task success: Chu Qiushi's favorability increases to 70. Each increase in favorability will change the way the other person feels about you. At 70, the other person begins to like you or has a crush on you. At 90, the other person is deeply in love with you and willing to share everything with you, including their entire self. At 100, the other person will be devoted to you, willing to contribute everything to you, including their life. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai, who stood up somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong, Xiaobai? It's okay if you didn't prepare anything." If one were to observe closely, they would notice her delicate white hands were tightly clasped. This showed she was also quite nervous and looking forward to Xia Xiaobai's gift, or perhaps something he would do for her. Did he want to kiss her? Thinking of this, Chu Qiushi's beautiful eyes became even more enchanting. She shyly lowered her head, a few strands of hair falling with the motion. Xia Xiaobai whispered a few words in her ear. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai in surprise. They watched as Xia Xiaobai walked up to the stage. Zhao Qing couldn't help but comment, "No way, when did Xiaobai become so brave? This is in front of a huge audience, you know." Zhou Qing shrugged, saying, "What if she sings out of tune? That would be embarrassing." Several girls laughed, saying, "You don't understand. If there's love in the heart, even if the one you like sings out of tune, it's still happiness in your heart. Right, Sister Chiyoshi? Chu Chiyoshi felt a sweet sensation in her heart as Xia Xiaobai kissed her forehead and responded with a soft She sat beside with her long, beautiful legs crossed, interestedly watching the stage. We just have to wait and see, right? Yi Chang'e was still interacting with the audience when he noticed a familiar figure. Xia Xiaobai thought she won't come to flirt with me, will she? Gathering her courage, she smiled at her. Sister Yi, I'm sorry, can I borrow the stage to sing a song? Today is my friend's birthday. Yi Chang'e felt a bit disappointed realizing she wasn't there to flirt with him. Instead, she was going to sing for her birthday friend. She instinctively asked, is it a boy or a girl? Xia Xiaobai honestly replied, a girl. Yi Chang'e asked, is she pretty? Xia Xiaobai said, very pretty. Yi Chang'e responded, is she prettier than me? Xia Xiaobai replied, more beautiful than you. Yi Chang'e, alright, I won't disturb you from pursuing someone prettier than me. Her voice seemed slightly irritated. I want to see how she is prettier than me. The lights in the venue dimmed, and Yi Chang'e prepared a piano for Xia Xiaobai as requested. She never expected this handsome young man could also play the piano to woo a girlfriend. If she were a few years younger, she might have pursued him herself, but at 25, she thought she wasn't too old. In the prime of her youth, Xia Xiaobai sat confidently at the piano in the center of the stage. The lights focused solely on her, and the surroundings quieted down. Everyone in the bar was captivated by her. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and a few strands of bangs danced in the breeze. Her lips were red and teeth white, her skin as fair as snow. The audience was already amazed by her. Wow, what a beautiful young man. No way shouldn't it be a stunning young lady. Xia Xiaobai looked up and smiled at Chu Chiyoshi, her delicate fingers pressing the piano keys. Chu Chiyoshi, stirring the ice in her drink, froze, her beautiful eyes focused entirely on her, with warm feelings flowing in her heart. The melodious piano melody began to resonate all around. As the lyrics flowed from her cherry-red lips, she sang with her ethereal voice. Song, why not? I wish it would rain, you, I want to live next to you. I'm just standing under your building counting the clouds. If a piano appears in the scene. Her performance had already amazed everyone present. People in the bar put down their drinks and sang along with her lyrics, waving their phones in the air. I sing this song for you. There's no particular style, it simply represents that I want to bring you joy. I thaw the frozen river for you, I become a moth to the flame for you, nothing is too much. Even those who couldn't sing took out their phones to record the scene and share it on social media. Or upload it to platforms like Douyin or Bilibili. Wow, that sounds amazing. Young man, I love you. Several beautiful girls shouted, slightly infatuated. Damn, she must be a girl as she's too cool and handsome. Bro, I'm in love tonight. Yi Chang'e stood on the stage watching this scene. Both the piano and singing were top-notch. It truly didn't seem like something a student could achieve. Even professional singers might not compare to her. Yi Chang'e even had the thought of hiring her as a resident singer for his night venue. Xia Xiaobai sang the lyrics. I hope you are happy, I toss and turn for you. Giving up the world for you, why not? In the late summer and early autumn, it has a touch of warmth. Changing seasons. Colors. When the song ended and the piano fell silent, Xia Xiaobai's gaze landed on Chu Chiyoshi, and she smiled at her. This song is dedicated to my friend Chu Chiyoshi, who has a birthday today. All eyes and lights followed Xia Xiaobai's gaze to Chu Chiyoshi. Another beautiful girl. Mom, I'm heartbroken, it turns out she really is a boy. Damn, so this is a really pretty boy, and I'm even more excited. I think they might be lesbians. Chu Chiyoshi was deeply moved by Xia Xiaobai's singing, her eyes sparkling with tears, even with a hint of mist. She really liked this beautiful boy more and more. Yi Chang'e was also stunned at this scene, not expecting Xia Xiaobai's friend to be Chu Yaotu. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, looking somewhat displeased, then she sighed, supporting her delicate fingers on her forehead and shaking her head. Task Lily Series Task 3 completed. Chu Kyux's favorability increased to 70. Xia Xiaobai looked at Chu Kyux's favorability. According to the previous analysis, she should have developed feelings for him, or perhaps has a crush. The system immediately replied, this still depends on the host's performance. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. If the host mishandles their relationship, Chu Kyux's favorability will decrease accordingly. This system merely visualizes the favorability. Xia Xiaobai returned to their spot, and several girls looked at her with infatuated eyes. Xiaobai, you were amazing. They nearly wanted to take her right then and there. Chu Chiyoshi patted the seat beside her for Xia Xiaobai to sit down. Xia Xiaobai was more than happy to sit next to her. Zhao Cheng had already exclaimed several times, Xiaobai. After living in the same dorm for over 3 years, this is the first time I knew you could sing so beautifully and play the piano. Zhou Qing quickly handed a drink to Xia Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, you're incredible. If you had shown this skill earlier, damn, what girl would be out of reach? You should have dumped that woman, Feng Xiaolan. The long-haired girl was stunned. Feng Xiaolan. She's from our class. No way, she's Xiaobai's ex-girlfriend. Did she really dump Xiaobai? Xia Xiaobai wished she could strangle Zhou Qing. This was clearly her shining moment, yet Zhou Qing mentioned something so embarrassing. She could only stubbornly say, come on, there are plenty of fish in the sea, ooh, I won't just enjoy one flower. Chu Chiyoshi, resting her elegant hand on her chin, playfully asked, so how many flowers does our Xiaobai like? Xia Xiaobai understood that Chu Qiushi was teasing her, she was just being cheeky. If it's someone like you Qiushi, a beautiful girl, I would be satisfied with just one flower. Chu Qiushi poured herself a drink, gently sipping it with her rose petal-like lips. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xia Xiaobai, who was joking with everyone. For the first time she cared so much about a boy, had she really fallen for Xia Xiaobai. But he truly was very beautiful. Chu Qiushi never thought she would meet a boy even more beautiful than girls. She thought about how she was already 18, what was wrong with falling for a beautiful boy. Mo Zihuan watched as Chu Qiushi rested her chin on her hand, gazing affectionately at Xia Xiaobai while sipping her drink. It dawned on him that he had completely lost to Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi had already consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Her fair cheeks, slightly flushed with inebriation, and her once neat hair, now fell loosely around her. Her beautiful eyes rippled with a soft glow. Xia Xiaobai knew her alcohol tolerance was poor. No matter how much others tried to pour her drinks, she would only take a small sip. Basically, she was drinking soda. Xiaobai, will you drink with me? Chu Qiushi said with a slightly coquettish tone. Xia Xiaobai initially wanted to refuse. But Chu Qiuxi's next words made it impossible for her to decline. Chu Qiushi took Xia Xiaobai's hand and led her to a dimly lit corner where no one was around, her slender left hand pressing Xia Xiaobai against the dark wall. Blushing slightly, she whispered in Xia Xiaobai's ear, "Shall we drink a cup together?" How could Xia Xiaobai resist Chu Qiuxi's temptation? After all, she had seen enough dramas. This is something only couples do when they get married, right? Her voice was somewhat stammering. Chu Qiushi rubbed her face against Xia Xiaobai's cheek, the soft contact making both of them feel warm and delicate. With her jade-like hands, she poured 2 glasses of red wine, one for herself and one for Xia Xiaobai. Their 2 long fair arms crossed together, resembling a sweet couple drinking from the same cup. Chu Qiushi took a light sip, leaving a cherry-red lip print on the glass wall with her delicate rose petal-like lips. Xia Xiaobai was not very good at drinking. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai and said, "Shall we switch and drink?" Xia Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, and when she saw the lip print on the wine glass, she understood. Chu Qiushi threw her a flirtatious glance, as if to say, "Don't you want to taste it?" Xia Xiaobai swallowed her saliva, gazing at Chu Qiuxi's crystalline red lips that resembled ripe cherry blossoms. She quickly agreed, "All right, let's switch and drink." A few people in the distance watched the two in the dark corner. Zhao Cheng remarked enviously, "Xiaobai is truly blessed with luck managing to charm our academy's belle like this." He grinned at a girl nearby, saying, "How about we drink imported wine?" The girl shot him a glance. "Dream on." "Of course, if you make me happy, a kiss on the cheek wouldn't be too much to ask," Zhao Cheng replied helplessly. "Just a kiss on the cheek? How boring," the pretty girl said playfully. "I might not even bother with you," he retorted. Time quickly passed, and it was soon past 1 in the morning. Although it was still the weekend, they all felt tired. In the end, Zhao Cheng didn't manage to kiss the girl's cheek. Chu Qiushi found it amusing as she supported the already tipsy Xia Xiaobai. Watching Xia Xiaobai, whose usually lively eyes were now hazy and dreamy, and smelling her unique fragrance only made one want to get closer. Zhao Cheng exchanged glances with Zhou Qing and said, "Chu Belle, we entrust Xiaobai to your care." Chu Qiushi was somewhat taken aback, holding the drunken, whimpering Xia Xiaobai in her arms. "Aren't you taking her back to the dorm?" Zhou Qing chuckled. "It's still the weekend, and Zhao Cheng and I have a second round, so we won't be going back to the dorm." A few of the girls smartly took a cab to leave. "Goodbye, Qiushi." Only Chu Qiushi remained, holding the whimpering Xia Xiaobai, feeling a bit disheveled in the wind. She thought bringing her back to the apartment for the night wouldn't be too much, right? After all, she was already drunk. She couldn't just leave her on the street. Chu Qiushi hesitated a little, as she was a girl bringing a guy home. She was not the kind of bad girl who falls in love at first sight. Chu Qiushi, a delicate girl, was already exhausted from supporting the tipsy Xia Xiaobai. To her surprise, Xia Xiaobai was much lighter than she had imagined, his body soft and fragrant. Since she had known she would be drinking at the bar, she hadn't driven and had to call a taxi. After getting out of the car, Chu Qiushi struggled to help Xia Xiaobai into a high-end apartment complex. She really hadn't expected Xia Xiaobai's alcohol tolerance to be so low. He was already drunk after just half a bottle of red wine. It was worse than a girl. A cold breeze blew at night, and Xia Xiaobai was already shivering awake halfway. She realized she was nestled against Chu Qiuxi's snowy shoulder with her waist held by Chu Qiushi. She immediately pretended to be asleep. Back in the apartment, which was nearly 90 square meters, it could be considered quite large. Chu Qiushi didn't turn on the lights in the living room. She was sharing it with someone else. The living room was shared, but there were 2 separate suites, perfectly accommodating one person, each creating a little private space. Her roommate was also a beautiful woman who was the landlord. The reason Chu Qiushi rented this apartment was that it was very close to the academy, just a 2-kilometer distance, taking less than 5 minutes by car. If jogging, it would only take about 10 minutes. Chu Qiushi carefully opened her room door, which could be considered a micro-apartment. Except for the lack of a kitchen, it had everything else: a separate bathroom with a bathtub and a small balcony with flowers. A large bed could comfortably fit 3 people, and rolling around alone was a delight. In front of the bed was a sleek 60-inch television perfect for binge-watching shows and movies. There was also a makeup table and a full-length mirror. The wardrobe took up most of the room. There was still space for a sofa and a dining table. The entire room was decorated in a delicate girlish style, looking incredibly neat and clean. Tsuchiyoshi was already exhausted glancing at the large bed and the sofa, feeling a bit hesitant about where to place. She was somewhat of a neat freak and was unsure about having a large man who hadn't showered. However, she felt the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from Xiaobai. He must have showered before coming to the bar, and ultimately Tsuchiyoshi decided to place him beside the bed. After all, she had gradually grown fond of this handsome, clean, fair-skinned boy. Tsuchiyoshi sat beside him for a while, admiring his exquisite fair face, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Xiaobai, wake up. Tsuchiyoshi noticed that Xiaobai had truly fallen asleep. She walked over to the window and drew back the curtains, revealing an apartment that faced the riverbank. The night outside was serene, with countless twinkling stars. The wind carried the coolness of late summer into the apartment, causing her long dark hair to sway in the breeze. After letting the tranquil summer wind cool her down, she felt refreshed. Tsuchiyoshi returned to the bedside and took a set of cool pajamas, standing in front of the mirror to admire her slim. Tsuchiyoshi nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "It seems I've been managing my figure quite well lately, and there's no need for excessive dieting." She even stepped onto a scale to check her weight, 105 gene. "My weight is also well controlled." Xiaobai, pretending to be asleep, pondered that it seems like beauties like them need to constantly manage their fit. Tsuchiyoshi tidied up the scale and inadvertently glanced at the bedside, suddenly remembering that there was still a boy there. Oh no, I forgot Xiaobai was still here. After confirming several times that Xiaobai was indeed asleep, she finally relaxed. A charming smile appeared on her lovely face. "Xiaobai, I realize that I'm really falling more and more in love with you," she said, continuing to admire herself for a while before reluctantly heading into the bathroom. Lying on Chu Kyux's bed, Xiaobai opened her beautiful eyes as she saw the other girl enter the bathroom. The scent of beauty mixed with a hint of red wine intoxicated her. She had never imagined that one day she would enter the fragrant room of a campus beauty. Although she couldn't see what was happening inside, the sound of running water could be heard. Reciting a poem softly, the spring chill grants a bath in the hucking pool. The hot spring water glides over the delicate skin. After 40 minutes, Tsuchiyoshi emerged from the bathroom, comfortably drying her hair. Her beautiful face, free of light makeup, may have lost a bit of color, but it looked even more delicate and smooth. Xiaobai, no longer pretending to be asleep, opened her arms, wanting to embrace the beauty stepping out of the bath. Tsuchiyoshi smiled brightly and said, "You're awake. All right, go take a shower. You've been playing all night and must be a bit smelly." Xiaobai instinctively sniffed her own fair arm. "I don't smell bad. It's fragrant. You can smell it if you don't believe me." Tsuchiyoshi almost leaned in to sniff, but managed to hold back. "Tsuchiyoshi, you need to be a bit more reserved. Go on, hurry, and take a shower," she urged. After Xiaobai stood up, she hesitated, saying, "But I don't have any change of clothes." Tsuchiyoshi, stepping lightly, went to the nearby wardrobe and rummaged for a moment. She pulled out a set of boys' clothes and handed them to Xiaobai. "Here, use this set of clothes." Xiaobai was taken aback. She looked at Tsuchiyoshi with a hint of distraction and asked in surprise, "How could there be boys' clothes in your room?" Her tone carried a hint of anxious questioning. Tsuchiyoshi looked at Xiaobai's nervous demeanor and couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing softly. "What are you, angry?" "All right, these are my little brother's clothes. He comes over to my house for a day or two every month. But I can honestly tell you that you are the first boy to enter my room. Even when my little brother comes here, if he tries anything funny, I kick him out to sleep in the hall." Xiaobai felt happy hearing this, realizing she was the only one. However, she also felt a bit displeased with the author. According to the plot, shouldn't she have a beautiful sister-in-law instead? Why was there an unexpected little brother? Xiaobai asked, "Do you have any sisters or older sisters?" Tsuchiyoshi shrugged her fragrant shoulders and replied, "I only have one younger brother who is a few years younger than me." "Are you wanting an older sister?" She chuckled. "I'll tell you, the one I share the apartment with is a stunning older sister with an amazing figure." Xiaobai's beautiful eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Really?" But then she realized she had fallen into a trap. A Chu Kyux's delicate hand was on her waist, looking at her coldly. "What? Do you really like beautiful older sisters with great figures?" Xiaobai, "Indeed, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Isn't this deliberately digging a pit for me? One has to ask, what healthy-minded boy wouldn't like stunning older sisters with great figures?" Even if she no longer had that, it couldn't stop her from liking beautiful women. Xiaobai stepped out after her shower, using the towel that Tsuchiyoshi usually employed, gently drying the water droplets on her delicate face. The half-exposed, icy shoulder of Tsuchiyoshi, smooth as jade, and her skin glistening with water, like freshly fallen snow, made her look increasingly charming, resembling a beautiful bath maiden. She had thought she would never fall in love with a boy in this lifetime, but unexpectedly fate had brought Xiaobai into her. After they finished drying their hair, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous, and it was already 2 in the morning. At that moment, they spoke simultaneously. Tsuchiyoshi said, "How about?" Xiaobai replied, "Tonight, Chu Qiushi shyly said you go first. Xia Xiaobai certainly wanted to stay in the room, but was it too soon? Moreover, she felt guilty after all she was currently in a female body. If she lost control, and Chu Qiushi discovered she was actually a male, wouldn't it mean the beautiful girlfriend he worked so hard to pursue would vanish? Maybe it was better to wait until she was psychologically prepared and elevated her feelings before proceeding. They'll just sleep in the living room. Xia Xiaobai clenched her fist, determined to endure for the sake of their future happiness. Just as she was about to get up, Chu Qiushi gently pulled her back with her warm hand, saying, "Don't. I'm scared of the dark and I'm afraid to sleep alone." She had already been quite reserved, and Chu Qiuxi's feelings for Xia Xiaobai were on the verge of breaking down her defenses. Xia Xiaobai felt the sudden application of facial cleanser, the creamy skin exuding a faint fragrance. She certainly knew that Chu Qiushi was using an excuse to keep her there to sleep. Chu Qiushi continued, "It's just sleeping, no touching." She understood the nature of boys. Those who easily get girls tend to not cherish them, while their idealized love always appears most precious. Xia Xiaobai playfully poked her cheek and quickly lay down on the bed. Chu Qiushi blushed at his swift actions, giving him a glance. Wearing a loose nightgown, she yawned sleepily before turning off the light. Chu Qiushi lay awake, gazing at the beautiful night view of the riverside outside. Her mind was racing, and just then Xia Xiaobai unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, causing her heart to race with tension. What would happen if he took the next step? Would she give in to him? No, absolutely not, as she couldn't let the boy just have her like that. But if she didn't want to give him that, would he no longer like her and feel disheartened, thinking she was just a heartless girl toying with his feelings? Xia Xiaobai's dating history was something she had heard from Zhao Cheng, who had been deceived by a heartless girl into helping her top up her meal card. When she heard this, Chu Qiushi nearly laughed until she cried. Thinking back, she still felt that Xia Xiaobai was quite pitiful. Just as Chu Qiushi was lost in her thoughts, Xia Xiaobai, still under the influence of residual alcohol, had already fallen asleep in the embrace of the beautiful and fragrant girl. A steady and healthy breath came from behind her. Chu Qiushi turned around, and they faced each other, their delicate noses almost touching. Feeling the warm and sweet breath of Xia Xiaobai flowing out from his lips like the fragrance of orchids, her heart fluttered. She truly didn't understand how a boy could smell so wonderful. A sweet smile appeared on Chu Qiuxi's face as she playfully nibbled on Xia Xiaobai's earlobe, their intimacy resembling that of sweethearts. Nothing happened throughout the night. Until the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, the serene beauty of both girls transformed the air into a comforting warmth. Xia Xiaobai slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Chu Qiuxi's flawless natural beauty. She couldn't quite believe this was real and pinched her cheek, exclaiming ouch in pain. Her large watery eyes nearly overflowed with tears. She had really slept next to Chu Qiushi last night. Although nothing substantial had occurred, wasn't this a beautiful first step? Everything would only get better from here. Chu Qiushi was still asleep, perhaps having drunk too much last night. Her beautiful face was even softer in the morning light, her lips slightly parted, revealing her small white teeth. Xia Xiaobai gently picked up Chu Qiuxi's slightly disheveled hair, the girl's fragrance enveloping her senses. Maybe her actions tickled Chu Qiushi as her eyelashes fluttered and finally opened. Chu Qiushi seemed still not fully awake, her misty eyes looking at Xia Xiaobai, her lips slightly pouting as if waiting for a kiss. Unable to resist, Xia Xiaobai bent down and pressed her lips against her. Chu Qiuxi's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily unable to react, wondering why there was someone else in her room. Was he still kissing me? You? Xia Xiaobai blinked her amber eyes in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Qiushi?" Seeing that it was Xia Xiaobai, Chu Qiushi finally reacted. Covering her forehead, she shook her head, her pretty face slightly flushed. "It's nothing." Having drunk too much last night, the alcohol had emboldened her to invite Xia Xiaobai to sleep in her bed. "Qiushi dear, aren't you getting up? I've made breakfast." Chu Qiushi could only respond, "I got it, I just got up." The woman outside did not continue shouting, "I told you it would be bad if it goes cold," then returned to the living room. She looked at Xia Xiaobai go wash up first, handing her a new toothbrush, toothpaste cup, and towel. 10 minutes later, Chu Qiushi pulled Xia Xiaobai to the door, pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on the commode. Xia Xiaobai, feeling a bit speechless, asked, "What are you doing? We're dating openly, why does it feel like we're sneaking around?" In the meantime, she had already grasped the doorknob. Chu Qiushi said shyly, "Let's say we've been together for a long time." After saying that, she took Xia Xiaobai's hand and proactively opened the door. She had decided that since they were going to date, there was no need to be timid. Chu Qiushi led Xia Xiaobai into the living room. Sure enough, sitting at the table across was an exceptionally beautiful and sexy woman. Why did she seem sexy? Because her attire was extremely revealing. A casual white t-shirt and jeans perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Her fair long legs were casually crossed, swaying gently, and her delicate toes were painted with bright red nail polish, looking both sexy and beautiful. On the table was the latest model of an Apple laptop, and she was seriously reviewing some materials. Xia Xiaobai recognized her at once. Yi Chang'e. No way. Chu Qiuxi's beautiful landlord was actually her. Good morning, sister, Yi Chu Chioshi said as she and Xia Xiaobai sat opposite her. Yi Chang'e bit her chopsticks and murmured, lightly glancing up slightly. When her gaze fell on the evasive Xia Xiaobai, she was momentarily stunned. Hey, isn't this the boy who peeped at me on the bus? Yi Chang'e asked Xia Xiaobai, her sexy lips forming the words as her fingers deliberately gestured at her chest. Xia Xiaobai's fair forehead immediately broke out in a thin sheen of sweat. Could it be such a coincidence? Yi Chang'e never expected that the seemingly reserved Chu Chioshi would actually bring a boy home for the night. This instantly made her even more interested in Xia Xiaobai. She playfully wiggled her long, delicate foot and accidentally brushed against Xia Xiaobai's calf. She vowed that it was not on purpose. Xia Xiaobai also sensed it. Lowering her head, she noticed it was a sensual jade foot. Could it be that her charm had reached a level where beautiful girls were now infatuated with her? Xia Xiaobai looked at Yi Chang'e with suspicion in her beautiful eyes, as if to say, "Fairy, don't tease me. I already have a girlfriend." Yi Chang'e was amused by her cute and pretty appearance, her charming face beaming with a smile. Chu Chioshi, what happened? Where am I? Why does my head feel like it's emitting green light? Yi Chang'e and Xia Xiaobai seemed to be exchanging glances filled with affection as she stretched out her delicate hand to pinch Xia Xiaobai's waist. Xia Xiaobai immediately looked up with big watery eyes, feigning a pitiful expression as she looked at Chu Chioshi. Chu Chioshi was also quite taken by this tactic, her heart softening at the sight of Xiaobai's beautiful, pitiful eyes. Chu Chioshi asked, "Do you two seem to know each other?" Yi Chang'e chuckled. Yesterday, this handsome and pretty young man stunned the entire audience with his performance of What's Wrong with That? How could I not know him? I'm even considering whether to invite him to be a resident singer at our biggest nightclub for a high fee. You see, some of my big boss clients have already inquired. Most of them are wealthy young masters or rich, beautiful women. The most frequent question is whether Xia Xiaobai is a boy or a girl. It's too hard to tell. Chu Chioshi also took a look at the notebook, glancing at those big clients and private messages. Some even boldly offered a price for an overnight stay. The prices range from 10,000 to several tens of thousands. Who are these people? I won't let Xiaobai go out and expose herself. Xia Xiaobai, of course, had no interest. In fact, she didn't like the atmosphere of nightclubs. Yi Chang'e sighed, supporting her fragrant chin with her palm. My price is 500 for a night. If there are tips from clients, you can keep them all no matter how much. To be honest, our nightclub is not short of wealthy women worth over 100 million. They are willing to spend a lot of money for the little puppy they like. For example, she turned her gaze to Chu Chioshi, smiling brightly. Xia Xiaobai found Yi Chang'e's offer too tempting. 500 for a night means a monthly income of over 10,000 plus tips. Chu Chioshi watched Xia Xiaobai's eyes light up and nudged her gently. What are you thinking? We are just college students. We should focus on our studies. Nightlife just wastes youth. Yi Chang'e clapped her hands. All right, college students should indeed prioritize their studies. However, I warmly welcome Brother Xiaobai to come to our company's nightclubs more often. In this city, our company has a total of 5 nightclubs. She looked at Chu Chioshi. Chioshi, don't forget you are a shareholder in our company. I think about it for the company's sake. Chu Chioshi waved her hand. Forget it. I just invested for fun. It's enough to have you as the major shareholder and boss looking out for things. Chu Chioshi had other matters to attend to, and Xia Xiaobai could only reluctantly say goodbye with a kiss. In the days that followed, Xia Xiaobai completed many tasks and her appearance grew increasingly feminine. After school, she walked through the increasingly hot campus as the semester was coming to an end and summer vacation was approaching. She walked leisurely in the shaded areas of the campus, her left hand holding a bottle of soda. Nothing felt better than sipping ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. If only she had a spicy chicken leg burger. Conveniently, her right hand was holding one. As the sunset cast its golden rays upon the earth, the entire campus was draped in a golden veil resembling cicada wings, and the ground was shrouded in mysterious hues. A cool summer breeze blew. Xia Xiaobai tilted her chin slightly, took a deep breath, her glass-like pupils reflecting the glow of the sunset. Today she wore a very androgynous and cool outfit, her skin smooth and glistening with a light sheen, like X. On her upper body, she wore a cute cartoon t-shirt, and on her lower body pure white shorts showcased her long, beautiful legs perfectly. Surrounding boys began to look at her and whisper again. Even if she didn't intentionally listen, she could guess what they were discussing, mainly how beautiful she was. They were thinking about how they could play with those legs for 100 years, whether she had a boyfriend, or if they should approach her for her WeChat. Don't ask how Xia Xiaobai knew so well. It was because she had discussed these topics when she was with Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing while admiring beautiful girls. Can I add you on WeChat, beautiful? A bespectacled boy urged by his friends couldn't help but walk over to Xia Xiaobai to ask for her WeChat. Xia Xiaobai could only force a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm a guy, not a beauty." She was puzzled. Could it be that she was really becoming more feminine? Recently, the number of boys asking her for WeChat had been increasing, from patiently explaining at first to now simply feeling helpless. The boy was momentarily stunned and did not react right away. He looked closely at Xia Xiaobai's exquisite and beautiful face and began to feel a bit nervous. Combined with the sweet fragrance of a pretty girl emanating from her fair skin, it made him even more anxious. Xia Xiaobai helplessly covered her forehead with her delicate hand. Looking at this younger student, she seemed to see her past self. However, she would not give the other party any chance, because she does not swing that way. I said I'm a guy, you can go back and tell your friends. After saying that, she waved her small hand. With a cute expression of disdain, she hurriedly left the scene. Being pursued by boys like this every day was truly embarrassing. Most importantly, she was definitely a man with dreams. The allure of Yuri is infinite, but unfortunately it cannot be realized. Even if it cannot be, it is still beautiful. She definitely wouldn't engage in that. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly slipped back to the boys' dormitory and discovered that the old dormitory manager had been replaced. She hadn't taken a step into the dormitory when she was stopped by a newly arrived balding uncle in his 50s. Little girl, don't you know the rules of the boys' dormitory? Girls are not allowed to enter. Xia Xiaobai, her beautiful face filled with helplessness, could only take out her student ID and hand it to the gatekeeper uncle. Uncle, I'm a guy. The uncle looked skeptical, taking it and comparing it carefully. To be honest, she did look somewhat like her ID photo, but her real features were even more delicate and beautiful and more feminine. At that moment, the original dormitory manager walked over and smiled at Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I haven't seen you around these days. You're not out chasing girls, are you? Xia Xiaobai chuckled. Do you know I have a girlfriend, old man? The old man chuckled back. Last time Zhao Cheng brought me supper and mentioned it. He turned to the new uncle. This young man is Xia Xiaobai. Oh, I've known him for 3 years. Don't be fooled by how pretty he looks. He's a pure man, and he has a girlfriend of big campus beauty. Then I'll let him in. Xia Xiaobai greeted and entered the dormitory. The middle-aged man mumbled, the young people nowadays. Even the boys dress up and made up like girls. Xia Xiaobai returned to the dormitory and found Zhao Cheng lying on the bed looking at the latest Genshin Impact fan art. The main characters seemed to be Zhongli and Hu Tao. This was so. What surprised her was that Mo Zihan, who hadn't returned to the dormitory for ages, was also there. Truly, enemies are often in close quarters. Mo Zihan was dressed coolly today, his physique and looks ranking among the best among boys. Clad entirely in designer brands, even a single piece of his attire was likely pricier than what Xia Xiaobai wore from head to toe. He was exactly the kind of man Xia Xiaobai aspired to be. Wealthy, handsome, surrounded by a flock of girls, driving a sports car every day to charm women. Sigh, after being dumped, she had even lost her friends. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be heart-wrenching. Xia Xiaobai instinctively moved to the left to dodge him, but unexpectedly Mo Zihan also stepped to the left. They both froze for a moment, and then moved to the right at the same time, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Beside them, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but comment, hey, are you two dancing? Jump left, jump right. Xia Xiaobai blushed and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Cheng. She really wanted to go over and give this guy a good thrashing, but Mo Zihan merely looked at Xia Xiaobai with indifference. Can you let me pass? Xia Xiaobai nodded like a chick pecking at grains, of course. She awkwardly smiled at Mo Zihan, but her stunning beauty made any smile captivating. Mo Zihan was drawn in by her smile, captivated by her amber eyes, red lips, and delicate cherry-like mouth, resembling petals adorned with morning dew. Though clearly not a girl, his skin was even more beautiful and delicate, whiter than snow. Additionally, it exuded a subtle fragrance that made him feel entranced. He quickly snapped back to reality, thinking, what the hell am I thinking? The other party is a boy. Mo Zihan suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him. A shiver ran through him, his arms covered in goosebumps. Just a moment ago, he had been oddly captivated by the other person's charming smile. He forcefully shoved Xia Xiaobai back to his position and lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Xia Xiaobai nearly fell to the ground from his push. Rubbing her arm that had been hurt from the push, she mumbled, what was that for? It wasn't intentional. Little did Xia Xiaobai realize that her complaint resembled a cute girl pouting. In Mo Zihan's eyes, it appeared as if a beautiful and cute girl was acting spoiled. He hurried back to his bed and picked up a borrowed notebook from Zhao Cheng. Upon opening it, he was stunned to see the title, My Best Friend Cannot Be a Girl. Xia Xiaobai sat next to Zhao Cheng, grinning as she snatched the Genshin Impact fan comic from his hands. With her long fair legs crossed, she exclaimed, wow, I love this. Can I borrow it for a few days? Zhao Cheng wanted to snatch it back, but seeing her shaking her smooth long legs made him swallow hard. There's a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time. You aren't cross-dressing to seduce me in the boys' dorm, are you? Xia Xiaobai rolled her beautiful eyes at him and replied, even if I were to seduce someone, it wouldn't be you. I'd go for a rich and handsome guy instead. Mo Zihan's ears perked up, unable to resist glancing at that figure. He quickly focused on the comic, My Best Friend Cannot Be a Girl. He read the synopsis of the comic. It was about a male lead who had a very friendly best friend, and the two had grown up together, attending middle school and high school side by side. They even got accepted into the same university. However, what the male lead didn't know was that his best friend, who had lived and eaten with him for years, was actually a stunningly beautiful girl disguised as a boy. Ultimately, they endured numerous trials and tribulations, resulting in a love story where the couple became a pair. Mo Zihan shook his head disdainfully. At this point, comics were just that. Fantasies. Such fortune could never happen in reality. He instinctively glanced in Xia Xiaobai's direction. At that moment, she stood up, stretching her slender figure and revealing a tempting glow on her red lips. Covering her red lips with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes displayed a lazy expression, her long left leg swaying back and forth. "I'm going to take a shower," Xia Xiaobai said as she walked into the bathroom, holding clean clothes. Zhao Qing, acting lecherously, picked at his nose and said, "I haven't eaten yet. I'm going down to fill my stomach and invite some girls to play King of Glory and Eternal Return. By the way, make sure to return the comic to Zhou Qing after you finish." Got it so troublesome. Xia Xiaobai looked at herself in the bathroom mirror, realizing her beauty score was already at 6. It fell into the category of beauties. She leisurely removed the chest wrap from her clothes. As she revealed her smooth, curvy waist, exquisite collarbone, and arms as delicate as lotus roots, they slowly came into view. A faint fragrance lingered in the air around her fair body. She extended her right hand, gently placing it on her porcelain thigh, her skin smooth as satin, her excited hand trembling slightly. Her hand gradually moved down to her ankle, gently kneading it. Her delicate skin was warm and glistening, making it hard to look away. "What am I doing? What's so fun about my own body?" She turned on the shower, and the cool water continuously cascaded over her graceful form, the smooth skin splashing with crystalline droplets. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaobai casually cleaned her clothes and came out, hanging them up to dry. Upon entering the dorm, she realized Zhao Cheng had really slipped away. Only she and Mo Zihan remained in the dormitory. She knew very well that her relationship with Mo Zihan was quite terrible. This guy was so untrustworthy. Xia Xiaobai returned to her spot and tidied up the items on her bed. At that moment, Mo Zihan also stood up, and their eyes met. Mo Zihan looked at Xia Xiaobai, who still had a bit of moisture from her shower, like a fresh lotus emerging from water. She wore a simple t-shirt and shorts, and her skin, just bathed, looked as soft as cream, with a few crystalline droplets of water sliding down her smooth girl-like thighs. Everything was so alluring. Seeing Mo Zihan staring at her in a daze, Xia Xiaobai wondered if he had already found out she was living with Chu Qiushi. She could only muster the courage to ask him, "Oh, Zihan, I want." She instinctively took a step back, feeling somewhat scared. This must be the pain of a love rival. She knew that Mo Zihan had pursued Chu Qiushi for a year. It was abnormal for him to be willing to give up so easily in less than a month. Mo Zihan felt as if he were walking on thin ice, questioning why he felt such emotions towards Xia Xiaobai. He raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. "Idiot. The other party is a boy. How can you feel this way?" Mo Zihan suddenly struck his own face violently. Xia Xiaobai was stunned, thinking, is he so mad that he's hitting himself? Would he tonight tear her apart? She heard Xia Xiaobai scream just before she lunged toward him. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge. Thud! Their foreheads collided, and Xia Xiaobai felt a dizzying wave. She held her aching forehead with her fair hand, cursing her luck for always tripping over Mo Zihan. It took her a while to stabilize the spinning scene before her. Looking down, she noticed Mo Zihan also had a slight bruise on his forehead. Her newly bought Apple phone lay shattered on the ground. Mo Zihan glared at her with a face full of anger, his eyes seeming like they could kill. Mo Zihan angrily looked at Xia Xiaobai and said, "Looks like you really are. A copy of my best friend cannot be." A girl had also fallen on the ground, creating an awkward situation for both. Mo Zihan's forehead ached, and he was still somewhat enraged. When he saw the comic book, "My best friend can't be," a girl that had accidentally fallen to the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Xia Xiaobai, whose beautiful big eyes were also staring blankly at him. The atmosphere was suddenly extremely awkward. Xia Xiaobai bit her lip, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and their standoff lasted nearly a minute. Sweat trickled down their chins. Just as they were at a loss on how to resolve the awkwardness, Zhao Cheng returned to the dormitory, cursing. "What's up today? Not a single girl to date, what bad luck." He looked puzzled at the two of them in a standoff and asked, "I mean, are you really dancing?" His words were left unfinished. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly picked up the comic, "My best friend can't be a girl," from the ground and stuffed it into Mo Zihan's hands. She awkwardly chuckled. "Actually, I've read this comic before, it's quite good." Mo Zihan quickly explained, "Ahem, I was just bored and flipped through it for a bit. It really has no meaning at all." Zhao Qing looked at them puzzled. "It's just a comic, why is it so mysterious?" He sat back on the bed and picked up the Tifa fan comic he had read all night. It was also a Yuri comic, with the main characters naturally being Alice and Tifa. Xia Xiaobai raised her fair hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead and sat down next to Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing sniffed. "Xiaobai, you smell so good, let me lean in a bit." Xia Xiaobai disdainfully slapped away his approaching face. "Get lost, don't come so close, are you trying to be gay?" She also raised her snow-white arm to sniff. Her current sweat carried a faint scent of orange blossom. The more she sweated, the more floral fragrance wafted around. Zhao Qing clicked his tongue. "The girls I dated aren't as delicate as you." The two of them continued to stare at the newly purchased Yuri fan comic. Especially the scene in the comic where Tifa and Alice, two stunning beauties, flirt and fool around. Xia Xiaobai's mind was filled with images of her future intimacy with Chu Qiushi. Although they were already sleeping together, their relationship was not heating up as Xia Xiaobai had imagined. Chu Qiushi was very reserved. Yet in Chu Kyux's eyes, Xia Xiaobai could clearly see the fervor buried deep in her heart. She definitely needed it more than herself. Only when they closed the comic did Xia Xiaobai and Zhao Qing finally relax their tense spirits. It had to be said the scenes were too exciting. Zhao Qing raised his head, and when his gaze met Xia Xiaobai's face, he was also taken aback. Xia Xiaobai's delicate little face blushed, and her eyes sparkled with charm almost as if they could drip water. She was completely unaware, yet a hint of allure was drawn at her brow. Xiaobai, are you okay? Xia Xiaobai was pulled back from the comic and her fantasies by Zhao Qing's voice. Her expression was a bit flustered as her fingers nervously flicked her beautiful bangs. No, it's nothing. I'm going to the bathroom first. She needs to take another shower to cool down. Zhao Qing looked at her adorable appearance and really wanted to shower her with affection. What a lovely boy. Cough cough, he just fantasized in his heart. The boundary between boys and boys was a step he absolutely could not. Zhao Qing asked Mo Zihan, who was not far away. Zihan, Xiaobai used to be your roommate, right? Did he look as pretty back then as he does now? Mo Zihan, still questioning life at the side, was suddenly rendered speechless by this question. He could only I don't know who knows about this sissy's business. Zhao Qing listened to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. He couldn't help but wonder if Xia Xiaobai would do something in front of the mirror while showering. Those snow-white long legs, the slender waist, the gentle fragrance of her skin combined with her exceptionally beautiful face, everything about her. Zhao Qing had seen Xia Xiaobai's appearance after a bath and kept reminding himself that the other party was a boy. Only then did he gain some resistance, otherwise he would really turn into a beast and take her right there. After cooling down with cold water, Xia Xiaobai leisurely put on her clothes and walked out. She hung up the 2 clean pairs of pants. She found Zhao Qing actually covered with a quilt pondering something. Xia Xiaobai lifted her leg and kicked him. I borrowed your Yuri fan comic too. She decided to watch it together with Chu Qiushi. Let her look at these types of comics. I wonder if it will enhance her Yuri attributes. If it really could, that would be great. Xia Xiaobai would spend all her future pocket money on this. Just as Xia Xiaobai was about to return to the upper bunk, Mo Zihan suddenly said to her indifferently, "Come out with me for a moment." Xia Xiaobai hesitated a bit. Mo Zihan, seeing her hesitant demeanor, appeared somewhat impatient. "There's something I need to discuss with you," he said, then walked out of the dormitory. Xia Xiaobai could only follow behind him. If Mo Zihan really dared to hit her, she would scream and shout for help. Humph. Mo Zihan kicked open the rusted door to the rooftop, taking Xia Xiaobai to the dormitories, not high, only 9 floors. The night sky was dotted with stars, and only a few thin clouds occasionally floated by, making the moonlight even more enchanting. The summer cicadas had already settled in the grass and started chirping, and everything around was as peaceful. Xia Xiaobai had no mind to appreciate such night scenery. Zihan. Brother. Mo Zihan, who had somehow gotten a bottle of beer in his hand, took a sip and looked up at the sky, muttering, "Today's wind is even noisy." Xia Xiaobai thought, what? This guy wants to do what? He doesn't really want to throw her down here, does he? She nervously replied. But this wind is crying, she said with a strong desire to survive. Mo Zihan. Are you living together with Chu Qiushi? Showing a hint of unwillingness, Xia Xiaobai took a step back. It turned out that this question was what Mo Zihan was preparing to silence her over. But for her beautiful girlfriend, she still used all her remaining masculinity to loudly admit, "Yes, we are living together, so what?" Mo Zihan took a big step closer to Xia Xiaobai, directly yanking her collar. Mo Zihan was a whole head taller than Xia Xiaobai, and she had to tiptoe to barely touch the ground. But her beautiful eyes were filled with stubbornness. She put on a look as if she would never let go of beautiful Qiushi, even if he killed her. "What? You want to hit me? Go ahead, I won't give up my beautiful wife Qiushi to you no matter what." Mo Zihan's lips curled into a cold smile. "It's been years since we last met, you've really improved. Do you think I really wouldn't dare to hit you?" Xia Xiaobai felt a surge of anxiety as she was tugged by Mo Zihan by her collar, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination. She was no longer the timid girl from high school. In the pitch-black night, a cloud drifted by, obscuring the stars in the sky. Mo Zihan tightened his fist, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. This delicate boy shouldn't think he can speak to him like that just because he looks a bit handsome. A gust of night wind swept by, rustling the trees around them. As the blue clouds in the sky drifted away, the silvery moonlight poured back onto the earth, illuminating the two. Mo Zihan looked down at Xia Xiaobai. Her face, glistening under the moonlight, evoked a sense of pity like a river of weak waters. Her eyelashes fluttered like cicada wings, her small red lips pursed, and her dark eyes glimmered with a hint of mist and defiance. Xia Xiaobai exclaimed, "Why don't you dare to hit me? If you don't want to fight, please let go of me." Mo Zihan closed his eyes and forcefully pushed her away, his hands trembling slightly. Xia Xiaobai stumbled back a few steps before steadying herself, plopping down onto the ground. Mo Zihan tossed the empty can of drink onto the ground and leaned against the balcony, gazing down at the earth. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a faint fragrance, stirring up memories of the past with dim lights flickering on the bustling street. He lit a cigarette and said, "So you've already gotten together with Qiushi? What about Bahida Jr.?" Xiao Xiaobai wiped her tear-streaked eyes bewildered by Mo Zihan's question. What by he Jr.? Mo Zihan squinted his eyes looking somewhat stern. Could it be that you still want to have your cake, and eat it too? Xiao Xiaobai's pretty face broke into a cold sweat. That I have nothing to do with by he Jr. Mo Zihan flicked the cigarette in his hand, a few ash droplets falling to the ground. But Zhao Cheng said you two have already registered your marriage. They've even said your child is 2 or 3 years old. Xiao Xiaobai felt faint. This rumor was too absurd. Damn, Zhao Cheng, he'll strangle you. You've only registered for marriage. They're all talking nonsense. I swear to heaven, if I have any relation with Bai He, then I won't have any. Mo Zihan gazed at Xiao Xiaobai's serious expression, extending 3 fingers. His brow furrowed. Could it be that they really had no relationship? Or perhaps Xiao Xiaobai really didn't have a small JJ? He shook his head. He had been living in the same dorm with Xiao Xiaobai for over a year. If he couldn't even tell that she wasn't a girl, he might as well jump off from here. Mo Zihan sighed. He'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. But if you truly want to win over Chu Qiu, you will have to face a significant problem. He shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Xiaobai was taken aback. What problem? Let me tell you, Mo Zihan, don't do anything to ruin my relationship with Qiushi. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Mo Zihan extinguished his cigarette on the ground, speaking faintly. Chu Qiu, she has a brother who is extremely protective of his sister. He didn't mention that there was also a father who was overly protective of his daughter. If even Chu Qiu's brother couldn't be dealt with, how could he face her father? You take care of it, he said, leaving with his tail between his legs. He despised his own failure. He couldn't even compete with a delicate boy for a woman. He had intended to teach him a lesson, but ultimately, seeing the other's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Mo Zihan, you really are a failure, he muttered to himself. Xiao Xiaobai stood there puzzled. And overly protective. The next day in class, it had to be said that the instructor today was exceptionally good at hypnotizing, and in less than 10 minutes Xiao Xiaobai was already in a daze, her jade hands propping up her cheeks, about to topple over. The instructor at the podium was still babbling on when suddenly Xiao Xiaobai felt someone blowing air into her ear. The warm breeze carried a hint of fresh mint. Xiao Xiaobai opened her eyes impatiently, only to find it was the pretty girl with large eyes. If it was her, then she could be quite patient. What is it, little beauty? Do you want to date me after school? Tao Nana's dark eyes sparkled with a smile. You already have a beautiful artistic girl as your girlfriend. Oh, why do you still want me? Xiao Xiaobai was speechless. Then why were you blowing in my ear? Tao Nana laughed. I like it. By the way, why doesn't Mo Zihan come to class often? You share a dorm, right? Can you help me get his WeChat? Xiao Xiaobai was somewhat displeased. It turned out she was just trying to get information about Mo Zihan. Was Mo Zihan really that good? He always stared with a pair of cold, dead fish eyes. These girls would come here every now and then to ask about him. Xiao Xiaobai displayed a disinterested expression. Who knows where he is? I'm not his intestinal worm. Next to her, Zhao Cheng was still reading a comic book, feeling utterly speechless. As if that wasn't enough, he often made lewd noises like a pig. Xiao Xiaobai picked up a book beside her and hit him on the head, then pretended as if she knew nothing. She continued chatting with Tao Nana. Zhao Cheng, looking furious, raised his head and glared angrily. Which bastard hit my head? Was it you, Xiaobai? Xiaobai. I think it was probably Zhou Qing. Zhao Cheng wore an angry expression as he gazed at Zhou Qing, who was secretly flirting with girls on his phone. He also picked up a book and hit Zhou Qing on the back of his head. Zhou Qing, confused, was busy chatting with a girl in the group about the upcoming weekend's comic convention. Suddenly being hit on the back of the head made him quite angry. He turned around to find Zhao Cheng looking at him defiantly. Zhou Qing exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhao Cheng replied, "What else can I do? I'm hitting you." The instructor, who was writing formulas on the blackboard, noticed 2 students fighting below. He immediately shouted, "So you think you're tough, huh? After class, they'll fight you both in Taekwondo. I'm a black belt 5th Dan." Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing certainly knew that this instructor was a Taekwondo expert. He was also the head coach of the Taekwondo club, the type who would do anything to recruit members. Just then class ended. "Instructor," he Wenquai flexed his muscles, "come on, you 2 young men, let's exchange some moves in the Taekwondo club." Zhou Qing's mouth twitched slightly. "Instructor, I have a date with a few pretty girls. I don't have time." Zhao Cheng nodded in agreement. "I also have a date, can we?" "Instructor," he raised his hand, gripping both their necks, "weren't you 2 just tough a moment ago? If you don't come, you'll lose your credits for this course." Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing looked miserable, like 2 dogs fighting. Zhou Qing said angrily, "It's all your fault for suddenly hitting me on the back of the head." Zhao Cheng, looking equally resentful, replied, "Aren't you the one who hit my head first?" Zhou Qing was baffled. "When did I secretly hit your head? I don't even have time to chase girls." Zhao Cheng stared at Zhou Qing, "But Xiaobai told me it was you who hit me." Both of them turned their gazes to Xiao Xiaobai, who was giggling with her cherry-pink lips. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Xiaobai's exquisite face appeared serious as she shook her head. "I didn't laugh. I'm professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh." Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng, not being fools, quickly, "Xiaobai, you little brat. Xia Xiaobai stuck her tongue out and made a face at them before quickly slipping out of it. The small lake was a vivid green filled with the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees exuding an elegant. Not far away were an outdoor basketball court and a badminton court, a perfect spot for couples to date. Xia Xiaobai looked from a distance and saw a very beautiful girl sitting by the lake, her hair dancing in the wind. That was her current girlfriend Chu Qiushi. Today Chu Qiushi was wearing a beautifully designed spaghetti strap dress, revealing her smooth shoulders as she sat gracefully with a book in hand. This must be what an artistic girl is like. Xia Xiaobai was merely pretending. The boys around were hiding far away, stealing glances, and Xia Xiaobai felt immensely proud. Hastily she sat beside Chu Qiushi like a protector of flowers, wanting others to feel envious. Sitting next to Chu Qiushi, she noticed that today she seemed to have put on quite a lovely makeup. Usually she looked stunning even with just a bare face, but today she was even more exquisitely dressed with a cute hairpin adorning her jet black hair. She had intentionally sprayed orange blossom perfume, and Xia Xiaobai suddenly remembered that she had mentioned her fondness for orange blossoms a couple of days ago in their chat. Her heart was instantly touched. Chu Qiushi lifted her head and saw Xia Xiaobai sitting beside her closing her book. She stood up and smiled. Xiaobai, can you close your eyes? Her voice was as clear and melodious as a silver bell, leaving Xia Xiaobai with no reason to refuse. Xia Xiaobai's lips curved into a faint smile as she slowly closed her eyes. In just a moment, a sweet and soft sensation pressed against her lips. Opening her eyes, she found Chu Qiuxi's perfect face close to her, her delicate hands cradling Xia Xiaobai's face as she leaned down to kiss her. Her hair danced chaotically in the gentle breeze brushing against Xia Xiaobai's face. In that moment, it felt as though the two most beautiful flowers in the world were blooming. Even with 1,000 kinds of splendor and myriad styles in this world, one would still be captivated by such scenery. She had felt it the last time they kissed. Both of them were enchanted. Half a minute later, Chu Qiushi finally pulled away, her face flushed. Her gaze was dreamy, a few strands of hair stuck to her lips, her face glowing like a blooming rose. Xia Xiaobai wanted to speak, but was stopped by one of Chu Qiuxi's slender fingers. With one hand on her back, Chu Qiushi suddenly presented something in front of Xia Xiaobai. It was a red rose. Chu Qiuxi's snow-white oval face revealed a beautiful smile, as gentle as a breeze with delicate brows. Xia Xiaobai, I officially confess my feelings to you. Please be my boyfriend, okay? Xia Xiaobai was stunned, as she never expected Chu Qiushi would suddenly confess to her. Shouldn't they have already been in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Furthermore, had she misunderstood something? Shouldn't Xia Xiaobai be the one to confess? Chu Qiushi playfully licked her lips, still sweet, seemingly unaware of Xia Xiaobai's bewilderment. What? Xiaobai, are you very moved? If you are, remember to love me a little harder afterward. Xia Xiaobai's face turned red. No, we should have been a couple long ago. Chu Qiushi elegantly sat down, holding Xia Xiaobai with her snow-white arms. Looking at her adorable and beautiful appearance, Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but kiss her cheek, leaving her mark. Xiaobai, although you have kissed me twice, you still haven't confessed to me yet. So I have no choice but to take the initiative to confess to you. From now on, we will be a true couple. Xia Xiaobai felt that she would be in a submissive position in the future. Chu Qiushi was more assertive than she had imagined. But that was fine. If she could marry such a stunning beauty, wouldn't that be her dream? The scene of their kiss left the onlooking friends in shock. At that moment, the originally quiet surroundings suddenly erupted. I can't believe the campus belle is a lesbian. No wonder such a handsome and excellent guy can't even get a WeChat from her. It turns out my goddess likes girls as pretty as her. It's over, I have no chance now. 5:55. Hey everyone, don't sigh. Open your mind a bit. Think about it, if your girlfriend is a lesbian, doesn't that mean you have two girlfriends? Haha, that's right. That short-haired girl is super pretty too, right? I'm going to ask her for her WeChat as well. The boy struck a pose, believing himself to be very handsome, spitting on his hair and slicking it back, clearing his throat. Everyone, have you seen my... Xia Xiaobai was cherishing a moment with Chu Qiushi when she suddenly noticed a guy standing in front of them. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Xia Xiaobai. Upon getting closer, he realized just how fair her skin was, almost delicate enough to break with a touch. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and he felt a bit nervous. Beautiful lady, can I be friends with you? Chu Qiuxi's elegant and ethereal face showed a hint of anger. How dare he approach her? She hadn't even had a chance to respond yet. Xia Xiaobai had already punched him, sending him soaring into the sky like the brightest star. Qiushi, can we find a quiet place to continue? You kissed me just now, and I haven't kissed you yet. Chu Qiuxi's face flushed as she brushed aside the strands of hair sticking to her lips, her mouth carrying a most enchanting charm, both alluring and elusive. She extended a slender finger to gently scratch Xia Xiaobai's delicate nose, her eyes filled with affection. Haven't you already kissed me twice? Xia Xiaobai felt ecstatic inside, finally winning over a girlfriend more beautiful than a star. She smiled happily and said, no matter how beautiful a girlfriend is, one can never kiss enough. I want to kiss you until the end of time. Chu Qiushi sweetly smiled. You really have a silver tongue. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, Though it was summer, the sun had already set and the wind felt a bit chilly. Chu Qiushi instinctively hugged her snow-white arms tightly, while Xia Xiaobai wrapped her arms around her. The mutual scent of their youthful bodies made them feel even more enchanted. Let's go back. I bought a lot of ingredients yesterday. He'll cook something delicious for you today. Chu Qiushi was driving a Lamborghini Huracan today. Xia Xiaobai carefully sat in the car, her beautiful eyes exploring the interior. It was her first time riding in such a luxury car. Chu Qiushi watched Xia Xiaobai's curious gaze as she looked around. Xiaobai, let me show you how skilled your girlfriend is at driving. I am an experienced driver. The red car roared down the road. When they returned to the apartment, Yi Chang'e was not home at that moment. Chu Qiushi took out vegetables, beef, and tofu from the refrigerator. Xia Xiaobai was stunned, thinking that Chu Qiuxi's cooking would only be instant noodles. She didn't expect that Chu Qiushi would actually cook herself. Xia Xiaobai looked puzzled. Qiushi, you can cook. In her impression, rich young ladies would never cook, and if they did, it would be disastrous. Chu Qiushi rolled her beautiful eyes at her. My cooking is delicious. My younger brother and dad are always craving it. Xia Xiaobai twitched the corners of her mouth. Your brother is a siskin, and your dad might be a daughter-con. They would say your cooking is delicious even if it were a disaster. Chu Qiushi saw Xia Xiaobai looking down on her, and pouted, putting her hands on her hips, looking like a spoiled little wife. Do you not believe me? Xia Xiaobai wrapped her arms around her waist. Alright, I like everything about you, Qiushi. Chu Qiuxi's face turned red. Don't kiss me. Ew, I just took a shower, and have been sweating since noon. After the shower, it won't be a problem to kiss me. Xia Xiaobai, having read too many novels, suddenly thought of something inappropriate. She leaned close to Chu Qiuxi's ear and whispered a few words. Chu Qiushi froze, tilting her head, her black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Xia Xiaobai gazed at Chu Qiushi's beautiful, bashful face, never imagining that this elegant heiress was in fact a seasoned veteran. After all, they were both adults. Such intimacy felt perfectly natural. The air grew tender once more as Chu Qiushi nestled her head gently against Xia Xiaobai's shoulder. Xia Xiaobai could even feel the quickening rhythm of her breath. Trembling slightly, she raised her hand to softly caress Chu Qiushi's delicate rosy cheek. Chu Qiushi, utterly flustered, buried her face hard against Xia Xiaobai's. I'll go prepare dinner. Let me show you just how exquisite my cooking truly is. Xia Xiaobai slumped listlessly onto the sofa, already scrolling through Meituan Waimai. Could a pampered young lady's home-cooked meal possibly be edible? Humph. A dozen minutes later, the rich, savory aroma of sizzling dishes wafted from the kitchen. Xia Xiaobai swallowed hard. This smells absolutely divine. Xiaobai, wash your hands and come eat. Chu Qiushi's voice rang out from the kitchen. Xia Xiaobai rose and looked over. Chu Qiushi stood there wearing a clean, soft pink apron. In her hands rested a plate of vibrant, fiery mapo tofu, its glossy red surface gleaming as she offered Xia Xiaobai a quiet, tender smile. What are you staring at? Go wash your hands. Xia Xiaobai praised her without reserve. Qiushi, you look stunning in that apron. Truly, a woman who cooks well is always radiant. Chu Qiushi blushed deeply, casting her a playful, exasperated glance. You men only speak empty flattery. If you love me, prove it with action. Chu Qiushi shook her head helplessly. A hopelessly straightforward girl. Everything set, the dining table shimmered with an elegant feast. Xia Xiaobai's lovely eyes widened in disbelief at the exquisitely presented, mouth-watering spread before her. The tofu glistened beneath a layer of crimson chili oil, visually arresting, fragrant with the bold, numbing perfume of Sichuan peppercorns. Xia Xiaobai lifted her chopsticks, scooped up a piece, and placed it delicately upon her tongue. Spicy, numbing, fresh, aromatic. Delicious. Delicious, she murmured, cooing softly. So delicious. So fragrant. Her eyes shimmered with bright, affectionate light, as if admiring her most treasured possession. Xia Xiaobai, under such adoring gaze, grew faintly embarrassed. Qiushi, why do you keep staring? Aren't you going to eat? Chu Qiushi smiled warmly. A beauty's grace is nourishment enough. I feast simply by watching you eat. Xia Xiaobai muttered. Feasting on beauty refers to women, doesn't it? That remark sent Chu Qiushi into silent, silvery laughter, her delicate hand pressed lightly to her lips. To me, you are the most beautiful woman. Tilting her head slightly, Chu Qiushi wore an expectant, subtly seductive expression, her lips gently parted. Xia Xiaobai flushed with both embarrassment and quiet indignation. Being teased by her girlfriend, as a girl, stung her pride deeply. Qiushi, surely you fell for me because of my charm. Chu Qiushi burst into helpless laughter, spraying cola straight onto Xia Xiaobai's face, and clutched her thigh tightly, desperately suppressing further mirth. Xiaobai, are you trying to make me laugh until I collapse, just so you can seize my wardrobe? Xia Xiaobai stood drenched in cola, yet found it oddly sweet. Not surprising, given she'd already sipped imported wine. Imported cola hardly registered as extraordinary. Chu Qiushi hurriedly snatched a tissue from nearby and tenderly wiped Xia Xiaobai's flawless face clean. I'm sorry, Xiaobai, I didn't mean to. I just choked unexpectedly. Yet her lips still curved upward, betrayed by Xia Xiaobai's words. Struggling to contain her mirth, caught between laughter and restraint, Xia Xiaobai watched her struggle, and felt only deeper dissatisfaction. She resorted instead to eating with fierce, determined bites. Chuchiyoshi, seeing her pouty, wounded expression, felt both tenderness and amusement, and slipped her arm around Xia Xiaobai's, soothing her with gentle, coaxing affection. There, my Xiaobai is the handsomest of them all. Your wife loves you dearly. May I kiss you? Her voice softened like silk when comforting. Paired with that delicate, pleading charm, it became impossible to stay. Fine, I forgive you. My Xiaobai is truly wonderful. Chuchiyoshi wrapped her arms around Xia Xiaobai's neck and nuzzled her affectionately, her skin releasing the subtle, intoxicating fragrance of gardenias. Xia Xiaobai's heart fluttered. Every trace of anger dissolved completely. Chuchiyoshi smiled beguilingly. Shall I feed you? Xia Xiaobai gently pushed her hand away. I'm no child, really. If anyone's feeding whom, it should be me feeding my girlfriend. Chuchiyoshi nodded happily. Then please, feed me Xiaobai. She parted her lips, soft, rosy, waiting. Xia Xiaobai gazed at her fair-skinned, luminous girlfriend. Her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. With utmost care, she delivered each morsel to Chuchiyoshi's delicate cherry-soft lips. Braised ribs, stir-fried greens, mapo tofu, and borscht. By the meal's end, Xia Xiaobai patted her satisfied belly with a contented smile. Chuchiyoshi ate sparingly, savoring each bite slowly, mindful of her figure as any graceful. Unlike Xia Xiaobai, who devoured her food with ravenous, almost possessive urgency, as though someone might snatch it away. There now, chew carefully. No one's rushing you. Chiyoshi, your cooking is exceptional, far surpassing the campus canteen. Chuchiyoshi lifted her chin with quiet pride. Of course, I trained rigorously. She rose to clear the table and begin washing the dishes. Xia Xiaobai sprang up instantly. Let me handle that, Chiyoshi. Chuchiyoshi gave her a knowing, teasing glance. Said, you're stuffed. Leave this to me. Back in the bedroom, Xia Xiaobai settled onto the bed. Was this her second time entering Chuchiyoshi's room? The lingering, ethereal scent of the young woman intoxicated her, drawing her deeper still. Chuchiyoshi, cheeks faintly flushed, raised her pale, slender arm toward the bathroom. I'll shower first. Xia Xiaobai nodded, sinking into the soft, fragrant bed, still steeped in the delicate, intimate traces of Chuchiyoshi's presence. She hugged Chuchiyoshi's pillow tightly, rolling playfully across the sheets. Minutes later, her porcelain skin bloomed with a delicate flush, rosy, luminous, her eyes shimmering with quiet longing. Huff, huff, huff. Lying alone, Xia Xiaobai heard the distant rhythmic rush of water. Her pulse quickened, her composure unraveled. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, the exquisite silhouette of Chuchiyoshi bathed in steam and shadow. Her heart weighed heavily with anxiety. Xia Xiaobai wrestled inwardly. What if Chiyoshi discovered the truth? The water ceased. Beyond the glass, Chuchiyoshi's graceful form paused. She gently dried the glistening droplets from her flawless skin, then faced the mirror, her serene, elegant features composed in quiet resolve. Clenching her fists briefly, she drew a deep, steadying breath, and stepped into the room clad only in a thin, flowing nightgown. Xia Xiaobai hastily returned the pillow to its original position the moment Chuchiyoshi emerged from the bathroom. Composing her expression, she feigned complete nonchalance, as if nothing at all had occurred, and prepared to step in for her own shower. When she lifted her gaze, she froze, utterly stunned. She was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Chuchiyoshi's flawless bare face shimmered with a delicate mist as strands of hair cascaded down to her waist, dripping water with soft rhythmic taps. Xia Xiaobai could scarcely suppress the wild urge to transform into Sun Wukong himself and unleash her innate treasure upon this bewitching little fox spirit. Stay calm, stay calm. Xia Xiaobai drew a deep, steadying breath. She must endure. Even if it meant suffocating, she dared not act on impulse. Alas, she possessed no eggs at all. How then could she remain composed? Her voice trembled as she stammered, Chiyoshi, you've finished bathing. It's my turn now. She clutched her clothes, ready to enter the bathroom, only to be gently but firmly detained by Chuchiyoshi's slender jade-like hand. Chuchiyoshi's heart raced even more fiercely than Xia Xiaobai's, her delicate heart fluttering with nervous anticipation. She truly wondered whether she was truly ready. Xia Xiaobai, flustered beyond measure, asked softly, what is it? Nothing. Go ahead, Chuchiyoshi murmured, shaking her head ever so slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Barefoot and graceful, Xia Xiaobai slipped into the bathroom and closed the glass door behind her, swiftly discarding her old garments. At that very moment, she noticed Chuchiyoshi's discarded dress and other garments lying neatly nearby. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached out, lifting the garment reverently, then gazed upon it, captivated. What cruel irony! To become a girl only to find such a stunning, perfectly proportioned girlfriend. Xia Xiaobai washed herself briskly, after all her body had long been refined by the system. Her physique remained perpetually pristine. Even her perspiration carried an intoxicating floral fragrance. For a fleeting moment, she pondered activating her saintess mode, yet instantly dismissed the notion. After all, grooming oneself as a woman demanded far more time than as a man. Within 10 minutes, Xia Xiaobai stood fully dressed in the men's attire Chuchiyoshi had purchased for her, clean-cut, sunlit, and refreshingly pure in aesthetic. It was even a branded piece, Balenciaga. Though Xia Xiaobai owned an entire wardrobe granted by the system, every item therein was exclusively feminine. Stepping out, Chu Qiushi immediately approached, adjusting her collar with delicate fingers. Let me see how it fits. This is actually my first time buying clothes for a young man. Xia Xiaobai stood motionless, her gaze darting restlessly about. Chu Qiushi shared the same quiet curiosity, her eyes tracing Xia Xiaobai's form with careful searching intent. After all, she had never once witnessed any distinctly masculine trait in her. Surely most young men would react visibly upon seeing such a radiant beauty before them. Yet Chu Qiushi's gaze drifted downward, only to find smooth, unremarkable contours. Though she herself was a woman, Chu Qiushi held quiet confidence in her own exquisite figure and peerless beauty. Could there truly be no man who'd feel stirred by her now, dressed so lightly, so alluring? Why did Xiaobai remain so utterly placid without even the faintest ripple of response? Chu Qiushi circled her once, twice, still harboring quiet suspicion. Could this person possibly be a woman disguised as a man? A counterfeit boy? How could any real boy possess such ethereal, flawless beauty? Especially those impossibly long legs, longer even than her own. Truly comparison bred despair, especially when the rival was one's own boyfriend. Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi suddenly leaned in, pressing her lips near Xia Xiaobai's ear and exhaling a breath as soft and fragrant as orchid mist. Xia Xiaobai startled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the clothes? Without warning, Chu Qiushi reached out, her hand closing firmly over Xia Xiaobai's chest. Caught completely off guard, Xia Xiaobai nearly let out a startled feminine cry, her cheeks burning crimson as she stared back. Flustered Qiushi. What are you doing? Chu Qiushi's brow furrowed deeper still, her luminous eyes clouded with profound, unspoken doubt. She recalled a flat-chested female friend whose tactile sensation had been nearly identical. At that moment, Xia Xiaobai instinctively crossed her arms, guarding herself against further surprise. The upper torso could still be concealed beneath binding cloth, but below there was simply no hiding place. Chu Qiushi sighed softly. In that instant, a complex wave of emotion washed over her, disappointment warring with quiet relief. Disappointment that Xiaobai was not in fact a girl. A wry, self-deprecating smile touched her lips. How greedy she truly was. To have met such a dazzling young man was already more than enough. Watching Xia Xiaobai's shy, flustered expression, Chu Qiushi covered her rosy lips with one delicate hand, her laughter warm, tender, and infinitely charming. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Honestly, I'm more forward than you even as a girl. A boy should dare to love his woman boldly. With that, Chu Qiushi sat upon the bed and patted the spot beside her, inviting Xia Xiaobai to sit close. Xia Xiaobai swallowed hard, calm, steady. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Side by side, they nestled together, enveloped in the gentle warmth and subtle perfume of feminine grace. Chu Qiushi's soft, downy head nuzzled gently against Xia Xiaobai's cheek, her slender fingers entwined with Xia Xiaobai's arm, long, elegant, and smooth as carved jade. Her pink-tinged skin glowed translucently under the lamplight, radiating an irresistible luster. Leaning in, Chu Qiushi inhaled deeply. The scent rising from Xia Xiaobai's skin was delicate, sweet, profoundly soothing. Xiaobai, your fragrance is always so enchanting. Every time I'm with you, it calms my spirit and soothes my soul, dispelling all sorrow and anxiety. What perfume do you wear? How does it linger even after bathing? Xia Xiaobai traced her own smooth alabaster skin with slender fingertips. It's my natural scent. I've never used perfume. Chu Qiushi's lips parted slightly in astonishment. Natural scent. Indeed, Chu Qiushi herself possessed a faint, elusive natural aroma, but never one so rich, distinct, or captivating as Xia Xiaobai's. Her fragrance alone, simply standing still, carried for miles like a breeze bearing spring blossoms. Lifting Xia Xiaobai's slender snow-pale wrist, Chu Qiushi opened her cherry-soft lips and gently bit down. Xia Xiaobai's skin was silken, cool, and dewy, imbued with the sweet, innocent fragrance unique to youth. Occasionally, Chu Qiushi brushed aside stray strands clinging to her lips with delicate fingertips. Xia Xiaobai stood utterly transfixed, overwhelmed by sheer breathtaking intimacy. Qiushi. Chu Qiushi lifted her gaze, eyes deep with tenderness, cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, lips glistening with quiet allure. Inside, Xia Xiaobai cursed. This beguiling little fox spirit was utterly irresistible. Acting on instinct, she swept Chu Qiushi into a firm, tender embrace. Chu Qiushi's cheeks burned deeper still, her eyes fluttered shut, savoring the sweetness of that tender hold. Just then, Chu Qiushi's phone lit up. The ringtone fittingly was burning. A slight frown creased her delicate brows as she glanced at the screen. Her younger brother. What on earth could that rascal want at this hour? The shrill chime snapped Xia Xiaobai back to reality. Beads of sweat glistened across her forehead. She'd nearly lost control, nearly revealed everything. Chu Qiushi answered the call, exchanged a few brief words, and hung up. Xia Xiaobai asked quietly what happened. Chu Qiushi tossed her phone aside with a sigh. That little pest says he's coming to visit tomorrow. How annoying. I really don't call him enough. Well then, time to meet your future brother-in-law. He's a notorious sister-obsessed brat, absolutely insufferable. Even Imo Zihan can't handle him. You're on your own. Xia Xiaobai never expected to meet her little brother-in-law so soon. Fortunately, it wasn't a family meeting. After all, how much trouble could a little brother cause? With a confident smile she said, "It's just your brother, why the serious face? I should get along well with him. I understand the camaraderie between boys quite well." At that moment Chu Qiushi had already discarded her earlier sweet demeanor, her beautiful eyes now sternly fixed on Xia Xiaobai. She raised her delicate hands and placed them on Xia Xiaobai's shoulders. "Xiaobai, you have no idea how obsessed my brother is with his sister. This guy is an absolute sister complex fanatic. His study is filled with all sorts of sister complex comics and novels like my sister can't really be this cute, and my sister is a Shota fan, all kinds of nonsense. Every time I throw them all away and give him a good beating to stop him from thinking about such things. But he never learns, and it gives me a headache." With a flurry of movements, Chu Qiushi really locked her wardrobe with several locks. Xia Xiaobai watched this scene with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, seemingly thinking of something unhealthy. Ahem, if that's the case, Xia Xiaobai might also be a bit of a pervert. Because once upon a time she often fantasized about having an older sister or younger sister to pamper every day, then doing some. Ahem. But it was just wishful thinking, especially since she didn't have any biological sisters. After ensuring her belongings were locked, Chu Qiushi raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "It should be fine now. Anyway, this guy is just asking for it. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't get hit once a day. I used to hear people say that you should discipline your little brother early, or else you can't beat him later. I did that, but this guy isn't afraid at all." Xia Xiaobai asked in confusion. "Do you two still fight often?" "Well, I only occasionally give him a beating. If he dares to resist, he's done for. I'll tell Dad. Let Dad deal with him. After all, scenes of my family being kind and loving are not new." Xia Xiaobai was left speechless. She couldn't possibly have a father who is obsessed with daughters, could she? That wouldn't make sense. Chu Qiushi ran her fingers through her hair that hadn't been dried, yet as she had been too hasty earlier. She couldn't help but happily hug Xia Xiaobai and act cute. "Xiaobai, can you help me dry my hair?" Xia Xiaobai of course happily agreed. Isn't it a given for a boyfriend to dry his girlfriend's hair? Xia Xiaobai lifted Chu Qiushi's still damp hair and picked up the hairdryer. As expected of a rich beauty, the brand of the hairdryer was the recently popular Dyson, which was said to cost thousands for just one. Chu Qiushi closed her eyes, her pretty face, thoroughly enjoying Xia Xiaobai's slow and careful movements. She never expected that a boy could be so gentle when drying hair. "Xiaobai, you really have the potential to be a girl. Your movements are too gentle." Xia Xiaobai. Her hair felt incredibly smooth without a hint of tangles or split ends. The deep black and shiny hair suggested she often took care of it. Xia Xiaobai picked up a strand and brushed it against her face, feeling its delicate smoothness. The fragrance of the beautiful girl filled her nose. Unbeknownst to her, the bright ceiling light had been turned off by Chu Qiushi, leaving only a warm bedside lamp. Under the soft light, the already elegant face of the other seemed to have a layer of soft focus filter, appearing even more delicate. Her gaze held a faint sweet smile with an undeniable hint of aggression. Chu Qiushi snatched the hairdryer from her hands and tossed it aside. "Xiaobai, let's continue with the task we left unfinished earlier. This is a duty all boyfriends owe to their girlfriends." The two leaned their foreheads together, fingers intertwined, hair disheveled, deeply gazing into each other's eyes, their pupils brimming with love. Chu Qiushi's stunningly beautiful face was close at hand, with skin as white as snow, long glossy hair cascading like a waterfall, and a slender delicate figure. Looking at Xia Xiaobai, she couldn't help but kiss her soft lips. Chu Qiushi also proactively raised her hand to embrace Xia Xiaobai's delicate and fair face. This action startled Xia Xiaobai, making her suddenly awake. She didn't want to expose her identity. After all, she didn't want to lose the girlfriend she had so hard to pursue. Noticing Xia Xiaobai's unusual reaction, Chu Qiushi slightly furrowed her brows and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Xiaobai shook her little head. "Qiushi, I feel a bit guilty towards you. I'm not mentally prepared yet. I do love you, and it's definitely not because I'm after your body. Or is it? I'm definitely after you. So we should understand each other better before we can take things further." Chu Qiushi looked into Xia Xiaobai's sincere and beautiful eyes, and her heart melted. Indeed, Xia Xiaobai was different from other boys. It was genuine love, and not merely lust. Chu Qiushi's exquisite nose lightly hummed as she smiled sweetly. She tightly hugged Xia Xiaobai in her embrace. "Xiaobai, you're so wonderful. Ooh, I love you." Seeing her surrender, Xia Xiaobai let out a deep sigh of relief, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. "I love you too." The two simply embraced and fell asleep. After Chu Qiushi confirmed that Xia Xiaobai was completely asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes, took out her Apple phone from the bedside, opened a shopping website, and searched for computer accessories, instantly presenting a plethora of results to click and order. Hee, still same-day delivery. "Xiaobai, you can't escape from my grasp." After finishing everything, she buried Xia Xiaobai's head in her arms and fell asleep. Until the next morning, Xia Xiaobai instinctively wanted to embrace the person beside her, but found nothing to hold on to. She opened her amber eyes and discovered that the beauty beside her had long since gotten up. With her fair hands ruffling her messy hair, a tuft of hair sprang up adorably. Stretching her long arms and letting her skin emit a glow in the sunlight, she rolled off the bed. No. Today is Saturday, so there's no class. Why get up so early? Can't we cuddle a bit longer? Xia Xiaobai, stepping on her snowy white feet, walked into the bathroom, and after washing up, she exited the hall. What puzzled her was that the hall was completely empty. Neither Yi Chang'e nor Chu Qiushi was present, and the dining table was set with a simple, yet exquisite breakfast. A cup of soy milk, a tea egg, and a bowl of plain porridge with fulling pickled vegetables. Was this meant to pamper her? Xia Xiaobai discovered a note placed on the table, and curiously picked it up to read. After finishing, she was stunned. Yi Chang'e and Xiushi went to the neighboring city today to oversee their business, as they were collaborating to open a chain of bars. Does this mean she has to face her little brother-in-law alone today? The note concluded with, "Oh, my dearest Xiaobai, my little rascal will come to the apartment this afternoon. If you can't handle him, I have some pocket money and a wooden stick prepared on my counter. Just send him away." Xia Xiaobai chuckled. If she could just send him off, that would be great. Lastly, she spotted the word secret and flipped it over to see a large character for beat. In a certain gymnasium, a group of young boys and girls were playing basketball. Among them was a remarkably handsome youth with a slender and tall build. With 2 or 3 quick steps, he made a basket. The surrounding girls were all exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao is so handsome." While Xiao Xiao's step-back shot is breathtaking. This youth was none other than Chu Xiao Xiao, the younger brother of Chu Qiushi. It must be said that their parents' genes were exceptionally good. Both siblings possessed top-tier looks. Chu Xiao Xiao had rosy lips and white teeth, and his eyes appeared quite charming. At first glance, he resembled Chu Qiushi by 70 to 80% with fair skin. "Xiao Xiao, here's a cola I prepared for you." "Xiao Xiao, here's a drink I got for you. You must be tired." Several pretty girls were competing to win over the handsome and wealthy Chu Xiao Xiao. "You brat, I was the first to bring water to Xiao Xiao." "What? Xiao Xiao likes to drink cola. But you brought Coca-Cola." "Xiao Xiao prefers Pepsi." Of course, when playing basketball, one drinks an energy drink. Chu Xiao Xiao indifferently accepted the can of Pepsi handed to him by a cute girl with twin ponytails, and with it, he opened it, releasing a mist of cold air. Chu Xiao Xiao didn't even say a word of thanks. To be honest, he had no interest in girls who hadn't fully matured yet. He preferred those beautiful older sisters. In his mind, the ideal type was someone with a large chest, long legs, a firm backside, and good looks, preferably a bit older. Thinking of this made Chu Xiao Xiao quite happy, even though he had just been beaten by Chu Qiushi the last time they met. Of course, as the saying goes, the player loves attention. The girl with twin ponytails blushed and said, "Xiao Xiao, since you drank my cola, will you go on a date with me?" Chu Xiao Xiao looked at her speechlessly and replied, "Isn't it just a bottle of cola? Sorry, I'm not interested in kids like you. Go play somewhere else and don't bother me." The girl was immediately rejected, her big watery eyes filled with tears. "Xiao Xiao, aren't we the same age? Why do you call me a kid? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore, humph." The girl with twin ponytails angrily left. Chu Xiao Xiao thought to himself that she really was just a kid of a few words, and she was already crying. It was truly boring. He left the court to find a stretched Rolls-Royce waiting for him. 2 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, and a driver wearing white gloves were standing nearby. Seeing Chu Xiao Xiao approach, the driver respectfully and professionally opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for him. "Young master Xiao Xiao, where shall we go next?" "First back home to shower, then to my sister's place." Chu Xiao Xiao entered the Rolls-Royce, where 2 maids dressed in white were already preparing breakfast for him. They wore Western-style maid outfits, and were a pair of beautiful twin sisters trained as royal maids in England. "Young master, your coffee." "Young master, your donut. But you can only eat one." "Young master, let me feed you." Open wide. Ah. Chu Xiao Xiao looked at the 2 beautiful maid sisters with great delight. Unfortunately, they were too flattering and gentle, lacking any mature charm. It was dull. His older sister, on the other hand, was one to keep him in line, proving that older sisters were the best. The Rolls-Royce soon stopped in a private villa area. Exquisite villas with Western-style charm were scattered among the verdant trees, making one feel as if they had escaped the chaos of the city and found tranquility. Of course, this was just one of their family's villas. They owned more than 10 such villas. Upon entering, there was an outdoor swimming pool, and the villa had 2 floors. It was a gift from their father to the siblings, as it was not far from the school district. Unfortunately, his sister did not like living here and had moved out. After finishing his shower, Chu Xiao Xiao just stepped out when he saw a Porsche parked next door. Seeing the owner, he couldn't help but smirk. He strode over, mocking, "Oh, isn't this Zihan? Why are you here all alone, looking so pitiful? You didn't manage to get my sister, did you? Haha, I've told you to give up long ago. You'll never win my sister over." Zihan looked at this guy, too lazy to talk to him, when suddenly he thought of something and stopped. "Xiao Xiao, you probably don't know that your sister already has a boyfriend, right? As far as I know, they are living together now. Today is Saturday. They should be in the rented apartment enjoying each other's company." Chu Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Zihan, are you just making up stories to fool me because you can't win over my sister?" Zihan had a bitter smile. "Believe it or not, it's a fact." After saying that, he walked into the villa. Chu Xiao Xiao looked at Zihan and felt that he wasn't joking. His sister really had a man. He leaned against the pavilion, knelt down on the ground, and shouted to the sky, "No." Background music needs to be Jian, Qian, May snowflakes flutter, the north wind blows, the world is vast and desolate. He hurried back to his room to take out his baseball bat, his eyes glistening with tears and filled with fury. Who the hell dares to sleep with my sister? I will kill him. He grabbed the baseball bat, hopped on his bicycle, and dialed his friend's WeChat. "Brothers, come out. Today I'm going to teach a blind fool a lesson." A few minutes later, Chu Xiao Xiao appeared in a plaza in the city. The blazing sun couldn't extinguish his urge to fight. 4 or 5 young boys and girls had already picked up their weapons. One girl even nervously held a weapon from Bul. She looked at Chu Xiao Xiao and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what should we do now?" Chu Xiao Xiao replied angrily, "Some jerk dares to pursue my sister. I'm ready to teach him a lesson. Just follow my orders later." "Fatty, have you prepared the cup I asked you to get?" The round-faced fatty handed a glass to Chu Xiao Xiao. "When I smash the cup, that will be the signal. Once you hear the sound of breaking glass, rush into my sister's room and teach the guy a lesson." The 5 friends looked at each other and nodded. Chu Xiao Xiao still took out his phone to call his sister for final confirmation. Beep, beep, beep. The call was quickly connected. On the other end, Chu Qiuzai's annoyed voice came through. "You little brat, why are you calling at this time?" Chu Xiao Xiao asked with pursed lips. "Sister, do you have a boyfriend now, and are you living together?" Chu Qiu, she didn't hesitate, her voice sounding sweet. "Yeah, you'll soon have a brother-in-law. By the way, I'm not at the apartment today, but you'll get to know your future brother-in-law. I'm telling you, don't cause any trouble, or you'll be in for it when I get back." Chu Xiao Xiao replied, "Sister, what about your first kiss?" Chu Qiu, she said, cheerfully gave it to him. It was super soft and sweet. Chu Xiao Xiao choked up and hung up the phone. He felt very unhappy, extremely unhappy, and looked at his group of friends. "Let's go to my sister's apartment." After breakfast, Xia Xiaobai, as a seasoned homebody, should now be called a homegirl. As a qualified homegirl on such a sunny and pleasant Saturday, of course she lies on her bed, playing games, watching videos, and reading novels. She plays Genshin Impact, Honor of Kings, League of Legends, and Naraka Blade Point. She also enjoys various AAA games on her computer. Undoubtedly, she embodies all the traits of a homebody. Just think about it, going out shopping in the heat, spending money, and feeling exhausted is such a drag. Traveling would only be more tiring, and you might just end up in crowded tourist spots. Of course, all this thinking is due to her empty wallet. Xia Xiaobai took a cool shower to beat the summer heat, and leaned back on her bed, her long fair legs wrapped around Chu Qiux's pillow. Next to her were some chips and cola she had taken from the living room. A few droplets of water slid down her face, tracing her delicate neck and collarbone as she played Honor of Kings on her phone. She noticed a problem: her skills in Honor of Kings had improved significantly recently. Perhaps the system not only enhanced her talent, but also her gaming skills. After a morning of play, she moved from Eternal Diamond to Star Glory. This was her first time entering a Star Glory match since the game launched. Sure enough, the opponent's skills have improved. "Watch me train you, the father of Kai, with my slippery snake." In less than 10 minutes, the opponent Kai had been sent back to the fountain 3 times by her slippery snake. Kai had already started cursing. He had berated his jungler, mid laner, and roamer all in one go. The screen was filled with a barrage of expletives. Yet another favorable match. Xia Xiaobai took a big sip of cola and let out a comfortable burp. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 a.m. By the way, where's my little brother? Chu Xiao Xiao, holding a baseball bat and accompanied by a group of friends, was already standing at the apartment door. "He'll go in first and win them over with virtue. If things go south, he'll break the cup as a signal, and you guys rush in to follow my orders." The 5 friends all nodded, saying, "Xiao Xiao, be careful." Unfortunately, he didn't have the key to his sister's room, so he pressed his ear against the door, and indeed there were noises inside. He was unhappy, very unhappy. How could his sister be cornered by some foul-mouthed boy from outside? Chu Xiao Xiao clenched his fists, his youthful face showing great anger. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it was opened from the inside with a click. Chu Xiao Xiao held the cup in his left hand and the bat in his right, looking as if he was ready for a fierce battle. At the moment the door opened, the 2 locked eyes. Then they both froze in shock. Xia Xiaobai was dressed very casually and coolly at that moment, with her white t-shirt slipping slightly to one side, revealing her snow-white shoulder and graceful collarbone. Below her elegantly smooth thigh lines were her slender fair feet, bare, without shoes. She was munching on a popsicle with her cherry-like lips, her amber eyes blinking curiously as she asked, "Are you Chu Xiao Xiao Qiux's younger brother?" Her voice was light and androgynous. Chu Xiao Xiao looked up at this tall, leggy older sister and was completely stunned. The short hairstyle complemented her stunningly beautiful bare face, making her look very cool. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as he gazed up and down at this beautiful and cool big sister. Everything seemed so wonderful: a pretty face, snow-white skin, a slender waist, a perky behind that looked bouncy, and a pair of straight, beautiful legs longer than his sister's. The only thing that disappointed him was that this beautiful sister was surprisingly flat-chested. Flatter than the girls. Seeing that this boy was still in a daze, Xia Xiaobai wondered what he was thinking. It seemed he was just a little pervert. If that was the case, it would be simple. "Xiao Xiao." Chu Xiao Xiao snapped back to reality at Xia Xiaobai's melodious voice, his face flushing as he scratched his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xia Xiaobai. Hello big sister, I am Chu Xiaoxiao. Can we be friends? Xia Xiaobai pinched her snow-white chin pretending to think. She was also looking at this little brother, and she had to admit their family's genes were impressive. At least she could see 7 or 8 points of Chu Qiuxis likeness in his face. Hey, if I can't handle a little brother, then I'm not fit to be a green tea. No, I should be a tea master. She then flirtatiously tucked a stray hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly as she extended her hand. Of course I can. I'm your sister's closest friend. Isn't Qiuxis little brother my little brother too? Chu Xiaoxiao was incredibly excited inside, watching as her snow-white hand glimmered like jade with cute rounded pink nails devoid of any flaws. He nervously grasped it. The touch was soft, and the skin was smooth. He thought, wow, this big sister's skin is even smoother and more delicate than his sister's. He held on tightly for a whole minute, only reluctantly letting go when Xia Xiaobai prompted him. After retracting his hand, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sniff it, filled with the fragrant scent of a bowtie skin, fragrant, yet not cloying, elegant, and cool. Xia Xiaobai watched this little pervert's actions resembling how he used to react upon seeing a beautiful big sister. It was amusing to her. She leaned down, bringing her delicate face closer to Chu Xiaoxiao's, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she sweetly asked, by the way, Xiaoxiao, what do you need that cup and baseball bat for? Chu Xiaoxiao was startled by Xia Xiaobai's close proximity. The beautiful big sister's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her smooth and flawless face showed no blemish, and her thin lips were tender like rose petals. Even the breath she exhaled while speaking was sweet. He couldn't help but speak up, you're so beautiful big sister. Can we date? Xia Xiaobai was truly speechless. Have the post 2000s really become this socially bold? Asking to date right after meeting for the first time. Chu Xiaoxiao only then realized his handsome face, turning even redder. Looking at the cup and baseball bat in his hands, he remembered his purpose. He was here to duel the guy who dared to corner his sister. He peeked into his sister's room, his eyes suspiciously scanning around, but he found no boys. Pretty big sister, is there a boy in the room? Xia Xiaobai shook her head, saying, no, it's just me. What's the matter? Chu Xiaoxiao scratched his head, wondering if his sister had notified that guy to flee early. He looked up at Xia Xiaobai. It's nothing, just preparing to teach a guy a lesson. If I see him, I'm going to beat him up for daring to hit on my sister. He waved the baseball bat in his hand, looking quite fierce. Xia Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Oh my, it turned out that the baseball bat in his hand was meant to hit me. It seems his sister complex was even worse than she had imagined. Hey little brother, don't blame me for this. She slightly pouted. Then what's the cup for? Xia Xiaobai continued to ask, though she probably had an inkling of what was going on. Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled. It's nothing. That guy who dared to hit on my sister is already gone, so it's useless now. Just wait a moment, he'll be right back, and we can continue chatting. He hurried to the apartment door. His friends had been waiting for a long time, noticing that Chu Xiaoxiao had yet to break the cup as a signal. Xiaoxiao, could something have gone wrong? Should we rush in? The cute girl said nervously. The chubby boy held a red brick he had picked up from the ground. All right, let's rush in now. Just as a few friends were about to force their way into the apartment, Chu Xiaoxiao stepped out. She had already discarded the baseball bat and cup in her hands and directly handed them several 100-yuan bills. You guys can go out to play now, you're not needed here. Hurry and leave, I need to study now. The friends gazed at the 100-yuan bills with shining eyes. After all, at their age, they rarely came into contact with so much money. Even the red envelopes received during the new year would be confiscated by their parents under the pretext of saving. In the future, generally there wouldn't be a next time, as it would be permanently saved. 3. Chu Xiaoxiao watched her friends leave happily and quickly locked the apartment door. He sat down next to Xia Xiaobai, who was crossing her long fair legs, revealing a pair of snow-white feet. Was the person just now your friend? Chu Xiaoxiao pretended to be very obedient and nodded, her gaze constantly darting around Xia Xiaobai. But I don't want to play with them anymore. I want to play with you, sister. By the way, what's your name, sister? Xia Xiaobai stretched her slender arms, lazily yawning slightly with a smile. My name is Xia Xiaobai. So it's Sister Xiaobai. Oh, what a cute name. Chu Xiaoxiao rubbed her little hands and asked, does Sister Xiaobai have a boyfriend? Xia Xiaobai sincerely shook her head, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao with bright eyes, her delicate feet gently swaying. I don't have a boyfriend. Do I only have your sister? You won't mind, will you? Chu Xiaoxiao nodded. Of course I don't mind, Sister Xiaobai. Come to play with my sister more often, okay? Suddenly Xia Xiaobai felt a bit hungry and touched her stomach. By the way, Xiaoxiao, have you had lunch? I'll make you something to eat. Chu Xiaoxiao also touched her stomach, showing a hungry, I'm hungry. Is Sister Xiaobai, like my sister, someone who can entertain guests and cook? Xia Xiaobai got up and went into the kitchen, returning 3 minutes later with 2 bowls of Master Kong beef noodles, handing them to Chu Xiaoxiao. It's ready, eat up. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the Master Kong instant noodles she was handed. At least they added an egg and 2 pieces of vegetables. Xia Xiaobai blinked her amber eyes. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Chu Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Of course I like the instant noodles made by Sister Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was also quite familiar with instant noodles, slurping the noodles into her mouth with her cherry lips. Chu Xiaoxiao ate somewhat listlessly. It wasn't that he didn't like instant noodles. It was just that his sister and the maids made them according to Takashi Kanashiro's method, and they also added vegetables and eggs. If he had known he would have taken Sister Xiaobai out to eat McDonald's, that would have increased Sister Xiaobai's fondness for him. Xia Xiaobai, however, ate heartily. She didn't mind that instant noodles were cheap, and of course, she wouldn't complain about them being bland. Watching Xia Xiaobai eat so happily for some reason, he felt a pang of heartache. Does Sister Xiaobai often eat instant noodles? Xia Xiaobai nodded. It's okay, I eat instant noodles when my wallet is tight. She remembered that she still needed to endure for another week this month before she had pocket money. She sighed, thankful for the 1,000 yuan from Mo Zihan, otherwise she would really need to borrow money. Chu Xiaoxiao secretly resolved to protect Sister Xiaobai. What's your WeChat number, Sister Xiaobai? Xia Xiaobai opened her phone and shared her WeChat QR code for him to scan. After all, he was her little nephew, so she didn't think much of it. After successfully adding WeChat, Chu Xiaoxiao checked Xia Xiaobai's profile immediately. Why did it show she was male? He didn't think much of it. Changing gender online was too easy, so he went to check her friend circle. But he discovered something strange. Sister Xiaobai's friend circle was empty. There wasn't a single selfie. It was well known that the girls he knew would take selfies at every opportunity, whether drinking milk tea or eating cake. They were all selfie addicts. In the end, he could only shake his head in disappointment. It was a pity that such a beautiful Sister Xiaobai didn't take more photos. He wanted to secretly take a few to show off in class. But he was stopped by Xia Xiaobai's gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed, her cherry lips pressed together, and her exquisite face, even when angry, was so adorably beautiful. Chu Xiaoxiao still managed to sneak a picture of her stunning profile. Xia Xiaobai was also bored browsing through Chu Xiaoxiao's friend circle. She discovered that this guy had a pair of twin maids beside him, especially with the maids being tall with high heels and long legs, which made her eyes light up. There were bodyguards and drivers accompanying them, taking them in a Rolls Royce. Truly, comparing people could make one feel inferior. At her age, she still rode a bicycle to school. At this moment, Xia Xiaobai's WeChat flashed. A red envelope has arrived, and she was momentarily stunned. Opening the chat window with Chu Xiaoxiao, she found it was a 520 yuan red envelope. Chu Xiaoxiao laughed happily. Sister Xiaobai, this is your living allowance from me. You can't eat instant noodles every day or it's bad for your skin and health. Xia Xiaobai. Sigma, this little nephew is really nice. She even took a screenshot and forwarded it to Chu Qiushi, feeling a bit shy. Chu Qiushi was having lunch with Yi Chonggong when she suddenly received Xia Xiaobai's WeChat and was very happy. It seemed that this guy hadn't forgotten he had a girlfriend. But when she opened it and took a look, she was stunned. Her Chu Xiaoxiao actually sent a 520 yuan red envelope to Xia Xiaobai. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. She probably understood that this brat Chu Xiaoxiao had a crush on Xia Xiaobai. She also knew that this guy liked her. If Chu Xiaoxiao found out that Xia Xiaobai was his sister's boyfriend, would his worldview collapse? Chu Qiushi's fingers danced on her phone as she replied to Xia Xiaobai. Alright, don't play too recklessly, this brat really makes one uneasy. Xia Xiaobai replied, received. Chu Qiushi, love you, blowing a kiss. Yi Chonggong looked at Chu Qiushi with great interest. Why are you smiling so happily? Are you chatting with your handsome little boyfriend? Chu Qiushi smiled sweetly, taking a bite of cake. Today my little brother came to the apartment to find me, so I just asked Xiaobai to help keep an eye on that brat. Yi Chonggong couldn't help but laugh. Is this little pervert your brother? This guy always has that lecherous look whenever he meets me in the apartment. Chu Qiushi held her forehead, realizing that Chu Xiaoxiao's admiration for older sisters was even more serious than she had imagined. Xia Xiaobai happily accepted the 520 yuan from her brother after Chu Qiushi's approval. Chu Xiaoxiao stood up and proposed, shall we go shopping? Today all expenses for Sister Xiaobai will be covered by me. Xia Xiaobai, being a homebody, wanted to refuse at first, but upon hearing the last sentence, she immediately agreed. Of course, I actually dislike staying at home the most. Going out to exercise is good for health. Chu Xiaoxiao complimented the beautiful and charming Xia Xiaobai. No wonder Sister Xiaobai is so beautiful, with such snow-white skin and long slender legs. It turns out to be the result of regular healthy exercise. Walking on the bustling street, the summer heat felt a bit cooler in the refreshing river breeze. In the vast open area, pedestrians hurried past while affectionate couples walked hand in hand under the shade. Throughout the journey, whether it was her exquisite bare face or her seemingly beautiful and chic hairstyle, her tall figure, soft jade-like arms, and graceful long legs truly made her stand out. She attracted the attention of countless passers-by, who she was simply a vivacious and youthful short-haired girl. There were even boys who were so distracted that they bumped into a telephone pole. Chu Xiaoxiao stood next to Xia Xiaobai, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her. Watching the envious glances of others made him feel immensely proud. Xia Xiaobai strode gracefully through the bustling street, taking in the lively sights. To her amusement, she noticed that Chu Xiaoxiao, her future brother-in-law, had tried to take her hand secretly several times. If only I had half of his audacity back in the day when I was chasing girls. Not only would my friends not have abandoned me, but by now I might even have kids. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaobai would not give Chu Xiaoxiao any opportunity, even if he is to become her brother-in-law. After all, she was meant to be his sister-in-law. Xia Xiaobai was already imagining how Chu Xiaoxiao would react if he found out that she was actually his sister-in-law. He would probably be very surprised. During their walk, every time Chu Xiaoxiao tried to take Xia Xiaobai's hand, she inadvertently dodged him, making him so frustrated that he nearly stomped his feet. Sister Xiaobai, you are so beautiful. With your tall figure, why don't you wear pretty dresses? They'll buy you a dress, no problem. Anything from Chanel or similar brands is fine as long as you like it. Although you're a bit flat-chested, I'm sure you would look stunning in it, Chu Xiaoxiao said. Xia Xiaobai clenched her fist, a vein popping on her smooth forehead, yet her beautiful oval face forced a gentle smile. I don't really like wearing dresses, they are too troublesome, she replied. Chu Xiaoxiao, somewhat disappointed, asked again, Sister Xiaobai, do you wear high heels? Your legs are really beautiful. Wearing high heels would make them even prettier. Xia Xiaobai's forehead showed 2 veins. Sorry, I'm already tall enough. I don't need high heels. Chu Xiaoxiao persisted. Sister Xiaobai, could you wear black stockings for me to see? White ones would be fine too. Before he could finish, Xia Xiaobai raised her fist and struck the top of his head. Can you stop talking nonsense? Chu Xiaoxiao immediately covered his pained head. Seeing Xia Xiaobai's slightly angry expression made him admire her even more. Sister Xiaobai, you look so cool. Your angry expression is so cute, he exclaimed. I absolutely love it. Xia Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly, only she could be seen as cute when angry. If you don't want to keep getting hit, don't talk about women's clothing. Otherwise, I'll let your sister hit you, she warned as they walked down the pedestrian street. At that moment, a beautiful girl with twin ponytails blocked their way. Her slender waist was adorned with a small Peppa Pig, and her pink dress looked extremely cute. Her face was also exquisitely beautiful, resembling a perfectly sculpted beauty. She was glaring furiously at Chu Xiaoxiao and Xia Xiaobai, especially at Xia Xiaobai, whose eyes were filled with anger. Anyone who didn't know would think Xia Xiaobai owed her hundreds of dollars. The girl with twin ponytails pointed her slender finger at Chu Xiaoxiao, revealing her cute dimples as she questioned him. Who is this stinky woman, Xiaoxiao? Why are you two shopping together? Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Stinky woman? Who are you referring to? Why are you looking at me, beautiful girl? Oh no, this beautiful girl isn't mistaking me for a mistress, is she? Xia Xiaobai felt a mix of wanting to cry and finding it amusing. Are young people nowadays this playful? She almost wanted to hit Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao displayed an impatient expression, saying, Yeah, I told you I don't like little girls like you. You have no charm, no height, and no long legs either. Besides being cute and pretty, you have no advantages over big sisters. Moreover, Sister Xiaobai is much prettier than you and has long legs. Yaya looked at Xia Xiaobai with a pitiful expression, feeling that her height and long legs were completely out of reach. At her current development rate, reaching 1.6 meters would be quite impressive. She looked at Chu Xiaoxiao with a pleading expression, but I will grow taller. I can also become long-legged. Besides, this woman is flat as a runway. Xia Xiaobai felt another vein popping on her forehead, once more feeling the impulse to hit someone. Her target was still Chu Xiaoxiao. Yaya even proudly puffed out her well-developed chest, looking like she was all Xiaoxiao. Look, mine is much bigger than her flat chest. At her age, having such a size, reaching a C cup in the future is not impossible. Chu Xiaoxiao made a face of disgust, letting out a tch. So what? I still don't like you. Go away and don't follow me and Sister Xiaobai on our date. Xia Xiaobai looked at Chu Xiaoxiao and really wished to give him a beating. This is too much of a display of wealth. If only I had a little fan like this back in the day, I would probably laugh out loud in my dreams. Yaya was so angry that she stomped her feet repeatedly, her little Peppa Pig swaying along, her big eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xia Xiaobai smiled amiably as if basking in the spring breeze. All right, Xiaoxiao, let this adorable little girl join us for shopping. After walking for an afternoon, we should find a cold drink shop to sit for a while. Of course, Xia Xiaobai also had her own agenda. To be honest, shopping with a boy was really not interesting. If it were with a beautiful girl, it would be different. Looking at beautiful women makes one feel much happier. Moreover, as a qualified green tea, no, I should say a tea art master, I absolutely cannot let myself be angered over such trivial matters. I must always maintain the persona of a white lotus. Chu Xiaoxiao was somewhat unwilling, but when Yaya was quite happy, Xia Xiaobai gently said, Xiaoxiao, she is your classmate, right? Classmates shouldn't treat each other like this. We are all friends. She raised her hand, wanting to pat Yaya's head, but the proud girl dodged. When Yaya puffed her cheeks and let out a humph, tilting her little head as her twin ponytails swayed. You can't seduce my Xiaoxiao, or we're not familiar with each other. Xia Xiaobai found that the angry expression of the beautiful girl was indeed quite cute. It was so fierce that she wanted to touch her ponytails. The three soon found a nearby McDonald's and sat down. Xia Xiaobai rarely ate such fast food, but Chu Xiaoxiao, and when Yaya really liked it. Xia Xiaobai felt a bit sorry for her wallet since she was the oldest among the three, and it wouldn't be fair to let the two kids. You guys order today, it's my treat. She thought that treating them with the 520 yuan red envelope from Xiaoxiao for a McDonald's meal wouldn't be a problem. This summer it had been half a month without rain and the temperature was unbearably hot. The McDonald's in the afternoon was already crowded, and it took a while for the three to find a seat. When Yaya gulped as she browsed the menu on her phone. Her parents usually didn't take her to eat fast food, and with her limited allowance, she rarely ate it. More importantly, she harbored a slight sense of revenge against Xia Xiaobai. Sister Xiaobai said she would treat us, so I won't hold back, Wen Yaya said, resting her jade hand on her chin as she looked at Xiaobai. Order whatever you like, don't hold back. Chu Xiaoxiao also didn't hold back. He had never been interested in money, which was just a number to him. Since he understood the world, he knew his family was never short of money, and he ordered a large pile, without hesitation. When Yaya ordered expensive but unsatisfying items, and she also ordered a lot, even getting a rather pricey children's meal in the end. In the end, when Xia Xiaobai looked at the bill, her heart was bleeding. The two kids had ordered over 300 yuan. Can you finish all this? Wasting food is shameful, she said. When Yaya had a strawberry McFlurry in her right hand, and a 3-layer cheesy beef burger in her left. Chewing somewhat unclearly, she said, if I can't finish it, I can pack it up for my dogs. I have 2 adorable huskies at home. If you think it's expensive, then don't learn from adults treating you. I'm just a student too, Xia Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. Their dogs ate more lavishly than she did. She could only transform her anger into appetite, eating the Orleans grilled wings and fries in front of her. Xia Xiaobai bit the straw with her delicate juicy red lips while a cola sat on the table. She felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by Chu Xiaoxiao beside her. However, there were benefits as well. All the people around wanting to approach and ask for WeChat were sternly chased away by him, showing no mercy. Xia Xiaobai maintained her elegance, picking up a piece of McNugget dipped in ketchup, her snow-white teeth slightly parting as she took a bite, full of delightful flavor. Sister Xiaobai is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Even eating is so graceful. Chu Xiaoxiao laughed foolishly. She then glanced at Wen Yayao beside her, who looked disdainful. As expected, she's just a little girl eating in big bites, not graceful at all. Sister Xiaobai eats elegantly, just like my sister. In fact, Xia Xiaobai learned to mimic Chu Qiushi. Wen Yayao pouted her cherry-like lips, her mouth full of wolfing down leftover ice cream from the McFlurry. Her pretty and cute face was filled with a youthful grievance. Of course, eating in big bites is more enjoyable. Taking small bites and chewing slowly is so boring. Xia Xiaobai covered her delicate forehead with her jade-like hand, feeling quite speechless towards these 2 little brats. She was staring at Wen Yayao's twin ponytails, really having an urge to grab them. How beautiful and delightful they looked. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, Xia Xiaobai looked at her. Yayao, let Sister Xiaobai help you wipe your mouth, okay? She appeared somewhat lovesick. No, it should be the look of a girl trying to charm another girl. When Yayao's face turned red. I don't need your help, I can do it myself. I can eat very gracefully too. Xia Xiaobai smiled helplessly, thinking that today's little girls are really hard to coax. As a green tea sister, it was impossible for her to get angry, as she had to maintain the appearance of a white lotus flower. Alright, Yayao, you can wipe it yourself then, she said to Wen Yayao, with a gentle smile resembling a kind older sister teaching her little sister. Wen Yayao, still quite proud, took the tissue from Xia Xiaobai and wiped her mouth. Only then did she realize that the tissue smelled nice, all carrying the delightful scent of this big sister. Xia Xiaobai touched her abdomen and suddenly felt a bit of urgency to urinate. Blushing, she said, I need to go to the restroom first. She quickly walked to the McDonald's restroom, but when she stood at the door, she froze. Should she enter the men's or the women's restroom? Speaking of which, since becoming a girl, she had never entered a women's restroom. She usually held it in and went back to the dormitory or used a gender-neutral restroom. Xia Xiaobai scratched her head in difficulty, as she had just drunk a large cup of cola and now felt desperate. She never imagined that one day she would face the dilemma of whether to enter the men's or the women's restroom. She still felt a bit resistant to entering the women's restroom. But with her current appearance, if she went into the men's restroom, would she be seen as a female hooligan? If she encountered a pervert, it would be even worse. Although Huaxia is not like that strange country where even big lizards are not spared, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Forget it, a fake man should naturally use the real women's restroom. The number of people going to the restroom around her was increasing as the entire McDonald's was packed. Xia Xiaobai could only try to relax her expression a bit. She maintained a faint smile on her face, but her white forehead was already nervously beating with delicate sweat. Once inside, Xia Xiaobai was dumbfounded. There was a line. So many girls were lining up. There were only 7 stalls inside, and behind each stall were a few girls waiting. Was there no restroom left in the entire mall? Why were there so many people? At that moment, Wen Yayao also walked in, biting her red lips and lining up behind Xia Xiaobai. She was holding her abdomen with her little hands, looking quite desperate. She suddenly remembered that this girl had drunk 2 cups of large cola. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Xia Xiaobai heard the little girl, Wen Yayao, stamping her feet anxiously, with her little mouth murmuring, I'm about to wet my pants, why is it taking so long? Soon it was Xia Xiaobai's turn as she sighed helplessly, Yayao, you go first. Wen Yayao, holding it in, had beads of sweat on her forehead, yet she stubbornly huffed. I don't need your charity, hurry up. Xia Xiaobai shrugged. Anyway, the one who wets her pants later won't be me. Just as she was about to lock the door, when Yayo's big eyes welled up with tears. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst through the door. Sister Xiaobai, let me go first, I'm about to wet my pants. Xia Xiaobai was startled and immediately turned around. Do you have any toilet paper? A shy voice came from behind, belonging to Wen Yayao. Xia Xiaobai could only hand it to her. A few minutes later, the two returned to their seats. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Xiaobai and noticed something was off. Her stunning face was somewhat flushed. What's wrong, Sister Xiaobai? Your earlobes look quite red, Chu Xiaoxiao asked. Xia Xiaobai quickly shook her head, but her heart was filled with guilt. Alright, it's getting late. Let's stroll through the night market before heading home. Xia Xiaobai was also a bit tired if it weren't for wanting to build a relationship with her little nephew. She would rather lie in bed playing games, reading novels, or sleeping. This is the life a homebody should have. On the streetlights began to light up red, green, yellow, all colorful, embellishing the night scene beautifully. Pedestrians came and went bustling and lively. Most people were browsing the shops. Xia Xiaobai stopped at a roadside stall run by two girls. They were selling some female accessories, likely students nearby working part-time on weekends. She wanted to buy a hairpin for Chu Qiushi and picked one that was pink with a beautiful crystal on it. How much is this beautiful? The girl looked at Xia Xiaobai envious. Oh, what a pretty young lady. 30 yuan, you're very pretty, but this is only suitable for long hair. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly said, wrap it up for me. Ooh, I can let my hair grow long. Sister Xiaobai, I'll give it to you, Wen Yaoyao said playfully, pulling Chu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I also want one just like that. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at her in annoyance. Fine, you're really annoying. Ooh, I'll give you one. Wen Yaoyao happily danced. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you're truly a good person. Xia Xiaobai. What? Xia Xiaobai helplessly tapped Chu Xiaoxiao's head. This is a gift I prepared for your sister. Who needs your gift? Chu Xiaoxiao covered her little head and said irritably, come on, my sister's jewelry box has the cheapest items worth hundreds. They're all luxury brands like Chanel, Tiffany, and Yummy. I've given her plenty, yet rarely see her wear them. Xia Xiaobai opened her mouth. Fine poverty limited her imagination. She held onto the pink butterfly hairpin. Her amber eyes sparkled, feeling down as she prepared to put it down. Suddenly, Wen Yaoyao beside her spoke up. Don't listen to Xiaoxiao. If Qiushi really considers you a good friend, she won't care how much the gift costs you. After hearing Wen Yaoyao's words, Xia Xiaobai felt enlightened. Indeed, if Qiushi liked her, she definitely wouldn't dislike her because of the gift's lack of value. Wen Yaoyao held the hairpin Chu Xiaoxiao had given her big black eyes shining brightly. When you love someone, they will cherish everything around you. Xia Xiaobai smiled back at Wen Yaoyao. You're right, Yaoyao. I believe Qiushi will like it. Beautiful, help me wrap it in gift paper. In the night market, Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Xiaobai and said, Sister Xiaobai really isn't like some girls as she buys things so quickly. My two maids and sister are super troublesome when shopping with them. They look for a long time and end up not buying anything. Xia Xiaobai chuckled, thinking to herself that she wasn't a girl, but rather her brother-in-law. After sending Wen Yaoyao home, Chu Xiaoxiao returned to the villa, although he was initially unwilling. It wasn't until Xia Xiaobai gave him a good scolding that he was dragged into the villa by the bodyguards, feeling dejected. Xia Xiaobai took a taxi back to her apartment, where Chu Qiushi and Yi Chang'e happened to return as well. Xia Xiaobai looked at the gift in her hand. Chu Qiushi, a bit fatigued, walked into the apartment with her handbag. Just as she entered, she spotted a graceful silhouette before her. Upon recognizing the person's features, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Instantly invigorated, she spread her long arms and welcomed the figure. Xiaobai, I missed you so much. Come, let me snuggle you. Chu Qiuxi's exquisitely delicate face rubbed against Xiaobai's, and their soft bodies caused both to feel a flutter in their hearts. Unable to resist, Xiaobai held her face and kissed her, preparing to continue kissing downwards. However, Chu Qiushi, her face flushed with embarrassment, pushed her away. I've been tired all day, can I take a shower first? Nearby, Yi Chang'e covered his forehead. You two lovebirds are really feeding me enough dog food and going back to my room first. Xiaobai handed Chu Qiushi a beautifully wrapped gift. Qiushi, this is a hairpin I bought for you. She playfully poked her cheek. I think it's beautiful, but it's a bit cheap, I hope you don't mind. Chu Qiushi took the gift and tightly held it in her embrace. Her heart was filled with sweetness. This was the second gift Xiaobai had given her. She couldn't help but corner Xiaobai against the wall, displaying the demeanor of a domineering female, her eyes filled with love. After kissing for several minutes, the two slowly parted, their cheeks flushed. Chu Qiuxi's tender lips glistened, her eyes misty, yet filled with unspoken sentiments, drawing one into a trance. Thank you, Xiaobai. As long as it's from you, I'll love it. Your love for me is priceless. The next morning, Chu Qiushi, eager to wear the hairpin Xiaobai had given her, carefully dressed herself. The deep eyeshadow made her captivating eyes radiate charm, while her vividly painted red lips were lustrous and enticing. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her waist. One side was adorned with a beautifully exquisite butterfly hairpin. The hairpin Xiaobai gave me is really beautiful. I'll wear it every day from now on. Xiaobai's snow-white arms wrapped around her from behind. I still think Qiushi should change her hairpin every day to look pretty. Chu Qiushi smiled sweetly, turned around, and kissed her. I'll do as you say. The two held hands as they walked on the morning path to university. Even just their two silhouettes caused hurried passers-by to halt, savoring the lingering fragrance, let alone those who were admiring their beauty. Suddenly, Chu Qiushi remembered something amusing, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. By the way, Xiaobai, since last night this guy Xiao Xiao has been messaging me asking me to introduce you to him as his girlfriend. It seems my Xiaobai is truly too beautiful, even bratty boys can't resist. What did you two do yesterday? Xiaobai helplessly smiled and recounted the events of yesterday. I just wanted to build a good relationship with my future brother-in-law. Chu Qiushi rolled her eyes at him. Be mindful, don't let that brat get too close. If it were any other girl I would definitely introduce her to him, so he wouldn't bother me every day. But my Xiaobai is definitely off limits, especially since you are a boy. Xiaobai clenched her fist and paused, taking a deep breath. She asked, Qiushi, if I were a girl would you still like me? Yeah. Of course, because you are my favorite, Xiaobai. Hurry up, or we'll be late. Xiaobai looked at her back as she followed suit. You are also my favorite, Qiushi. In the classroom at noon, Xiaobai lay bored on the desk. In such a class, she felt utterly bored, especially with the sultry summer heat, making her feel even more lethargic. The sunlight streaming in from outside made her feel numb. The only thing that piqued her interest was that the instructor for this class was the college's renowned beauty Zhao Feifei. Whether it was her 36C figure or her long legs wrapped in sheer stockings paired with a black professional pencil skirt from behind, she exuded an irresistible allure. Zhao Feifei was the dream girl of countless boys. Beside her, Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng were equally fixated on the podium. Others might think they were genuinely studying, but in reality, they were just daydreaming about Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei filled half the blackboard with various formulas. The electronic screen beside her was also filled with various solutions, while her beautiful eyes scanned the room. Most people lowered their heads, either looking around idly. Having been a student herself, she was well aware of the students' little secrets. Thinking that if they lowered their heads the instructor wouldn't see them, Zhao Feifei surveyed the room. When her gaze landed on Xiaobai, this cute girl was particularly memorable. At that moment this girl was staring at her with drool. That was quite bold. Zhao Feifei crossed her long arms, feigning anger, her gaze fixed on Xiaobai, filled with warning. Xiaobai felt a wave of despair as she realized the system had issued another task. To better understand the female structure, task 2, please stare at Zhao Feifei's slender figure for 10 minutes. Ask for her measurements. Task completed. Reward a more intoxicating skin fragrance. Task failed. The system will control the host's body to wall slam Zhao Feifei. Xiaobai nearly vomited blood. This was an attempt to kill her. Zhao Feifei noticed Xiaobai's increasingly audacious gaze, her beautiful face flushed with both embarrassment and anger. Being stared at by such a handsome boy, to be honest, she was quite taken. After all, she had been single for 25 years. But in public, how could she give Xiaobai a way out? Zhao Feifei pretended to be angry and stared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you think I'm beautiful? Have you had enough of looking? Zhou Cheng tugged at Xiaobai's shirt corner and whispered, Xiaobai, although the beauty is nice, your life is more important. Xiaobai felt fine beads of sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. Beautiful, beautiful. Instructor Feifei's figure is truly top-notch. Zhao Feifei's face twitched slightly. This guy? Oh, of course my figure is top-notch, but I want you to look at the blackboard, not at me. Xiaobai's cheeks glistened with fine beads of sweat. Instructor Feifei, may I ask what your measurements are? As soon as Xiaobai's words fell, the girls all blushed while the boys looked on with admiration. Awesome, Zhou Qing gave Xiaobai a thumbs up. Zhao Feifei was even more embarrassed inside. If it was a private question she might have answered, but in public, how could she respond? She quickly turned around, starting to ponder, did Xiaobai like her? No way. Speaking of which, Xiaobai was quite good-looking and fit her type. Her beautiful face had turned crimson, as if she could bleed. Nervous, her fingers twirled in circles, but Xiaobai was only 18 years old, and she was 25. Oh, would it feel like an old cow eating young grass? But I have never been in a relationship. Actually dating a pretty young boy wouldn't be bad. Her mind whirled for a long time. Zhao Feifei took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising, making her appear even more alluring. She tried to maintain her composure and turned to look at Xiaobai's exquisite fair face. Her eyes were particularly large, paired with delicate features and fair skin, making it hard to look away. Zhao Feifei's heart raced like a deer in a panic. Actually, having such a handsome young boy was also a good choice. Xiaobai, if you can solve the problem above, it'll give you a chance for a private conversation. The surrounding classmates looked at Xiaobai with sympathetic expressions. This guy was too reckless. It was obvious Zhao Feifei was preparing to teach Xiaobai a lesson privately. It was said that Zhao Feifei was also a member of the Taekwondo club and was only 2 ranks weaker than instructor he. Xiaobai walked up to the podium under immense pressure. This problem was indeed a rather difficult one from the question bank regarding the Pythagorean theorem. The classmates below mourned for Xiaobai, as Zhao Feifei had never taught this problem before. Although many people searched for information online, as soon as they opened their computers to study, they would immediately suffer from headaches and give up. After all, the professors would not pose such difficult questions in the exam. The difficulty of the questions is generally designed to ensure that you can at least pass, though there are still failures. Unlike in high school, where the questions were mercilessly difficult. Zhao Feifei looked at Xiaobai and suddenly felt a bit regretful. This question was indeed quite tough, especially since this was the College of Arts. Oh well, as long as he answers 20 correctly, it might give him a way out. Xia Xiaobai stared at the blackboard, and clarity washed over her mind. The knowledge she had learned throughout her life surged forth, and she began to write formulas on the blackboard, as if she were a mathematician, her handwriting neat and elegant, flowing like a dance. In less than 10 minutes, half of the blackboard was already filled with her writing. Teacher Feifei has finished explaining, Zhao Feifei said, holding a tablet that corresponded to the answers Xia Xiaobai had provided. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing were already scratching their heads in confusion. At first they could understand, but the more they looked, the more blurred it became, feeling as if the world was spinning, completely bewildered. Xiaobai is quite convincing, huh? He must have just scribbled all over the blackboard, Zhao Qing muttered, rubbing his head. Zhao Feifei gasped, her lips slightly parted in shock. He got them all right. Zhou Qing's mouth dropped open big enough to fit a fist. No way. Xia Xiaobai's math level was on par with theirs. Neither of them was particularly exceptional. Xia Xiaobai returned to her seat, and Zhao Cheng said sternly, Xiaobai, you aren't secretly studying to impress teacher Zhao Feifei, are you? Zhao Cheng's voice was loud enough to be heard by Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei felt a sweet sensation in her heart. It seemed Xiaobai had been prepared all along. This class was the last one before the final bell rang. Xia Xiaobai locked eyes with Zhao Feifei, both blushing as they harbored their own thoughts. Xia Xiaobai wondered if teacher Feifei would really tell her measurements. Otherwise, failing the task would mean forcibly cornering her. Sigh. There were just 10 minutes left in the task. Zhao Feifei pretended to be angry, glaring at Xia Xiaobai with a flushed face. You just come with me, she said. Xia Xiaobai followed her, unable to deny that teacher Feifei had an impressive figure, her long legs swaying as she walked. Teacher Feifei, Zhao Feifei replied directly. You can just call me Sister Feifei from now on. Her voice sounded calm, but inside she was incredibly nervous. If Xia Xiaobai suddenly confessed to me, would I accept or refuse? Oh, what a difficult choice. Xia Xiaobai was confused. She only wanted to ask about her measurements. Did it need to be so complicated? She was still quite happy. After all, Zhao Feifei was truly stunning and the dream girl of many. Soon they stood in a secluded pavilion, the setting sun casting golden rays over the land. Zhao Feifei looked at Xia Xiaobai with a hint of shyness, her expression reminiscent of an adorable little girl. Xia Xiaobai wondered if teacher Feifei had taken something today. Zhao Feifei played with the strands of hair falling in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes shyly gazing at Xia Xiaobai. All right, if you have something to say to me, now's the time, she said. Xia Xiaobai. Hadn't she already asked this in class? Sister Feifei, I just want to know your measurements, Xia Xiaobai said. Zhao Feifei's face turned red as she answered honestly. After finishing, she covered her pink face with both hands, even thinking about baby names. Xiaobai, do you have anything else to say to Sister Feifei? The child will take your surname. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Nothing else. Zhao Feifei was also taken aback. You weren't planning to confess to me. She immediately covered her beautiful mouth. Xia Xiaobai tilted her head in confusion and hurried to explain. I was planning to buy my girlfriend a set of clothes. I thought Sister Feifei's figure was similar to my girlfriend's, so I just asked. Zhao Feifei. So it turned out the fool was herself. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, 3 veins popped up on her forehead. Xia Xiaobai instinctively took a step back, sensing a chilly aura. Sister Feifei. Zhao Feifei slapped Xia Xiaobai across the face. Pervert. She stomped her long, beautiful legs and left tears glistening in her eyes. Xia Xiaobai held her aching face, expecting this outcome. But why did it feel like Sister Feifei was crying because of her? Sigh, I really don't understand, she sighed. Suddenly feeling a pang of regret, she decided to buy her a gift tomorrow to... Xia Xiaobai certainly didn't dare to chase after her now, as she was in a fiery mood, and it was likely she would get hit. In the cafeteria, Chu Qiushi was already elegantly seated at the spot Xia Xiaobai had arranged, her long legs crossed. She rested her jade hand against her fragrant cheek, mumbling in boredom. Why hasn't Xiaobai arrived yet? I've already gotten his meal ready, it's getting cold. Just then a figure sat down in front of Chu Qiushi, looking like a devoted admirer. Chu Qiushi looked up, her brows furrowing slightly. How could it be these shameless guys again? Although they were handsome, their overly indulgent faces showed how hollow they were. Qiushi, who would have thought we'd meet again in the cafeteria? It's fate, he said. Chu Qiushi couldn't be bothered to talk to him, and simply picked up her food to sit at another table. Chu Qiushi was the goddess of the male students in the academy, even though most of them dared not pursue her. When they saw someone chasing their goddess, they all felt a tightness in their hearts, fearing she would be taken away. However, when they saw Chu Qiushi ignore this guy, they felt a sense of relief. They had seen enough of such admirers and were enjoying the show. The goddess Qiushi had never given any suitors a favorable look. The girls all looked at Chu Qiushi with envy. The boy pursuing her was a well-known handsome junior named Sima Zhe. Of course, there were sympathizers of those in the know understood that Sima Zhe was just a devoted admirer of Chu Qiushi. They could tell that he was bound to end up with nothing. It was said that he had once been hospitalized for a month after being beaten by another suitor by a Mozi Han. Chu Qiushi sat down, and Sima Zhe followed her. At this moment, Xia Xiaobai also arrived at the cafeteria. When she saw someone clinging to her girlfriend, she immediately became unhappy and walked over. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was someone from her own class, apparently named Sima Zhe. Xia Xiaobai had hardly spoken to him. They were clearly from different circles. Qiushi, is this guy bothering you? Qiushi felt a sweetness in her heart at Xia Xiaobai's courageous demeanor and took her arm. It's fine, he's just a cockroach, no need to bother with him, she said, kissing Xia Xiaobai's glossy red lips and pulling her to sit beside her. Sima Zhe recognized Xia Xiaobai. Isn't that the pretty boy from class? How dare he steal his woman? Xia Xiaobai, I advise you to scram, or don't blame me for being rude, Sima Zhe warned. Xia Xiaobai steeled herself, who didn't have a bit of masculinity. She was willing to risk it for her beautiful girlfriend. She picked up a plate of food that hadn't been eaten yet and slammed it on Sima Zhe's face. The scalding food splattered all over him, and Sima Zhe screamed in pain. He was already weak and staggered back, falling to the ground. Xia Xiaobai didn't want to let this guy off easily, though she couldn't beat Mo Zihan. Could this weakling Sima Zhe really pose a challenge? She jumped up and kicked him where it hurt. Ow! Sima Zhe cried out in agony, the surrounding boys gasping in shock. This short-haired goddess is really cool. She is truly beautiful and fierce. Earlier when asked to kiss Qiushi, it seems they might actually be a couple. Xia Xiaobai's movement startled Qiushi. She could never have imagined that the seemingly delicate Xia Xiaobai would reveal such unexpected bravery. Chu stood frozen, eyes glittering. The way Xia had slammed the plate was utterly dazzling. Sima Zhe only struggled for 3 or 4 minutes. He rose painfully and still tried to strike back. Meanwhile, the boys nearby, hoping to win the favor of the two beauties, had already hurried over. Sima Zhe wasn't toying with a girl from our class last time enough. Looks like today we must teach this playboy a lesson. In an instant, the onlookers began to heap abuse on Sima Zhe. But they were only keyboard warriors, bold with words, not with actions. Sima Zhe glared resentfully at Xia Xiaobai, and Qiushi, not daring to say anything cruel, he slunk away in defeat. Qiushi hugged Xia Xiaobai's slender arm with adoration, like a little girl asking for candy, bouncing about and planting sweet kisses on her cheek. Xia, you were unbelievably cool just now. Xia Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed with so many watching. Being hugged and kissed in public still made her shy. But above all, she felt pride. The gorgeous Qiushi was her girlfriend. How could she not swell with pride? The boys nearby finally relaxed when they saw the two beauties so affectionate. They would rather see their goddess entangled with another pretty girl than accept her being given to some other man, unless that man were themselves. Xia Xiaobai led Qiushi to a corner, but the earlier incident had left her with no appetite. Xia, shall we just order one portion to share? Xia agreed at once. Was this the fabled couple's meal? Qiushi ordered a light dish and a salad. Xia, may I feed you some salad? I'm not a child. Come on, it's not the first time. You know I've fed you imported wine before. Xia parted her soft, dewy lips. Her white teeth gently bit the cherry tomato offered to her. The sweet and tart tomato slick with dressing tasted delicious. Chu propped her cheek with one hand. Her lovely eyes were full of desire as she watched Xia. Xia felt those beautiful eyes fixed on her, especially as Chu occasionally flicked out a lilac tongue to taste the rose-petal softness of her lips, moist and gleaming. The look was as if she wanted to devour her. Those lively apricot eyes, misted with moisture, radiated a teasing allure and ravenous longing. Qiushi, why aren't you eating? Chu twirled a strand of hair by her ear. I'm saving myself to eat you tonight. After dinner they parted. The two lingered in affection for a little while before separating. Compared with Xia's languid, unhurried life, Chu Qiuxi's time was far more tightly scheduled. Walking along the campus lake under the night sky, Xia Xiaobai was suddenly struck by a twinge of abdominal pain. Since the day before yesterday, her stomach had been inexplicably cramping. She had to sit down somewhere to ease the pain. After less than 5 minutes, the strange ache subsided. A little after 10, her dorm mates dragged Xia off to a barbecue stall for skewers. No university life is complete without brothers gathering for skewers and drinks. The group took a seat at Wang Guest's barbecue stall. Though it was already 10 o'clock in today's bustling times, the night was just beginning. Wang Guest's stall was nearly full. They had been lucky to find a table that had just been vacated. The server promptly cleared the tabletop with practiced speed. Taking the menu, the server asked, "What would you like?" Xia Xiaobai stretched out her fair arm. "Start with 20 mantis shrimps, salted and peppered. Then 10 grilled hot dogs." Zhou Qing scanned the menu. "Bring a large plate of spicy crayfish. 2 dozen beers more." "I want cola," Xia called out, raising her hand. Zhao Cheng cleared his throat. "They'll have 5 skewers of roasted grasshoppers and 5 roasted silkworm pupae. Also a plate of stir-fried snails. Hee, I like slurping snails. A man who can't slurp snails won't be loved by his girlfriend." Li Liang rolled his eyes. "Come on, anyone can slurp, but do those roasted grasshoppers even taste good?" Zhao Cheng swallowed. "Of course, they tasted like crispy chicken last time I tried them with a girl." Li Liang shook his head. "Bring me 20 lamb skewers, 10 grilled chives to fortify, and 10 lamb kidneys. Order whatever you want tonight." "It's on me," Li Liang said with a laugh. Xia Xiaobai said, Enough. Wasting food is shameful." Zhou Qing shrugged. "What a pity we didn't invite any girls." In less than half an hour, a great heap of barbecue arrived, sizzling as fat boiled on the grill. The air was saturated with a mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat dusted with chili flakes, cumin, and a chorus of tempting barbecue spices. Gentlemen and ladies, please enjoy, more is still being prepared. Ladies. At that moment, only Li Liang, Zhou Qing, Zhao Cheng, and Xia Xiaobai were seated. Why an extra beauty? Everyone understood the implication. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing exchanged lecherous grins as they looked at Xia. 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 Xia Xiaobai picked up her beer bottle and said, "Don't stare at me." The aroma was irresistible, her craving was fully awakened. Ignoring the heat, she bit off a generous mouthful. The four of them were true food lovers, grabbing skewers and devouring them voraciously. They were like a pack of wolves that had not tasted meat for a month. Hot and bubbling in the mouth, filled with simple, profound happiness. The charcoal's primal kiss had rendered the meat deeply fragrant, a glaze of honey and a dusting of cumin deepened the flavor. Tender, smoky, savory with sparks of numb spice bursting across the palate. Pure exhilaration. Zhao Qing picked up a beer. Xia, every time you come for skewers you don't drink. How are we to believe you're a proper guy? Come and share a few with brother Zhao. If you get drunk, he'll at worst carry you back to the dorm. Xia held cola in one hand and gnawed on a mantis shrimp with the other. Get lost. No one would believe your nonsense. Zhou Qing chuckled. Zhao Cheng is a useless man. Don't worry, he'll help you pick up the leftovers. Li Liang scolded good-naturedly. Enough, stop teasing, Xia. You're always chasing girls. Xia munched a lamb kidney. The boss is the best, those two just bully people. Nearby, a resentful figure watched them intently. If Xia Xiaobai had seen him, she would surely recognize him as Sima Zhe, the one she had bashed with a plate tonight. Around him sat 7 or 8 binge-drinking toughs. Tattooed men, a yellow-haired guy, a green-haired guy, every type present. Sima Zhe's eyes glittered. Sherdan, the short-haired beauty over there, is so pretty, and those snow-white long legs. What a thrill. Sherdan, a local small-time thug, had already downed a few bottles of cheap liquor and stared at Xia with a glazed look. His eyes lit up. What a striking beauty, especially the way she eats skewers. Stunning. Pointing at a drunken lackey, he said, "Go over and try to pick up that short-haired girl." Sima Zhe would not be foolish enough to approach himself. This was a civilized age. Only those drunk fools convinced the world belonged to them after a few cups of cheap liquor would dare such a stunt. A clever man lets others do his dirty work. He now hated Xia Xiaobai with a hatred that reached the bone. And Chu Qiushi, he despised that wretch too. He would rather see them entangled with other women than let any man take them, as sooner or later he would make them pay. Fine. Xia Xiaobai suddenly felt a pressing need to relieve herself, and stood up saying, "I need to go to the restroom first." Zhou Qing immediately asked, "Do you need me to accompany you, Xiaobai?" Xia Xiaobai shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes, replying, No, I'm not drunk yet." She held her forehead and walked out for about 10 meters. Sherdan and 7 or 8 lackeys blocked Xia Xiaobai's path, sporting lewd smiles and reeking of, "Little sister, you look so cool. Out late at night with 3 guys eating skewers and drinking. Why not drink a few cups with your brother Sherdan instead?" A lackey with rainbow-colored hair and a tongue ring gulped as he looked at Xia Xiaobai. Her arms were as white as lotus roots, with a smooth face devoid of makeup. Under the tender skin of her face, a layer of luminous radiance seemed to flow beneath her jade-like complexion. "Boss, this short-haired girl's skin is really so white and smooth, and she smells amazing. Under the lights, she even reflects light. Look at those legs, they're so long, both white and long." While talking, he attempted to place his hand on Xia Xiaobai's shoulder, only to be slapped back by her. She showed a displeased expression and spoke to the group with a voice that was hard to distinguish between masculine and feminine. "Get lost. If you want to chase girls, go ahead. I'm a boy, what kind of blind person are you?" Encouraged by Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing, Xia Xiaobai had drunk some alcohol, and now her fair cheeks had a hint of pink, clearly entering a tipsy state. Her once bright and clear eyes now appeared ethereal and more enchanting. Her well-defined lips were rosy, resembling cherries ripe for the picking, invoking a desire to kiss. With a beer bottle in her long, slender arms, her adorable appearance captivated these guys, and her long, smooth thighs made them itch with desire. Sherdan rubbed his hands together, saying, Hee, if you say you're a girl, I might be just interested in you. But if you say you're a boy, I will find it even harder to resist. Your skin is so glowy and smooth, and your figure is even more tall and sexy than a girl. Although you're a bit flat, I don't mind at all." He reached out his hand to grab Xia Xiaobai's snow-white wrist. Xia Xiaobai attempted to dodge again, but was blocked by 2 other lackeys. At this moment, she became slightly more sober, looking at the 7 or 8 people surrounding her and feeling terrified. Seeing their blatant gazes, she thought to herself that tonight might result in a loss of virtue. She anxiously looked at the group, saying, "If you come over, I will shout. I'm really a boy." The guy with the tongue ring smirked. He said, Hee, a cute little girl like you only makes me more excited. Go ahead and shout. Even if you scream your throat dry, no one will dare to save you." Xia Xiaobai was quick to react, grabbing the beer bottle in her hand and smashing it over the head of this lewd fellow. She lifted her long leg and kicked hard at his companion, saying, "Even you dare to harass me? Say goodbye to your buddy." After a flurry of attacks, the guy with the tongue ring was rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing his strongest subordinate incapacitated, Sherdan was furious. She really is a little hot pepper who doesn't let people rest. "If I don't conquer you tonight, I won't call myself Sherdan." Unfortunately, Xia Xiaobai was alone and couldn't dodge in time, receiving a slap to the face from this guy. Zhao Cheng and the others noticed that something was off with the surroundings. They stood up looking like bystanders to see what. Noticing the commotion, one exclaimed, "Damn it, boss, Zhou Qing and Xiaobai are being harassed." Without a second thought, he picked up a nearby folding stool and threw it at a colorful-haired guy, hitting him hard. "How dare you bully my brothers?" Without pausing, he sprinted forward with the speed of 100 meters, kicking away another guy who tried to grab Xia Xiaobai. Zhou Qing and Li Liang also joined the chaotic fight, and soon the scene was filled with flying beer bottles, stools, and shoes, turning the stall into a mess. On their side, there were only 4 of them, and they quickly fell into a disadvantage, becoming the ones being beaten. Fortunately, their leader Li Liang had practiced some skills, otherwise they would have been knocked to the ground long ago. At that moment, a Porsche 911 stopped by the roadside. She had just finished work and was planning to buy some late-night snacks to take home. But upon seeing the commotion at the stall where she often ate, Lu Mei frowned slightly. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a very disheveled figure, Xiaobai. Sigma, this was serious. This guy was Kyux's boyfriend. Without time to think, she called for help while rushing over. Yichanga had also practiced quite a bit of self-defense, so dealing with a few lackeys was no trouble. Li Liang and the others were about to be overwhelmed. He was the fiercest in the crowd, but he also became the main target. Suddenly, a stunning figure with an excellent physique joined the fray, something they hadn't expected. Yichanga threw punches with great force, and these lackeys hadn't anticipated that this beautiful woman would strike so fiercely, quickly turning the situation around. Especially when she fought, her 36D figure shook like jelly, causing the onlookers to almost stare with their eyes. Before long, 4 or 5 Land Rovers stopped by the roadside, and a dozen men in black came down, clearly the reinforcements that Yichanga had called. "Sister Yi, are you alright?" Yichanga grabbed Sherdan by the collar, punched him in the face, and threw him to the ground. "Hold these guys down and don't let them escape. I want to see who they are." She hurried over to Xia Xiaobai, asking Xiaobai. Yichanga looked at Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face, which had a handprint on it, and felt a twinge of pain in her. Xia Xiaobai shook her head, saying, "Sister Yi, why are you here? And don't tell Qiushi that I got into a fight to avoid worrying her." Zhao Cheng, with a bruised face and slurred speech, asked, "Who is this beautiful woman, Xiaobai?" His eyes were so swollen that he could barely see, but he felt the outline of her beauty. Xia Xiaobai looked at his state and wanted to laugh, but couldn't. With a hint of pity, she said, "Isn't she your goddess, Yichanga? Don't you want her WeChat?" Zhou Qing among the 4 was the least injured, with only some bruises on his arm. "What's this guy sneaking around doing?" A burly man walked over, dragging one of the lackeys. Xia Xiaobai recognized him at a glance as Sima Zhe. At that moment, Sherdan also recognized Yichanga and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "So you're a friend of Sister Yi? I must have been blind. It was Sima Zhe who told me to chase after this short-haired girl." Yichanga stared wide-eyed at Xia Xiaobai, thinking, "Short-haired girl? He's a boy, my benefactor's boyfriend. You're quite impressive too." She waved her hand, instructing her subordinate. Sima Zhe was so scared he almost wet his pants. He had never seen such a scene, surrounded by a dozen men in black. At that moment, Zhou Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaobai's legs are bleeding a lot." Xia Xiaobai was confused. How could she not know if she was hurt? Looking down, she indeed saw her pants and legs covered in blood. A sharp pain in her abdomen caused her delicate face to turn pale instantly. She internally screamed that something was wrong. She roughly understood the situation and realized it was likely her. What bad luck. As she tried to struggle awake, the dizziness from blood loss made her vision darken, and she fainted. Seeing Xia Xiaobai faint, Zhou Qing immediately picked her up in a princess carry. "Sister Yi, do you have a car? Let's hurry to the hospital." Yichanga was also a bit flustered as she nodded and quickly walked to the Porsche, opening the back door. Zhou Qing carefully placed Xia Xiaobai in the back seat. "To the nearest public hospital," Zhou Qing said from the passenger seat. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang also got into a Land Rover and followed behind them. Soon the Porsche pulled to a stop before the hospital entrance. Yichanga repeatedly dialed Chu Qiushi's number, only to find the girl had switched off her phone. Perhaps her battery had died. Xia Xiaobai had already been rushed into the emergency room for a full physical examination. Zhou Qing, sustaining only minor injuries, received basic treatment and now stood outside the emergency room, his expression grave and tense. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang suffered more serious wounds and remained in surgery for wound management. Zhou Qing recalled Xia Xiaobai's blood-soaked legs throughout the ride, and a chill ran down his spine. Could he have suffered catastrophic genital trauma? The thought flashed unbidden through his mind, sending a shiver through his frame. What would become of Xiaobai then? Yichanga leaned against the wall, watching him with the weary gaze of someone confronting death itself. "Xiaobai isn't dead. Why do you look so ghastly?" "It's giving me a headache." Zhou Qing pressed his lips together. "Didn't you see? She was bleeding profusely, the blood soaked through her trousers. I'm terrified for her." He trailed off, unable to voice the rest. At that moment, a female physician stepped out and surveyed Zhou Qing and Yichanga. "Which of you is her family member?" "I'm her dorm mate," Zhou Qing replied. "I'm her friend," Yichanga added. The doctor fixed Zhou Qing with a stern look. "Dorm mate? Then you're her boyfriend, aren't you? As her boyfriend, you clearly haven't been attentive to her health." She exhibits hormonal imbalances, specifically irregular estrogen levels, and severe menstrual dysfunction. Otherwise, she's physically sound, aside from minor abrasions on her arm. Yi Chang'e. Zhou Qing stared blankly, mouth agape. Doctor, surely you've made a mistake. Is this some kind of fraudulent clinic? My friend is unquestionably male. How could he possibly present with menstrual disorders? An estrogen imbalance. A grown man simply cannot produce estrogen. Yi Chang'e nodded solemnly. Doctor, are you certain you haven't mixed up the test results? We brought in a stunning young man, my best friend's boyfriend no less. The physician blinked rapidly, utterly bewildered by their contradictory claims. Yet she held unwavering confidence in her professional expertise. She herself had witnessed the nurse undress the beautiful young patient and observed unmistakably feminine anatomy. She waved her slender pale hand dismissively. I assure you, there is no error. Please refrain from questioning my medical judgment. I am a certified specialist. She couldn't resist adding sotto voce. Today's youth truly baffle me. Go in and visit her briefly. She'll be discharged shortly after signing the paperwork. Here's the prescription. Please proceed to billing and pharmacy. These are hormonal regulators and tonics intended for female physiology. Zhou Qing and Yi Chang'e exchanged stunned, speechless glances. If this turns out to be an error, I'll sue you. The physician turned sharply, fixing him with a piercing, icy glare. Zhou Qing flinched involuntarily and followed Yi Chang'e into the ward, where a nurse had already formed an easy rapport with Xia Xiaobai. What a radiant young lady. You've left me utterly envious. Let me examine you once more. Please do discard that binding cloth. It impedes healthy development. Zhou Qing's gaze settled upon Xia Xiaobai's delicate pallid face. What left him utterly dumbfounded was the undeniable presence of well-formed breasts beneath her gown. His jaw dropped so wide it could have accommodated an apple. Xiaobai, you're truly a woman. Xia Xiaobai's luminous eyes locked onto Zhou Qing. Startled, she yanked the blanket over herself like an ostrich burying its head. Yi Chang'e covered her forehead with one elegant hand, her mind flooded with unanswered questions. Did Chu Qiushi know her boyfriend was in fact a woman? Xia Xiaobai sat pensively on the hospital bed, searching desperately for a plausible explanation for her years-long masquerade, her large glistening eyes pleading silently with Zhou Qing. A faint blush rose across her porcelain features, her delicate lips pressed together as she bit gently on her lower teeth. Zhou Qing, please don't tell anyone in our dorm I'm a girl. Let this remain between us alone. His heart hammered violently in his chest. Gazing at her exquisite, endearing countenance, he felt as though he'd discovered an entirely new world. Her eyes misted, her cheeks flushed, her expression radiating both beauty and bashful vulnerability. A wry, sorrowful smile touched her cherry-red lips, yet its melancholy depth defied easy interpretation. Zhou Qing longed to slap himself. 3 years. 3 years. He'd shared a dormitory with this delicate, graceful young woman for 3 entire years, yet never discerned her true nature. And yet he'd boasted of conquering every beauty on campus. Humiliated, Zhou Qing grinned sheepishly at Xia Xiaobai. She knew his roving glances all too well, immediately wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, drawing her slender snow-white legs inward. Let me make one thing clear, Zhou Qing. I harbor no romantic interest in men. I only fall for beautiful women. Zhou Qing spread his hands apologetically. Fine, I won't pursue you. But surely we ought to deepen our understanding, more thoroughly. Go die. Xia Xiaobai lunged with a playful punch, only for Zhou Qing to catch her small fist effortlessly in his palm. Trapped in his grip, Xia Xiaobai's cheeks burned crimson. Let go now. Reluctantly, Zhou Qing released her, then feigned innocence with a smug grin. You nearly hit me just now. Yi Chang'e stepped decisively between them. Enough. Her serene gaze settled on Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I must ask you something. Does Chu Qiushi know you're a woman? Xia Xiaobai lowered her head, her fringe falling across half her face, her slender brows drawn together in quiet anguish. She whispered, voice barely audible. No, she doesn't. Yi Chang'e massaged her temples wearily. Just as I suspected. As Chu Qiushi's closest confidant, I cannot allow this deception to continue. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xia Xiaobai wrestled inwardly. Grant me some time. I'll tell her soon. Yi Chang'e raised a single finger. 1 month. The longer this continues, the deeper the bond, and the deeper the wound when truth emerges. Zhou Qing clapped lightly, chuckling. Why the gloom? This is wonderful news. We should celebrate. Dinner's on me. Xia Xiaobai and Yi Chang'e simultaneously rolled their eyes. Of course you think it's wonderful. Yi Chang'e arched a willow-thin brow, arms crossed. I suspect you're merely angling to court Xiaobai. Zhou Qing suddenly snapped his fingers. That's it. I remember. That Xiaobai freshman you admired. Was that you? Xia Xiaobai offered no denial. Having already revealed her true identity, she merely gave a soft, demure hum through her delicate nose. Zhou Qing burst out, awestruck. Wow. Your long, raven-black hair and poetic elegance. Exactly the woman of my dreams. Xia Xiaobai scowled ferociously. Brat, if you don't watch your tongue, I'll beat you senseless. Zhou Qing exaggerated his delight. Xiaobai, you're even cuter when angry. I adore it. Rest assured, I'll protect you from now on. Xia Xiaobai sighed exasperated, but chose not to engage. Years of friendship had laid bare each other's temperaments. The more she protested, the more relentlessly he teased. Yi Chang'e sighed sharply. All right, Xiaobai. Since the doctor cleared you, let's complete discharge formalities. Xia Xiaobai swung her legs off the bed, retrieved the binding cloth from beside her, and disappeared into the restroom. Moments later she re-emerged, flat-chested, natural, and effortlessly poised. Yi Chang'e asked gently, you wore that binding cloth constantly. It must have severely stunted your development. Zhou Qing echoed concern. Absolutely, I agree. Xia Xiaobai landed a swift pink-knuckled punch squarely on his cheek. Silence. That doesn't mean you're mute. Thus Zhou Qing was honored to receive a pair of dark circles as a gift from Xia Xiaobai. At that moment a cute little nurse walked in and returned a plastic bag to Xia Xiaobai. Little sister, remember to use the pads when you have your period. Inside were her blood-stained clothes and a pure white pad that had turned blood red, incredibly eye-catching. Zhou Qing leaned in with some curiosity. Xia Xiaobai, blushing, snatched it away and shot Zhou Qing a glare for his lewd gaze. What are you looking at? Do you want me to give your right eye a punch too? Zhou Qing chuckled and retreated repeatedly. I didn't expect Xiaobai to wear pure white. It's both innocent and sexy in a sleeveless style. Hearing his description, Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face turned crimson. Zhou Qing, oh Xia Xiaobai. Yi Chang'e held his forehead. I'll go get some medicine for Xiaobai. You two check on the injuries of the other two. Xia Xiaobai's pretty face showed signs of worry as she lowered her gaze, and Zhou Qing took the opportunity to pat her shoulder. Don't worry, that guy Zhao Cheng was just talking nonstop on the way here. He's tough, no problem there. I'm just worried that the boss might be seriously injured, having been beaten up by those jerks. Last time the boss got drunk and boasted about practicing Iron Head skill, even bragging about picking up a red brick to perform, but Zhao Cheng and I stopped him, so he should be fine. All the way Zhou Qing comforted Xia Xiaobai. Thinking about a buddy turning into a beautiful girl was thrilling. At that moment 2 guys with their heads wrapped in white cloth walked out of the emergency room. Xia Xiaobai and Zhou Qing instantly recognized Li Liang, whose head was bandaged. As for Zhao Cheng, he was something else. His entire face was tightly wrapped, leaving only his eyes exposed. He looked as ridiculous as he sounded. Upon seeing Xia Xiaobai, Zhao Cheng immediately acted as if he was in great pain. Xiaobai, I fought for you, come give me a hug. Saying this, he opened his arms and charged towards Xia Xiaobai, who wiped her teary eyes. Zhou Qing had already stepped in front of her and hugged Zhao Cheng. Zhou Qing, all right, I've accepted your feelings on your behalf. Zhao Cheng. Zhou Qing turned around to see Xia Xiaobai smiling brightly. Let me replace Zhao Cheng and hug you, Xiaobai. Zhao Cheng, damn it, you bastard. Xia Xiaobai was also amused by them. Her voice, clear and melodious like silver bells, moved as she kicked Zhou Qing, who had just hugged her. Xia Xiaobai looked at Li Liang and asked, boss, are you alright? Does it hurt? She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her elegant demeanor, paired with her beautiful face and her amber-like eyes filled with worry, exuded a hint of cuteness. Li Liang blushed, slightly feeling uncomfortable under Xia Xiaobai's concerned gaze. He awkwardly touched the bandage on his head. I'm fine. I've practiced Iron Head skill. Xia Xiaobai sat in Yi Chang'e's Porsche watching the scenery outside as the summer breeze tousled her hair. At that moment Yi Chang'e's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Qiushi. Yi Chang'e signaled for Xia Xiaobai to answer. Chu Qiushi, is it Sister Yi? Sorry, I was in the shower just now. That guy Xiao drained my phone battery playing with it. I'm sorry, but I've already given him a good talking to. Hearing Chu Qiushi's voice, Xia Xiaobai felt warmth. Hey Qiushi, it's me, Xia Xiaobai. On the other end, Chu Qiushi was clearly taken aback. Xiaobai, are you with Sister Yi? Xia Xiaobai, yes, I went out for skewers with some dorm buddies and ran into some trouble. Thankfully Sister Yi stepped in to help. At that moment a voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Xiao. Sister, could you introduce Xiaobai to me as my girlfriend, please? Sister, are you talking to Xiaobai on the phone? You little brat, was I not strict enough just now? Really? Chu Qiushi said with some concern. Are you alright? Xia Xiaobai, I'm fine. Oh, I'm on my way back to the apartment. The voice on the other end clearly sighed in relief. I need to sleep at Xiao Zhao's place tonight. My parents keep asking me to supervise his studies, and this guy is such a troublemaker, it's really annoying. The two exchanged simple pleasantries before hanging up. In a luxurious 2-story Western-style villa, Chu Xiao kept shaking Chu Qiuxi's snow-white arm. Sister, since you don't want to marry me, just introduce Xiaobai to me instead. I swear I will treat her well. Chu Qiushi held a baseball bat in her hand, looking at him with a stern gaze. Such a stunning appearance left one unsure whether to laugh or feel speechless. It was unclear what kind of drug Xia Xiaobai had given him. You little brat, how old are you to be learning to chase girls? Wait until you're in college. I can't even bother with a little brat like you. I'm going to take a shower. If I don't finish today's homework, when I come out I'll smack you. Xia Xiaobai and Yi Chang'e returned to the apartment, still feeling a bit weak. I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Chang'e suddenly remembered something. Wait. After saying this, she rushed back to her room and rummaged through her wardrobe, quickly finding a dress she had worn before. Holding it as she walked out, she smiled and said, Xiaobai, I have some dresses here that I've worn a few times and found them ill-fitting. Why don't you try them on for me? Xia Xiaobai, she really regarded her as a girl. She with a beautiful face said in great resistance, "No way. As a dignified man, how can I wear a little skirt? No way, even if I die I won't wear it." Seeing her proud and resistant demeanor, Ichanga suddenly thought of something, her beautiful eyes lighting up. This girl was a Yuri girl, as she had peeked at her on the bus last time. Thinking of this, Ichanga walked behind her with a graceful catwalk, her snow-white arms wrapping around her from behind, her sexy red lips blowing softly by her ear. In a soft voice, she said, "Xiaobai, how about this? You wear a little skirt for Sister Yi to see. Tonight Sister Yi will accompany you to sleep. Don't you like to peek at Sister Yi? When I sleep I usually wear simple and cool nightgowns." Xiaobai felt the soft pressure of her 36D figure against her back. The mature and beautiful figure exuded a faint body fragrance, making it hard for her to refuse. Yichanga saw that she was still resisting and rubbed her earlobe slightly. With a hint of temptation in her tone, she added, "Xiaobai, do you really not want to see, touch, and sleep?" Her lips curled up slightly. Yichanga was confident she could tease this beautiful girl. She simply wanted to tease Xiaobai. Xiaobai swallowed hard, but she thought of Chu Kyux's smile. She had a girlfriend and wouldn't fall for the seductress. Just as she was about to betray her conscience and refuse, the system chimed in again. Ding. Triggering the task to understand the female body structure better. 3. Task requirement: agree to all requests from Yichanga tonight. Task success: reward body structure closer to the golden ratio. Task failure: Yuri Yichanga turns dark, imprisoning her in a small black room, spending the rest of her life beneath a fragrant skirt. Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. Could Yichanga also be a hidden Yuri? System: this needs the host to confirm. Yichanga played with the hair falling over Xiaobai's forehead. So will you agree or not? In the end, Xiaobai succumbed to Yichanga's temptation and snatched the dress from her hands. As the saying goes, a man can bend and stretch. Wearing a skirt is nothing new. Xiaobai rushed into the bathroom, tossing her clothes aside to reveal her snow-white figure. Her skin, as crystalline as snow and as icy as frost, accentuated her delicate and slender form. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, making a cute face. Well, she had indeed charmed herself. Damn, what's so attractive about myself? Can't I have a little more self-esteem? Let me just admire my girlfriend Chu Kyoshi, and Sister Yi outside seems quite nice too. Randomly turning on the shower, the cold water suddenly washed over her body, causing her to shiver. She found it strange that her body felt so good. How could she feel cold taking a cool shower in the middle of summer? Just then Xiaobai saw a graceful figure outside the door, tapping on the glass. It was clearly Yichanga. "Oh right. I almost forgot to give this to you," she said, already pulling open the glass door and peeking her head in. Startled, Xiaobai immediately covered her body, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "You? How can you do this?" Noticing her, Yichanga chuckled a bit. "What's there to be surprised about? I often bathe with Kyoshi. We're both girls. Are you afraid I'd take advantage of you? Speaking of which, my figure is even better than yours," she remarked, her gaze landing on Xiaobai's already well-developed body. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. "Little sister Xiaobai, I always thought you were flat, but you seem quite impressive. Come, let me take a look." Xiaobai waved the shower head at her. "Don't come over." Yichanga was drenched by the spray from the shower, her hair glistening with droplets as sparkling beads of water slid down her delicate face and collarbone, creating a strangely alluring sight. Yichanga paused for a moment. She wore a very serious and angry expression, her hands on her slender hips. Yichanga's stern demeanor made Xiaobai's heart race. Had she upset her? "Yichanga, Xiaobai, you really are something." "I am sorry." Xiaobai could only apologize. Yichanga shook her head. "What good is your apology? You should take care of yourself. Knowing your period is coming, how can you still take a cold shower? You really treat yourself like a boy. You'll regret it when you have cramps tomorrow." Yichanga entered to adjust the water temperature to a comfortable warm setting. "Did you also take cold showers when your period came before? You're 18 now. It shouldn't be your first time. Being this beautiful, do you really want to make people mad? Your intelligence can't all be in your looks, right?" She shoved a pack of sanitary pads into Xiaobai's hands. "Remember to use them after your shower. I don't want to see blood all over the floor. That's terrifying." With that, she huffed and walked out of the bathroom. Xiaobai held the large bandage in her hand, feeling quite miserable. She never expected that as a man, not only would she have to wear a dress, but she'd also have to use this. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt. She squatted in the corner of the bathroom, unsure of how to use it. Thankfully, with the internet so developed, Xiaobai quickly looked it up on Baidu. Blushing, she murmured, "So that's how it's used. I've really learned something new." Previously, she thought it was just something to stick. Xiaobai stood there with a worried expression on her face, already feeling anxious about her future. If she could only present herself as a girl wearing girls' clothes every month for several days while bleeding. This life was truly unbearable. She might even have to get married. Oh my. Xiaobai really couldn't. Picking up a towel, she carefully wiped the droplets of water from her delicate skin. Xiaobai then remembered the women's clothing Yichanga had handed her and picked up the pink garment. She almost fainted as she definitely didn't need this. Forget it, she tossed it aside. After all, she was just going to sleep next. When Xia Xiaobai picked up a particularly adorable piece of clothing adorned with a little Shiba Inu, she was momentarily bewildered, especially since it was a cute pink color. Yi Chang'e seemed like a very seductive woman. How could she own such a lovely outfit? Xia Xiaobai might as well have worn her old clothes as she looked at her pure white outfit, now stained with blood. In the end, she could only purse her cherry lips and reluctantly put it on. She needed to comfort herself. One must be flexible. Ooh, I can't go without wearing anything, can I? Finally, she managed to wear the floral skirt and stepped out of the bathroom, heading to the hall for a glass of water. Yi Chang'e lay on the sofa, propping her head up with her delicate hand in a seductive pose. When she saw Xia Xiaobai come out, she smiled brightly and stood up, her delicate feet gracefully moving towards her. She carefully examined the beauty who had just bathed. Xia Xiaobai's originally fair skin was now slightly flushed from the hot water, making her appear even more beautiful, a perfect blend of pale and pink. A few sparkling droplets of water slid down her exquisite face, trailing along her slender neck and collarbone. Her shy expression held an inexplicable charm. Xia Xiaobai bit her lip tightly and said, Sister Yi, did I not wash well? Yi Chang'e shook her head. You look perfect except for your chest, which is not as ample as Chio's eyes. Everything else is even better. Your bare face could use some makeup, but that can be fixed. Yi Chang'e could even catch a whiff of Xia Xiaobai's faint familiar body fragrance. Yi Chang'e appeared as if she had encountered a treasured gem, reaching out to gently rub Xia Xiaobai's delicate face, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Wow, Xiaobai, you look so beautiful and cute in that dress. Yi Chang'e's series of actions resembled those of a charming sea queen. Xia Xiaobai firmly guarded her boundaries. Sister Yi, I have a girlfriend, so please don't get carried away. Yi Chang'e smiled seductively. Come on, Xiaobai, your girlfriend probably doesn't even know you are a girl. If she finds out, she might not continue to like you. She might even think you're a deceptive scoundrel. If that happens, you'd come to me. Although I don't have as much money as Chu Yada, keeping a college girl is still easy for me. Yi Chang'e, with her red nail polish, gently lifted Xia Xiaobai's chin and asked in a dreamy voice, do you really not have any feelings for her? Xia Xiaobai swallowed hard as the soft yellow light shone down from above. Yi Chang'e's makeup was sultry and charming, her beautiful long hair cascading casually over her smooth shoulders, adding to her allure as if she could captivate anyone's heart. No way. Xia Xiaobai resolutely opposed going against her conscience once again. Yi Chang'e let out a light hum. Looks like you really do like Chu Yadu. I'm so envious. I'm going to take a shower first, if you like, follow me. Xia Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless following her, thinking that the damned system even had her share a room with Yi Chang'e. This task truly seemed endless. Yi Chang'e was also taken aback. You really want to shower with me? Xia Xiaobai, with a bold face, said, I'm afraid of the dark and can't sleep alone. Is it okay for us to share a room tonight? Yi Chang'e paused, but without much thought she agreed. She couldn't tell whether Xia Xiaobai was being truthful or not, but it was fine. A delicate girl like her wouldn't do anything. Sure, I used to sleep with my sister often, Yi Chang'e said. Xia Xiaobai waved her hand. He'll sleep in your room, but not in your bed. I can sleep on the sofa. The system had miscalculated. Xia Xiaobai was thinking. Yi Chang'e, are you really sure you don't want to sleep? I am a man with a girlfriend, Xia Xiaobai declared. Yi Chang'e chuckled. Alright, it seems you're quite loyal. I like that. Xia Xiaobai lay on the soft sofa, surrounded by the scent of Yi Chang'e. Observing her room, Xia Xiaobai was surprised to find that the seemingly seductive Yi Chang'e had a room with a cute pink girlish decor. Half an hour later, Yi Chang'e emerged from her shower and found Xia Xiaobai fast asleep. She helplessly covered her with a blanket and returned to her own bed, needing to handle the bar's accounts. The next morning, Yi Chang'e woke up early and stood on the sofa looking at the messy sleeping figure. Her gentle smile curved on her stunning face, resembling the sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. However, her sleeping posture was not very graceful, resembling that of a man. Yi Chang'e looked at her helplessly and chuckled. Xiaobai, it's time to get up for school. The sun is shining on your bottom. Yi Chang'e had already prepared breakfast, though it was not as delicious as what Chu Chioshi would make. At least it was passable. Indeed, not every rich and beautiful woman can cook well. Xia Xiaobai had bled a lot last night, so she decided to make up for it by devouring her food heartily. Yi Chang'e looked at her eating voraciously, and it truly resembled a boy's demeanor, with a few crumbs of bread stuck at the corner of her mouth. Xiaobai, did you used to live like a boy? She took out a tissue to help Xia Xiaobai wipe her mouth, but Xia Xiaobai dodged and directly curled her little tongue into her mouth. She blinked her long lashes at the unadorned Yi Chang'e. His features, stripped of cosmetics, were unexpectedly soft. The frosty, formidable beauty was gone, replaced by a girl-next-door warmth. Caught in those amber eyes, Yi Chang'e felt a flush of embarrassment and bowed her head slightly. Her pretty cheeks warmed as she asked, am I pretty? Xia Xiaobai lavishly complimented her. Yes, you look better without makeup. When Sister Yi wears makeup, she gives off an unapproachable, powerful beauty that is too alluring and cold, Xia Xiaobai observed. Yi Chang'e sighed, smoothing the hair that fell to her waist. I run a nightclub. If I do not put on a tougher front, how could I keep those riffraff in order? Hurry and eat, Bill, do my makeup, and then give you a ride to the academy. Xia Xiaobai hurried through her meal while scrolling through short videos. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaobai stood stunned before an utterly fierce and stunning Yichanga. Clad in black leather that traced every curve with sunglasses hung at her chest and 2 motorcycle helmets in hand, she was a striking sight. Paired with an exquisitely cold smoky eye, she might as well have been a queen of darkness. Yi tossed a helmet to Xia Xiaobai, who took it nervously. "Come to my garage and see the new toys," he said. Xia followed her into the garage, which indeed contained 3 vehicles. One was a Land Rover SUV, another the Porsche 911 Yi had driven the previous night, and the third made Xia Xiaobai involuntarily exclaim. It was an incredibly cool, brand new motorcycle. Yi swung herself onto it, and the engine rumbled to life. "A Honda Goldwing 1.8-liter luxury trim," she announced. "Hop on, kiddo. I figured Chuyata would be the first to ride my back. Oh, I did not expect it to be you, you little tomboy." Xia Xiaobai hooked her long pale legs around Yi, instinctively clutching Yi's slim waist and resting her head against her back. With her helmet on, Yi turned her head and called back, "Hold on tight, beautiful. I won't be the one to lose out." The engine roared. Yi's riding skill was undeniably first-rate, especially when leaning into corners. Xia's heart raced with fright. In no time they arrived at the academy gate. Yi dropped Xia off and rode away. Xia stretched her alabaster arms in a lazy yawn before entering the academy, but she soon sensed something odd. Everyone seemed to be staring at her. One fellow was so distracted by looking at her that he bumped into a lamppost. "Wow, such a pretty short-haired girl. I still prefer her long legs, so white and long. How did I never notice a short-haired, long-legged beauty at our academy?" A gust of wind made Xia shiver. She looked down to find she realized she was still wearing the floral dress Yi had given her last night. She had no makeup on now. Oh, if her classmates discovered it, they would instantly recognize her as Xia Xiaobai in women's clothes. Terrified, she covered her face and fled. "Damn, it's your fault. You made that pretty girl so shy she ran off." "No way, you were drooling." Your sleazy look scared her away. "I think you want to pick a fight. Bring it on, I dare you." With a sudden flying kick, 2 boys who had only been spectators became the center of attention as the scuffle began. "Wow, there's a fight here. Who do you bet on to win?" asked a wide-eyed girl to her friends. "Didn't that short-haired beauty just now look a bit like Xia Xiaobai?" "No way, I didn't notice." Xia escaped to the restroom where she had changed before, but she had no men's clothes to change into. The wardrobe the system had rewarded her held only women's clothing. With a thought, she called Zhou Qing, hoping he could bring us. Zhou Qing had been sleeping in bed with his Hu Tao plush, drooling peacefully. The unexpected phone call annoyed him until he checked the time. It was only 8 in the morning. "Who is this?" he muttered. When he realized it was Xia Xiaobai, he immediately answered. They exchanged a few brief words. Zhou sprang from the bed. Zhao Cheng, changing his gauze, couldn't help but tease seriously. "It was just a phone call. Why are you so excited? Is it a pretty girl?" Zhou grinned. "Hey, it really is a pretty girl. Go be jealous." Zhao Cheng blurted, "Damn, can you bring me along?" Zhou waved him off and hurried to pull out a brand new outfit he had yet to wear. 3 minutes later, he was clean and out of the dorm. He arrived at their agreed spot and knocked on the restroom door. Zhou called, "The Heavenly King covers the earth." Xia answered, "Chicken stewed with mushrooms." That was their dorm's private password. Xia hurriedly opened the door. "Zhou Qing, you're quick," she said. Zhou stood stunned, staring at Xia in the floral dress. "Xia, you look so adorable and pretty in that dress," he breathed. Before him, Xia looked pure and fresh-faced, her translucent skin, ear-length neutral haircut, and that slightly flustered smile at the corner of her mouth made her irresistibly lovely. The floral dress was a little short, revealing a pair of slender legs with graceful lines, a trim waist, and the enticing curve of her hips. Sensing Zhou's leering gaze, Xia drew her legs closer under the skirt. A faint flush rose on her refined face. "Don't give me that pervy look. Take your fantasies to those cosplay girls," she snapped. The two were close enough that it caused no awkwardness. Zhou could only laugh. Xia realized the outfit was a brand new Versace sports set. "Wait, I asked you to bring my clothes, why is it yours?" "And it's Versace, that must have cost a few hundred at least." Zhou smiled. "It's fine, it's new and unworn. Just put it on and return it tonight. No need to wash it, it'll take care of that." Xia rolled her eyes and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. She wondered what on earth was going through his head. "You bastard, stop using those sleazy pickup tricks on me." Zhou looked sheepish. He remembered that they had shared a dorm for 3 years. To help Xia find someone, he had shared his flirtation techniques and some lewd ideas with her. He regretted it now, regretted not having seen her for what she was all these years. He thumped his chest hard in self-reproach. Nevertheless, it was not too late to make amends. "Xia, if you ever need anything, help with topping up your meal card or whatever, tell me. Don't forget, I'm your best bro, Zhou Qing." As he spoke, he tried to slip an arm around her neck. Xia swatted his hand away without mercy. "Come on, when I borrowed money from you before, you weren't so polite." Zhou scratched his head. "But I did lend it to you in the end." Xia pinched her chin and nodded. "Yes, but the price was that I had to buy you meals and late-night snacks, almost down to massaging your feet." She suddenly remembered she still owed him 100 yuan and promptly transferred the money to him. "All right, we are even now." She hugged Zhou's shirt and marched into the restroom, slamming the door shut and snorting triumphantly as she did so. "Don't peek," she called, slamming the door. Zhou sat outside, muttering to himself that he was fine. Zhou Qing studied the 100 Xiao Bai had forwarded for a moment. With a mischievous smile, he not only declined to accept it, but sent back 520. If Xiao Bai saw his WX balance now, she would surely exclaim that she had become a two-dimensional tycoon. The balance was a seven-figure sum. Less than 10 minutes later, Xiao Bai emerged, but Zhou Qing was notably taller. The sleeves of her outfit extended past her wrists, lending her appearance a somewhat loose languid charm. What rendered her speechless was that the shorts she had put on were ultra-short athletic ones which laid her alabaster thighs bare. She radiated a clean, brisk innocence. Xiao Bai yawned lazily and stretched, slightly accentuating her slender waist and the gentle curve of her hips. Zhou Qing stood there entranced. "Xiao, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you seem," he murmured. Xiao Bai gave him an irritated glance, placing a delicate hand on her hip. "I told you if you want to go pick up girls together, fine. If you want to practice fencing, go somewhere else." Saying that, she strode toward the classroom on a pair of long, fair legs. Zhou Qing followed, admiring her retreating figure. "Xiao, you're a girl. How could that be fencing?" he teased. "You don't even have a sword." Xiao Bai, gritting her teeth, yet forcing a smile, Xiao Bai said, "Though I possess a woman's body, I have had a man's heart since childhood. I only like pretty senior girls. You should know Chu Chioshi is my girlfriend. In short, I'm a lesbian." Zhou Qing, his eyes darkened with sleeplessness, sighed. "Xiao, you really are an irresistible beauty one cannot give up. I understand, but I won't stop fawning over you." Zhou's words nearly floored her. She turned and met his gaze with her amber eyes. "If I told you I used to be a boy and suddenly became a girl, would you still love me?" Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, then smiled at her. "Of course I would. After all, my appetite is chiefly for your body," he replied with a grin. "Don't you think we're kindred spirits?" Xiao Bai was outraged, flushed with disbelief, and swung a small pink fist at him. "Die, taste my descending cat 18 claws," she cried. Red scratch marks bloomed on Zhou Qing's neck. He winced and suddenly remembered. "By the way, Xiao, what about that little skirt you changed out of earlier?" Xiao Bai shrugged. "I tossed it in the restroom," she said, though in truth she had returned it to her wardrobe. Anything identified as women's clothing or feminine items could be stored in the system's space. Zhou Qing's eyes flickered as he scratched his head. "Right, I forgot something. Go back to class, I have something to do." With that, he slipped away. Xiao Bai sighed, fully aware of his intentions. Indeed, they were kindred spirits. Xiao Bai returned to the classroom. Her ultra-short Versace athletic shorts and those long pale legs immediately drew the attention of the boys. "Wow, is this girl in our class? She looks familiar." Before Xia could sit, the Baiji girl Tao Nana pulled her to "Xia, you really look amazing today. Those snowy long legs could charm every boy in this class. I just want to hug you." Xiao Bai smiled, pleased by the compliment from the pretty large-eyed girl. Indeed, looking at a beauty can lift the spirits, and she chuckled softly. "If Tao wants a hug, it's easy. Tonight we can rent a room nearby, and I'll hug you as much as you like." Tao teased with a playful smile. "Fine, let's have a tryst tonight. Beware, I might devour you whole." Zhao Cheng, with his head still bandaged, leaned and "Don't mind if I join." Tao blushed, and feigning indignation, delivered a light punch to his left eye. At that moment, Zhou Qing returned, shaking his head in mock disappointment, carrying a cup of milk tea. He placed it coolly on Xiao Bai's seat. "Xiao, this one's for you." Xiao's eyes lit up in surprise. "Thanks, Zhou Qing. Today must be the day the sun rose in the west." Zhao sprang to his feet. "Zhou Qing, where's my milk tea?" Zhou nudged the empty spot. "Move aside, you're in my way." "Your milk tea's still at the shop. Oh, go fetch it yourself." Tao hungry-eyed teased. "Zhou, you're treating Xia so well. I have no milk tea." Zhou smiled at her large eyes. "No way, I just bought you a soda last time. Next time, perhaps." Xiao Bai bit the straw with her soft lips as she watched Tao joke. "If you don't mind, you can share a drink with me." Tao's gaze lingered on Xiao Bai's tender lips where a few drops of milk. Blushing, Tao murmured then, "I won't be polite." She snatched Xiao's milk tea and pressed her cherry lips to the same straw, savoring the faint warmth left behind. Watching this, Xiao Bai wondered whether that counted as an indirect kiss. Indeed, ever since she became a girl, her ability to attract others had surged. Zhao Cheng turned to Zhou Qing. "Old Zhou, didn't you say last time you had a 2 terabytes hard drive of study materials? Lend it to me." Zhou glanced at Xia and thought of that Zhao Cheng. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a pure young man. How could I possibly have 2 terabytes of study materials? I'll sue you for slander." Zhao, picking his nose, scoffed. "Cut it out, don't pretend, old Zhou. Your bed's full of 2-dimensional art books, a total pervert." Tao Nana listened, disgusted that they would discuss such things in front of everyone. She pulled Xia aside. "Don't learn from them, they're disgusting." Zhou hurried to explain. "Xia, I absolutely don't have a 2 terabyte study drive. Zhao's making it up." Xiao's mouth twitched. He certainly knew how to put on an act. She had heard him bragging in the dorm not long ago. And it was supposedly a solid-state drive, 2 terabytes. She secretly wanted to borrow it. Soon it was noon, and since they had no classes that afternoon, the group decided to go out for a walk. "Zhao, are you really okay? You're injured like that. You should go back to the dorm and rest," Zhou said, looking at Zhao Cheng. Zhao laughed. "These wounds are nothing. They won't stop me from roaming the streets and ogling beauties." Zhou sighed inwardly and felt like giving the man a good kick. "I heard a new barbecue place opened at Zhongwan Square, and it's discounting. Shall we go, Xia? I'll treat." He added, "My treat." He knew Xia well enough to be sure she would never refuse an offer like that. All right, Xia agreed without hesitation, her lips already wet with anticipation. She knew Zhou Qing was trying to flirt, but she did not mind. His pickup tactics never worked on her. A freeloading always felt the sweetest. Hearing about barbecue made Zhao drool. Of course it's fine if Lord Zhou treats. Zhou smiled. It's settled, I'll fetch the car. Before long a Ferrari 296 GTB pulled up beside Xia and Zhao. They inspected the slick sports car, its body wrapped in catching decals. Truly the ride of an anime aficionado. Xia, get in, he called, poking his head out. Xia climbed into the passenger seat without much thought and buckled her seatbelt. Zhao hurried to get in as well, only to realize it was a two-seater sports car. Darn it. Zhou Qing, where's my seat? Zhou adopted an innocent apologetic air. Haha, sorry Zhao. I forgot this car is a two-seater. My oversight, and next time maybe. With that he fired up the engine and sped off. Zhao was left standing in the wind shouting after them, you two jerks. I'll just go back to the dorm and play Honor of Kings, someone muttered. Luckily I still have my buddy to keep me company. At that moment Li Liang, supported by his girlfriend, walked out of the school and happened to see Zhao. Zhao Cheng, I won't return to the dorm tonight. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend. Zhao felt overwhelmed by the onslaught of public displays of affection, as if he had been force-fed an excess of sweetness. After cruising around the city, Zhou Qing's anime-style sports car parked in front of a barbecue restaurant. To Xia Xiaobai surprise, it was also an anime-themed maid cafe. At the entrance stood two beautiful maid sisters, both wearing professional sweet smiles. One of them seemed to recognize Zhou Qing and walked over playfully, pulling his arm. Oh, isn't this Zhou Qing? Why did you bring your girlfriend here for barbecue? Zhou Qing's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, how come you are working here? He remembered that she was also a university student from nearby. The maid girl smiled happily. It's a part-time job just to earn some pocket money. By the way, didn't you invite me out on WX last time? How about hanging out this weekend? Xia Xiaobai looked at the scene with envy. Her beautiful face showed indifference, and her beautiful eyes cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Qing. Scumbag. Zhou Qing awkwardly chuckled. Xiaobai, don't misunderstand, we're really just hanging out, nothing more. Xia Xiaobai waved her delicate hand dismissively. Enough, it's not like this is your first time boasting about how great you are in the dorm. Zhou Qing felt helpless. He really was just showing off in the dorm. As they entered the barbecue restaurant, the decor was heavily influenced by anime. The surroundings were filled with anime merchandise and various figurines. The patrons inside were all young people. The two found a spot to sit, and soon a girl dressed as a maid came over. May I take your order? Today our restaurant is holding a collaboration event with Genshin Impact. Ordering the Raiden Shogun set gives you 3 chances to win a prize. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, but when he noticed Xia Xiaobai's disdainful gaze which she was feigning, he suppressed his excitement. He was here to impress Xia Xiaobai and couldn't embarrass himself. He couldn't help but ask, what are the prizes? The grand prize is a genuine Raiden Shogun figurine, and there's also a special prize, a life-sized Raiden Shogun plush pillow, and so on. Zhou Qing pretended to be a gentleman. Then I'll have the Raiden Shogun barbecue set, please. The maid girl was also very happy. It's $388 a set. Do you need anything else? Xia Xiaobai looked at the menu prices. Everything collaboration related was pretty expensive. As expected, anime fans were the easiest to earn money from. She looked at Zhou Qing and asked again, Zhou Qing, you promised to treat me right. Zhou Qing smiled gallantly at Xia Xiaobai. Of course, order anything you like. Today, everything is on me, young Master Zhou. Xia Xiaobai felt a chill from Zhou Qing's lewd gaze, and her fair arm instantly raised goosebumps. She really wanted to punch him. She had no choice but to lower her head and browse the menu. She wouldn't hold back with this wealthy guy. She ordered things she usually wouldn't even dare to imagine in terms of prices. This one, and this. Oh, I want that too. Soon the maid girl left with a full smile, having encountered a wealthy customer today. Xia Xiaobai immediately felt somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Qing, can you stop looking at me with those flirtatious eyes? Your tricks were already revealed when you were bragging in the dorm. Although Zhou Qing felt embarrassed after hanging out with Zhao Cheng for so long, he had learned a bit of thick-skinned confidence. He gazed at Xia Xiaobai with tender eyes. Her exquisite features, lovely nose, and cherry-like mouth, along with her naturally radiant cheeks, without any makeup, left Zhou Qing in awe. Xiaobai, you're really getting more beautiful. I swear my feelings for you are definitely different from those for other girls out there. As he spoke, he tried to move closer to Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai suddenly felt her scalp tingle, being pursued by her male friend. It made her quite embarrassed, and she raised her hand without hesitation to slap Zhou Qing back into his seat. Smack. Oh no. Sit down. Sorry, I just noticed there's a mosquito on your face. Zhou Qing. Soon the barbecue came, and Xia Xiaobai didn't give Zhou Qing any chance to flirt with her. Without caring about her image, she gobbled down the barbecue and chu-chu-chu. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaobai patted her belly, her pretty face full of a blissful smile. Zhou Qing. At that moment, a maid girl walked quickly over, smiling. Congratulations to both of you, you've won the first prize in the Raiden Shogun set. You've won a Raiden Shogun figurine. Zhou Qing was almost too excited to stand, holding the Raiden Shogun figurine in his hands. Xiaobai, you really are lucky. I just checked the winning odds. It's only 0-1. After Xia Xiaobai was full, she didn't want to give him any more chance to pursue her, and stood up directly. Zhou Qing, I have something to do. I'm leaving you. Eat by yourself. Zhou Qing raised his hand, wanting to call Xia Xiaobai back. Xiaobai, don't go. It's so hot. Let's go swimming at the gym, okay? I remember you said you wanted to learn how to swim. I can teach you step by step. Xia Xiaobai didn't look back and just waved her hand casually. How could Xia Xiaobai not know his intentions? Boys want to take girls swimming just to take advantage of them openly. Zhou Qing watched Xia Xiaobai disappear, feeling a wave of disappointment. Indeed, she was a woman he could never have. Looking at the Raiden Shogun in his hands, still anime wives are the best. They will never betray me. Xia Xiaobai returned to the dormitory. Zhao Qing looked at her angrily. Xiaobai, you came back from fencing with Zhou Qing. Did he hit on you? Xia Xiaobai rolled her beautiful eyes at him. You're the one who's hitting on people, and then went back to her bed. At this moment the system came back again. Ding. Random task triggered. Tea master task, sell a pot of green tea on the city network. Price not less than 1,000 yuan, a limited time of 1 month to complete. Task success, reward, beauty 1. Task failure, 10 minutes of electric shock. After reading, Xia Xiaobai spat out blood. Oh, wasn't this asking her to be a teasing girl? What does 10 minutes of electric shock mean? How does it work? The system replied. If you fail, you'll find out. It'll definitely be a heavenly experience right on the spot. Xia Xiaobai. She sighed. A month is a limited time and summer vacation had already started. Every summer vacation Xia Xiaobai would work at her uncle's place. In fact, they could be considered distant relatives. Calling him uncle is also fine, although it has been 4 generations the relationship between the two families. Of course, none of this was of concern to Xia Xiaobai. The most important thing is that she is now a girl and has changed significantly in appearance. Generally, during the summer, her uncle and aunt would be sent to the beautiful country by their company. But they also have a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. They could be considered Xia Xiaobai's younger cousins, younger than her by a few years, currently in their 2nd year of high school. Every summer her uncle would have Xia Xiaobai take care of them, and of course he would pay her a good sum. Thinking about this made Xia Xiaobai feel helpless about her future summer life. Looks like she won't be able to take care of her beautiful yet conceited little cousin at her uncle's place today. The system has the final say. Thinking of that very conceited, beautiful girl, Xia Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless. Clearly, when she was young, her cousin would always follow her around asking for hugs, so adorable and obedient. Just a little cotton-padded jacket, and she even said she would definitely marry her when she grew up. However, as they grew older, while her cousin became more beautiful, her personality also became more arrogant, turning into a little black cotton-padded jacket. Especially towards Xia Xiaobai, she often ridiculed her for being in her 3rd year of college and still not being able to find a girlfriend, leaving Xia Xiaobai embarrassed. Especially during the last summer vacation, the two had a bit of an unpleasant quarrel, mainly because Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but confess to her friend, and she got scolded harshly. Hello, I am selling tea. Blocked. Hello, handsome, the green tea from my family is very fragrant. Would you like to try it? Blocked again. Handsome, do you want to buy some tea? The other party replied, hello, I am Chow Chow. Actually, I have not died. I have obtained the method to attain immortality and am now residing in a certain place in Xuchang, sheltering many married women. My finances are insufficient to support them. I see you have the demeanor of a hero. For just 10,000, all the married women I shelter are at your disposal. Here is my account number 255624488866622. Xia Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. She stared with wide eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. From noon until now it was already dark, and she had added over 20 friends in the same city, all of whom had blocked her. She wished she could throw her phone directly on the ground. Her eyes were hurting terribly. System, you bastard, this task is impossible to complete. In order to complete this damn task, Xia Xiaobai reluctantly ordered green tea at 5 yuan per pound. Just to clarify, the most ordinary green tea costs 20 yuan per pound, so it's easy to imagine how frugal Xia Xiaobai is, not to mention that it could kill someone to drink. The system's girlish voice floated, and have you considered that the problem lies with you? You are too straightforward and have no idea how to flirt with boys. You should be glad you don't have a physical form, or I would have killed you by now. You expect a tough guy like me to flirt with boys? How could I possibly do that? The system replied, how about this? They'll give you a WX account, and everything in it is already arranged. It will be helpful to you. Xia Xiaobai watched as a string of WX account passwords appeared on the system's blue panel. She hesitated for a moment, surprised that this bastard system was so considerate this time. Xia Xiaobai logged in directly on her phone, and her profile picture was actually her in a plain white fairy dress. It had a light fairy makeup with 3,000 strands of hair cascading down to her waist, looking exceptionally beautiful. She felt quite narcissistic about her looks when suddenly Xia Xiaobai thought of something unhealthy. Opening the wardrobe rewarded by the system, there it was, the pure white dress. When she opened the makeup system, it also contained the fairy-style makeup and hairstyle. Just missing a full-length mirror. Epsilon. Xia Xiaobai pondered and opened her moments and was even more stunned. Inside were actually photos documenting her daily life and videos of herself styled in a pure and fairy-like manner. For example, one of the videos captured her writing with an ink brush. underneath a pavilion. Her celestial beauty was breathtaking, wearing a pure white dress with jade-like hands holding a brush. The calligraphy was elegant, her posture was tall and graceful, isolated from the world, so beautiful that she seemed like a fairy who did not partake in the mundane. Xia Xiaobai wished she could learn the shadow clone technique, otherwise she could create many clones. Some would wear fairy dresses, some would wear JK uniforms, and others in nurse outfits, all toppling one after another. This way she could live a carefree life, all by herself. Just thinking about it made her happy. Oh, before she could finish her daydreaming, Xia Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that someone had actively added her WX account. Wow, miss, you are so beautiful. Is the one in the moments really you? Xia Xiaobai glanced at the other person and saw they were not from the same city, so she directly rejected the request. She had no interest in being flirted with by boys. Knock knock knock. Another 7 or 8 people sent friend. Xia Xiaobai ignored them. Why is it that none are from the same city? Xia Xiaobai scrolled through the page for local friends and saw a very funny profile picture, actively clicking on the request. In a very upscale office, he was not only a rich heir, but also a successful entrepreneur. He put down the bowl of rice in his hand. Sigh, why are all the girls in my life so mundane? Aren't there those legendary pure fairies? He took another bite of his meal with a few grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth. At this moment his Apple phone vibrated. Xiao Baihe requested to add him as a friend. Huang Jingze put down his bowl and noticed a grain of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth. He looked at the profile picture and was taken aback. Wasn't this the fairy he had imagined? Could it be that a little fairy had been sent to him from the heavens? Huang Jingze could be considered a seasoned player in the game of love. At a glance he could tell that such a profile picture was downloaded from the internet, retouched by millions of photo editors. He had seen many beautiful women in reality, and those who were not edited or beautified in the three-dimensional world could not possibly be this beautiful. For instance, that gentle beauty he saw in the video looked only so-so in real life. Although she was considered beautiful, the difference from the video was like a million miles away. That Xiao Biluo was even worse, as she could be said to be a human disaster, having deceived many top-tier men. Huang Jingze clicked to accept the request. Xia Xiaobai was delighted to see that he accepted. She opened this guy's moments. Looking at it, he seemed quite wealthy. He should be able to afford her green tea priced at 1,000 yuan per pot, right? Hello. Xia Xiaobai learned from her initial experience. Huang Jingze was still browsing through Xia Xiaobai's space. The photos and videos inside left him utterly astonished, almost ethereal. Unfortunately, the more beautiful the photos, the more likely they were to be fake. If the editing was too excessive, the person behind it might very well be a foot-scratching big guy. Based on experience, the person was either selling liquor or tea. He had encountered too many liquor and tea sellers. Last time a guy pretending to be a beauty tried to swindle him, and to top it off, even dared to meet in person. Upon meeting the real person, Huang Jingze almost died on the spot. If the photo was 7,080 accurate, he could accept it, but they were completely different. The photo showed a beautiful girl, but the real person was a 40-year-old fat mom. In the end, Huang Jingze gave her a good beating. He didn't expect that someone would come knocking today, completely unaware of their own mortality. Hello, beautiful, why did you add me? Are we meeting up? Xia Xiaobai was speechless. This guy was truly a dog, clearly the kind who gets excited when seeing a beautiful woman. Xia Xiaobai could only send a very awkward expression. Sorry, little brother, I added you by mistake. This was simply the routine dialogue of a teasing girl, as Xia Xiaobai felt a bit ashamed. Huang Jingze looked at the other party's reply. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, it was a tea and liquor seller. It's okay, is the space really you beautiful? Xia Xiaobai thought for a moment. Yes, it's genuine. Huang Jingze, it hasn't been photoshopped, right? Xia Xiaobai. Huang Jingze smiled slightly. So what do you want to do? Xia Xiaobai went straight to the point. Big brother, would you like to buy some? Huang Jingze did not block her. He wanted to see what new tricks this teasing girl had to deceive him. Your green tea is how much per pound? Smile emoji. Xia Xiaobai immediately replied, not expensive, 1,000 yuan per pound. This is the top-grade green tea grown by my grandfather in the deep mountains. Huang Jingze did not expect this tea girl to be so daring. But then he thought behind the internet it was definitely an oily, foot-scratching big guy, so he felt relieved. Haha, I'm not short on money, but why should I believe your words? For 1,000 yuan, I could buy top-grade Biluokan. Xia Xiaobai thought for a moment, and replied with her delicate fingertips, sorry, I lied to you, my green tea is indeed not worth 1,000 yuan per pound. She glanced at Zhao Cheng beside her, whose mouth was slightly upturned. Here's the thing, I have a friend who is dying, and before he dies he wishes to take a spontaneous trip to experience the beauty of the world, and we just need 1,000 yuan for the budget. Huang Jingze did not expect this tea girl to be quite creative. Haha, are you sure the space is really you? Or are you an artistic girl, or a little fairy? Do you think I would believe you? Dare to meet up. If you dare to meet up, I will believe you. Xia Xiaobai pondered for a long time, and ultimately responded in the most reserved manner. At the end of next month, perhaps I will have time after the holiday. She didn't want to drag this out, and quickly complete this damn task. Lying in the office, Huang Jingze was also quite surprised. He didn't expect this girl would really dare to agree to meet. The corners of his mouth slightly rose. Just wait and see if I won't take care of you then. Even if it's a trap set by a fairy, he wasn't afraid. Zhao Cheng sipped cola as he strolled to Xia Xiaobai's window and asked Xiaobai, where are you planning to go this summer vacation? Xia Xiaobai set down her phone, glanced at the clock, past 1 a.m., and gently covered her lips with a delicate yawn. Not decided yet. What about you? Zhao Cheng's eyes gleamed with wistful longing. Xiaobai, would you like to embark on an impromptu journey with me, to chase poetry in distant horizons? Xia Xiaobai froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Zhao Cheng, you don't have a terminal illness, do you? Zhao Cheng. The next morning, Xia Xiaobai slumped over her classroom desk, questioning the very fabric of existence. Her exquisite face clouded with melancholy. She had dreamed last night that her ex-boyfriend had returned, but Xiaoxi had broken up with her anyway. Xiaobai, here's your soy milk, Zhou Qin said, gently placing a fresh cup before her. Xia Xiaobai lifted her gaze and offered him a soft, graceful smile, her lips curving like cherry blossoms. Thank you. Zhao Cheng stared, eyes wide and unblinking, watching Zhou Qin and Xia Xiaobai, his mind painting them as star-crossed lovers bound by tender affection. Wait, seriously, are you two actually fencing? Zhou Qin, you deliver breakfast to Xiaobai every single morning. Zhou Qin admitted it without hesitation. You guessed right. I am fencing with Xiaobai. So start preparing your wedding gift. His words made Xia Xiaobai mid-sip of soy milk spray white liquid across Zhou Qin's face. Her porcelain cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. She pounded her chest with a delicate fist, mortified and half tempted to kick him squarely in the shins. Hey, stop making things up. Zhou Qin wiped soy milk from his face with his fingers, then licked them thoughtfully. Not bad. This soy milk has quite a pleasant taste. Xia Xiaobai watched him savor it, her own cheeks burning scarlet. The soy milk in her hands suddenly lost all appeal, yet discarding it felt wasteful. She gulped it down in hurried, noisy swallows. Their banter drew curious glances from several girls, including De Yanmei, and soon whispers rippled through the classroom. Tao Nana's almond eyes curved into playful crescents, as if her inner fangirl spirit had just awakened. After all, both Xia Xiaobai and Zhou Qin were strikingly handsome, undeniably well-matched. Hey, Xiaobai, Zhou Qin, are you two together? She teased, pressing two slender fingers together with a knowing smirk. No way, that must be so blissful, chimed the long-haired girl beside her, eyes sparkling with starry-eyed delight. Xia Xiaobai gazed at her classmates' fervent fangirl-infused expressions, equal parts amused and exasperated. Ugh, go ship yourselves quietly. Zhou Qin and I are not fencing, because frankly, I don't even own a sword. Zhou Qin shot her a mischievous loaded glance. I'm more worried your sword won't hold up. Xia Xiaobai knew exactly what he meant, and could contain herself no longer. Snatching a spicy snack from Zhao Cheng's hand, she flung it straight onto Zhou Qin's face. Die. Then, arms crossed tightly, she huffed, humph, and refused to look at him again. At that moment, instructor Zhao Feifei strode into the classroom. Several boys whistled discreetly, only for her chalk to strike one boy's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Laughter erupted. Zhao Feifei merely sighed, lifting a slender hand to press lightly against her temple, accustomed to such chaos, yet ever mindful of her role as mentor. All right, settle down. As you know, summer vacation is just around the corner. Every year before break, each class hosts a social gala, and this year our college and the city's Institute of Science have jointly organized a beauty pageant. I sincerely hope our female students will participate enthusiastically. Her announcement sent the boys into ecstatic howls, like a pack of wild wolves. Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qin leapt to their feet, waving arms wildly. Long live the college. Brilliant. Instructor Zhao, any swimsuit showcase? Honestly, I think no clothing would be even better. Whoa, I stand corrected. Please accept my deepest bow. The girls listened, brows furrowed in open disdain. Vulgar and crude. Exactly. You boys only lust after girls' bodies, the lot of you driven by base instinct. Ladies, let's be fair. On every date, we foot the bill. Is craving beauty really so wrong? And aren't you just craving our wallets, to go out without spending your own money? Soon textbooks flew back and forth across the aisle. Chaos reigned, until Xia Xiaobai unluckily caught a high-heeled shoe squarely on the shoulder. Zhao Feifei didn't intervene. Instead, she watched with quiet, amused interest. As long as fists weren't thrown, she allowed such spirited, youthful energy to run its course. Yet, just then Zhao Cheng dropped a notebook, thwack, directly onto Zhao Feifei's face. Fuming, she snatched it off, only to discover to her utter shock a Yuri manga volume. A few pages flipped open, and her cheeks bloomed pink at the bold, intimate illustrations. With a sharp rap of her fist on the desk, she declared, voice ringing with authority, everyone, silence now. Don't mistake my gentleness for weakness. I'm no Hello Kitty. Her sudden fury silenced the room instantly. Zhao Feifei held the manga aloft, eyes locked on Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, is this yours? Zhao Cheng tried to shrink away, only for Zhou Qin to drag him forward. Raising his hand, he announced, Instructor Zhao, this manga belongs to Zhao Cheng. I swear it. He reads it daily in the dormitory. And not only that, He often makes lewd pig-like noises while reading. Zhao Cheng mentally screamed 1,000 curses. Zhou Qin, you bastard. You stole it from me yesterday. Enough. You two can stop snarling at each other like stray dogs. Zhao Feifei tucked the manga under her arm. This book is hereby confiscated. Zhao Cheng stared dumbfounded. He ventured cautiously. Instructor Zhao, you wouldn't secretly keep it for yourself, would you? Zhao Feifei faltered, because yes, that was precisely what she'd been thinking. Yet outwardly she remained cool and composed, lifting her chin with elegant hauteur. My figure is already flawless. Why would I need this? Not everyone shares your depraved imagination. For the remainder of this term, you will handle all classroom cleaning duties. Zhao Cheng wailed. Instructor Zhao, can't we negotiate? A faint knowing smile graced Zhao Feifei's lips. I'm not entirely unreasonable. Let's consider this redemption. This manga appears to be part of a 3-volume series. Hand me the remaining 2 volumes for immediate destruction and your punishment is revoked. Zhao Cheng stood speechless. Zhao Feifei smoothly shifted focus now. Any of our lovely students interested in joining the joint beauty pageant between our college and the Institute of Science? This competition isn't merely about appearance. It celebrates talent, singing, dancing, piano, musical performance, and more. It's about bringing honor to our college. The Institute of Science frequently challenges us in basketball, football, sports where our male students consistently fall short. This time, however, the stage belongs to our strengths. After all, our college boasts far more female students and higher standards of grace and charm. Zhao Cheng nodded. Li Liang added, but I've heard the institute has an extraordinary campus beauty, Lu Iran. She's a top Bilibili content creator with over 4 million followers, stunningly beautiful, gifted singer, dancer, pianist, and violinist. Murmurs spread among the boys, each wearing a distinctly lecherous grin. I saw her once passing the institute. Absolutely breathtaking. Every smile, every glance stole my soul. I still think our college's campus queen Chu is lovelier and far better proportioned. Absolutely. Forget pop idols. Our Chu is the undisputed queen. Zhao Feifei observed the animated chatter, then turned her gaze toward Tao Nana. Tao Nana was among the few truly radiant beauties in class, and possessed a voice as melodious as a lark. Nana, would you consider entering? Last time we went karaoke, your singing was outstanding. Tao Nana's delicate almond-shaped face flushed with shy modesty. Well, performing in front of so many people. I'm afraid I'll freeze up and embarrass myself. Zhao Feifei looked at Tao Nana and smiled. One must possess confidence, but do not be petty like a frightened little girl. And certainly do not be shameless like Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng could not help retorting. I am merely living with confidence, living with strength. Tao Nana agreed, and in the end 3 girls from their class signed up for the beauty pageant co-host with the College of Science. Zhao Feifei watched the 3 pretty classmates with evident satisfaction. Just then Zhao Cheng raised his hand and said, Mentor Feifei, Xia Xiaobai says he wants to enter the beauty contest in women's clothes. Xia Xiaobai did not spit milk this time, he sprayed the cola in his mouth. He wanted to protest, but Tao Nana and Zhou Qing pinned him down, leaving him to emit muffled whimpers. Zhao Feifei looked at Xia Xiaobai, and her eyes brightened. Why hadn't she thought to have Xia Xiaobai cross-dress for the competition? He might yet prove to be a dark horse. If Xia Xiaobai is eager to perform, then it's decided. At the pre-summer friendship gala, our class entrants will be Tao Nana, Wu Lishuan, Feng Xiaojing, and Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai bit Tao Nana's hand in an attempt to free himself from her grip. I protest. This is a beauty contest for girls. What does it have to do with me as a boy? Zhao Feifei offered him a faint smile. Protest denied. As one of our adored cuties, you should contribute to the college. She harbored a trace of revenge in her heart. This fellow had embarrassed her before. She had not yet reclaimed her dignity. Extracting his measurements, of course, would exact a price. Humph. Did he not know that girls could be petty? More importantly, she genuinely wished to see how Xia Xiaobai, this beloved beauty, would look in women's clothing. One could not deny that Xia Xiaobai was truly handsome, the sort of face everyone adored. Xia Xiaobai tried to scramble up to protest, and at that moment the system arrived again. After all, when it came to making trouble for Xia Xiaobai, the system might be late, but it never failed to show up. Ding. Task triggered. The Friendship Gala Beauty Contest. Requirement. The host must wear her hair waist length and appear at the beauty contest in a red gown, winning first place. Success reward appearance 1 and acquisition of the fairy physique. Task failure, chromosomes will change from XX to XY. There is a silver lining. Afterwards you will no longer receive family visits. Xia Xiaobai felt as if his chest had been pierced. You mean my chromosomes are already the female XX? The system replied, of course. Your genes have been fully remodeled into female. You will not only have the monthly troubles, you will also be capable of bearing children. Xia Xiaobai. She had not checked her attribute panel in a very long time. Host Xia Xiaobai. Gender female. Height 1. 7 Bust B. Attractiveness 6 points. Bare-faced, borderline beautiful. Natural scent gardenia. Physique average. Talent excellent. Skills hairstyle modification, makeup modification, a women's wardrobe enchantment. She glanced at the promised reward and wondered what on earth was the fairy physique. The system chuckled. Upon gaining the fairy physique, the host would exude an ethereal aura, giving the impression of otherworldly grace, sublime and breathtaking. Moreover, you would never again need to defecate. Of course, urination would remain normal. Xia Xiaobai. Indeed, a pretty little fairy would not soil herself. Evening fell. After school, Xia Xiaobai rested her head on the table of a nearby milk tea shop, her delicate face heavy with sighs. Chu Qiushi, dressed in a blue short skirt, quietly crept behind and covered Xia Xiaobai's eyes with her jade hands. Guess who I am? She breathed, her red lips close to Xia Xiaobai's ear. The familiar voice and the sweet scent eased much of Xia Xiaobai's vexation. Qiushi, she said, her tone threaded with joy. Chu Qiushi smiled and removed her hands, her moist lips pressing a kiss to Xia Xiaobai's small mouth. Xia Xiaobai blushed at the public display. Qiushi, there are too many people here. Chu Qiushi paid it no mind. So what? We are a couple. Are we supposed to be furtive? Need you think your girlfriend is not presentable? Xia Xiaobai hurried to reassure her. Impossible. Qiushi, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Chu Qiushi, pleased, replied with a playful smile. And you are the most glib young man I've ever met. Xia Xiaobai inwardly sighed. If only he were truly a boy, perhaps he would have already taken her first time instead of merely staring helplessly. Chu Qiushi sat down, legs elegantly crossed, her flawless face radiating confident ease. She dressed coolly and casually. Her long hair fell carelessly over one shoulder, held by the hairpin Xia Xiaobai had gifted her. She wore a white blouse and a black miniskirt, her feet shod in white high heels. She picked up Xia Xiaobai's half-drunk milk tea and asked, by the way, Xia Xiaobai, you looked troubled earlier. Did something bother you? Xia Xiaobai confessed the day's events with a helpless expression. Chu Qiushi listened, stunned, her beautiful eyes growing bright with a peculiar anticipation. It seems Zhao Cheng has done something utterly shameless. Chu Qiushi murmured. Xia Xiaobai, startled. Qiushi, what did you say? Chu Qiushi quickly covered her lips and laughed awkwardly. Nothing. Only that Zhao Cheng did something outrageous. She took Xia Xiaobai's hand in comfort. Don't worry. Since you've already been registered, give it your all. They'll be cheering for you. Leave the makeup and the outfit to me. She clapped her hands, radiant with delight. Xia Xiaobai's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Qiushi, I feel like you're oddly pleased about my cross-dressing. Chu Qiushi waved it off with mock indifference. Not at all. I sympathize truly. But since it's already entered, there's nothing to be done, right? By the way, Xia Xiaobai, this is the key I asked Sister Yi to give you. I've already told Sister Yi. Why not move in with me? Chu Qiushi had resolved this in secret. Her computer parts had finally arrived. She purred mischievously that tonight Xia Xiaobai could not escape her palm. Living together would mean she could have free rein to indulge in Xia Xiaobai's body at will. Yes, she admitted she was wanton as she desired Xia Xiaobai's body. Xia Xiaobai accepted the key from Chu Qiushi, stunned by the sudden happiness. Overjoyed and without much thought, she agreed, unaware that she had fallen into Chu Qiuxi's little snare. Chu Qiushi suddenly clutched her lower abdomen, her pretty face flushing as she said shyly, perhaps I drank too much milk tea. I need to pee. Xia Xiaobai felt the same urgency. Qiushi, go with you. I need to pee too. They walked to the restroom and Chu Qiuxi's eyes tilted and she beckoned with a finger. Xia Xiaobai, why not go in with me? Her face wore nothing but an expression of invitation. Xia Xiaobai was bewildered. She nearly forgot her own identity. Listening to Chu Qiuxi's coaxing sparked a dangerous curiosity, but she still asked cautiously, are you sure? Chu Qiushi smiled warmly. No one will assume you're a boy in there. Xia Xiaobai forced a bitter laugh. She was supposed to be a girl now after all. In the end, desire triumphed over reason, but she thought perhaps she might even see what Qiushi would do. Chu Qiushi stepped into the women's restroom and Xia Xiaobai, dazed, tried to follow only to receive a sudden pink-fisted slap from Chu Qiushi. You actually dared to follow. Xia Xiaobai was speechless. Indeed, the words of pretty girls were often deceptive. She glanced at the men's restroom. Real men, of course, used the men's room. Having lived like this for 18 years, Xia Xiaobai felt no real embarrassment. But the men at the urinals were stunned one after another. Some had wet their pants and shoes, even urinated on themselves. They stared wide-eyed, as if some unexpected spectacle had appeared nearby. When they assumed Xia Xiaobai would use the urinal, she instead walked into a private stall. The men present were left plainly disappointed. After the two left the milk tea shop, Chu Qiushi, being a student council member, returned to the student union. Xia Xiaobai happily returned to the dorm to pack her things. She was finally going to live with her girlfriend. Walking through the campus, she held her head high, wanting the world to know she would be living with Chu Qiushi. Xia Xiaobai rushed into the dormitory to discover Lao De Zhouqing and Zhao Cheng were all there. Zhao Cheng, Li Liang, and Zhou Qing were all in the dormitory, some scrolling through WeChat, others immersed in video games. Watch me unleash my sword strike. Dragon King break. One even let out a comically lecherous pig-like grunt. When Xia Xiaobai burst back into the dorm brimming with excitement, they noticed her beautiful face radiant with uncontainable joy. Zhou Qing immediately sidled forward, adopting an obsequious demeanor to inquire. Xiaobai, what's got you so thrilled? Did you spot a handsome guy outside? Xiao Xiaobai shot him an exasperated glance, her cherry lips parting slightly. Get lost. Yet she lifted her chin proudly, her delicate features alight with ineffable delight. I've just secured Qiuxi's agreement to live together. I'm moving into her apartment today. From now on we'll likely only see each other in class. Take good care of yourselves here in the dorm. I won't be around to share my laundry detergent or toothpaste anymore. Remember to buy your own. The others stared utterly astonished. What a... Xiaobai, you're really leaving it? Zhao Cheng and Li Liang wore expressions of pure envy. The thought of cohabiting with the academy's top beauty was nothing short of legendary. Zhao Cheng dabbed at the corners of his eyes, feigning deep emotion. Xiaobai remained single for 3 years, heartbroken once by a deceitful lover. Yet after countless trials, she's finally won over the academy's most admired beauty. Let's hope this time she won't be betrayed again. Xia Xiaobai glared at Zhao Cheng, offended. His tone unmistakably implied he doubted her worth. Qiuxi isn't that kind of person. She truly loves me. You're just jealous, aren't you? Zhao Cheng sighed dramatically. To bless your destined union, Xiaobai owes me a proper feast. No excuses. I hear there's an excellent roast whole lamb restaurant nearby. Delicious, and only about 1,200 yuan per lamb. Xia Xiaobai nearly choked. Of course it's you, Zhao Cheng. After all that talk, you're still just trying to fleece me. Li Liang chuckled. Come on, Zhao Cheng. You don't even know Xiaobai's financial situation. Zhao Cheng countered, that was before. Brother, remember, Chu School Beauty is a true heiress. I've seen her switch sports cars multiple times, even arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now that Xiaobai has landed a wealthy heiress, she'll never go hungry. Rich lady hungry, feed me. Money is no longer a concern. Xia Xiaobai knew full well he was scheming to siphon off her generosity, but after all, brotherhood demanded sacrifice. Li Liang suddenly snapped his fingers. Now that you mention it, it is true. Xia Xiaobai sighed. Fine, I'll treat you all. Honestly, you're insatiable, either chasing romance or devouring food. He glanced curiously at Zhou Qing, who stood silently, and gently patted his shoulder. Zhou Qing, what's wrong? Xiaobai's agreed to treat us. Shouldn't you at least clap in celebration? Why do you look so glummed? Zhou Qing lowered his head with a quiet sigh. He truly couldn't bear the thought of Xiaobai moving out. He'd never again catch sight of her emerging from the shower, fresh, radiant, breathtaking. Xiaobai, you've lived here perfectly fine. Why move out? Even senior brother has a girlfriend, yet he stays put. Xia Xiaobai, seeing his mournful expression, replied helplessly. Zhou Qing, you know my personal circumstances. Do you really think it's appropriate for me to stay here? Zhao Qing watched them exchange furtive glances and blurted, hey. Zhou Qing, you actually like Xiaobai? You don't know. Xiaobai is actually... Zhou Qing. Xia Xiaobai hastily interrupted. She couldn't risk losing these brothers. If they learned she was a woman, their easy, carefree camaraderie would vanish forever. Zhou Qing nearly blurted it out. Xiaobai is a girl. But meeting her amber eyes, pleading vulnerable, he swallowed the words. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang scratched their heads, utterly bewildered. Li Liang remarked, your conversation sounds like a farewell at life's end. Seriously. Zhou Qing sighed. Heh, he doesn't understand. I'm starved for affection, the pressure is crushing. Zhao Cheng grinned mischievously. Brother, can't you tell Zhou Qing wants to cross swords with Xiaobai? Xia Xiaobai pursed her cherry lips, then launched herself forward, delivering a sharp kick to Zhao Cheng's backside. Zhao Cheng yelped, oof. Li Liang eyed Zhou Qing suspiciously. Didn't you have a stunning girlfriend? She even brought you nourishing soups regularly. Zhou Qing gave a wry smile. She's not my girlfriend, just my fiancée, arranged by our families. We grew up together. Li Liang, Zhao Cheng, and Xia Xiaobai exchanged stunned, envious glances. Who knew you already had a fiancée? Zhao Cheng swallowed hard. Was she the elegant, black-stockinged, high-heeled older sister who visited class to deliver soup? I thought she was your elder sister. She treated you so tenderly. Never imagined she was your fiancée. She must be 2 or 3 years older than us. Zhou Qing sighed. 3 years older to be precise. Zhao Cheng raised a thumb. 3 years older means golden bricks in your arms. Zhou Qing added, you've met her before. Don't you recall how domineering she is? All three vividly recalled the aloof, commanding older sister, Zhou Qing's fiancée, who'd stormed into their dorm and scolded him relentlessly for his obsession with anime. At least she'd spared them the humiliation of doing it in front of the entire class, choosing instead to reprimand him privately within the dorm. Her disdain for anime culture was palpable. She'd even ordered Zhou Qing to discard every pillow, figurine, and collectible, banishing his entire otaku sanctuary. The others exchanged uneasy, speechless glances. Zhao Cheng surveyed Zhou Qing's bed, its sheets adorned with a swimsuit-clad Rem, his pillow a life-sized Hu Tao, his headrest a Tifa, and his walls plastered with Hatsune Miku posters. His laptop bore the heaven-chosen maiden motif, and beside it sat a mountain of anime figurines and memorabilia. Zhao Qing couldn't resist commenting, honestly, your fiancé has a point. Anime's wonderful, but obsession weakens the body. And if your constitution fails, how will you fulfill your duties as a future husband? Her concern is entirely justified. Zhou Qing scoffed, you wouldn't understand. Her personality mirrors my mother's. She oversees everything in my life. But virtual wives, they're different. They'll coo and cling to me the moment I spend money. Xia Xiaobai's lips twitched involuntarily. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang exchanged a silent, resigned look. This one was beyond saving. Xia Xiaobai dismissed the matter with a shrug. All right, I need to pack. Zhou Qing rushed forward. Let me help. Zhao Cheng smirked. Count me in too. Xia Xiaobai surveyed the clothes and belongings scattered across her bed, mostly garments spanning all 4 seasons. 2 large bags stood ready. Zhou Qing had already forgotten his earlier distress, preferring instead to drink in every fleeting glance of Xiaobai before him. He rummaged carefully through the pile, until buried among her summer, where he unearthed a pristine white adornment. With lightning reflexes he snatched it up, eyes gleaming as if cradling a sacred relic. Zhao Cheng stared dumbfounded. Hey, Zhou Qing. Xiaobai, I'm reporting this. Zhou Qing stole your. Xia Xiaobai turned just in time to see Zhou Qing hastily conceal something behind his back, though she'd already glimpsed the object clutched tightly in his hand. Her lovely face flushed crimson. You jerk, give it back. She raised her slender snow-white hand. Zhou Qing shot Zhao Cheng a venomous glare, then reluctantly surrendered it. This is clearly women's wear, a pure white strapless style. You know nothing. This is fashion. Internally she sighed. Her system mandated female attire for this. Xia Xiaobai finished packing swiftly, taking only her summer clothes, pillow detergent, and toothpaste. Zhou Qing offered, let me drive you. There's too much to carry. She accepted with a warm, delighted smile. Her delicate lips curved upward in a gentle, radiant arc. Zhou Qing, you're truly kind. Thank you, Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing helped Xia Xiaobai place her belongings into the front trunk of the Ferrari. Xiaobai, do you really like Chu Qiushi? Zhou Qing asked from the car. Aren't you a girl? Does she know you're a girl? Xia Xiaobai pouted. My affairs are none of your business. Just drive, you already have a fiancé, why bother with all this? Zhou Qing did not continue the conversation, starting the car and disappearing into the night. Not far from where they left, the girl stood on the street with a furrowed brow. Isn't that Zhou Qing? Why is he so familiar with the girl, and he's even driving her in a sports car? I need to call Sister Zixuan. In an office of a certain company sat a beautiful young woman, not very old, yet exceptionally stunning. Dressed in a light purple short skirt that accentuated her figure, particularly her long legs wrapped in black, she wore high heels that made men fantasize. Her phone vibrated on the table, and she noticed it was her good friend calling. Hey, is it Xiaoling? Calling me at this time? Are you trying to ask me out for shopping? But I'm busy with company matters. Sister Zixuan, I know you're busy. I wouldn't dare interrupt your work. Well, I just saw Zhou Qing with a very pure and beautiful short-haired girl, she said. Zhou Qing was even kindly helping her carry things. They seemed very close and playful. Li Zixuan frowned slightly. Is Zhou Qing hanging out with those girls who play cosplay again? I've told him many times about that. The voice on the other end continued. Sister Zixuan, I feel Zhou Qing is very gentle and considerate towards this girl, completely unlike those girls before. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and smiled. All right, I will handle it. I've watched Zhou Qing grow up. Although he likes the two-dimensional world, I believe he's not the kind of guy who messes around outside. The girl on the other end said, Sister? As Zhou Qing just got out of the car, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was his fiancée calling. Xia Xiaobai, holding a bag of clothes, stood in front leading the way. Whose phone is it? Zhou Qing did not hide. It's my fiancée, he answered, and a very gentle female voice came through. Zhou Qing, what are you doing? Zhou Qing glanced at Xia Xiaobai beside him. Not doing anything, what's up? Just hanging out with my dorm mates. There was a pause on the other end. Roommate. Is it a boy or a girl? Zhou Qing replied irritably. Of course my roommate is a boy. Li Zixuan in the office frowned even tighter. Can you come out and accompany me? I want to go shopping at Central Plaza. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable tone, leaving Zhou Qing no chance to refuse before she hung up the phone. Zhou Qing felt a bit helpless. Li Zixuan was great in every way, beautiful and gentle towards him, but she was too domineering. If he married her in the future, he would probably only have a subordinate role at home. He looked at Xia Xiaobai. You go upstairs by yourself, I'll leave first. Be safe. Okay. Xia Xiaobai watched Zhou Qing's departing figure. These rich people really don't understand. They have beautiful fiancés, yet still worry. Xia Xiaobai returned to Chu Qiuxi's room and arranged her things, but Chu Qiuxi had not yet returned. I should take a shower first. Entering the bathroom, Xia Xiaobai looked at the beauty in the full-length mirror and couldn't resist kissing herself. She wasn't being vain. It was because she was becoming prettier and prettier, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, her fingertips gliding over her arms with a superb touch, and she exuded a faint fragrance. Just as she was still admiring herself, a noise came from outside the room. Could it be Qiuxi returning? Before Xia Xiaobai could react, the glass door was opened. A girl walked in, tossing her clothes aside. While speaking, Sister Qiuxi, can I borrow the bathroom for a moment? The slender girl threw her old clothes on the floor beside her. When she looked up, her eyes met with an extremely beautiful short-haired girl, and they both froze. With a tender blush on her cheeks, cherry-like lips, and a flawlessly shaped face, she exuded a sense of elegance and grace, with her skin glowing remarkably. What shocked her even more was that the short-haired girl had skin so smooth that it seemed to have a layer of shimmering moisture flowing beneath, as if capable of squeezing out water. Such fair skin. The girl couldn't help but exclaim. Her own skin was fair as well, but compared to the short-haired girl, it was in a different league. Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but glance at the suddenly intruding girl. Who are you? Why did you barge in? Xia Xiaobai said, somewhat flustered. The beautiful girl giggled, appearing quite carefree. Even though her appearance didn't match the stunning short-haired girl, and she wasn't as tall or had longer legs, she still had her own advantages, and that was she had bigger assets. She raised her proud head slightly and puffed out her chest. You look so unfamiliar. Are you a friend of Sister Qiushi? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened as she stared at Xia Xiaobai's hand. Pointing at her nose, she exclaimed, Miss, you have a nosebleed. Xia Xiaobai instinctively touched her nose and found that she indeed had a nosebleed. Damn. She felt so embarrassed, so ungracious that she couldn't help but have a nosebleed upon seeing the beautiful girl hurriedly took out a tissue to help her wipe, saying, You should tilt your head back. Are you feeling sick? Do you need to go to the hospital? Xia Xiaobai shook her head. No, it's probably just heat. She couldn't admit that she was bleeding because she was looking at a beauty that was truly embarrassing. Could you please go out? I'm getting ready to take a shower. The beautiful girl blinked her eyes and tilted her head. Let's shower together. Besides, why wear clothes to shower? Xia Xiaobai was relieved that she was still dressed, or it would have been terrible. If you want to wash, I'll let you go ahead. Xia Xiaobai left the bathroom, unable to bear the temptation of this beautiful girl. The pretty girl pouted, pulling Xia Xiaobai's arm. Don't. You're also a friend of Sister Qiushi. I often bathe with her. The bathtub is quite big anyway. Xia Xiaobai chuckled. She was afraid she would end up doing something beastly. You stay by yourself, I'll go read a novel first. In the end, Xia Xiaobai still escaped this damn temptation and helped her close the bathroom door. Why close the door? It's so hot. The sound of the complaining girl came from the bathroom. Xia Xiaobai entered the living room where Yichanga was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow, her face weeping like a pear blossom as she watched a melodramatic Korean drama. It was called You from the Gorilla. Xia Xiaobai was aware of this Korean drama, as the girls in her class often discussed the male leads. Yichanga noticed the noise and saw Xia Xiaobai. She waved her hand to the side. Xiaobai, come over and watch the show with me. Xia Xiaobai was not fond of Korean dramas, and thought it would be bad if Qiushi returned and saw her sitting too closely with Yichanga. No thanks, this drama is too melodramatic, I'm not interested. By the way, Yijie, there's a girl in my room, do you know her? Oh, are you talking about Tang Rongrong? Yichanga replied, wiping her tears. She's a very popular part-time singer at our nightclub, and also a university student. She often stays here, so you'll see her frequently in the future. What's up? Nothing much. Yichanga turned his head to look at Xia Xiaobai, asking with a choked voice, Xiaobai, you have a nosebleed? Xia Xiaobai chuckled. It's just heat, drinking some herbal tea will solve it. Yichanga gently ruffled her hair, expressing concern. Girls should take care of their health, your relatives should have left by now. Xia Xiaobai blushed and nodded. They have left. Those few days nearly drove Xia Xiaobai's straight male heart to the brink of collapse. When things slip out, they slip out. And I often need to go to the restroom to change them, and it is quite uncomfortable to walk out. Xia Xiaobai was looking at Yichanga while Yichanga was engrossed in a melodramatic Korean drama. At that moment, some noise could be heard from the room, indicating that Tang Rongrong had probably finished her shower. Sister Yi, you watch for a bit. Oh, I'll go take a shower first. Xia Xiaobai returned to her room, and the sight that greeted her made her nose bleed uncontrollably, causing her to hurriedly tilt her head back. A beauty emerging from the bath is simply irresistible. Tang Rongrong assessed her figure and was quite satisfied. What's wrong? My figure is great, of course I have to show it off. Besides, we are all girls. What's the problem? You are friends with Sister Qiushi and Sister Yi, so you are my friend too. She approached Xia Xiaobai familiarly and hugged her long hair brushing against Xia Xiaobai. She sniffed with her little nose. Xiaobai, your fragrance is really nice. Which brand is it? Xia Xiaobai was stunned to be embraced by such a beauty, especially as her delicate skin brushed against her. The sensation was quite delightful. Although Tang Rongrong's bare face was not as beautiful as Chu Qiushi or Yichanga, and her figure wasn't as good as theirs, she was still an exceptionally graceful beauty. She was notably shorter than Xia Xiaobai, standing at most 1.6 meters tall, with fair skin and legs that were both proportionate and straight. Xia Xiaobai helplessly said, this is my natural scent, I don't need perfume. Tang Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Xia Xiaobai, whose skin was as smooth as fine jade, and exclaimed, the legendary natural scent. Come, let me sniff more, biting a bit should be fine, right? By the way, Xiaobai, let's add each other on WeChat, okay? I must say she was an incredibly familiar and charming girl. What she didn't know was that beneath Xia Xiaobai's beautiful girl facade was just a lewd person. Tang Rongrong, with her long and fair arms, linked them with Xia Xiaobai's slender wrist, then took a beautiful selfie. Xiaobai smiled for the camera, posting on Moments. Wow, today I met this super beautiful girl, and we became friends. Of course, her selfie only showed from the shoulders up and contained nothing inappropriate. Tang Rongrong quickly put on her clothes and took a hairdryer to dry her hair. By the way, how did you meet Sister Chiyoshi? Xia Xiaobai washed her face to clean the bloodstains and replied, I'm in the same class as Chiyoshi. Oh, so you're another high achiever. By the way, I heard Sister Chiyoshi has a boyfriend. Have you met him? That really makes me furious. Xia Xiaobai was a bit puzzled. Why does Chiyoshi having a boyfriend make you angry? Tang Rongrong sighed. It's just unsatisfactory. Sister Chiyoshi is such a beautiful rich girl, and she's being taken by a pig. I used to sleep with Sister Chiyoshi often and could attack her body, but now that she has a boyfriend, I can only let him play with her. Xia Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, damn it. The pig you mentioned is me, and my girlfriend still often attacks you. She couldn't help but ask you, how do you attack Chiyoshi? Tang Rongrong chuckled, of course. She displayed a lewd expression and reached out to grab Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was startled by her actions and quickly pushed her hand away. However, Tang Rongrong's beautiful eyes revealed a pitiful look as she hugged Xia Xiaobai once more. Xiaobai, you are flatter than I imagined. Don't worry, with today's technology you can totally get a big one. 36D would be best, this way I can hee. Having Xiaobai instead of Sister Chiyoshi is also not bad. Xia Xiaobai was speechless. How did it feel like she had just stepped out of a wolf's den and into a tiger's lair? Tang Rongrong on the side waved a baseball bat, and Xia Xiaobai realized that this was indeed left behind by Chu Xiaoxiao's little uncle. She seemed to think of something and suspiciously asked, Tang Rongrong, why are you waving that baseball bat? Tang Rongrong replied fiercely, to intimidate. I want to see which pig dares to approach Sister Chiyoshi. With Xiaoxiao's permission, we formed a common front together. How about you, Xiaobai, join us? When Sister Chiyoshi brings her boyfriend back, we can intimidate him. If he backs down, we will mock him for being cowardly and unworthy of being with Sister Chiyoshi. Xia Xiaobai rolled her eyes at her. Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Holding her clothes, she walked into the bathroom, checking multiple times to lock the door to prevent this lewd girl from barging in. Tang Rongrong looked at the open bag. Xia Xiaobai had puzzled as to why all the clothes were for boys. There was also a pack of open sanitary pads beside the bag. Tang Rongrong helped her place the bag aside on the floor. Without thinking too much about it, Tang Rongrong exited the living room, grabbed the leftover beer from Yichanga, and propped her long legs on the table, smilingly asking, Sister Yi, just now in Sister Kiyux's room, I found a super gorgeous short-haired beauty. You should know her too. She was so interesting looking at me with such a naive and shy expression. Even though we are both girls, I was even shyer than her. Yichanga finally finished watching you from the jungle and breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Tang Rongrong excitedly praise Xia Xiaobai's skin and her long, beautiful legs, Tang Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she nearly drooled from her thoughts. No way. She's so beautiful and cute. Tonight, I must trick her into sleeping with me. If I don't trick such a beautiful girl into sleeping once, I'll definitely regret it. Yichanga looked at Tang Rongrong with annoyance. Tang Rongrong had been a part-time singer in her night scene for 3 years. They were very familiar with each other, so of course they knew what kind of girl Tang Rongrong was. Over the years, she had charmed countless wealthy men in bars and nightclubs. Especially those rich young men, they were willing to spend quite a bit of money on her. The sad part for those boys was that in the end they got nothing. Tang Rongrong was just a green tea bitch. The most impressive thing was that she was still a virgin, which was quite remarkable. Yichanga had no idea how she managed to survive without being killed by boys. Tang Rongrong burped while drinking beer, a few strands of hair falling onto her forehead. Sister Yi, does Xiaobai have a boyfriend? I just saw she had a lot of boys' clothes. Yi Chang's charming face showed a bit of confusion. Xia Xiaobai was actually a girl disguised as a boy, a lesbian. Her jade-like hand was covering her elegant forehead, unsure of how to start the conversation. You take care of yourself outside. I can tell you Xiaobai is under my protection, so don't mess with her. And she is still. At this point, Yichanga paused and sighed. Anyway, Xiaobai's situation is a bit complicated. Come on, let's drink a few glasses. It's been a long time since we slept together. Today, Sister Yi will accompany you. Tang Rongrong glanced at Chu Kiyux's room. Sister Yi had a great figure, and she felt a bit of indecision. Yichanga knew exactly what Tang Rongrong was thinking. You can't sleep with Chiyoshi and Xiaobai, who I am still single at 25. Are you interested? Yichanga suddenly complained. I'm the oldest here. Why am I the only one who's single? Tang Rongrong opened a bottle of Rio cocktail and clinked glasses with Yichanga. This drink was delicious and non-intoxicating, and she still needed to return to the academy tomorrow. If it were Saturday, she would drink freely with Yichanga, not caring about being picked up. Oh, after all, this apartment only housed girls. The two of them drank several bottles and became slightly tipsy, their beautiful faces flushed with a rosy hue. Fortunately, the alcohol content was low and they didn't feel intoxicated. Tang Rongrong discovered she was covered in sweat. Sister Yi, why don't you turn on the air conditioning? Yichanga helplessly replied. I'm worried that the air conditioning will trip the circuit. This summer is too hot now. The entire city is experiencing power cuts, and each household's usage is limited. Tang Rongrong had already tossed her outer clothes aside, drenched in fragrant sweat. Seeing this, Yichanga followed suit, making the scene incredibly enticing. At that moment, the apartment door opened, and Chu Chiyoshi returned home, looking somewhat fatigued. A pair of smooth legs wrapped in stockings extended from beneath her skirt, as she placed her high-heeled sandals on the shoe rack, revealing a pair of snowy white, delicate feet. Tang Rongrong was also extremely happy, rushing over to nuzzle her with her small head. "Sister Qiushi, you're back." Chu Qiushi looked at the enthusiastic Tang Rongrong and could only feel a sense of helplessness. She could only give a symbolic hug to this very enthusiastic girl, instinctively protecting her chest to prevent this girl from launching a surprise attack. "Alright, have you hugged enough? I need to take a shower. It's really hot outside, and I've sweated a lot. This summer feels like a furnace. There's power rationing everywhere, so we can't turn on the air conditioning." Tang Rongrong giggled and said, "I don't mind. At most I can shower with Sister Qiushi one more time." Chu Qiushi really couldn't stand this infatuated girl, but of course her inner self didn't resist. In fact, she didn't know if she was into girls. She felt an inexplicable fondness for beautiful girls, and just wanted. If it were before, she would have agreed to shower with Tang Rongrong. But now it was different, as she couldn't, because Chu Qiushi already had a boyfriend named Xia Xiaobai. She had to be loyal to Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi gently pushed Tang Rongrong away. Her stunning face broke into a slight smile as she shook her head slowly, her hair flowing with her movements. "Rongrong, I can't bathe with you anymore. I already have a boyfriend, and I've told you this on WeChat. I love him more than anyone else, and I will never do anything to betray him. Also, you should find a boyfriend. This kind of carefree lifestyle will eventually lead to trouble. Even honest guys can't be easily fooled by you." Tang Rongrong sighed. "When have I bullied honest guys? The ones I hook are all willing fish." "Forget it, Sister Qiushi. Aren't you just putting love above friendship? You forget you're good friends once you have a boyfriend. Besides, we're all girls. How can that be considered cheating? You can ask him if he's willing to let us sleep and bathe together. If he disagrees, I'll beat him up." Tang Rongrong curiously observed behind Chu Qiushi. "Sister Qiushi, didn't you say you would bring your boyfriend? Where is he?" She looked around Chu Qiuxi's back, even opening the door to check, but there was not a single shadow. Chu Qiushi glanced at her with annoyance. "No need to look. I already asked him to come to the apartment early. He should be in my room." Tang Rongrong looked confused. She had already turned around in Chu Qiuxi's room, even took a shower, and had teased the little beauty before coming out. "But I didn't see any boys in your room. Sister, have you seen Sister Qiuxi's boyfriend?" Yichang, seeing the situation, didn't want to get involved, hugging a pillow and heading back to her room. The next events were not something she could handle. "Xia Xiaobai, you figure it out." She slipped away, her delicate feet tap tap tap, disappearing into the hall. Chu Qiushi was even more suspicious. "No way, I just communicated with him. He was still in the shower." She then smiled. "Did you see a very beautiful person in my room?" Tang Rongrong froze, and immediately a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. She stammered, "Sister Qiushi, your boyfriend wouldn't be named Xia Xiaobai, would he?" Chu Qiushi revealed a blissful smile, her face slightly flushed. "Yes." At that moment, Xia Xiaobai had just finished showering, his body still glistening with water droplets, his exquisite features adorned with tiny beads of water. He wore only a white shirt and extremely short home shorts, showcasing his smooth shoulders, snow-white arms, and a pair of long jade-like beautiful legs. Both Chu Qiushi and Tang Rongrong couldn't help but want to step forward and hug the beautiful Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi thought to herself that since Xia Xiaobai was her boyfriend, she could hug him as much as she wanted. She stepped forward, wrapping her long arms around Xia Xiaobai's slender waist, planting a kiss on his delicate. Then she turned her head to proudly introduce Tang Rongrong. "This is my boyfriend Xia Xiaobai. Isn't he handsome? Very beautiful and clean, right?" Tang Rongrong was completely dumbfounded as she finally understood why Xia Xiaobai had a nosebleed. So he was a boy. That means her body had been seen completely by a boy. She only held hands with the guys outside at most. Oh my god. Could she offer herself in exchange? Marrying him would be fine. It wouldn't be unreasonable to even pay for it. She still found it hard to believe this was obviously a stunning beauty. She trembled and pointed at Xia Xiaobai. "Sister Qiushi, he really is your boyfriend." Chu Qiushi proudly said, "Of course he is the real deal. Let me tell you, you cannot have any thoughts about my Xiaobai, otherwise you won't have a best friend anymore." Tang Rongrong felt her vision darken and going to faint. Thud. She fell on the floor, instantly waking up with pain in her small hand. "Can you catch me?" Chu Qiushi apologized. "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. I'm afraid Xiaobai will misunderstand." Xia Xiaobai also looked embarrassed. "I'm also afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand." At this moment, Xia Xiaobai felt a bit panicked. If Tang Rongrong exposed what happened earlier, Qiushi might get jealous and take action against her. Chu Qiushi looked at Tang Rongrong with curiosity, because the usually thick-skinned girl had an utterly shy expression. "What's wrong, Tang Rongrong?" Tang Rongrong stared wide-eyed at Xia Xiaobai, pursing her lips. Chu Qiushi was also a very sharp woman. Between the exchange of glances between Xia Xiaobai and Tang Rongrong, something seemed to have gone wrong. Could it be that she was being cheated on? Oh. Chu Qiushi looked at the two, who seemed a bit guilty, and she felt dizzy, almost falling over, but Xia Xiaobai caught her. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Xia Xiaobai and said, "Tell me, did you two have something unspeakable happen?" Tang Rongrong immediately stood up, lowering her head. "Sister Qiushi, it's like this." She recounted what had just happened, leaving Chu Qiushi in shock. Tang Rongrong took Chu Kyux's delicate hand and pouted. Sister Qiushi, it's truly a misunderstanding. I didn't know Brother Xiaobai was a boy. Her expression and acting were like those of a scheming girl and a green tea. Chu Qiushi rubbed her aching forehead and pulled Xiaobai back to the room, slamming the door shut. Chu Qiushi sat angrily on the side, arms crossed, looking sullen. Tell me, Xiaobai, do you really have feelings for Tang Rongrong? Qiushi, I swear I pushed her away immediately at that time, and I had no improper thoughts whatsoever. My girlfriend is so beautiful and stunning with an amazing figure, I can resist her. Do you think I couldn't resist Tang Rongrong? Chu Qiushi lightly tapped her fingers on her arm. His words did make some sense. If Xiaobai could resist Tang Rongrong, who was far less attractive in comparison to her, there was no reason for him to be tempted. Chu Qiushi bit her red lips tightly, her cold eyes rippling with layers of emotion. I'm not a petty person, I'll choose to forgive you this time. But if there's a next time, watch out, I'll take action against you. She really pulled out a pair of scissors from under the bed and waved them at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. How could she have hidden scissors under the bed? He instinctively protected himself. When she touched her ordinary self, she remembered that she had long lost it. Phew. It turned out to be a false alarm. I didn't even have it. I'm not afraid of being cut at all. Chu Qiushi emerged from the bath, her slender frame draped in a flowing crimson silk slip dress. Her snow-pale shoulders gleamed softly, and her delicate clavicles traced elegant lines beneath the translucent fabric. Her raven tresses cascaded loosely, still damp, with glistening droplets. Even without makeup, Her Majesty Chu Qiushi remained breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaobai stepped forward with deferential warmth to dry her hair, and could not resist inhaling deeply at the nape of her snowy neck. Her silken strands brushed against Xiaobai's nose, tickling gently, carrying the intoxicating floral sweet fragrance unique to Chu Qiushi. Blushing faintly, Chu Qiushi leaned into the tender kiss pressed upon her lips, savoring its warmth and softness. Just then her gaze fell upon several blood-stained tissues discarded in the nearby wastebasket. Xiaobai, whose blood is this? Were you injured? Her luminous eyes filled with quiet concern as she looked up at Xiaobai. Xiaobai stared at the bin. Damn. I forgot to dispose of it. Could she possibly admit she'd bled from sheer excitement after seeing Tang Rongrong's body? How utterly humiliating. It's nothing. Just internal heat causing a nosebleed. Chu Qiushi lifted her jade-like hand and gently stroked Xiaobai's delicate cheek, her expression tinged with tender sorrow. A subtle shift flickered across her exquisite eyes. Then with a faint knowing smile, she gazed softly. Why don't you lie down for now? I recall there are ingredients for Guangdong herbal tea still stored in the kitchen. I'll brew you a bowl. It helps clear internal heat. Xiaobai almost declined, but then reconsidered. A soothing cup might calm her nerves and conveniently smooth over the awkwardness. Thank you, Qiushi. Blushing faintly, Chu Qiushi rose to her feet, fingers tightly clutching something unseen, then turned and hurried nervously toward the kitchen. Lying on the bed, Xiaobai wrestled with how to confess her true identity to Chu Qiushi, a thought that only deepened her growing agitation. She had a peerless lover beside her, yet remained trapped in absurd pretense, day after day, gazing helplessly, powerless to act. Xiaobai flopped onto the bed with a groan, truly unbearable. Sister, could you please swap back just for one night? Just one. Let me fulfill my duties as a boyfriend. 7 or 8 times tonight, please. The system replied with a light chuckle. Ah, our host lacks self-awareness, doesn't she? Xiaobai fell silent. Half an hour passed. Exhausted, Xiaobai tossed her pillow aside and noticed Chu Qiushi was still in the kitchen. Curious, she decided to see how the herbal tea was being prepared. As she entered the kitchen, she caught sight of Chu Qiushi holding an unmarked packet and pouring its contents into the simmering clay pot. Qiushi, Xiaobai called instinctively, startling Chu Qiushi mid-motion. The packet slipped from her grasp, spilling a fine crimson powder onto the floor. Xiaobai froze. Qiushi, what is this? Chu Qiushi hastily scooped it up, her flawless face flushed with flustered embarrassment. Nothing. No, wait, that's red sugar powder. I thought adding it would make the tea sweeter, for you. She emptied the entire contents into the pot and stirred vigorously until fully blended. Turning back to Xiaobai, she smiled gently. You should return to your room now. The tea will be ready in 10 minutes. Though puzzled, Xiaobai nodded. Qiushi would never harbor ill intent, especially toward me. You're truly wonderful, Qiushi. Chu Qiushi blushed again, shaking her head slowly while blinking her large luminous eyes. Perhaps I'm actually a wicked woman. Back in her room, Xiaobai lay quietly lost in thought. Why did Qiushi seem oddly hesitant just now? She shook her head. Qiushi would never harm me. And what truly do I possess that would warrant such deceit? Only this fair, delicate vessel of flesh and bone. 10 minutes later, Chu Qiushi entered cradling a steaming bowl of dark aromatic herbal tea. Time to take your medicine, Xiaobai. With graceful poise, she dipped a spoon into the brew, then blew softly across its surface to cool it. Her sweet, gentle expression softened further as she offered the spoon to Xiaobai's lips. Here, you let me feed you. Enchanted by her tenderness, Xia Xiaobai remained unaware of the quiet storm brewing behind those serene eyes. Anyone who marries you must be profoundly blessed, Qiushi. Without hesitation, she drank it down, and indeed it tasted pleasantly sweet, rich with generous sweetness. Chu Qiushi fed her 7 or 8 more spoonfuls, her gaze brimming with unwavering affection. Then I shall marry Xiaobai, she murmured, smiling tenderly. Before Xia Xiaobai could reply, dizziness surged. Her vision blurred, then blackened. She collapsed into unconsciousness. Zzz. Chu Qiushi watched her sleeping form with quiet reverence, gently tapping her cheek, confirming she was deeply, peacefully asleep. Her crimson lips curved into a whisper. So these computer parts truly work wonders. 5-star review delivered. Her eyes shimmering with devotion lingered on Xia Xiaobai's tranquil face. Xiaobai, I've made my intentions clear twice, yet you remain as oblivious as ever. Since you refuse to fulfill your duties as a devoted boyfriend, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Her trembling hand traced lightly over Xia Xiaobai's alabaster skin. Before her, Xia Xiaobai breathed softly, her delicate nose rising and falling, her lips full and rosy like cherry blossoms blooming at dawn, ripe for tender plucking. Why is Xiaobai wrapped in white bandages? Chu Qiushi frowned, puzzled, then added almost under her breath, though her frame is remarkably slender. Like a girl's. Slowly, deliberately, she began unwrapping the white cloth, until the truth unveiled itself, leaving her utterly speechless. Stunned, she whispered, Am I dreaming? Impossible. Disbelieving, she pinched her own arm, hard. The sharp sting confirmed reality. This was no dream. Even a fool would understand now. Xiaobai is a girl. She's always been a girl. No wonder she's so exquisitely beautiful. Of course. How could any boy possess such grace? I was simply too blind. Wiping away silent tears, Chu Qiushi sighed. Well, we've come this far. There's no turning back now. I know Xiaobai loves me. I am certain of it. That devious little minx. Then I shall accept your gift, without reservation. Blushing fiercely, Chu Qiushi cradled Xia Xiaobai's flawless face in her palms. Perhaps even in her slumber, Xia Xiaobai dreamed vividly. Her lips parted like velvet roses, emitting soft, breathy sighs. What followed? Ahem, beyond description. Dawn broke the next morning. The next morning, Xia Xiaobai woke up groggily, pressing her forehead. Even with her eyes closed, she felt a sense of fatigue enveloping her body. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was staring at a pink ceiling. Indeed, she had fallen asleep in Qiuxi's room yesterday. Xia Xiaobai couldn't quite remember how she had fallen asleep, feeling as if there was a sudden gap in her memory. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace the beauty beside her, but found only emptiness. Qiushi. At that moment, a gust of wind swept into the room, causing Xia Xiaobai to shiver from the cold. With the chilly breeze awakening her senses, she looked down and was utterly stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Before Xia Xiaobai could fully process her shock, the bathroom door swung open. A figure even more graceful than she emerged from the bath, droplets of water cascading from her snow-white skin onto the floor. The other person, possessing a face as pure as jade, wore a smile, the ripples of her gaze shimmering beneath her willow. With a playful and beautiful smile, she teased, Xia Xiaobai, should I call you brother Xiaobai or sister Xiaobai? Her seductive red lips curled up, playful yet gentle. Xia Xiaobai was so startled that she sought a place to hide. Chu Qiushi couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. No need to hide. I already know everything. You know everything. Xia Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Chu Qiushi, seeing her mischievous eyes, could only shake her head helplessly. Why are you a girl disguised as a boy? It's just ridiculous. You're so beautiful, you would look amazing in a dress. Xia Xiaobai was bewildered by the adoration shining in Chu Qiuxi's eyes, which seemed even more infatuated than her own. Suddenly, Xia Xiaobai recalled something. The term computer components sounded so familiar that she quickly took out her phone to search for it. Computer components. Xia Xiaobai. So that's how it is. She ended up being transformed into a girl by a very beautiful young lady. Having a relationship with a wealthy beauty had been her childhood dream, and now it seemed to have come true. Xia Xiaobai tightly embraced Chu Qiushi, gazing into her gentle eyes. Qiushi, you don't mind that I'm a girl, do you? Chu Qiushi held her close and returned, mind. Do I have the right to mind? We are already. Actually, I liked you because you looked just as beautiful as a girl from the beginning. Xiaobai, you like me too, right? Xia Xiaobai smiled brightly. Of course I like you the most, Qiushi. Chu Qiushi stared at Xia Xiaobai for a while, unable to hold back her tears. Xia Xiaobai asked with concern, Qiushi, why are you crying? Chu Qiushi bit down on Xia Xiaobai's shoulder, causing her to wince in pain. After half a minute, Chu Qiushi finally released her grip. I will make you remember for a lifetime that you deceived me. Xia Xiaobai took her delicate hand. I'm sorry, Qiushi, I truly didn't mean to. Xia Xiaobai was at a loss for words, wondering how to explain that she had originally been a boy, transformed into a girl by a girl known as a system. Chu Qiushi smiled sweetly at her. Let's consider this the start of our real relationship from today. Xia Xiaobai frowned, but I'm still short on time. Until noon at 11 o'clock. Chu Qiuxi's face radiated happiness. The summer weather was still quite hot with the wind rustling through the flowers and trees creating a soothing sound. Chuchioshi was covered in fragrant sweat, her hair sticking to her stunning face. Sweat trickled from her delicate nose onto Xia Xiaobai's picturesque brows, as if dropping into her heart, creating ripples. Xia Xiaobai gazed up at Chuchioshi. Chuchioshi, I love you. Chuchioshi lifted a skirt beside her and placed it in front of Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, put this on for me to see. Xia Xiaobai took the skirt with hesitation. Chuchioshi, do you really want to see? Chuchioshi said earnestly. I also want to do your makeup and go shopping with you. By the way, this is a wig. She produced a set of brown hair with bangs and handed it to Xia Xiaobai, her eyes filled with anticipation. I can't wait to see my girlfriend with long hair. Xiaobai, your features are exquisite and beautiful. With makeup you'll definitely be a stunning beauty. Under her insistence, Xia Xiaobai put on the spaghetti strap mini dress that she had prepared. It must be said that Xia Xiaobai's figure was nearly perfect except for her smaller chest. With willow brows, apricot eyes, ruby lips, and jade teeth, her skin was as white as snow, her limbs long and slender, and her waist delicate. Chuchioshi clapped her hands. You look absolutely stunning, my Xiaobai, and couldn't help but pull her in for a kiss. By the way, Xiaobai, do you know how to put on makeup? Xia Xiaobai shook her head helplessly. She had a makeup system and didn't need to learn how to apply makeup. She had seen that the makeup process for girls was far too complicated, taking at least half an hour. Things like foundation, concealer, eyeshadow, blush, mascara, and setting spray. Chuchioshi looked at Xia Xiaobai helplessly. As a modern woman, not knowing how to put on makeup is unacceptable. At the very least, you need a simple makeup look. However, she faltered midway through her sentence. Looking at Xia Xiaobai's flawless snow-white face, it was clear she didn't need concealer. Alright, your skin is truly perfect, but eyeshadow and blush are still necessary. They can enhance your facial beauty. Xia Xiaobai sat at the makeup table, allowing Chuchioshi to arrange her as she pleased. As long as life was bearable, wearing women's clothing was acceptable, especially since her beautiful girlfriend liked it. Half an hour later, Chuchioshi looked at the expressionless Xia Xiaobai and curved her lips with her fingertips. Xiaobai, give me a smile. Xia Xiaobai could only manage a faint smile, her lips forming a beautiful arc, perfectly outlining a smile reminiscent of peach blossoms. Finally, Chuchioshi styled Xia Xiaobai's long hair, and she could hardly believe the beauty before her. She knew Xia Xiaobai was beautiful, but she never expected that the carefully styled Xia Xiaobai would be such a stunning beauty. Chuchioshi looked at Xia Xiaobai with amazed eyes. Xiaobai, you look truly stunning. After multiple tasks, Xia Xiaobai's beauty had quietly transformed. Her current appearance surpassed that of her artsy girl phase, and her features were even more perfect. Xia Xiaobai gazed at herself in the mirror with long hair cascading down and pretty bangs framing her face. Her snow-white skin was slightly flushed with delicate willow-like brows and a pair of sparkling eyes. She too felt amazed, though it still couldn't compare to how she looked during her first task. Chuchioxi's makeup skills are exceptional. Chuchioshi proudly lifted her head. I learned from a makeup artist. Oh, but we still need a few more things. Xia Xiaobai watched as she took out 2 breast pads from the wardrobe. Chuchioshi grinned at her. Xiaobai, these are from my middle school days. Now they're yours to inherit. Xia Xiaobai replied. Chuchioshi, I already have enough. I have a B cup, there's no need for this. Come on, I think a girl with a bigger bust looks better. A goddess needs at least a C cup, and with your size it should work just fine. Xia Xiaobai could only yield to her persuasive charm. Chuchioshi helped her stand up. Xiaobai, turn around, and let me see. The skirt swirled with her movements, revealing her long fair legs, while the enchanting curve of her slender waist was a perfect sight that couldn't be ignored. Let's go out for dinner, Chuchioshi said with a blissful smile. Xia Xiaobai hesitated, but it seems like Sister Yi and Tang Rongrong are outside. Chuchioshi shot her an impatient look. Isn't that even better? I want them to see how beautiful my Xiaobai is. Xia Xiaobai. The two of them headed to the hall. Yi Chang'e and Tang Rongrong were bored, leaning on the table with lifeless expressions. Both girls had noticeable dark circles under their eyes. Yi Chang'e was alright, but Tang Rongrong looked utterly dispirited. Chuchioshi cheerfully asked, why do you both look like you're about to die? Tang Rongrong, frustrated, complained about having shown her body to a boy for no reason. And that boy was her best friend's boyfriend. How could she not be upset? Even if she tried to snatch him away, she couldn't compete with Chuchioshi, who was a stunning beauty and a rich girl, leaving her with no advantage. She tapped her forehead on the table, took a bite of fried dough, and when she finally lifted her gaze, the scene before her caused the fried dough in her mouth to fall onto the table. She frantically pulled on the equally drowsy Yi Chang'e beside her. Sister Yi, look at that. I can't help but be amazed, she exclaimed, swallowing hard. Yi Chang'e, also resting her pretty face on her arms, replied, of course Chuchioshi is beautiful. What's so surprising about that? Xia Xiaobai, why does it feel like something's off with that statement? Tang Rongrong excitedly shook Yi Chang'e's arm. No. I wasn't referring to Chuchioshi, I'm talking about another beauty. She's so beautiful. Yi Chang'e looked at Tang Rongrong's direction with some suspicion. She was also taken aback. Behind Chuchioshi was a shy, long-haired beauty, her face somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly a figure flashed through her mind, and she stood up abruptly. You are Wow, I can't believe you look this beautiful dressed as a girl. Especially those long straight legs evenly proportioned, as white as snow. Yi Chang'e approached Xia Xiaobai surveying her from head to toe with sparkling eyes. Her jade-like hands couldn't help but explore Xia Xiaobai's figure. She even sniffed her neck, inhaling the sweet and pleasant scent of the beauty. Tang Rongrong was not to be outdone and mimicked Yi Chang'e's actions, but even more unabashedly. She shouted LV6 skill updraft. Oh, isn't this the blue and white pattern that Xiaoxi used to wear? Xia Xiaobai couldn't believe this girl would do such a thing. She suddenly felt that this apartment was even more dangerous than her time in the boys' dormitory. Although the guys in the dorm often teased her with words, they wouldn't lay hands on her. But the girls in this apartment were indeed handsome. Xia Xiaobai's stunning face turned crimson, and she hurriedly pressed down her skirt. With fierce eyes, she glared at Tang Rongrong, trying to look fierce. Tang Rongrong looked back at Xia Xiaobai's angry yet adorable expression. She laughed unabashedly. Wow, this lattice angry look is also very beautiful. Xia Xiaobai felt like she was about to spit blood in her eyes. A fierce man had turned into something cute and pretty. Chu Qiushi watched the two with amusement, her head slightly raised in pride. Guess who she is? You definitely want guess. Yi Chang'e looked at Chu Qiushi with a smile, clearly just realizing that Xia Xiaobai was a girl. She instantly recognized that the long-haired beauty before her was Xia Xiaobai. Of course I know she is Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi was taken aback. You guessed that so quickly. Tang Rongrong was even more confused. Xia Xiaobai is a cross-dresser. What? Yi Chang'e shot her a look. Xiaobai is a real girl. Isn't it normal for her to dress up like this? Tang Rongrong was shocked. I suddenly feel it's amazing. Chu Qiushi widened her eyes at Yi Chang'e. How did you know Xiaobai is a girl? I raised my eyebrows and smiled, because I've already had a thing with Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi was stunned. Xia Xiaobai looked at Yi Chang'e with annoyance. Sister, Yi, please don't put me in a difficult position. Qiushi, I swear I only love you as a girl, she added, raising 3 fingers. Chu Qiushi crossed her snow-white arms, looking petulant. This isn't the first time you've sworn to me. What was the last vow you made? Don't think I've forgotten. So you were just trying to deceive me with your swearing. Xia Xiaobai, you are such a scoundrel. She wore a look that suggested she wouldn't be easily appeased. I tell you, if you don't clarify things, you won't win me over. Xia Xiaobai could only resort to her beauty, her eyes showing a hint of sadness and tears, looking like a pitiable soft girl. I'm sorry, Qiushi. I didn't mean to, but my vows were sincere. Seeing her in tears, Chu Qiushi felt hurt. Alright, I was just kidding. I'm not really angry, Xiaobai. Please don't cry. Xia Xiaobai choked out. Thank you, Qiushi. She was genuinely crying, not pretending. That was because she truly had feelings before, but now with nothing left, she could only shed tears of sorrow. Tang Rongrong was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that Xia Xiaobai was Qiu Zai's boyfriend? How come Xia Xiaobai has turned into a girl now? Is Xia Xiaobai really Chu Qiuzai's boyfriend, or is she just Chu Qiuzai's close friend? With her mind racing, she couldn't quite figure it out. Sister Yi, so this beautiful lady is Xia Xiaobai, right? She should be a girl, right? But didn't Sister Qiushi say last night that Xiaobai is her boyfriend? Can someone explain whether Xiaobai is a boy or a girl? Or is it possible that she was a boy who suddenly turned into a girl? Oh dear, my mind is spinning. Chu Qiu, she looked at Xia Xiaobai with a hint of helplessness. All you need to know is that Xiaobai will be my girlfriend from now on, she declared. And let me tell you, no one can covet my Xiaobai. Otherwise this young lady won't let it go easily. Yi Chang'e, observing Chu Qiuzai's possessiveness, chuckled helplessly, saying, I'm still waiting for my Prince Charming. Of course, I won't miss the chance to admire beauty. Tang Rongrong nodded in agreement. Who doesn't like looking at beautiful women? I absolutely love it. Xia Xiaobai suddenly felt like she had fallen into a den of female wolves. Especially with Tang Rongrong's sparkling eyes scrutinizing her, who could withstand that? Chu Qiu, she clapped her hands, saying, I'm going to cook now. Yi Chang'e laughed. You just want to make something for Xiaobai, right? Chu Qiu, she proudly replied. Yes, so what? Instantly the whole hall was filled with the sound of girls' laughter, like silver bells mingled with the fragrance of beauty. Xia Xiaobai snacked on some cookies to fill her stomach while watching TV in the hall. What made her feel uneasy was that Tang Rongrong was beside her, propping her chin and smiling at her. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, Rongrong, am I dirty? There's nothing on my face, is there? Tang Rongrong leaned closer to Xia Xiaobai and couldn't resist touching her snowy white arm. Sister Xiaobai, you are so beautiful. Your skin is so fragrant and fair. Yi Chang'e, passing by with stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, shot an annoyed glance at Tang Rongrong. You girl, it's one thing to flirt with guys outside, but now you're flirting with beauties back here. Enough already. Tang Rongrong let out a dismissive sound. How can a guy compare to a beauty? Xiaobai is simply too stunning. Even I, a girl, can't help but be captivated. Sister, you have any thoughts about Xiaobai? I've noticed you stealing glances at Xiaobai's long legs, Tang Rongrong teased. Yi Chang'e's face turned slightly red. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I had thoughts, what could I do? That girl Qiu, she already got in there first. Xia Xiaobai, feeling overwhelmed by the two beauties' attention, stood up and walked into the kitchen. Qiu, she, let me help you. Chu Qiu, she brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead. It's all done. From now on I'll take care of you. Just leave the cooking to me. Xia Xiaobai looked at Chu Qiushi, radiating wife-like qualities with eyes full of affection. Qiushi, do you think I saved the world in my past life? Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai with a puzzled expression, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes. Xia Xiaobai continued, if I didn't save the world in my past life, how could heaven let me meet such a gentle and beautiful girlfriend like you? Chu Qiushi, touched by Xia Xiaobai's words, sweetly smiled. You're so smooth-tongued. Tang Rongrong, standing nearby, interjected, do you need my help with that? You can't interrupt their lovey-dovey moment in the kitchen. Yi Chang'e pulled her out of the hall. Tang Rongrong sighed, leaning on Yi Chang'e. Indeed, Sister Yi is the best to me, my lovely landlord. By the way, can we lower the rent? I can trade you something else. Yi Chang'e's forehead twitched as she smacked Tang Rongrong lightly on the head. Being cute won't work, rent still needs to be paid. Last night you drooled all over my pillow while sleeping. After the meal, Xia Xiaobai felt very satisfied as Chu Qiushi kept serving her food. Yi Chang'e finished cleaning the dishes and walked back to the hall, finding Tang Rongrong still in a lovesick daze. She spoke to her with annoyance. Weren't you supposed to practice singing at the karaoke this weekend? Why haven't you gone? Young Master Zhu has booked the venue for Wednesday, waiting for you to perform. Tang Rongrong showed a look of disdain. Nothing could compare to admiring beauties right now. That fat guy makes me sick just thinking about him. Last time, he just sent me a 520 yuan red envelope and invited me to dinner. Eating is one thing, but he tried to get handsy. I almost smashed him with an ashtray. If he were a bit better looking, it would be fine, but he has the face of a pig and still dares to chase girls. Luckily, he has a good father and a rich family, otherwise he'd be single for life. Thinking of that guy, I might as well enjoy looking at beauties more. Xia Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly, realizing this girl was a green tea type. Yi Chang'e sighed, thinking about young Master Zhu made her want to vomit. Then I should also admire Xiaobai more. Chu Qiushi, seeing both women gazing adoringly at. I said it's fine to look, but could you please not drool and look all lecherous? Tang Rongrong wiped her mouth. No, I wasn't drooling. Sister Qiu, she must be seeing things. Right, Sister Yi? Yi Chang'e, looking puzzled, also pulled out a tissue to wipe her fingers. I don't know either. Chu Qiushi said, Xiaobai, let's go shopping later. Let me tell you two ladies, if anything happens, come at me. Don't even think about targeting Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai felt something was off again. After resting for a while, the two decided to go for a walk. Xia Xiaobai and Chu Qiushi walked down the bustling street, attracting an astonishing amount of attention. It didn't even matter about gender. Even those beautiful women couldn't help but widen their eyes in envy at this scene. Sometimes beauty comes in levels, and Chu Qiushi and Xia Xiaobai were undoubtedly the top-tier beauties. As they strolled down the vibrant street, Xia Xiaobai stretched lazily, slightly raised her chin, and took a deep breath of the fresh summer air. Feeling the sunlight filtering through the trees, a bright smile gradually appeared on her face. The spring breeze was enchanting, making one captivated. A gust of wind blew, lifting her hair in the breeze, and Xia Xiaobai instinctively pressed down her skirt. Blushing, she looked at Chu Qiushi. Qiushi, where shall we play? Chu Qiushi gazed at the beautiful girl, radiating a soft glow under the sunlight, mesmerized by everything about Xia Xiaobai. With an ethereal and pure aura, a hint of cuteness emerged. Xia Xiaobai looked at Chu Qiushi, who was entranced, and frowned slightly. Qiushi, what's wrong? Chu Qiushi shyly smiled, unable to suppress the joy radiating from her lips. She felt fortunate that such a beauty was her girlfriend. It's nothing. Shall we go shopping at the mall? I want to buy you a few skirts. My ones are still a bit short for you. Looks like I'll need to wear high heels when shopping with you in the future. In summer the clouds are capricious. They had left under a clear sky, and now raindrops drifted on the wind. The wide avenue lay hushed and serene. The glazed tiles of the pavilion were studded with crystalline beads of water, veiling the once azure heavens. This sudden gentle rain carried with it a refreshing coolness. Chu Qiushi and Xia Xiaobai sat beneath the pavilion to shelter from the drizzle, watching the thin rain fall. A breeze toyed with their hair, intertwining locks in the air, while a faint, lovely floral scent lingered all around. Chu Qiu's eyes, gentle, exquisitely beautiful face rested close to Xia Xiaobai's cheek. The softness of her body sent a stir through her heart. Xia Xiaobai tightened her embrace around Chu Qiushi. Thank you for loving me. Chu Qiushi smiled sweetly. I thank you for loving me too. At that moment, a passing ice cream truck rolled by, and the rain stopped. Xiaobai want an ice cream. Xia Xiaobai, a little tempted, nodded. Although it had just rained, the summer heat remained. They approached the ice cream truck, whose owner was a middle-aged man. Sir, we would like to buy some ice cream, Xia Xiaobai said in a distinctly girlish voice. Chu Qiu's eyes, astonished lovely eyes, turned to Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, your voice just now sounded so girlish. Xia Xiaobai's pretty cheeks flushed, and she covered her small cherry-like mouth. Really? How would I know? Chu Qiushi, seeing her bashfulness, could not help but smile, a sound as clear as a silver bell. You are a girl by nature, what is there to be embarrassed about? Actually, your somewhat androgynous voice is pleasant as well. I like it. The ice cream man looked up at the two beauties before him, and was momentarily stunned, as if a multitude of flowers had suddenly bloomed. They were far more beautiful than the stars on television. Could they be celebrities? Might there be a photographer discreetly filming nearby? He watched variety shows often. The current trend favored having performers masquerade as passersby, while the director filmed surreptitiously. He hastily smoothed a few sparse tufts of hair and offered what he deemed a handsome smile. What might you lovely? Chuchio, she regarded his awkward smile with mild curiosity and opened the freezer, revealing an array of ice creams and popsicles in various flavors. She glanced and reached for an ice cream wrapped in white packaging. On seeing this, the owner's eyes flashed with interest, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a triumphant expression. Startled, Xia Xiaobai quickly stopped her. She don't take that. That's an ice cream assassin. In daily matters, she was notably frugal. In an age when ice cream assassins ran rampant, she had learned to be wary. She and her dorm mates had spent a night compiling a compendium of these ice cream assassins. She had been ambushed before. At the checkout, she nearly went weak in the knees. 20 yuan for a single bar was nothing short of capitalist cruelty. The very bar Chuchio she held was the aristocrat among assassins, Zhong Shuidi. Though its packaging was plain and unassuming, much like the cheap popsicles of childhood, its price told another story. Yet this single bar could buy nearly a whole box of popsicles. Chuchio, she tilted her head, her hair dancing in the breeze, blinking her lovely eyes. What do you mean by ice cream assassin? As an heiress, she naturally paid little heed to price, and besides, she seldom indulged in ice cream to preserve her figure. Xia Xiaobei's pretty eyes fixed on her. Ice cream assassin. Chioshi, haven't you heard of them? I think I've seen something, Chu Chioshi admitted with a doubtful look. There have indeed been clips on Douyin, or a few of my girlfriends complained, but never delved further. Xia Xiaobai sighed earnestly. Chioshi, let's not buy unfamiliar ice cream brands. Especially Zhong Shuidi. I've been stabbed by it before. Magnum and Häagen-Dazs at least have exquisite packaging and dedicated freezers that signal their price. Zhong Shuidi hides in its minimalist wrap among cheap bars and strikes when you least expect it. It drives a knife into your wallet. Watching Xia Xiaobai choose carefully, Chuchio, she nodded and smiled sweetly. Well, go with your judgment. Xia Xiaobai picked 2 Kailizi cones in different flavors. How much is it, sir? The owner flashed a defeated expression, but kept smiling. 7 yuan, miss. Xia Xiaobai scanned to pay and handed a strawberry one to Chuchioshi. This strawberry one is for you. Chuchioshi accepted the strawberry Kailizi. It turned out she remembered that she liked strawberry-flavored treats. Thank you. The two of them walked eating their ice cream, while Chuchio, she watched Xia Xiaobei's cute way of licking her treat. Especially when she stuck out her small pink tongue to sweep the chocolate chips into her mouth, and revealed a blissfully adorable smile. At that sight, Chuchio, she felt she might drown in affection for Xia Xiaobai. Noticing Chuchio's eyes fixed gaze, Xia Xiaobai grew puzzled. Chioshi, why aren't you eating? It's melting. Chuchio, she lowered her head, slightly brushed a stray lock from her brow, parted her ivory teeth, and took a gentle, elegant bite, then smiled sweetly. It's so delicious, she said, her face flushing. Xiaobai, may I swap bars with you? Xia Xiaobai, somewhat puzzled, replied. Didn't Chioshi say she liked strawberry? Did I remember wrong? Did I misremember? Chuchio, she hurriedly shook her head. You didn't misremember. I do like strawberry, but I also want to taste chocolate. Xia Xiaobai smiled faintly. Then swap. Oh, I don't mind the flavor. Chuchio, she took the chocolate bar already half licked by Xia Xiaobai. Seeing the other's tender lips stained with ice cream instantly awakened in her a keen appetite. She savored the chocolate bar that Xia Xiaobai had eaten, every bite suffused with affection. She seemed to detect the lingering intimate fragrance left by those licks. Her heart had long been claimed by love. The two of them then went to the mall. Chuchio, she pulled Xia Xiaobai along. Come on, it's just buying a dress, why be so resistant? You're taller than me, my clothes won't fit you, Xia Xiaobai protested helplessly, but Chuchio, she insisted on buying her dresses. She even said she would pick out several fitted garments. It was not a matter of pride, she refused to yield. Besides, the wardrobe the system had rewarded her with already brimmed with women's wear. Wouldn't you want clothes given by your girlfriend, eh? Chuchio, she asked, her exquisite face slightly sullen as she regarded Xia Xiaobai, hands on her slim waist. If you don't come in, I'll be upset. Xia Xiaobai finally had no choice but to follow her inside. She beheld a dazzling array of women's clothing with an especially ultra-sexy section to one side. A saleswoman with a sweet appearance approached. Her eyes too were struck by the extraordinary beauty of the two women. With an envious glance she asked, what styles would you lovely ladies like? Chuchio, she looked at Xia Xiaobai. What style do you prefer? She held up a camisole and gestured at her own 36C chest before indicating how it might look on Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai watched Chuchio, she appraised the white camisole. If worn by Chuchio, she would certainly be. The saleswoman observed, a camisole suits a fuller figure. This young lady seems like a C cup. It should fit nicely. Chuchio, she looked at Xia Xiaobai and asked, how would I look wearing it? Without hesitation, Xia Xiaobai answered, it will look lovely. Chuchio, she nodded. Wrap this one up for me, as long as Xiaobai likes it. I think it would look great if you used a chest pad. Xia Xiaobai, you wouldn't actually make me wear that, would you? Even lace. The saleswoman laughed. Beautiful girls look good in anything. Xia Xiaobai could only mutter in disbelief. Wasn't this like picking up a stone to smash one's own foot? Chu Qiushi asked, by the way, do you have tights here? Xia Xiaobai widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Stockings. Qiushi, are you going to wear them? Chu Qiushi smiled charmingly at Xia Xiaobai. I already have several in my wardrobe. I only want to buy a few for you. After all, Xiaobai, your long, elegant legs are absolutely stunning. Thighs softly rounded, calves slender. Stockings would suit you perfectly. As the sales assistant stepped closer to Xia Xiaobai, her fingertip traced gently along Xia Xiaobai's leg, then instinctively glided upward. I swear, miss, you're the most breathtaking pair of long legs I've ever seen, perfectly proportioned, straight as an arrow, and exquisitely supple to the touch. Xia Xiaobai stood flustered as the assistant's hand caressed her thigh, sending a delicate silken sensation rippling across her skin. What are you doing? She asked, her lovely face flushed crimson, her large eyes shimmering with dewy embarrassment. The sales assistant offered an awkward smile. Oh, I'm just measuring your leg length. What mischief could a girl possibly have in mind? She turned toward Chu Qiushi with a warm grin. Ladies, please follow me this way. We carry every style imaginable, even lasso-trim suspender style ones. Xia Xiaobai nearly choked. She'd seen countless such heroines in manga and doujinshi, but never imagined wearing them herself. Yet Chu Qiushi gazed at her with unmistakable, eager anticipation. Xiaobai, just wear them for me, okay? And I'll wear some for you too. Black for you, white for me. How does that sound? By then the sales assistant had already returned, arms laden with several pairs. She held a pair against Xia Xiaobai's leg, such exquisite length, truly enviable. Every style suits you beautifully. Shall we try them on right away? Of course, we'll try them on now. Chu Qiushi beamed, took the stockings, and gently guided Xia Xiaobai into the fitting room. Inside the small, quiet space, Xia Xiaobai's lovely face burned with shy warmth. Qiushi, I really can't. I'm far too embarrassed to wear these. Chu Qiushi tenderly wrapped her arms around Xia Xiaobai's waist, her delicate nose gently brushing against Xia Xiaobai's. Xia Xiaobai's gaze locked onto Chu Qiushi's enchanting eyes. So close the world seemed to narrow to just that breathless proximity. Chu Qiushi's lips parted softly. There's nothing shameful about women wearing stockings. It's perfectly natural. Just look at the confident, long-legged beauties strolling down any street. They wear them proudly. It's not vanity, it's self-assurance, a celebration of one's own grace. Xia Xiaobai gazed into Chu Qiushi's gentle, loving eyes, and her heart melted entirely, utterly undone by that tender, unwavering regard. The warmth of Chu Qiushi's breath, soft and sweet, made refusal impossible. All right. Chu Qiushi kissed her lightly on the nose. Let me help you then. Xia Xiaobai's inner straight guy sensibility shattered. No need. You go outside. I'll do it myself. Chu Qiushi blinked slowly, feigning disbelief. You fumble even putting on a skirt. How could you manage these? Xia Xiaobai fell silent, then pulled out her smartphone. I can look it up online. Chu Qiushi burst into soft laughter. Fine. Call me if you get stuck. I'll wait outside. Honestly, we bathe together all the time. Why so shy now? Alone in the fitting room, Xia Xiaobai stared at the sheer garment in her hands, then at her reflection in the mirror. Surely no one who knows me would recognize me like this. At last, after 10 grueling minutes of determined effort, she managed to slip them on. Her forehead glistened with fine, translucent beads of sweat. The small room filled with the subtle, lingering fragrance of her perfume. Outside, the sales assistant and Chu Qiushi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was taking Xia Xiaobai so long. The assistant ventured hesitantly. Shall we rush in and help our long-legged beauty? Chu Qiushi paused, just as the two were still debating. The door swung open, and out stepped a vision in black stockings, a tall, statuesque woman whose long, flawless legs instantly captivated both onlookers' gazes. The delicate black sheath clung like liquid silk to Xia Xiaobai's legs, elegant, innocent, yet radiating an irresistible, quietly magnetic allure. Her short dress hugged her slender, shapely figure with graceful precision, accentuating every curve with captivating charm. The sales assistant stared, mouth slightly agape, her own lips glistening with involuntary admiration. May I hold you, just for a moment? Her eyes lingered hungrily on those sensuous, elongated limbs. Even through the sheer fabric, their smoothness was palpable. Touching that skin, she imagined, would be like cradling the world's finest, warmest jade. Chu Qiushi stepped forward, instantly shielding Xia Xiaobai with protective grace, her breathtaking beauty edged with both possessive pride and quiet ire. Hey, she's mine. Could you at least maintain some professionalism, or I'll file a complaint? The sales assistant froze, wide-eyed, gazing between the two women. You two are a couple. Yes, and what of it? Chu Qiushi lifted her chin with serene, unshakable confidence. Xia Xiaobai watched helplessly, suddenly feeling like an outsider in her own story. The assistant waved her hand dismissively, smiling wistfully. Oh, nothing really. Just how deeply affectionate you two are. By the way, ladies, anything else you'd like? I highly recommend a suspender-style pair, perfect for showcasing this long-legged beauty's absolute domain. Chu Qiushi nodded approvingly. Excellent. Please select several. Price is no concern. Allure is paramount. Xia Xiaobai's lips twitched faintly. She noticed Chu Qiushi holding two pairs, one black, one white, each with a discreet zipper running down the front. What on earth? Once neatly packaged, Xia Xiaobai carried the bag. They continued shopping for hours, until Xia Xiaobai was utterly exhausted, her legs heavy and numb as though they belonged to someone else. Indeed, Xiao Xiao had been right. When her sister shopped, she moved with tireless mechanical energy, refusing to slow down. She even tried persuading Xia Xiaobai to buy a pair of high heels, but Xia Xiaobai gently declined. After all, Xia Xiaobai was already slightly taller. Adding heels would tip the balance too far. Chu Qiushi replied with a playful, knowing smile, Xiaobai's quite right. Otherwise our roles might get confusing. She couldn't let Xia Xiaobai tower over her, so she would wear the heels and Xia Xiaobai would not. Xia Xiaobai sighed, then just, buy me a pair please. Half an hour later, Chu Qiushi finally admitted fatigue. Xiaobai, let's find a bubble tea shop and rest. Xia Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I'm completely spent. It had been a long, taxing walk. The snug stockings clinging tightly to her legs, no safety shorts beneath, leaving her feeling strangely exposed, almost bare. Worse still, she'd caught several leering boys surreptitiously snapping photos, making her scalp prickle with unease. Chu Qiushi looped her arm through Xia Xiaobai's, her tone lightly exasperated yet affectionate. Xiaobai, you mustn't say no to your girlfriend. Not when perseverance brings me such joy. There's a lovely bubble tea shop nearby, popular with university students. Xia Xiaobai froze mid-step, her black-stockinged leg suspended in hesitation. Let's choose another one instead. If it's full of university students, she'd surely run into someone she knew. Running into Lao De Zhaoqing Zhouqing, or worse, classmates, would be mortifying. Chu Qiushi read her thoughts instantly. Don't worry. I've transformed your appearance completely. No one will recognize you. You're literally a different person, more radiant than your natural face, especially with those smoky eyeshadow and blush tones that even I find mesmerizing. Even if someone did recognize you, do you think they'd actually out you? Xia Xiaobai gave a dry chuckle, remembering their dorm room vow. Whoever woke up as a beautiful girl the next morning had to treat everyone to a little fun. Good things, after all, were meant to be shared. Xia Xiaobai hadn't hesitated. She'd agreed without thinking. After all, waking up as a beautiful girl was simply impossible. One Zhouqing. She could handle that. But add Zhao Cheng, or Lao De, and she'd collapse under the pressure. The whole world might learn she was a girl. Before Xia Xiaobai could protest further, Chu Qiuxi's delicate hand had already drawn her into the bubble tea shop. Yet inside sat a figure unmistakably familiar. By these legs, I shall pay homage with a kiss. Such. Nice. Those long legs and black stockings. Worth 3 years of my life. Even death would not be a loss. Snow-white skin, slender, elegant legs, a delicate waist, a face that could topple a kingdom. I would give her 99 points. The one missing point is because her chest is padded. Xia Xiaobai felt a flush of embarrassment at his assessment. She hurriedly glanced down at the pale curve of her own chest, wondering how he could tell her cup was padded. No doubt he was a lecher with uncanny perception, so remarkable that Xia Xiaobai almost wanted to take him as a master to learn his craft. But Xia Xiaobai hardly needed such tricks now, as she could openly admire the young women. Chu Qiushi scanned the vicinity, then her eyes brightened. Pointing excitedly, she said, Xia Xiaobai, look. Aren't those some of your old dorm mates? The little cowlick on Xia Xiaobai's head twitched as she turned to look. Good heavens! Zhao Cheng, Li Liang, Zhouqing, Tao Nana, and several classmates were all there. What a coincidence! They went out to a gathering without so much as a word. How disloyal. And there were pretty girls too. Xia Xiaobai felt a sharp pang of disappointment. Chu Qiushi said, they seem to be talking about you, Xiaobai. I noticed their lips forming the word Xia Xiaobai several times. Startled, Xia Xiaobai looked at Chu Qiushi. Qiushi, can you read lips? Chu Qiushi shook her head. Not really, but I can recognize the mouth shape for Xia Xiaobai. Let's go over and see. Xia Xiaobai felt nervous, yet could not resist wanting to catch their words about her. Could Zhouqing have exposed her identity? The two women walked over. Zhao Cheng and Zhouqing were in the midst of boastful animated talk, while several girls giggled. A waft of perfume swept over them. How lovely. Everyone looked up to see two exceptionally beautiful women. They were breathtaking. Both were first-rate beauties. Chu Qiushi stood tall, with waist-length hair tied with a charming bow. The gathering of her dress suggested the fullness of her bosom. The other was equally stunning. Tall, lithe, her legs straight and flawless, stockings hugged her glossy thighs, harmonizing with her skirt. She seemed at once pure and sensuous. Qiushi, Qiuxiji. Tao Nana exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence. Qiuxiji, please sit. The girls urged. They clearly admired the campus belle and quickly made room for them. The girls appraised the stunning woman beside Chu Qiushi. Their eyes shone. This was a beauty to rival Chu Qiushi herself. Her skin was luminous as the moon, untouched by the sun, a snowy smoothness that dazzled. She was exquisitely beautiful with a gentle, refined air. Her lips were red and her teeth white. Tao Nana's eyes widened in astonishment. Qiuxiji, who is this lovely young lady? A breeze lifted a few strands of hair from Xia Xiaobai's face. She brushed them aside and smiled faintly. Hello everyone. I am Qiuxi's close friend Xiaobaiha. Her voice was ethereal and elegant like a snow lotus blooming in a mountain valley, cooling the heart as if bathed by 1,000-mile frost in midsummer. Tao Nana murmured reverently, emerging unstained from the mud, pure in the clear water. Even her black stockings could not conjure lascivious thoughts. Her refined, otherworldly beauty conveyed a paper-white purity. So it is Sister Baiha. Please sit. Xia Xiaobai smiled slightly, lifting the hem of her white dress with a jade-like hand. As she sat down gracefully, her long straight legs closed together modestly. She sat close to Tao Nana, close enough to catch the girl's youthful scent. Gazes brazenly fell upon her thighs and the neckline of her dress. While being a woman did have its advantages, Tao Nana blushed under the beautiful woman's attentive gaze. Sister Baiha, is there something strange about me? A vein twitched on Chu Qiux's forehead. This little flirt was ogling other girls in front of her girlfriend. Her fingers slid to Xia Xiaobai's waist and gave a covert twist. Xia Xiaobai winced in pain, her eyes filled with sudden tears. She forced a gentle smile at Tao Nana. No, it's nothing. The scent that drifted from the beautiful woman's tender lips made Tao Nana blush all the more. Tao Nana hurried to her feet. He'll just go to the restroom for a moment. Li Liang, Zhou Qing, Zhao Cheng, and Ma Pengzi were already stunned into silence by the sight of Xia Baiha. Their mouths watered as if at a feast. Even their milk tea had lost its aroma. Zhou Qing looked at Xia Baiha in disbelief. Wasn't this Xia Xiaobai? She was unbelievably beautiful, far more so than the Xia Baiha he had seen before. Her chest seemed a size larger. Had she had augmentation? He had always thought Xia Xiaobai's makeup as Xia Baiha was already pretty. Now seeing this refined, ethereal beauty, he realized her attractiveness had an even higher ceiling. Especially her graceful motions, the timbre of her voice, her laughter, like silver bells. He began to question his very life. Was this truly the same friend had lived with for 3 years, the one who went after girls, drank with him, and dawdled at work? Zhao Cheng made a wet slurping sound. Ma Pengzi did the same. Even Li Liang could not help but ogle Xia Xiaobai. What a beautiful girl. What's wet on my hand? Zhou Qing suddenly felt something. Looking down, he exclaimed, damn fatty, your drool got in my milk tea. Ma Pengzi hurriedly wiped himself. Better that than Zhao Cheng with a bloody nose. The others turned their gaze to Zhao Cheng's face. They found his eyes locked on Xia Baihi's chest, blood trickling from his nostrils. Damn. Zhao Cheng, could you not disgrace us men? Xia Xiaobai inwardly mocked. It was ridiculous that someone could get a nosebleed just from seeing a beauty. Zhao Qing touched his nose and sure enough wiped at the blood, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, I've been overheated lately. He'll drink some Guangdong herbal tea. The line sounded oddly familiar to Xia Xiaobai. Zhao Qing suddenly let his straw fall deliberately under the table and tapped his forehead. See, him so clumsy, I dropped the straw. He'll go pick it up. Ma Pengzi was bewildered. He himself had also dropped his straw to the floor. He laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I'm clumsy too. I accidentally dropped my straw under the table. He'll go find it. Then he began to crawl beneath the table. Zhou Qing was about to toss his straw as well, but Xia Xiaobai's disdainful glance stopped him. He could only offer an embarrassed smile. I'm nothing like those two. I'm strong and well-built with great stamina. 300 push-ups are child's play for me. Xia Xiaobai. Chu Qiuxi. The girls blushed as they looked at Zhou Qing. After all, he was rich and handsome. 300 push-ups at once. Being his girlfriend would surely be bliss. Zhao Cheng and Ma Fatso crawled beneath the table in search of their precise target. Before them stretched a row of long pale legs. Only Xia Baiha wore black fishnet stockings. Soon the two located their target. A form-fitting short skirt hugged her graceful figure tightly. Beneath the sheer stockings, delicate curves shimmered softly. The fabric sculpted her long legs into flawless elegance. To their dismay, all the girls wore modest underskirts. Xia Baiha's legs remained poised in perfect, dignified repose, utterly impenetrable to any bold exploration. Hey, Fatso, you're blocking my view. Zhao Qing snapped. This is my spot, you jerk. Ma Fatso retorted. Above the table, several girls' lovely faces twitched faintly. Those two are utterly shameless. They actually crawled under the table. Indignant yet amused, the girls exchanged glances. Li Liang covered his face. These idiots were disgracing every male student. Zhou Qing meanwhile gazed rapturously at Xia Xiaobai's ethereal, peerless visage, his eyes already brimming with tender affection. Her flawless face bloomed before him like a rare blossom, her arms soft as snow-white lotus roots, her posture poised and refined, her lustrous hair cascading down to her waist. Xia Xiaobai was breathtaking. Her beauty evoked a lyrical poem suffused with maidenly purity and youthful radiance. Yet under Zhou Qing's adoring gaze, even her alabaster arms prickled with goose flesh. She truly did not wish to fence. Faced with his tender, soulful stare, she could only pick up the menu beside her and feign ordering, desperate to dispel the awkwardness. With forced cheer, she asked Zhou Qing, why have you been staring at me? Zhou Qing, suddenly aware, flushed slightly. I apologize. I couldn't help myself. Miss Baiha, you are simply too exquisite. Chu Qiuqi rested her chin on her palm with a quiet sigh, her spotlight wholly eclipsed by Xia Xiaobai. Yet this only kindled her pride. After all, the very goddess they adored had been swept onto the sofa last night, gasping softly beneath her touch, and in just 3 minutes. The girls lifted their slender legs repeatedly, pressing their shoes firmly against the two boys' faces. Arg, arg, ouch, ouch. Chu Chiochi slammed her palm on the table. You two have been retrieving straws for far too long. You're worse than cockroaches at crawling under tables. Finally the pair emerged, faces smeared with shoe prints and streaks of blood, wiping themselves with napkins bruised and swollen, yet still lingering wistfully upon those long, elegant legs. Zhou Qing's lips twitched faintly as he watched them. Thankfully he'd resisted the urge. Indeed, Xiao Bai's warning had been wise. Thank you, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Zhao Cheng turned to Xiao Baihe and asked, Miss, you look strangely familiar. We must have met somewhere before. Xiao Bai's heart lurched. Had he recognized her? I believe this is our first meeting. You must be mistaken, she replied calmly, though inwardly unsettled. Zhou Qing quickly interjected, Indeed, Zhao Cheng. We've only just met this lovely young lady. That line is hopelessly outdated. I haven't used it in years. He had no intention of letting Zhao Cheng discover that this fairy-like girl was none other than Xiao Bai. Otherwise he'd gain a rival. Zhao Cheng, after all, was a notoriously thick-skinned, unabashed charmer. Zhao Cheng scrutinized Xiao Bai closely, even rising to lean his face near hers. Xiao Baihe's exquisitely flawless face seemed to glow with an inner radiance, striking him with profound awe. Her skin, fairer than frost and sweeter than plum blossoms, emitted a delicate fragrance, almost intoxicating. Before Zhao Cheng could utter a word, Chu Chiochi slapped him back, protective and fierce. Keep your distance from my best friend. She's delicate, meant only for me. Zhao Cheng rubbed his cheek. Don't you think Miss Baihe resembles Xiao Bai's admirer Baihe? Baihe, the names sound so alike. Though Miss Baihe is lovelier and far more endowed. Baihe is well, flat as a plank. Chu Chiochi stared at Xiao Bai, brow furrowed in suspicion. Xiao Bai merely offered a resigned expression. She explained gently, Baihe is my younger sister. Our resemblance is perfectly natural. Wishing to shift the subject, she clasped her hands lightly, her expression one of gentle curiosity, her teeth gleaming like pearls as she asked, By the way, earlier I noticed you all laughing and chatting animatedly. Were you discussing something intriguing? Might we hear about it? Chu Chiochi recalled their earlier conversation about Xiao Bai, and as his beloved felt keenly invested. Yes, what were you discussing? You seemed quite delighted. Zhao Cheng grinned. Chiochi, you must know Xiao Bai well. Aren't you two dating? Indeed. We've been living together for some time now, officially a couple, Chu Chiochi declared proudly, her stunning face alight with confidence. Zhao Cheng appraised her. Undeniably, she was a rare beauty. Before he could salivate, a sharp kick landed squarely on his side. Hey, whose leg is that long? All exchanged bewildered glances. No one claimed responsibility. Xiao Bai crossed her arms, visibly annoyed. Zhao Cheng pressed on, So Senior Beauty Chiochi, would you like to see Xiao Bai in a dress? Our class has decided Xiao Bai will compete in the joint beauty pageant with the College of Science and Engineering, dressed as a girl. Professor Zhao Feifei has already approved. The sole obstacle, Xiao Bai refuses to wear a dress. We're brainstorming how to persuade him. Should we ply him with wine? Bribe him with computer parts? Or, one way or another, I will see Xiao Bai in a dress. He looks so feminine. Let a brother savor the spectacle. Tao Nana giggled. Honestly, I'd love to savor it too. Li Liang adjusted his glasses, suddenly transformed into the quintessential scholar. He pushed his spectacles up with a finger. Based on my observations of Xiao Bai in the dormitory, he possesses unmistakable cross-dressing tendencies. Has anyone noticed? Aside from his flat chest, what else about him reads as masculine? That enviable complexion, that slender waist barely spanning a hand's breadth, those long, elegant legs. They rival even Miss Baihe's. I've studied his gait countless times while walking behind him. Each step sways his hips in smooth, alluring arcs, more gracefully than most women. As the saying goes, he looks eminently fertile. Xiao Bai's pristine forehead twitched faintly. So this was the senior brother she'd always respected, the most secretly audacious of them all. Chu Chiochi watched Xiao Bai's face tense, then stifled a soft laugh behind her crimson lips, as if silently remarking, Your roommate is truly extraordinary. Zhao Cheng chuckled. I think Xiao Bai would look stunning in a JK uniform, preferably navy and white stripes. Ah, the bunny girl costume is romance incarnate, the senior brother mused with a wry smile. Don't you agree? Xiao Bai's statuesque frame and long legs are perfect for bunny cosplay. Think a daring low-cut backless top, bunny-ear headband, a fluffy tail with stiletto heels, and thigh-high stockings. Paired with Xiao Bai's adorable radiant face, damn, I can't hold back. Ma Fatso gave Li Liang a thumbs up. Brotherly knows true male romance. But honestly, I want all of it, Tao Nana excitedly said. I think Xiao Bai would perfectly fit the role of a maid. She could definitely slay a lot of people and score high with the judges. The others nearly had nosebleeds upon hearing Tao Nana's description. Indeed, in this regard you girls are more talented than us boys. Zhao Cheng expressed his agreement with a thumbs up to Tao Nana. In this matter we should look at our beautiful Tao. Tao Nana rolled her eyes at him saying, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am bad? Xia Xiaobai felt like spitting blood at their lewd words. What kind of friends were they? They all wanted to take advantage of her, treating her poorly. Chu Qiushi listened to their descriptions, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her stunning face appearing as if it had discovered a new world. Yes, she was moved. Chu Qiushi was so excited at the thought that she realized she needed to prepare some role-playing outfit. Zhou Qing remained silent, noticing that Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face had turned slightly pale. Her flawless forehead showed 3 blue veins, and her delicate fists were tightly clenched. Even the veins beneath her snow-white skin were visible. Zhou Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked angrily at the others. I think you are all truly despicable. As friends you have disappointed me greatly, Zhou Qing. Have you considered Xiaobai's feelings at all? Do you think she would be willing to wear these clothes to please you? He stood up in agitation. Pointing at Zhao Cheng, Ma Fatty, and Tao Nana with a righteous expression, he continued passionately. Xiaobai is our good friend, our best buddy. You are sacrificing her for your own pleasure. Zhao Qing also stood up and touched Zhou Qing's forehead. Come on, old Zhou must have taken the wrong medicine today. Xia Xiaobai looked at Zhou Qing's fierce defense of her and felt deeply touched. She elegantly smiled slightly, saying, I think brother Zhou is right. Friends should cooperate and love each other. Zhou Qing felt immense joy when Xia Xiaobai called him brother Zhou, especially with her ethereal girl voice, which was simply delightful. Not to mention compliments. Even if it were insults, they sounded pleasing. Zhao Cheng, seeing Xiaobai praising Zhou Qing, immediately became dissatisfied and spoke up. Goddess Bai, you don't know that the biggest pervert in our dormitory is Zhou Qing. He is just pretending. Today's Xiaobai cross-dressing discussion was entirely organized by him. Last night he swore in the dorm that he would make sure Xiaobai wears the costume of Ying Mei, or else his life would have regrets. He even bribed me with $100 to persuade Xiaobai to wearing mice clothes for him to play with. Xia Xiaobai. She stared at Zhou Qing with her sharp, autumn-like eyes, her stunning face showing a fierce expression as she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. So Zhou Qing, you are also this kind of person. You have really disappointed me. Don't worry, I remember this. Zhou Qing felt a bitter feeling he could not express. It was truly frustrating. Before he could explain, he felt a painful kick to his leg, making him sit down immediately. No need to think, it was definitely Xiaobai who kicked him. Zhao Cheng proudly patted Zhou Qing's shoulder, as if to say, you are the only one who knows how to pretend. Don't worry, old Zhou, I won't tell Xiaobai. Zhou Qing raised his hand, grabbing Zhao Cheng by the neck and shaking him. He'll strangle you, you bastard. Xia Xiaobai watched these two bicker like dogs fighting over a bone, realizing she truly had no hope for them, knowing her best buddy well. Xia Xiaobai stood up, feeling somewhat lost. You all chat, I will leave first. After all, the system had already arranged for her to participate in the beauty pageant in women's clothing, so saying more was futile. This was her life. Life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in a large intestine. Zhou Qing pushed Zhao Cheng aside, wanting to speak, but was stopped by Xia Xiaobai's fierce gaze. As if to say, if you dare come over, I'll kill you. Chu Qiushi also stood up with a flushed face, saying, we should go too. She linked her snow-white hand with Xia Xiaobai's and left the milk tea shop. Chu Qiushi had long been preparing to achieve her goal of charming women. She set a small target for herself to have Xiaobai wear a JK uniform for her appreciation. The two left the milk tea shop. Xia Xiaobai felt somewhat exhausted. Where are we going, Qiushi? Chu Qiushi pulled Xia Xiaobai towards the second floor of the mall. She remembered that there was a store on the second floor of the mall that specialized in selling cosplay costumes. Xia Xiaobai was being pulled along. Qiushi, where are we going now? Soon the two appeared in front of a cosplay costume shop. Xia Xiaobai stared blankly at the beautiful girls coming in and out, as well as various cross-dressers. Qiushi, do you want to play cosplay? Upon thinking of this, Xia Xiaobai immediately became excited. With Chu Qiuxi's beauty, if she wore a maid outfit. Wow. Qiushi, I will support you. She made a supportive gesture to Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi lightly covered her red lips and laughed. Xiaobai, don't misunderstand. I'm not buying this for myself. Xia Xiaobai tilted her head in confusion, only stunned for less than half a second. Her face turned completely red as she widened her beautiful eyes, saying, Qiushi wants me to wear it. She looked incredulous. No way, absolutely not. I will not wear such things. Chu Qiushi held Xia Xiaobai's hand and led her to a fitting room, closing the door behind them, looking at Xia Xiaobai with a pleading gaze. Chu Qiushi shook her left hand, speaking in a sweet voice, Xiaobai, please agree to me. I really want to see how you look in a JK outfit. I also really like bunny girls, and maid outfits are even better. Xia Xiaobai shook her head resolutely. No way. This should be something a girlfriend does. How could it fall to her? Chu Qiushi was already on tiptoe, kissing Xia Xiaobai on the face, her delicate hand, also pulling Xia Xiaobai's hand to her waist. Chu Qiushi gazed at Xia Xiaobai with a charming look, saying, just agree to me, okay, Xiaobai dear. That vixen Chu Qiushi was indeed a scheming girl. She had Xia Xiaobai completely under her control, making it impossible for her to refuse such damn tenderness. Whether it was her acting cute or her sweet please combined with her extremely beautiful face, it seemed that no boy in the world could refuse. Alright, but I have demands. Chu Qiuxi's expression was overjoyed upon hearing Xia Xiaobai's agreement. Indeed, the beauty strategy always worked on Xiao Bai no matter when. Xiao Bai dear, tell me what you want me to do, and I will agree to you. After all, my body has long been yours, Xiao Bai responded. Qiushi must wear it too. We each take turns for a week, and the outfits will be decided by the other party. Qiushi without a second thought agreed. I agree, Xiao Bai. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays more piercing than ever with not a cloud in sight. The cicadas chirped incessantly in the sweltering trees of the apartment complex. Indeed, it was a scorching summer. Xiao Bai opened her eyes while lying in bed, her stunning face slightly flushed and bewildered. Is this really the life she had desired? Her slender arms embraced a beautiful woman in her arms whose fair skin emitted a faint fragrance. Xiao Bai sighed. How wonderful it would be if her life continued like this. Xiao Bai, I love you. Dame. The beauty in her arms occasionally murmured dreamily. Qiushi lay nestled in Xiao Bai's embrace, her long hair cascading around her, exposing half of her fragrant shoulder. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes fluttered gently with her closed eyes. Xiao Bai attempted to rise, but was tightly held by her. It's the weekend. Let's sleep a bit more. Fine, this life isn't bad. I'll continue to sleep. What's a little sacrifice of the body? When Xiao Bai woke up for the second time, she found that the beauty in her arms had already vanished. As she dressed and washed up, she stepped out of the hall and discovered a lively atmosphere. Yi Chang'e and Tang Rongrong were both present. Qiushi was still in the kitchen preparing lunch. Tang Rongrong, also casually dressed, lay on the sofa, watching a melodramatic romance show, a cup of milk tea in her hand. Occasionally her voice could be heard sarcastically commenting, "Scumbag, the female lead is so foolish." Tang Rongrong's radar for dramatic moments seemed to activate. Turning her head, she realized it was indeed Xiao Bai, and she joyfully opened her arms to pounce on her. Xiao Bai, I've missed you so much after a week. Xiao Bai dodged her, jumping around. This year, there seemed to be an unusual number of infatuated girls. Tang Rongrong, thwarted by Xiao Bai's evasion, looked displeased and launched another surprise attack. Xiao Bai's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. You. How could she be teased by a young girl? What about the law? What about any sense of justice? Qiushi helplessly remarked. You little brat, always teasing my Xiao Bai, without seriously looking for someone to date. Tang Rongrong sipped her milk tea and chuckled. Why should I rush to find someone to date seriously? I want to tie myself down to a single tree. I really envy Sister Qiushi for finding such a beautiful girlfriend like Xiao Bai. Tang Rongrong made a playful face. No more teasing, Xiao Bai. I suppose I'll just have to catch a rich guy to live this kind of life. After eating, Xiao Bai lay on the sofa. Yi Chang'e, sitting nearby, subtly threw flirtatious glances at her, especially her pair of snow-white long legs occasionally draping them over Xiao Bai's. Xiao Bai, would you be interested in going for a drink with Sister Yi? Indeed, this year the number of infatuated girls was exceptionally high, and each one was more beautiful than the last. Qiushi, acting like an overprotective wife, tightly held on to Xiao Bai. Just then Xiao Bai's phone rang. She glanced at it, stunned. It was actually that guy Zhou calling. Qiushi looked at her warily and suspiciously. Xiao Bai's roommates were mostly known to her, and Zhou was quite handsome and wealthy. What does this guy want with Xiao Bai? When Xiao Bai answered, Zhou voice came through, howling like a wolf, along with Zhao Cheng and the boss trying to persuade him. Qiushi also pressed her ear closer to listen openly. Oh dear old Zhou, don't jump off the building. You can recover from loss. Yeah, jumping down from 2 stories will only break your legs. Ooh, just don't jump. You scoundrel, Zhou, don't put this young lady through this. If you don't mind being embarrassed, I'm feeling humiliated too. Xiao Bai's lips twitched slightly. What on earth were they doing? Hello, is this Xiao Bai? I've lost all will to live. I want to jump off a building. In my last moments, I want to see you one last time. Meet at the Bone Spirit restaurant. Yuck, that's nonsense. I'm right now at XX Road XX Street. Outside the villa. Xiao Bai, hurry over. Beep, Zhou. Xiao Bai couldn't help but complain. What's this guy up to? It's so baffling. As his brother Xiao Bai still needed to go, she wouldn't want to miss seeing him for the last time. Maybe this guy has some inheritance waiting for her to claim. Qiushi linked her snow-white arm with Xiao Bai's. What's wrong? Did Zhou ask you out? This guy isn't a good man. I often see him peeping at your feet and your chest. Xiao Bai helplessly covered her forehead. Men are like this. It's hard for them to change their nature. I'll step out for a bit. Don't worry, I only like girls. If that big guy dares to touch me, I'll kick his balls off. Qiushi stood up. Should I go with you? Xiao Bai reached out to stroke her soft hair. No need, it's just a small matter. Do you not trust my character? I'm not a naive little girl. Qiushi nodded sweetly as Xiao Bai tousled her hair. Give me a kiss before you go, my Xiao Bai. The two pressed their tender lips together, parting minutes later with rosy cheeks. Yi Chang'e. De. Tang Rongrong. Yi Chang'e. Rongrong, go buy a pack of dog food. I'll treat you. Xiao Bai put on her white sneakers, her long legs tapping against the ground as she walked out of the apartment. Xiao Bai hailed a ride to Zhou reported address. After getting out, Xiao Bai marveled at how Zhou owned such a meticulously crafted 2-story villa. As she entered, she saw Zhou standing on the second-floor balcony of the villa. The boss Li Liang, Zhao Cheng, and two beauties were downstairs trying to persuade him. One of them was exceptionally cold and beautiful, wearing a fitted long dress that accentuated her figure, her long legs and high heels. She glared angrily at Zhou Qing above. Xia Xiaobai noticed that the entrance of the villa was piled high with various anime merchandise. Figures, body pillows, printed bedding posters, stickers, doujinshi PS4, PS5, and various anime peripherals were heaped on the ground like trash. Seeing this, Xia Xiaobai began to understand why Zhou Qing wanted to jump off a building. These were all his long-collected two-dimensional wives, now discarded like garbage. Could he please spare his two-dimensional life? 3. Xia Xiaobai even saw a Rem figure in a maid outfit lying on the ground with a gentle smile. From experience, the cold and beautiful long-legged girl was Zhou Qing's fiancée. Xia Xiaobai couldn't fathom why Zhou Qing, with such a beautiful fiancée, was still obsessed with the two-dimensional world. Zhou Qing stood on the balcony hugging a life-sized figure of Yuzuki Kagaya, rubbing his face against it affectionately. I once swore to protect Yuzuki-chan. Sister Zixuan, are you really not leaving me even one? Li Zixuan walked to the balcony, standing beside him with an exceptionally gentle expression. Zhou Qing, be good, listen to Sister Zixuan, don't continue to fall into the world of two dimensions. I didn't care before, but now you're grown up. Her eyes were clear and filled with trust. I believe Zhou Qing won't get lost in these obscene things. Is the two-dimensional world better than me in the three-dimensional? As she spoke, Li Zixuan reached out her delicate white hand to grab the Yuzuki Kagaya pillow, attempting to pull it away. Come on, let me deal with her. Zhou Qing fiercely protected his last wife, his handsome face showing a resolute refusal. If you want to take my Yuzuki wife away, you'll have to step over my dead body. I once swore to protect her. The two were tugging at the balcony railing. Give it to me. No way. Xia Xiaobai watched the spectacle, feeling she should never have stepped into this mess. Zhou Qing was equally baffling. With such a beautiful fiancée, yet so enamored with the 2D world that she wanted to give him a kick. How are things now? Xia Xiaobai asked, snatching a spicy strip from Zhao Cheng and taking a bite. Zhao Cheng sighed, not looking good. Zhou Qing's 2D wives were caught in the act by his 3D wife and driven from the house. Now only Yi Qi remains, clutching on for dear life. Li Liang had already hastily spread a mattress beneath Zhou Qing, and it turned out to be a limited edition swimsuit merchandise of Jiqing Mingrenai. If he can die in the embrace of his 2D beloved, old Zhou would have no regrets, Li Liang murmured, lighting a cigarette and exhaling. Zhou Qing grew even more heartbroken when he saw Xia Xiaobai arrive. Xiaobai, save me. She tried to steal my Yi Qi and chased away my other 2D wives. Li Zixuan also looked at Xia Xiaobai, who a flicker of admiration crossed her eyes. Such a pretty girl. A sudden sense of alarm rose. What could this beautiful girl possibly mean to Zhou Qing? Her friend whispered into Li Zixuan's ear. This pretty girl is the woman young Master Zhou has been fawning over lately. Oh, I've seen them together on campus several times. I even once saw them happily eating at a barbecue shop. She even thoughtfully shooed a mosquito from his face. So affectionate. Li Zixuan's deep gaze swept over Xia Xiaobai. Her expression chilled, and her hand clenched into a fist. No one will take my Zhou Qing from me. Zhou Qing clutched a Yi Qi body pillow and wept, looking at Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, hurry up and coming. I know you're on my side, otherwise he'll jump. Xia Xiaobai was speechless at this man. As if they cared about the appearance of impropriety. Under the nudges of Zhao Cheng and Li Liang, Xia Xiaobai had no choice but to ascend to the villa's second floor and stand on the balcony. Xia Xiaobai coaxed patiently. Old Zhou, calm down. If you jump, you'll never see your 2D wives again. Zhou Qing cried, glancing at Li Zixuan. But she threw my 2D wives on the floor. Xia Xiaobai inwardly sighed at his absurdity. Li Zixuan said, this is between Zhou Qing and me, who outsiders need not meddle. Zhou Qing retorted, Xiaobai is not an outsider, she is my goddess. I love her. Xiaobai and I share interests. We play games together, read doujinshi together, adore the 2D world together, eat skewers and drink together, flirt with girls together, and admire beautiful women together. Li Zixuan was stunned as she could understand the first few things, but flirt with girls and admire beauties left her bewildered. This short-haired beauty was herself so stunning. Why would he need to go chasing other women or gawking at beauties? Clearly Zhou Qing's 2D obsession had distorted his reasoning. If Zhou Qing were merely mildly fond of the 2D world, she could accept it. But now he was besotted to the point of mania. She had even discovered many explicit anime on his phone. If he continued to squander all his energy on the 2D world, how could their married life ever be happy? Zhao Cheng and Li Liang were dumbfounded. Had Zhou Qing lost his mind? Xia Xiaobai was his goddess. Boss Zhou Qing really is hopeless. Not only addicted to 2D, but to voluptuous mo girls as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they've long. Ahem. Zhao Cheng began only to be cut off. From upstairs, Xia Xiaobai had picked up a doujinshi and tossed it down. Zhao Cheng, shut up. Li Zixuan had not expected this pretty girl to be so fierce when scolding someone. She regarded Xia Xiaobai with a cold, hostile stare. My name is Li Zixuan. Oh, I am Zhou Qing's fiancée. Xia Xiaobai took in Li Zixuan's commanding, mature demeanor. She was tall with shoulder-length wynard hair and an exquisite oval face. Her plain simple attire could not conceal the noble ethereal quality she exuded. Xia Xiaobai inwardly cursed Zhou Qing for being blind to his blessings. She could see clearly the hostility in Li Zixuan's eyes. Xia Xiaobai only smiled faintly. Xia Xiaobai, a friend of Zhou Qing. Li Zixuan continued, "This is our private matter, it does not concern you. You may go." There was menace in her tone. If Xia Xiaobai refused, she would not be courteous. Xia Xiaobai glanced at Zhou Qing, who begged her to stay, then at Li Zixuan's razor-sharp gaze. She simply said, "Oh, then be careful in going downstairs." Li Zixuan. This was far too compliant. Was this girl joking? Zhou Qing grew frantic. "Xiaobai, I've already lost my 2D wives. I cannot lose you." Xia Xiaobai said helplessly, "Zhou Qing, please come down. It's embarrassing, you're 19. Zhou Qing sobbed. "It's not that I cannot come down. If you hug me to comfort me, you'll come down. Otherwise life holds no meaning. I might as well jump." Xia Xiaobai nearly blurted, "Then jump if you must." Zhou Qing. "What?" Li Zixuan. Xia Xiaobai covered her mouth, coughing awkwardly. "I mean, if you jump, Xiao Cheng and the boss will follow you." "All right then. If you come down, I'll buy you a milk tea. Would that be agreeable?" Zhou Qing wiped his tears. Knowing Xia Xiaobai's stinginess, the offer of milk tea might indeed persuade her. "Xiaobai, you mustn't renege on that," he pleaded. Xia Xiaobai smiled at him like a blossom. "I want." Unbeknownst to her, that smile enchanted Zhou Qing, and he staggered back a step. "Oh." With a thud he fell. Xiao Cheng cried, "Zhou Qing, are you all right?" Zhou Qing mumbled, "I'm fine. My leg feels broken. Can someone call an ambulance, please?" Li Liang hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed for help. Li Zixuan was so frantic, she almost leaped after him, but Xia Xiaobai's quick reflexes pulled her down. "Zhou Qing has already fallen. Don't jump." The two went downstairs. Li Zixuan wiped away her tears and stroked Zhou Qing's face. "Zhou Qing, are you all right? Don't scare me." Zhou Qing lay with his eyes closed, apparently unresponsive. Li Zixuan pleaded, "You mustn't die. If you wake, I'll never force you to like the 2D world again." Zhou Qing opened his eyes at once. "You mean Zixuan?" Xia Xiaobai. With a sharp chop, Li Zixuan struck him, and Zhou Qing fainted cold away. Soon an ambulance whisked him to the hospital. A doctor emerged from the ward. Xia Xiaobai, Li Liang, and the others anxiously asked, "Is the patient all right inside?" Zhao Qing added, "He should be okay, right?" Li Zixuan anxiously demanded, "Is his life all right?" He fell flat to the ground. The group fell silent, stunned. The doctor sighed, "You brought him to us too late." Li Liang, grief-stricken, wiped his tears. "That can't be. He was lively in the ambulance. How could he just go?" Zhao Qing said, "Boss, you don't know, some internal injuries don't show outwardly, yet the organs are devastated." The doctor said helplessly, "What I mean is you arrived too late. His wounds have already healed." The others all felt a sudden urge to throttle the doctor. "However, his constitution is weak. Does he have a girlfriend?" Li Zixuan wiped her eyes and answered, "I am his fiancé." The doctor looked at Li Zixuan. No wonder the young man seemed frail. He had such a beautiful fiancé. He said matter-of-factly, "Young people should exercise restraint in those matters. He has overindulged. We're giving him restorative injections. He must observe abstinence for at least a month and a half." Li Zixuan stood frozen. "What? She is still a virtuous maiden." Li Zixuan fixed Xia Xiaobai with a razor-sharp glare. "Xia Xiaobai, what on earth? Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Clearly he had become utterly obsessed with anime and manga culture. Even as a woman she found it unbearable. How much more so for a man? Xia Xiaobai felt utterly exasperated by Li Zixuan's suspicion. Yet Zhao Cheng's and Li Liang's astonished gazes nearly made her drop dead on the spot. Surely they hadn't done this to Zhou Qing themselves. The doctor shook his head and sighed. These young people truly know how to amuse themselves. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but retort, "Come on. Do you all seriously doubt my integrity? Zhou Qing's condition is clearly the result of excessive obsession with two-dimensional waifus, those collectible figurines." Zhao Cheng grinned slyly and patted his shoulder. "Xiaobai, Zhou Qing brings you breakfast every day, and the way he looks at you. That smitten gaze says it all." Li Liang kicked Zhao Cheng squarely in the rear. "Shut up, you fool. If you held your tongue, no one would mistake you for mute." Xia Xiaobai froze. Superscript 3. "Hey." Li Liang nodded solemnly at Xia Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, I understand completely. Don't worry, I won't judge you. After all, love is selfless. All right then, let's go check whether Zhou Qing's feeling better." "Understand. Not a damn thing." They entered the ward. Zhou Qing lay in bed, receiving an 4-drip. Merely a course of replenishing infusions. Li Zixuan sat gently beside him, her delicate hand tenderly stroking his cheek. "I told you not to lose yourself in anime fantasies or chase after women outside. Look where it's gotten you, utterly drained." Zhou Qing felt mortified beyond words. Zhao Cheng burst into laughter. "Old Zhou, take better care of yourself from now on." Li Liang added, "Indeed. Listen to your fiancé more often. Your elder brother isn't scolding you, but sound advice deserves attention. I've been following my girlfriend's guidance religiously, exercising daily. My health has never been stronger, and she couldn't be happier." Zhou Qing glanced briefly at Xia Xiaobai. Though he knew she was forever out of his reach, that didn't stop him from adoring her from afar. Xiaobai, don't forget, you're treating us to bubble tea. Xiaobai had already ducked behind Li Liang. Seriously, can't you just pretend I'm invisible? Your fiancé's already glaring at me like I'm public enemy number one. Just then a young nurse entered. All right, the patient needs rest. Please step outside. Li Zixuan asked anxiously, but the doctor said he wasn't injured. This patient indeed bears no injury, replied the nurse, but his constitution is severely depleted. He must prioritize physical recovery. He'll need 2 more 4 drips today. Earliest discharge will be this evening. Let him rest quietly for now. The group left the hospital. Li Liang and Zhao Cheng departed first. Xiaobai tried to slip away, but Li Zixuan called her back. Her expression towards Xiaobai had never been warm. Nothing good could possibly follow. Li Zixuan spoke coolly. Let's have dinner together. Xiaobai sat in the passenger seat of Li Zixuan's BMW. Unaware, she'd just discovered yet another affluent woman. Soon they arrived at a quiet French restaurant and chose a window-side table. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, not peak dining hours, so the place was nearly empty. After ordering, the dishes arrived. Xiaobai gazed hungrily at the escargots placed before her mouth watering. Yet the woman remained silent, her eyes fixed steadily upon her. Xiaobai finally broke the silence. May I ask, is something troubling you? I truly have no relationship whatsoever with Zhou Qing. Please don't misunderstand. Li Zixuan slid a bank card across the table. Here, 10,000 yuan. The pin is written on the back. Please leave, Zhou Qing. Her gaze was earnest, even pleading. Zhou Qing had grown up under her watchful eye. How could she fail to recognize his genuine affection for this stunning short-haired girl before her? Up close, scrutinizing Xiaobai carefully, she realized the girl's beauty was flawless. Her brows as soft as autumn waters, her skin luminous as jade touched by gentle breezes. Her arms white and slender as lotus roots, her features near perfect, her complexion smooth as congealed cream, glowing translucently in the sunlight, radiating an irresistible luster. A faint, delicate fragrance of gardenias emanated from her skin, so entrancing that even Li Zixuan found herself captivated. In her estimation, few women in the world could rival this vision before her. Indeed, sitting beside her, Li Zixuan felt almost inadequate. Xiaobai stared stunned at the bank card resting on the table. 10,000 yuan. She had never seen such a sum in her entire life. Her hands trembled slightly, not from greed, but from sheer disbelief. After all, a friend's fiancé was sacred ground, never to be trespassed. I fear you've misunderstood. I truly share no romantic connection with Zhou Qing. Please take it back. Xiaobai pushed the card gently back toward Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan watched the card slide back across the table, her delicate brows drawing faintly together. She withdrew another bank card, another 10,000 yuan, same pin on the back. We're both women. Why make things difficult for one another? One day when you fall in love yourself, you'll understand exactly how I feel. Xiaobai tried to protest, but met Li Zixuan's sorrowful, wounded gaze, and reluctantly accepted. Lifting her graceful hand, she feigned wiping away tears truthfully. I had no idea Zhou Qing already had a fiancé like you. I sincerely apologize. I vow never again to engage with Zhou Qing in any romantic capacity. Seeing Xiaobai's tears, Li Zixuan sighed deeply. I require your solemn oath. This 20,000 yuan is offered as compensation. No, it is I who should apologize to you. Inside, Xiaobai was barely containing her mirth. Love truly does reduce a woman's intellect to zero. She clearly cared for Zhou Qing deeply. Xiaobai dabbed at her tear-streaked eyes. I understand. I swear if ever again I pursue romance with Zhou Qing, then may I remain forever alone, never finding love, never winning the heart of a handsome man, and meeting only heartless scoundrels. Li Zixuan was taken aback by the severity of the vow. What a kind, empathetic girl she was. Zhou Qing deceived your affections. He owes you an apology. Xiaobai shook her head. It was my own naivety. Before she could finish, Li Zixuan stepped forward and embraced her. If you wish to date, I'd be happy to introduce you to several charming young gentlemen. Xiaobai was flustered by the sudden intimate gesture, instinctively nuzzling closer. Ding. Quest triggered to better understand the anatomy of beauty. Embrace Li Zixuan for 3 minutes. Success reward complete dissolution of Li Zixuan's misunderstanding. Failure consequence, Zhou Qing descends into darkness and becomes irrevocably obsessed with you. Xiaobai read the quest prompt and sighed. Reluctantly, she resolved to comply. Li Zixuan attempted to pull away, only to find Xiaobai's long snow-white arms tightening around her, her face buried deep against her chest. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Xiaobai burst into louder sobs. Sister Zixuan, I'm devastated. Who would have thought Zhou Qing was such a cad? He already has a fiancé as breathtaking as you, and still dared deceive my innocent heart. My heart aches so terribly. May I hold you just a little longer? Gazing down at Xiaobai's tear-streaked, pitiful face, Li Zixuan's heart softened with compassion. She blamed herself. She hadn't guarded Zhou Qing closely enough, allowing him to prey upon innocent girls. Li Zixuan bit her lower lip. I'm truly sorry, Xiaobai. I'll punish Zhou Qing for this. She stroked Xiaobai's short hair, soothing her gently. as one might comfort a child. Xia Xiaobai shook her head. It's my own fault. I'm simply too naive. Sister Zixuan, just give him a solid thrashing with a baseball bat. Li Zixuan paused. Inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling so sharply that Xia Xiaobai nearly lost her breath. Xia Xiaobai inhaled the lavender and vanilla scent clinging to Li Zixuan, tinged with guilt. When Li Zixuan saw Xia Xiaobai's tear-dampened fragile expression, her resolve melted, and she acquiesced. Very well, I'll beat Zhou Qing with a baseball bat later just for you. Xia Xiaobai, wait, what? I was joking. Sigma, Zhou Qing is doomed. Li Zixuan could only tightly bury Xia Xiaobai's head in her chest to comfort her. Seeing her weeping, Li Zixuan let out a long sigh. It seems this beautiful girl has been deeply hurt by that guy Zhou Qing. However, she felt a bit embarrassed that this stunning beauty kept rubbing her face against her chest. Li Zixuan gently patted Xia Xiaobai's back, saying it's okay, don't worry. I will teach Zhou Qing a lesson. Xia Xiaobai, sobbing, raised her beautiful eyes to look at the incredibly beautiful Li Zixuan, wiping her tears with her hand. This isn't Zhou Qing's fault, I'm just too naive. Sister Zixuan, please let him off this time. Xia Xiaobai pretended to be very sad, wrapping her arms around Li Zixuan's waist. Damn, the bowtie's warm and soft presence is truly marvelous. That Zhou Qing is just a big jerk. Xia Xiaobai was reluctant to let go even when the system's completion sound arrived. Li Zixuan felt a bit embarrassed being held like this. How did it feel like the other person was a bit too affectionate? Xiaobai, could you let go? She said, feeling slightly shy. Eventually Xia Xiaobai reluctantly let go, looking up to find Li Zixuan's big eyes sparkling with moisture, her face resembling the fading beauty of spring. Sister Zixuan, are you okay? Did I hug you too tightly? Li Zixuan shook her head, her long hair swaying, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lip. It's nothing. Let me bear the mistakes made by Zhou Qing. As long as you are happy, Xiaobai. Hurry and eat, Xiaobai. Afterward we will go teach Zhou Qing a lesson. Li Zixuan gently helped Xia Xiaobai arrange her utensils and poured her a glass of sweet wine, everything so considerate. Xia Xiaobai asked, have you always taken care of Zhou Qing like this? Li Zixuan looked at Xia Xiaobai with a hint of guilt and nodded. Zhou Qing's mother passed away during childbirth. My uncle is extremely busy with work and is rarely at home. I watched him grow up. He was very well behaved and clingy when he was little, even said he would marry me when he grew up. But I don't know when he became obsessed with the two-dimensional world, distancing himself from me. You can see how he is now. His room is filled with two-dimensional stuff. He puts all his energy into that world. When I ask him to come out and walk with me, he says he's tired. Xia Xiaobai began to understand Zhou Qing for the first time. It was one thing to be a rich second generation, but to have such a caring and beautiful older sister was like starting life as a winner. Generally, protagonists have sisters' houses and dead parents. Zhou Qing is also somewhat of a protagonist. Li Zixuan looked at Xia Xiaobai a bit shyly. Xiaobai, do you and Zhou Qing have you? Her expression was shy and somewhat awkward. Xia Xiaobai was a bit confused, turning her jealousy into food as she took a big bite of foie gras. What's wrong? Li Zixuan, forcing her composure, whispered, you and Zhou Qing shouldn't have slept together, right? Xia Xiaobai almost spat out the foie gras in her mouth. Covering her cherry lips with a tissue, she coughed, thinking, compared to that guy, Zhou Qing, I would rather sleep with you, my gentle older sister. Cough, cough, just joking, just joking. One shouldn't take advantage of a friend's wife. No. I'm still a virgin. At this point, he didn't know whether to feel proud or sad, as he was still a guy and had preserved himself until now. Li Zixuan lightly patted her chest, smiling brightly. That's good. Xia Xiaobai looked at Li Zixuan and said, actually, since Zhou Qing is obsessed with the two-dimensional world, have you considered trying to engage with that culture to win his favor? Li Zixuan immediately frowned and put down her knife and fork. I'm not interested in those things. Xia Xiaobai took a bite of escargot and said, but you like Zhou Qing, right? Li Zixuan was momentarily speechless. I did try to collect figurines and such, but I didn't feel any appeal. A broken little toy costs thousands. I'd rather buy a nice outfit. Xia Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. In her view, a girl buying a few thousand worth of clothes was just as silly as Zhou Qing buying a few thousand worth of figurines. However, she felt too shy to say that engaging with him might not work. Far away in her apartment, watching a melodramatic Korean drama, Chu Chioshi couldn't help but sneeze. Raising her hand to wipe her nose, she said, who is talking bad about me behind my back? Chu Chioshi looked around cautiously with her beautiful eyes. Xia Xiaobai, being somewhat of a veteran in the two-dimensional world, though not as obsessed as Zhou Qing. But she was still willing to help her brother out, so Zhou Qing wouldn't cling to her every day. So Sister Zixuan, have you ever tried cosplay? Li Zixuan immediately looked disgusted. Sorry, I really dislike it. Isn't that something only lonely otakus like? It's too embarrassing flaunting yourself in front of a bunch of otaku like a Lolita or something. Ugh. Xia Xiaobai. Well, she was an otaku, so she strongly disagreed with Li Zixuan's words. Sister Zixuan, I think you have some biases. It's undeniable that some people indeed lack decorum, but that's just human nature. In a big forest you have all kinds of birds. There are bad people in every place and profession. Excluding those who have no morals, I believe most people genuinely love cosplay and and strive to embody the characters they play. We should hold a respectful and appreciative attitude towards those who love cosplay. Li Zixuan crossed her arms, and from her expression it was clear she did not agree with Xia Xiaobai's words. Xia Xiaobai continued. Zhou Qing is most obsessed with the Genshin Impact community. If Sister Zixuan truly likes Zhou Qing and loves him, when you go on a date with him, you could try cosplaying as characters from Genshin Impact. Zhou Qing really likes Kachinyo. I think you could try it. Who doesn't love long legs and black stockings? Of course, if you can't accept it at once, you could try something simpler like a JK uniform-made bunny girl or something along those lines. Listening to Xia Xiaobai, Li Zixuan's pretty face turned red, and she pounded the table, standing up. No way. Her expression was very animated, her brows furrowing. How could someone raised with elite education accept such a thing? Immediately people around them looked over disapprovingly, murmuring among themselves. Li Zixuan, her face flushed with embarrassment, bowed apologetically before sitting down. She looked extremely embarrassed at Xia Xiaobai, saying, "How could this be? Let me wear such clothes to date, Zhou." Xia Xiaobai felt there was still a chance. She quickly said, "If you dare not go out, you could try it in your room." With Sister Zixuan's great figure, seriously, it would look absolutely stunning for character play. Sister Zixuan, you have a be right. Li Zixuan quietly replied, "I have a 36C. Xia Xiaobai's eyes widened as they fell on her chest, but unfortunately, it was tightly wrapped in her professional dress. It was hard to tell that she had a 36C size. With such a figure, not cosplaying as Ningguang would be a waste of this good body. Xia Xiaobai shamelessly said, "If you feel too shy to cosplay in front of Zhou Qing, you could try it in front of me first. After all, we are both girls, you shouldn't feel embarrassed." Xia Xiaobai imagined Li Zixuan's 36C figure in sexy clothes and couldn't help but nosebleed. She instinctively touched her nose, thinking if it was like the time with Tang Rongrong, it would be embarrassing. Li Zixuan still felt very shy, her beautiful long legs slightly coming together. But when she looked at Xia Xiaobai's flawless face, it seemed like she was staring in a daze. Xiaobai, your smile is so." Xia Xiaobai quickly adjusted her expression and coughed. "Don't get me wrong, I just remembered something sad. Zhou Qing hurt me too deeply, but I still hope Sister Zixuan can be happy with him." Xia Xiaobai pretended to wipe her eyes. She could only vent her frustrations on Zhou Qing to dispel this awkwardness. Li Zixuan, having settled the bill, was led by Xia Xiaobai to the cosplay shop, where she and Chu Qiushi had shopped before. Xia Xiaobai regarded the storefront, remembering how that week with Qiushi they had already ruined a JK outfit and a hanfu. Each piece had cost several hundred, and Xia Xiaobai felt a pang of regret. Li Zixuan watched the provocatively dressed girls flitting in and out of the shop. She even saw a very pretty girl emerge from the men's restroom. What on earth? Xiaobai, that girl. Xia Xiaobai looked up and said, "No. It's nothing. He's a cross-dressing ace." Li Zixuan had little exposure to such things. It was her first time seeing such an attractive boy. As she was astonished, could not help stealing glances, and felt a flutter in her chest, as if discovering a new world. Xia Xiaobai noticed she seemed to be blushing as she looked at the handsome boy. Her eyes sparkled with an unfamiliar light. Could it be that she? Tentatively, Xia Xiaobai asked, "Do you like him?" Li Zixuan blushed and flustered, shook her head, her delicate hands trembling. "How could I? Why would I like him?" Xia Xiaobai, seeing her evasive shame, smiled slightly at the mischievous thought forming in her mind. Half joking, she said, "What would happen if we had Zhou Qing cross-dress? He's handsome and fair-skinned." Li Zixuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your idea actually sounds quite good." Xia Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded. Li Zixuan covered her mouth in alarm. How could she entertain such a thought, making her own fiancé cross-dress? To make one's own fiancé cross-dress? I mean, that's too much, or I couldn't do that to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, still lying in his hospital bed, suddenly sneezed and wiped his nose. Sneezing in the middle of summer. Could someone be speaking ill of me behind my back? He glanced at the sky and saw dark clouds gathering like the calm before a storm. Xia Xiaobai laughed and patted her chest. "Maybe I heard wrong. If you love Zhou Qing, you must indulge his tastes. Whether you go through with it is up to you." Li Zixuan's upbringing had taught her that cosplay and the otaku world were synonymous with decadence. After hesitating, and with Xia Xiaobai's persistent coaxing, she stepped into the cosplay boutique. Li Zixuan stared at the dazzling array of garments on the racks, each seemingly designed to reveal more than it concealed. Xia Xiaobai produced a very short JK skirt and waved it before Li Zixuan. "I think Zhou Qing would love this." Li Zixuan widened her lovely eyes. The top was a strapless bandeau, and the hem barely reached mid-thigh. "No way, how could I wear this? Who would make such a skirt?" Xia Xiaobai circled Li Zixuan, already imagining how the short JK skirt would look on her figure. "Zixuan, I swear Zhou Qing will absolutely love it. Don't you want him to cling to you every day and never leave your arms?" Li Zixuan, filled with longing, replied, "Of course I do." Xia Xiaobai slapped her palm and said, "Then wear it. Once he sees you, he'll lose all interest in study and work, becoming a lazy otaku who longs for nothing but you." Li Zixuan grew excited at such a vision. "You wouldn't lie to me." Xia Xiaobai gave an encouraging gesture. "We're practically sisters now, why would I lie? Hurry up and try it on." Li Zixuan hesitated. He'll pass on trying it here. I've heard mall dressing rooms have cameras, he'll try it at home. Xia Xiaobai looked disappointed, but Li Zixuan's next words revitalized her. Why don't you come here sometime, and he'll try it on for you? I'm not sure I have the courage to wear it alone. Xia Xiaobai sniffed and nodded. No problem. Friends will go to any lengths for each other. The two then bought several more outfits. Finally, Li Zixuan chose the catching costume Xia Xiaobai had enthusiastically recommended, sheer stockings paired with a blue-violet dress, and an even more revealing strapless top that would lay bare her ivory shoulders. At the shopkeeper's suggestion, they also bought colored contact lenses, a twin-tail purple wig, and a full set of complimentary cosmetics. They even purchased a full-size replica of the Fengying Jian. Watching all this, Xia Xiaobai could not help but envy Zhou Qing for having such a devoted elder sister. Though she already had Qiushi, it was always Qiushi who wore the outfits. Qiushi always found excuses to dodge it. The shopkeeper beamed. That will be 5999, thank you. The woman recognized Xia Xiaobai at a glance. Pretty miss, were you satisfied with the outfit you and the other beauty bought last time? Xia Xiaobai forced a smile. How could she be anything but satisfied when the costumes lasted only a couple of wearings before tearing? Yes. Very satisfied. To be honest, she truly was pleased both physically and emotionally. Li Zixuan didn't even blink as she paid. The two carried armfuls of shopping bags. Xiaobai, I'm sorry. It's Zhou Qing who's the scoundrel, and you're treating me so well. Don't worry, he'll give Zhou Qing a proper talking to later. He'll go buy a baseball bat. But I can't hit his face, his head, his lower regions, or his chest, belly, or back. Xia Xiaobai. Li Zixuan seemed to consider something. Hit his legs. If I break both legs, I can still support him. That way he won't go chasing other women. Xia Xiaobai, stunned, whispered, Sister, are you serious? It seemed she had a disturbingly possessive streak. Fortunately, it was mild. Only the wish to break his leg. The scene shifted, and the two emerged from a shop. Li Zixuan had indeed bought a baseball bat. The shopkeeper had originally recommended an alloy model. After Xia Xiaobai's earnest persuasion, she settled on a wooden bat. As a friend, one can only help so much. Don't blame me, Zhou Qing. They returned to the hospital after 5 in the evening. Entering the ward, they found Zhou Qing just getting up to arrange his discharge. Seeing Xia Xiaobai trailing behind Li Zixuan, he spoke with concern. I'm preparing to check out. He looked puzzled at the baseball bat in Li Zixuan's hand. Sister Zixuan, why are you holding a baseball bat? Xia Xiaobai kept shooting him anxious glances from behind Li Zixuan, her small mouth forming silent pleas for him to flee. Xia Xiaobai could tell Li Zixuan was not joking. She was truly angry about Zhou Qing's betrayal, though she kept her fury outwardly controlled. Wait, let us review the events. Was it not Xia Xiaobai's coquettish words after accepting the bank card that led Li Zixuan to misunderstand Zhou Qing's fidelity? Thus, Xia Xiaobai, the coquettish schemer, was the real mastermind behind Zhou Qing being punished. Li Zixuan stood before Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, I will not forgive you for behaving like a scoundrel and deceiving Xiaobai's feelings. Li Zixuan struck his leg with the baseball bat. Xiaobai is such a pure, beautiful girl, but she has done so much for you behind the scenes. With that, Zhou Qing, who had not yet completed his discharge, was sent back to his hospital bed. How could I be this unlucky, he muttered sadly. In the classroom, Xia Xiaobai, with her cherry-like lips, was yawning and resting her head on the desk, looking somewhat drowsy, resembling a lazy girl. Her exquisite and beautiful face was marred by signs of fatigue. Zhao Qing looked at her and chuckled. Xiaobai, I've noticed that you've become increasingly haggard since moving in with the campus beauty Chu. I know Chu is very beautiful and quite sexy with a top-notch figure, but you need to take care of your health. Otherwise, you'll end up like Zhou Qing, who has overindulged and is now lying in the hospital. Xia Xiaobai sighed, realizing that even good things could turn bad. At Chiu, she had mentioned preparing to buy props, which frightened her. She wasn't ready to bid farewell to her identity as a girl. Tao Nana also walked over and sat beside Xia Xiaobai, leaning in a bit too closely, almost pressing her body against Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what troubles you? Do you want me to help resolve your misfortunes? Zhao Cheng said with a grin. Tao Ban, why you should help me with my troubles instead? Xiaobai is being overwhelmed by Chu's beauty. Xia Xiaobai picked up a book and hit him with it, saying, Hey, you're the one who's overwhelmed. Oh, do you really think I'm like Zhou Qing? Well, at this point, Zhou Qing had already become a mere shell of himself. In the hospital room, Zhou Qing sneezed again, feeling as if someone was cursing him from behind. Tao Nana blushed and glared fiercely at Zhao Cheng. Can you keep your thoughts from being so vulgar? Zhao Qing shrugged. It's not my unhealthy thinking. Haven't you noticed Xiaobai's collarbone, shoulders, and arms showing faint bite marks? Xia Xiaobai blushed and quickly covered up. They indeed had gone a bit overboard. Zhao Cheng looked enviously, filled with jealousy and hatred. Having a campus beauty girlfriend is great. I could manage too. At this moment, some boys in the class began to get excited. Wow, such beautiful black silk long legs. These long legs are top-notch, aren't they? The thin stockings wrap around the long and graceful legs, and based on my measurements, this leg ratio is definitely golden level with hardly any extra flesh visible. Hey, over there. On the school forum. Zhao Cheng and Xia Xiaobai quickly took out their phones to check the school forum, and indeed someone was uploading close-ups of beautiful legs. Moreover, the post was going viral with thousands pleading for the owner of the legs. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but drool. Wow, such beautiful legs. Where did this person take the picture? I can't help but want to lick them. Zhao Cheng exclaimed. Hurry and download, these legs are too amazing. Ooh, I can reward myself tonight. Xia Xiaobai kept clicking to download, but the more she looked, the more something fell off. Oh, why did they look so familiar? Wait. Wasn't this her outfit a few days ago when she went shopping with Chiu? She in women's clothing and stockings. Those legs were actually Xia Xiaobai's own. Zhao Cheng urged her, Xiaobai, hurry up and download. You're going to enjoy tonight. Xia Xiaobai extended her fair little hand and grabbed Zhao Cheng by the neck. If you dare to enjoy those legs, I'll strangle you. Tao Nana, linking her arm with Xia Xiaobai, said, Xiaobai, don't mess with Zhao Cheng. What program are you planning to perform for the beauty contest? Xia Xiaobai, I haven't decided yet. How about you? Tao Nana smiled sweetly. I plan to perform Hong Zhao Yuan, or I've been practicing my dance recently. Do you want to come with me to the dance studio? We don't have class at noon anyway. Li Liang interjected. Wait, we need to visit Zhou Qing in the hospital with Xiaobai. But, honestly, I'd rather watch beautiful girls dance. Zhao Cheng also chuckled. Boss, your expectations are too low. I would rather see Xia Xiaobai perform in women's clothing. Just a simple dance showing off her legs in a JK uniform would be satisfying. Not just Li Liang, but even several boys around agreed wholeheartedly with Zhao Cheng's idea. Ma Ponzi was so excited that he knelt on the ground. Zhao Cheng, please accept my respect. I think your idea is feasible. Xia Xiaobai angrily lifted her long leg and stepped on the fat guy's face. Fatty, give up your perverted thoughts. Don't envy the fatty. Xia Xiaobai stepped in dog poop on her way out this morning. Xia Xiaobai, with her snow-white arms crossed, looked at Tao Nana. Let's go to the dance studio. Tao Nana. Xiaobai, weren't you going to visit Zhou Qing with Li Liang and the others? Xia Xiaobai smiled lightly. I scheduled to visit him later with someone else. Let's go to the dance studio. I'm suddenly quite interested in this. Tao Nana was also very happy. Let's go. Feng Ponzi wanted to tag along, saying, I want to go too. Tao Nana turned back and glanced at him. We're going to the girls' exclusive dance studio. Why are you coming along? The boys protested. Xiaobai, he's also a boy. Tao Nana chuckled. If you're not afraid of dying, come along. Zhao Cheng felt a sense of dread. He certainly wouldn't dare provoke those fierce girls. Recalling a day in his sophomore year, he had also first heard that the academy had a girls' exclusive dance studio. He had followed a few older students hoping to flirt with a girl who could dance. Afterward, he nearly ended up in the hospital. Xia Xiaobai anxiously followed behind Tao Nana. Seeing her pretty yet nervous demeanor, Tao Nana smiled, lightly covering her mouth. Xiaobai, just say you're a girl. Xia Xiaobai nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She had heard many times that the girls' exclusive dance studio was filled with beautiful girls. Soon they arrived at the dance studio. Inside was an old indoor basketball court. Although many fans were running, it still felt stuffy. Tao Nana let out a sigh. By stepping into the dance studio from the sun felt a bit cooler, but it was still somewhat warm. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with her fair little hand, she smiled at Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, wait a moment, while I go to the changing room to put on my dance practice clothes. It's too hot to dance in this outfit. Remember not to wander around. Many girls will come over to practice dancing after class. Xia Xiaobai nodded. I understand. Watching Tao Nana walk into the changing room, Xia Xiaobai found a spot to sit down. At that moment, a few beautiful younger girls came out of the changing room, playfully laughing like silver bells. When they noticed several extremely beautiful older girls sitting not far away, their eyes sparkled with amazement. Look at those beautiful girls. It's my first time seeing such beauty. She's so pretty. Xia Xiaobai sat there hugging her knees. Today, she wore a white t-shirt and shorts, her figure slender and graceful. Soft light gradually filled the girl's body, her skin fair and smooth without a hint of blemish. Suddenly the girl's lips curled into a mischievous smile. These were the first-year girls. So cute and beautiful, brimming with youthful energy, completely incomparable to someone like her, who was merely a lazy fish, unwilling to exercise. Xia Xiaobai's gaze fell on their long legs. Perhaps due to their long-term dance practice, they appeared so proportionate and elongated. Especially since the skirts they wore for dancing were incredibly cool, only just reaching their thighs. What made Xia Xiaobai even happier was that they were not wearing safety shorts. Several beautiful younger girls gathered around, accompanied by various scents of youth. One pretty girl with long black hair asked, which year are you in, beautiful? Xia Xiaobai smiled slightly, her jade-like cheeks slightly flushed, her luscious lips slightly parted. I'm a junior in the Chinese department. How about you? Wow, so you're a senior. You smell so nice, I like it. The girls chirped, chatting excitedly. Tao Nana, now dressed, walked out. Seeing Xia Xiaobai surrounded by the younger girls, she was instantly speechless. With her hands on her hips, she said, what are you girls doing surrounding my Xiaobai? The younger girl called out to Tao Nana, giggling. Tao Jie, you're also a junior, right? Do you know each other? Tao Nana's lips curved slightly upward. She's the most beautiful girl in our class, Xia Xiaobai. Of course she's well known. Wow, so it's senior Xiaobai. She's so beautiful and her name is so cute too. The long-haired girl exclaimed happily, holding Xia Xiaobai's jade-like hand. She was astonished to find that Xia Xiaobai's skin was even more flawless than her own. At that moment she realized that Xia Xiaobai's beautiful face hadn't even been touched by makeup. It was completely natural beauty with a smooth, delicate face devoid of any flaws. Senior Xiaobai, what skincare cream do you use? Your skin is so enviable. Oh, as a girl I really want to get close to you. Tao Nana's fair ear twitched. She too was curious to hear how Xia Xiaobai supposedly cared for her skin. Xia Xiaobai's complexion could be described as fairer than frost, purer than snow, an almost flawless skin that seemed as delicate as porcelain. A raven-haired beauty trailed a hand along her arm, wearing an infatuated, almost entranced expression. She did not know how to explain. Xia Xiaobai never used skincare really. Her ethereal visage was entirely the gift of the system. Of course the price had been that something of hers was confiscated. Xia Xiaobai was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow at that. Xia Xiaobai could only answer frankly, I was born this way. Oh, I never use skincare and have no idea how to care for skin. Sorry, junior sister. Tao Nana and the other girls reacted. They nearly wished they could throttle the beauty on the spot. The reply was so ostentatiously modest. At least show a little humility. The raven-haired beauty offered an awkward smile. All right. By the way, senior sister Xia Xiaobai, my name is Yin Miaodong. Call me Miaodong. Senior sister, are you here to practice dance as well? This is our first time meeting, she said, drawing noticeably closer to Xia Xiaobai and nonchalantly crossing her legs with a wholly unguarded air. Yes, I came to rehearse. Yin Miaodong seemed to sense Xia Xiaobai's gaze, and she did not take offense. Her pretty face flushed faintly, and her long, graceful legs drew together. Do you like it, senior sister Xia? She whispered shyly. Why don't we go shopping together after practice? Before Xia Xiaobai could refuse, Tao Nana was already tugging at her ear. This girl had no qualms about brazenly flirting right in the open. Miaodong, sorry, she has plans tonight, Tao Nana said. Yin Miaotong's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Senior Tao invited Senior Xia. Tao Nana's delicate face flushed, as if I would invite her. Yin Miaodong giggled and hugged Tao Nana. Fine, if Senior Tao had invited Senior Xia, I wouldn't compete with you, Yin laughed. Tao Nana's cheeks darkened further. And why aren't you all wearing safety shorts? Aren't you worried lecherous men might see you? As she spoke, Tao Nana shot Xia Xiaobai a warning look, telling her not to be so reckless. Yin Miaotong's eyes curved into a smile. After Zhao Cheng and the others were scolded by Instructor Feifei, last time few boys dare come here. Xia Xiaobai started, Instructor Feifei comes here too. Tao Nana saw Xia Xiaobai's nervousness and smiled. What is it? You seem rather afraid of Fifiji, Yin observed. Don't worry, as she seldom comes here, or else how could I have snuck you in? Xia Xiaobai exhaled in relief. Let's hope so. Yin tilted her head in wonder. Why would Senior Xia have to sneak in? Apart from boys, girls are allowed. Tao Nana looked at the silly girl. After being peeped at by Xia, she still defended her. The person in question was clearly male, yet possessed a face more beautiful than many girls. He could probably walk into the women's restroom without anyone batting an eye. What piqued Tao Nana's curiosity more was imagining how the boys would react when Xia Xiaobai entered the men's restroom. She rather anticipated witnessing that scene. She rose and smoothed her hand. All right, you lot. Go back to the changing room and put on your safety shorts. Yin, though reluctant, yielded to Tao Nana's insistence and stepped into the changing room. She glanced back at Xia Xiaobai. Senior Xia, aren't you coming in to change? Xia Xiaobai snorted to herself, merely imagining a group of beautiful girls undressing, and the pale skin revealed was already too much to bear. If Tao Nana had not been there, she might truly have succumbed to the damnable temptation of these maidens. Tao Nana regarded Xia Xiaobai with contempt and warned her once more. Xia Xiaobai could only say no, I'm just here to watch Tao's beautiful dancing. She had not forgotten her brothers. She discreetly produced her phone and snapped a few flattering close-ups, sending them to the dorm chat to boast. Alas, the girls in safety shorts were half as alluring, much like scantily dressed women on the street. Zhao Cheng, damn Xia, aren't you daring? Send more. Send a few more, another urged. Li Liang, Xia, you're amazing. Can you send some from the changing room? Xia Xiaobai read the leader's reply. Oh, indeed, the leader was a covert lecher. Photographing inside the changing room required wearing a silver bracelet, and she would not dare do that. Zhou Qing, my dorm wise, will you keep watch for me? Zhao Cheng replied in exaggerated flourish that he would gather friends to revel, so she should rest easy. Xia Xiaobai typed back an approving reply, then Tao Nana's wary glance made her hastily put the phone away. Watching the girls practice, Xia Xiaobai could not help admiring their suppleness. Yin Miaotong's lithe body folded into one demanding posture after another with graceful ease. The soda can in Xia Xiaobai's hand slipped to the floor. Lost in admiration, she glanced up as a slender figure in high heels entered the studio. Clad in a black professional skirt, her long legs clicked in high heels as she walked in. Her eyes took in the vivacious youths, their rehearsed movements slick with youthful sweat. She nodded with approval, intending to find a seat. Her gaze landed on a short-haired beauty across the room. Today that girl was not wearing contact lenses. At first she thought only that the other was pretty, but as she drew near she froze. Xia Xiaobai, how are you here? Xia Xiaobai's pretty face bore an enchanted smile, her cherry lips slightly parted. She was utterly absorbed in the moment. The sudden voice yanked her from that paradise. Xia Xiaobai looked up completely bewildered. Hadn't Tao Nana said she hardly ever came? This was like Mars colliding with Earth. Tao Nana was stunned by instructor Zhao Feifei's sudden arrival and hurriedly smoothed her skirt. Heads bowed low as if caught in the act, they prepared to slip away. Xia Xiaobai hesitated not at all. When calamity strikes, comrades often abandon one another. She pointed at the fleeing Tao Nana. It was Class Belle Tao who said she'd dance for me and asked me to come. Instructor Zhao Feifei rubbed her elegant hands together as she fixed Xia Xiaobai with a look. At last she had reason to reprimand her. Xia Xiaobai, don't you know this dance studio is off limits to boys? You. Stand right there. Her eyes bore down on Tao Nana. Tao Nana, frightened, hurried to placate her. Fifiaji, I only wanted Xia to come for inspiration. After all, Xia has not decided on a performance yet. Zhao Feifei's seductive lips curved. Do you think I would believe that? I saw you being flirtatious with Xia just now, or it looked to me as if you were trying to seduce her. Tao Nana flushed and waved her hand. No, just teasing Xia. A few girls stepped forward. Instructor Feifei is senior Xia from your class. Zhao Feifei stared in surprise. Fortunately for the girls, they were wearing safety shorts today. She had seen them with. Zhao Feifei regarded the group gently. Continue practicing. I will personally train your senior Xia. With that, she turned her flawless face, wearing a teasing, mischievous expression as she looked at Xia Xiaobai. Come here, little Xia. Xia Xiaobai panicked, pleading, don't come closer. Xia Xiaobai was being cornered step by step by Zhao Feifei jokingly. Calm down, Mentor Feifei. Resorting to violence won't solve anything. Zhao Feifei, with a charming smile, cracked her knuckles and said, Xiaobai, go ahead and call for help. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. Senior sister Tao, don't you think Feifei looks fierce and cool? It feels like she's going to eat Xiaobai alive. Zhao Feifei turned to Yin Miaodong and said, how about I help you loosen up? The surrounding girls quickly stepped back in fear, as if recalling some terrifying incident. Zhao Feifei had an extremely fierce demeanor. All right, Xiaobai, let's get started. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Zhao Feifei could even see the delicate skin of Xia Xiaobai glistening with beads of sweat sliding down her exquisite collarbone. Zhao Feifei was even more excited, as this was a legitimate opportunity for her to take care of Xia Xiaobai. 10 minutes later, Xia Xiaobai was pressed into a perfect split by Zhao Feifei sitting on her shoulders. Not only Zhao Feifei, but even the surrounding girls were astonished by Xia Xiaobai's flexibility. While senior sister Xiaobai's body is so soft, she must be able to unlock many poses. Xia Xiaobai. However, what made her more uncomfortable was being sat on Zhao Feifei's shoulders as she pressed her legs. I have to say, Zhao Feifei is definitely a woman who is easy to cultivate. Zhao Feifei's snow-white long legs swayed in front of her, and she could clearly smell the jasmine fragrance from her beautiful legs. Zhao Feifei was already astonished and did not notice that Xia Xiaobai was looking at her long legs with a small, inquisitive gaze. She sat on Xia Xiaobai's shoulders, leaning down with her beautiful eyes filled with amazement, asking, Xiaobai, have you had professional physical training or practiced dancing for a long time? Your body is more flexible than any girl I've taught. Tao Nana had started learning to dance since she was young. Everyone was too competitive, and her parents forced her into training for flexibility dance and singing. So she naturally knew that when starting to learn dance, one often has to stretch to improve body flexibility. This is a very painful process, and every year there are cases where someone ends up paralyzed for life. But this does not prevent those parents from pushing their children to compete. After all, if your child doesn't learn while others do, your child will fall behind. Competition in studies is just as intense. Not even holidays are spared, with mental arithmetic, Olympiad math tutoring classes, and various forms of competition. Tao Nana had lived this way since childhood. She sighed as she looked at Xia Xiaobai and asked, Xiaobai, did you practice dancing since you were little like I did? Xia Xiaobai was also puzzled. She never thought she could unlock so many new poses so easily. Even being pressed into a split by Zhao Feifei sitting on her shoulders felt completely natural, with no difficulty at all. It seems that the system-modified body is even more flexible than she imagined. Xia Xiaobai could only once again nonchalantly say, can I say this is also a natural talent? The girls were once again struck by her nonchalance, feeling irritated and wishing to give her a good beating. Senior sister Xiaobai has fair skin, a lovely fragrance, and is super soft. Her looks are top-notch. A beautiful girl could not help but say, I love beautiful girls. Yin Miaodong also chimed in. Clearly, I wanted to ask out senior sister Xiaobai. Zhao Feifei leaned down looking at Xia Xiaobai and said, it seems you have quite a few admirers. Xia Xiaobai proudly replied, of course, I am naturally beautiful, reaching out to grab a handful of Zhao Feifei's fallen hair and sniffing it. Seeing Xia Xiaobai's action, Zhao Feifei's beautiful face turned a little red, and she stood up with her long, beautiful legs. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Remember not to have any ideas about these girls, otherwise I wouldn't mind having a physical, but Xia Xiaobai would never dare to. Xia Xiaobai, blushing, said, where's the restroom? Zhao Feifei pointed to a spot not far away and replied, over there. Xia Xiaobai quickly walked away, and Zhao Feifei watched her blushing, sneaky demeanor, feeling that this girl seemed to be up to something bad. 10 minutes later, seeing Xia Xiaobai had not returned, Zhao Feifei also went to the restroom. Zhao Feifei stood in front of the mirror preparing to touch up her makeup as it was too hot today. Although the cosmetics she used were waterproof and sweatproof, after a whole day they had still worn off a bit. Just then she suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the last stall. Zhao Feifei sneakily looked around and pressed her ear against the door of the stall. However, her foot slipped, and she fell forward, landing near the door, which had a faulty lock. As a result, after stabilizing herself, Zhao Feifei also saw what was inside. They stared at each other, both looking bewildered. Xia Xiaobai, Zhao Feifei, somewhat disbelieving, walked out, still looking bewildered. What did she see? How come Xia Xiaobai was missing that part? Xia Xiaobai, quick-witted, tidied herself up. Her fair forehead was already glistening with sweat, and her face turned pale. She can't have seen that, right? Xia Xiaobai, fixing her dress, stepped out of the restroom, feeling like crying. Sister Feifei, let me explain. Zhao Feifei looked at Xia Xiaobai with a complex, sympathetic expression. Did your parents know you went to Thailand? What about your parents? Xia Xiaobai. But her thought process was too bizarre. Sister Feifei, what are you thinking? Do you think I'm a eunuch? I'm not a flute. Zhao Feifei wiped her tears with her beautiful hands, as she didn't know whether to feel sympathy or pity for Xia Xiaobai. Then why, if you went to Thailand, do you not have any male accessories? Xia Xiaobai could only helplessly say, because I'm a girl, of course I don't have them. As she said this, her voice choked as she was genuinely upset. Zhao Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be. I specifically checked your information, or it clearly says you specifically checked my information. Zhao Feifei felt a bit awkward, because when she first saw Xia Xiaobai, she was unwilling to believe he was male. Driven by strong curiosity, she checked, and indeed, all the information showed he was male. Zhao Feifei slightly lifted her chin, crossing her arms proudly, and said, I'm your mentor, it's fine for me to check your information, right? Xia Xiaobai. Zhao Feifei was even more curious about Xia Xiaobai now. So, are you really? After struggling for more than 10 minutes, Xia Xiaobai fled from the dance studio, as if running for her life, proving that the girls who appear the most restrained on the surface often have the most tumultuous inner worlds. Hiding under a large shady tree, Xia Xiaobai let out a deep sigh of relief upon seeing that Zhao Feifei had not followed her. It was already 5 in the evening. At that moment, she bumped into Zhao Cheng and Li Liang, who were holding a fruit basket. Xiaobai, over here. Xia Xiaobai ran over, asking, are you here to see Zhou Qing? No, we were just about to go together. Xia Xiaobai and her friends quickly hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the hospital where Zhou Qing was recovering. Upon entering the ward, they found Li Zixuan holding a fruit knife pointed at Zhou Qing. They were all taken aback, eyes wide in shock. Zixuan, stop. Did Zhou Qing do something to upset you? Li Liang rushed forward to snatch the knife from her hand, while Zhao Cheng stood firmly between them. Why are you preparing to harm Zhou Qing? Li Zixuan was startled by their actions. What are you doing? Zhou Qing said he wanted to eat an apple, so I was just going to peel one for him. Xia Xiaobai held the fruit basket with both. Li Liang looked at Zhou Qing, who had his neck in a brace and legs in a cast, and asked, is that true? Zhou Qing gazed at his friends with gratitude, almost moved to tears. Thank you all, please sit down. I'm fine. Zixuan has always been very gentle with me. Zhao Cheng quietly asked Zhou Qing. Old Zhou, if you're in danger, just blink your eyes. I'll make arrangements to help you with your funeral. Zhou Qing glared, wanting to kick him. Get lost. Xia Xiaobai arranged the fruits, saying, Zhou Qing, you'll leave the fruits here. I originally brought coconuts, but I was worried something might happen, so I put them back. Zhou Qing looked touched. Xiaobai is the best to me. Zhao Qing picked his nose and said, Xiaobai, this is why you swapped the coconuts for durians. Xia Xiaobai replied, Zhou Qing likes to eat them. Li Zixuan blushed as she looked at Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I have something to discuss with you privately. Xia Xiaobai hesitated. We're all friends here, we can talk right here. Li Zixuan fidgeted, twirling a strand of hair that fell in front of her chest, and tugged at Xia Xiaobai's arm. No, let's talk over there. Xia Xiaobai glanced at Zhou Qing, feeling a bit awkward. Is that okay? Zhou Qing just smiled. What relationship could I have? It doesn't matter. He looked at Li Zixuan and Xia Xiaobai, being friendly with surprise. If they become good friends, wouldn't it mean that dating Xia Xiaobai is like dating two people? No, wait. Xia Xiaobai also has her girlfriend Chuchioshi, so it should be like dating 3 people. Sure enough, the two-dimensional world does not deceive me. Such good things can happen in reality too. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang watched this scene and felt that Zhou Qing was being too generous. He didn't mind his fiancée getting so close to Xia Xiaobai. Zhao Qing couldn't help but comment. Zhou Qing, your name is Zhou Qing, not Green Pastures. Aren't you bothered that Zixuan is too close to Xia Xiaobai? I think so too, Li Liang nodded. Zhou Qing shot them a look. You don't understand, this is my love for Xia Xiaobai. Zhao Cheng felt speechless. So you're into that, huh? How do I look? Li Liang hit Zhao Cheng on the head. Don't say such things. Zhou Qing's eyes seemed to want to tear Zhao Cheng apart. If I weren't incapacitated, I'd fight you right now. Li Liang looked at Zhou Qing with sympathy. Zhou Qing, are you really unable, which is why Xia Xiaobai is helping you? Don't worry, technology is advanced, you'll be fine soon. Zhao Qing opened his mouth. Zhou Qing, so you had such grievances. Zhou Qing felt like he was about to spit blood. You guys shouldn't visit me anymore. I'm afraid I might die from anger in this hospital bed. Xia Xiaobai was pulled into the bathroom by Li Zixuan, who shut the door behind them, leaving the two standing in the small space. If there's something to say, just say it now, Xia Xiaobai said, feeling guilty as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Li Zixuan shyly said, after I bought those clothes last time, the more I looked at them, the more embarrassed I felt. I really don't feel comfortable wearing them. I'm afraid I won't have the courage to stand in front of Zhou Qing. I feel shy just looking at myself in the full-length mirror. I need you, Xiaobai, to be the first viewer to help me overcome this shyness. Xia Xiaobai sighed and refused. No, I can't do that. I'm sorry. Xia Xiaobai could tell that Zhou Qing still liked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked puzzled, tugging at Xia Xiaobai. Wasn't it you who suggested I do this? I told you to do this so you could please Zhou Qing and live a happy life, not to wear it for me. I feel it would be unfair to Zhou Qing. Another reason was to keep Zhou Qing from being attached to me. Li Zixuan covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiaobai, didn't you just want to let me wear those dresses? What's unfair to Zhou Qing about that? You're not a boy. You lit up a path for me, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Xia Xiaobai shook her head. You don't understand. It was another sunny summer day, the last week of this summer vacation. The summer break would start on Friday. Yi Chang'e propped her long legs on Xia Xiaobai's lap, continuously stuffing potato chips into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Her long hair was disheveled and her dress slipped to one side, exposing half of her fragrant shoulder, her beautiful face, unadorned, looking just like a big homebody. Laughter erupted intermittently. Xiaobai Huang Jiaozhu is just too cool and hilarious. And in CC, their collaborative acts are simply a perfect match. Having lived with these girls for a while, Xia Xiaobai, who generally found these variety shows boring, was now enjoying them. But now it seemed rather enjoyable. Chu Qiushi handed a set of brand new clothes to Xia Xiaobai. All right, hurry up and take a shower. Don't forget there's a show tonight. Chang'e, you're such a homebody too. Yi Chang'e laughed, brushing her messy hair. There's no need to dress so elegantly in your own doghouse. There are no handsome guys to impress here. Unlike you guys who can show off your love every day and feed me and Rong dog food in the apartment. Chu Qiushi chuckled. Maybe tonight you'll meet the Prince Charming you've been looking for. Xia Xiaobai was puzzled. Oh, she had just learned about the ball tonight. Chu Qiushi handed the clothes to Xia Xiaobai. Xiaobai, tonight your identity will be my boyfriend. Remember not to slip up. If everyone finds out you're a beauty, I fear I won't be able to protect you either. Xia Xiaobai was taken aback. What's going on? Yi Chang'e chuckled. Didn't you know that tonight's event is held at a bar for ladies? It's full of beautiful girls. Xiaobai, you're so pretty. Be careful. Xia Xiaobai perked up. Doesn't that mean there will be many beauties inside? Chu Qiushi pouted at Xia Xiaobai. You're excited just because you know there will be beauties, aren't you? Xia Xiaobai awkwardly stuck out her tongue. I'm just looking. And why do I have to dress as a boy? Chu Qiushi giggled. Because I'm afraid that if a beautiful girl like you enters, you'll be overwhelmed by those ladies. Yi Chang'e added, the bar is only open once a year to boys. After all, facing a group of girls every day can get stale, so they allow some handsome young men to become members. Of course, this membership requires 3 recommendations. Xia Xiaobai sighed. Please don't tell me that bar is owned by you guys as well. Yi Chang'e shook her head. Not exactly, but our company has shares in it. I can tell you that the bar's owner is a stunning beauty. Chu Qiushi said to Xia Xiaobai with a grin. There will definitely be surprises. Chu Qiushi was tightening the cloth belt around Xia Xiaobai, saying, honestly, tell me, did you go through something? It feels like you're becoming more appealing. I think you won't be able to disguise yourself as a boy anymore. Recently, she felt that this situation couldn't continue. The wrapped cloth could no longer hide her feminine figure. Although it was tightened, the beautiful curves still showed. I guess I have the advantage of late development, Xia Xiaobai said with a hint of sadness. She changed into the clean and fresh clothes that Chu Qiushi had prepared for her. Chu Qiushi looked Xia Xiaobai up and down, and honestly, with Xia Xiaobai's current looks, even if she dressed like a beggar, she would still be beautiful. Chu Qiuxi's beautiful eyes once again boldly assessed Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai exclaimed, Dame. Yi Chang'e also walked over, looking at her with admiration. One must say, even when disguised as a boy, Xia Xiaobai was extraordinarily beautiful. With snow-white skin, long limbs, and delicate features, especially her rosy cherry-like lips that glistened and tempted one to steal a kiss. Those beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn waters, could mesmerize anyone. Qiushi, are you really planning to let Xiaobai go as your boyfriend tonight? If so, your female friends might just cry their hearts out. Chu Qiushi shot Yi Chang'e a glance, saying, my relationship with them is purely platonic. I am still as pure as jade, and have only shared a bed with Xiaobai. Yi Chang'e chuckled, but I am more worried about Xiaobai's safety. The scene shifted. The two parked their Ferrari on a dark road in the suburbs where there was completely no sign of human activity. A huge mansion stood majestically here. After getting out of the car, Xia Xiaobai asked with some confusion, are you sure it's here? Chu Qiushi adjusted Xia Xiaobai's collar. Don't worry, the mansion has its own wonders. Xiaobai, act naturally later and show your masculinity. You must not let those girls fool you. They go wild when they see a top beauty. Xia Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. She had seen her share of storms with her dorm buddies. Don't worry, I can handle the girls. What worries me more is their safety. They must not fall into my hands. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai covering her mouth with her hand and chuckling. When Tang Rongrong came for the first time, she also confidently declared she feared nothing. Can you guess what happened to her later? Xia Xiaobai curious asked what happened to her. Chu Qiushi shrugged. She could only return to part-time singing at the nightclub after a week. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. Could it be true that beautiful girls have no luck with men? The two walked into the mansion along a dark road, and after 300 meters lights began to appear. The entire mansion seemed to be enveloped in a fragrant mist resembling a colorful flower garden. As the night breeze blew, the sweet scent made one feel as if they were in a sea of flowers, extremely comfortable. Luxury cars were parked all around. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but ask upon seeing these luxury cars, why do all the girls here have such wealth? Chu Qiushi laughed. Not really, some are supported by rich women for a long time. It seems Tang Rongrong is being kept by a rich lady who likes younger men. That rich lady has a thing for pretty boys. Xia Xiaobai chuckled. Wait, I never heard her mention that. Didn't she like to hook up with wealthy guys? Chu Qiushi replied helplessly. She's quite good at attracting rich women too. If I'm not mistaken, she's already having a great time inside. Today is the club's annual celebration. Chu Qiushi took Xia Xiaobai's hand and walked into the venue. The interior decoration was exquisite and luxurious, with gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome casting bright, yet soft lights. Women dressed in extremely revealing outfits filled the room. Everywhere one could spot backless dresses and strapless gowns with short skirts that showcased long straights. In short, this was simply a paradise for boys. The girls here appeared relatively reserved on the surface, not as exaggerated as Ichanga and the others had described. They engaged in light conversations and laughter, hugging each other's waists and sharing kisses. Some could not hold back and were already stealing kisses in the corners. At that moment, several stunning girls approached, clearly heading for Chu Qiushi. Qiushi, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Can I have a hug, Qiushi? Wow, Qiushi, you're so beautiful tonight. Will you spend the night with me? Chu Qiushi smiled, gently, elegantly introducing Xia Xiaobai as she wrapped her arm around her. With a stunning face and a proud demeanor, she said, sorry, but I brought my boyfriend tonight. The three girls were taken aback. Boyfriend? Their eyes were all focused on Chu Qiuxi's graceful figure, completely oblivious to the presence of anyone else beside her. When they finally noticed Xia Xiaobai, they initially intended to confront Chu Qiuxi's boyfriend. But upon discovering that Chu Qiuxi's boyfriend was exceptionally attractive, the three girls displayed expressions of awe. They immediately surrounded Xia Xiaobai, occasionally poking her with their fingers. They shamelessly touched her snow-white skin and long thighs, continuously taking advantage of her. One of the sweet-looking JK girls giggled, Qiushi, you know the rules, right? Boyfriends are meant to be shared. This handsome guy is claimed by me now, as she wrapped her arms around Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was unexpectedly embraced by this beautiful girl, feeling an exhilarating thrill. She even leaned her head against the girl's chest, appearing delicate and charming, her eyes sparkling as she admired herself. Chu Qiushi shot a disapproving look at Fang Jing as saying, you little rascal, dare to flirt with my man. Have you forgotten the last time I punished you? Fang Jing's face turned red with shame as she stuttered, no. But she still fidgeted, saying, Qiushi, the club has rules of boyfriends brought by girls must be shared as dance partners. Chu Qiushi stood in front of Xia Xiaobai, flicking her hair with a graceful movement. Sorry, but hear him the rule. Of course I'm not one to impose bad rules. Tonight if you come for me, then you must get me drunk. The three girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Qiushi, you're on. But before that, did you forget something? You promised to wear the clothes we provided. Chu Qiushi suddenly remembered that she had made a promise to the girls after losing a drinking contest. The promise was to wear an outfit they provided, no matter how sexy it was. Shen Jiha had already produced a set of clothes clearly prepared in advance. Chu Qiushi took it, opened it, and Xia Xiaobai almost jumped for joy. It turned out to be a bunny girl outfit complete with an adorable tail. Xia Xiaobai imagined Chu Qiuxi's graceful figure and long, beautiful legs, picturing how she would look as a bunny girl with the cute tail swaying while walking. Just thinking about it felt delightful. Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but give countless praises to these three beauties. They truly were exceptional best friends. Seeing Xia Xiaobai so excited, Chu Qiushi shot her a playful glare. Suddenly her sexy red lips curved upward as a fun idea crossed her mind. Hey, can I let my boyfriend wear it? Her three friends' eyes lit up. That sounds great. Wow, what a good idea. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. No. Qiushi, you can't be joking. I have to wear a bunny girl outfit. Chu Qiushi kissed her cheek and playfully shook Xia Xiaobai's arm, saying, how about this? After we go back tonight, I'll wear it, okay? After all, no one here knows you, so there's no need to be shy. You would definitely captivate a crowd of women. Xia Xiaobai puffed her chest, trying to muster her remaining masculinity. No way, I can wear it at home, but absolutely not in public. Chu Qiushi revealed a cunning smirk. Xia Xiaobai had taken the bait. She certainly didn't want her Xiaobai to be seen by those women. Alright, you said it, Xiaobai. Tonight you need to wear it for me to see. Onaji. Xia Xiaobai was left dumbfounded, feeling as if she had fallen into her trap. Oh, she truly was the scheming one. Oh. Chu Qiushi went to drink with her friends while Xia Xiaobai, who wasn't good at drinking, wandered alone in the vast manor club, occasionally spotting a few boys who were almost all pretty boys. She could only wander around aimlessly. Xia Xiaobai gazed at the dazzling array of delicacies and drinks, picking up a low-alcohol cocktail and taking a small sip. Her beautiful eyes immediately sparkled. The cocktails here were far better than those in cans. She quickly grabbed a plate and began to pile on desserts. Indeed, the food in this high-end club was incredibly delicious. One look, and you could tell it was expensive. Eating less would be equivalent to losing out. Xia Xiaobai filled a large plate and also took a bottle of low-alcohol cocktail. Noticing that the hall on the first floor was crowded with girls, she decided to head upstairs to take a look. However, this manor club was quite large and Xia Xiaobai was directionally challenged. Along the way, she was teased by various women, as some would flirt by touching her legs while others would grab her waist, surrounded by a group of provocatively dressed women who flirted with her, their eyes wild and reckless, akin to lewd temptresses. Hey handsome, don't go. Come to sister's room for some fun. Come on, let me hug you, okay? If you have no girlfriend, I'm available. Come on, little brother, I'm feeling lonely and cold tonight. Even worse, someone tried to extort her, saying, handsome, you accidentally bumped into me. If you don't make it up to me tonight, I won't let you go. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly fled without looking back, still being followed by a dozen sneaky women. She quickened her pace through several twists and turns, and in one of the private rooms, she heard a familiar voice. It sounded like Yichanga. Xia Xiaobai tried to push open the door, but just then the door was opened, and she fell straight into Yichanga's embrace. Yichanga was also momentarily stunned, and pushed her away, bewildered. Xiaobai, little sister. Xia Xiaobai's beautiful eyes lit up. Sister Yi. Just then she heard the sound of high heels approaching. Startled, she quickly pushed Yichanga into the room. Yichanga was puzzled. What's wrong? Xia Xiaobai replied, there's no time to explain. Hey, let's talk inside. After locking the door, she raised her delicate hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. I almost got melted by the girls outside. Yichanga was dressed extremely seductively tonight. Just then a woman's voice came from the room. I said, Changa, what, little sister? Do you have a girl outside? Is she pretty? Xia Xiaobai then noticed a stunning figure sitting at the makeup table, touching up her makeup. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Xia Xiaobai seemed to understand. The charming figure turned around, and the two girls were momentarily stunned as their eyes met. Xia Xiaobai. Fei. The two girls were shocked. Sigma, what are you doing here? They both spoke at the same time. Yichanga was also surprised. Do you know each other? She thought for a moment it was normal since they should be from the same academy. Xia Xiaobai's eyes were nearly glued to Zhao Feifei's outfit. Tonight Zhao Feifei looked sexy and beautiful, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, wearing high heels and a strapless dress. Zhao Feifei with an amused expression teased Xia Xiaobai. So you are also a member here? You must be a new addition. Ooh, I haven't seen you during the selection process. Xia Xiaobai widened her eyes. What? There's a selection process here. Yichanga chuckled. Of course, all new beautiful members need to be selected by the owner. Xia Xiaobai gulped and pointed at Zhao Feifei. You can't be telling me you're the owner here, right? Zhao Feifei licked her seductive red lips. That's right, it's me. Here, I am the queen. Xia Xiaobai was stunned. She was truly stunned. Zhao Feifei wrapped her slender arm around Yichanga's beautiful figure. Even such a strong woman like her has fallen into my hands. What do you think will happen to you? Xia Xiaobai. Yichanga looked at Zhao Feifei with some helplessness, watching Xia Xiaobai get flustered. She was also playing along with Zhao Feifei's act. The so-called selection of princesses was merely to win a monetary. Zhao Feifei continued. Any new members must participate in the selection tonight. Xia Xiaobai, you are my princess tonight. Oh my. Zhao Feifei stepped closer to Xia Xiaobai. Startled, Xia Xiaobai thought of escaping without a moment's hesitation. Yichanga frowned at Zhao Feifei, watching Xia Xiaobai run away. Look, you've scared the little beauty. Zhao Feifei shrugged her shoulders. It's fun to tease such a little beauty occasionally. I didn't expect this girl to be quite innocent. I fooled her. Yichanga tilted Zhao Feifei's chin with her fingers, her gaze sultry, and her sexy red lips murmured like a delicate orchid. If you scare her away, how can I find a chance to make a move? I want compensation for this. Zhao Feifei pushed Yichanga against the wall, supporting the wall with one hand, standing on tiptoes and looking down at the sexy beauty. Zhao Feifei said softly, what kind of compensation do you want from me? Money or what? Yichanga's lips curled slightly. I don't lack money. Xia Xiaobai found a spot next to a swimming pool, sitting down with a pile of food, focusing on her little hamster-like behavior. It was rare to find such tranquility. Away from the bustling city, the moonlight was beautiful, making it indeed a nice place. Wealthy people truly have a better lifestyle. Perhaps having consumed quite a few cocktails, her stunning face was slightly tipsy as she dozed off in a daze. After an unknown duration, Xia Xiaobai felt a tickling sensation on her face, not knowing who was patting her. A cold breeze swept over her, causing her to shiver and wake up, preparing to find a room to continue her sleep. Just then Xia Xiaobai noticed an extremely handsome face very close to hers. Having turned into a girl, she had become sensitive to being spied on. Her first reaction was that a man was taking advantage of her. Without thinking further, she instinctively reached out her claw to grab the person's face. Slap. 3 consecutive slaps struck the person's face. The handsome man was also slightly angered. This was his private territory. Initially annoyed that someone had taken his usual spot to enjoy the moonlight, now being unreasonable and getting his face scratched, leaving deep red marks, further infuriated him. He grabbed the person's arm, but the moment they made contact, the person broke free. The softness and smoothness of their skin surprised Mo Zishuan. It felt as if he was touching the most exquisite jade. Hey, this is my place. Xia Xiaobai's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. In the dim moonlight, she noticed the person was bare-chested, their fit physique extremely impressive. With perfectly sculpted abs that weren't overly exaggerated but rather streamlined, he had the body of a true male god, standing at least 6 feet tall, a long-legged appa. When Xia Xiaobai was still a boy, she had dreamed of having such a body that could mesmerize girls. She had even tried running but gave up after just one day, exhausted, never wanting to think about it again. Xia Xiaobai's gaze continued upwards, noticing that the man's eyes emitted a rebellious light in the night. His features were exceptionally handsome, with a refreshing short haircut accentuating his deep and striking face. However, this handsome face had a faint trace of blood, clearly from the scratches she had inflicted. Wait, why did he look so— Wait, isn't that Mo Zihan? Oh no, I actually scratched Mo Zihan's face. Heavens. Mo Zihan always looked at her like she was a pest, avoiding her at all costs. How could he be spying on her? If it were any other boy, Xia Xiaobai might have attempted to play cute to get away with it, but acting cute in front of Mo Zihan was just asking for trouble. The more she thought, the more frightened she became, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mo Zihan, I didn't know it was you. The handsome man was also taken aback. This girl called him Mo Zihan. Did she know his little brother? Mo Zihan, that emotional idiot, actually knew a girl. At that moment, the clouds that had covered the moon moved away, and the bright moonlight fell on the earth, illuminating the short-haired girl's face in front of him. Mo Zishuan also saw her, clearly astonished by her breathtaking beauty. Her pure and exquisite face, devoid of makeup, lips like petals, teeth as white as snow, and skin as pure as fine porcelain under the moonlight, gleamed beautifully. That flawless face was looking at him with a hint of pitiful fear, her ice-like eyes showing a touch of panic, resembling a frightened fairy. The only regret was that her chest didn't meet his standards. It needed to be at least a 36C. Such a beautiful girl, yet simply dressed in a plain t-shirt with short hair, tall stature, and long legs. He was certain that if she wore long hair and a red dress, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty in the world. He couldn't understand what Mo Zihan had done to this stunning beauty to make her so fearful. Then let me pamper her properly. Mo Zishuan didn't explain that he wasn't Mo Zihan, as his ulterior motives once again sold out his intentions. Xia Xiaobai noticed that Mo Zihan was merely sizing her up, especially his eyes, which seemed very unfamiliar, lacking the usual coldness, and instead exuding a sense of recklessness. If there's nothing, can I leave now? Mo Zishuan stepped closer to her, and Xia Xiaobai slowly backed. What did he want to do? Ultimately, Xia Xiaobai was forced into a corner by Mo Zishuan with the cold wall at her back. Zihan, what do you want? You can hit me, but can you not hit my face? Xia Xiaobai felt like crying. Her livelihood depended on her looks, and this was such bad luck. How could she run into Mo Zihan here, and in a moment of confusion scratch his face? Last time she had stolen Chu Shoshi from him, nearly pushing him to the edge of an explosion. Now with this incident, she might end up sharing a hospital room with Zhou Qing. Mo Zishuan was speechless. It seemed his brother really didn't cherish beautiful women. How could he hit such a beautiful girl? After a punch, she would probably cry for a long time. Don't worry, I won't hit you, but... Mo Zishuan looked at Xia Xiaobai with a lascivious gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up into a slight smile. But you scratched my face, you have to compensate me for something, right? He leaned in closely to Xia Xiaobai, almost whispering in her ear, his voice carrying a captivating magnetism. He was confident that he could win over this little fairy in one night. Xia Xiaobai felt a tingle on the back of her neck. Had Mo Zihan gotten drunk from drinking? Usually he would avoid her at all costs, as she panicked, and said, Mo Zihan, can you not come so close? Xia Xiaobai pressed her delicate hand against her anxious chest, the face of the other person looming close in the dark night. Mo Zishuan's fingertip attempted to lift Xia Xiaobai's chin, but she dodged away. Xia Xiaobai, Zihan, don't be reckless. I'm no longer the soft-legged shrimp I was in high school. Just say what you want. Mo Zishuan touched the scar on his handsome face, still stained with blood. How could you break my handsome face? You should compensate me. Xia Xiaobai was speechless. When did Mo Zihan become this narcissistic? Then just say how much. I have no money, no car, and no house. Xia Xiaobai bit her red lip lightly. I'll give you all my pocket money, okay? Mo Zishuan looked at her cute and innocent expression, truly pure and tempting. He was indeed becoming more and more interested. How foolish of me, simply squandering such a precious opportunity not to pursue a stunningly pure beauty. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You said you would compensate me. Mo Zishuan extended a finger, revealing a playful smile. Seeing this, Xia Xiaobai also breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just 100 yuan, why didn't you say so earlier? I still have that much. Can I transfer it via WeChat? Mo Zishuan couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. Xia Xiaobai was taken aback and immediately showed a hint of heartache. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is not out of the question. Mo Zishuan shook his head again. Is my handsome face only worth 1,000 yuan? Xia Xiaobai was dumbfounded, her eyes wide. You don't want 10,000 yuan, do you? How could I, a poor college student, have that much money? Are you trying to play me? Mo Zishuan still shook his head. Not enough. Xia Xiaobai was dizzy. You don't want 100,000, do you? Then just hit me instead. She closed her eyes, making a pose as if she was ready to be ravaged. Seeing her close her eyes, Mo Zishuan noticed her long eyelashes gently fluttering. His heart skipped a beat as she was too cute. He slowly spoke. I want you to accompany me for a night. Xia Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized that all along Mo Zihan just wanted to tease her to him. She was just a boy. Wasn't this completely making a fool of her? Xia Xiaobai. A mixture of embarrassment and anger surged within her. Her elegant face flushed. Is Mo Zihan really that amusing? Do you think such cold jokes are very funny? Iox. A torrent of unpleasant words poured out from her melodious girl voice. Mo Zishuan hadn't expected such a big reaction from the beauty before him. He was momentarily stunned by her. That clear bell-like girl's voice was simply too nice. Xia Xiaobai was out of breath from scolding, only to discover that the other person was wearing an expression of enjoyment. She wanted to push Mo Zishuan away, but he extended his hand and cornered her against the wall. Spoiled little princess, I find myself liking you more and more. Accompany me for a night. 100,000. A gust of wind swept by, and her snowy fragrance penetrated everyone's lungs, reminiscent of the fragrant bamboo in a quiet valley, refreshing and intoxicating. Beauty, you smell too good, so good that I can't resist. Xia Xiaobai felt her scalp tingle at his words and actions. Mo Zihan was outright humiliating Xia Xiaobai. He had endured being called effeminate by her before. Now he was toying with her like this. This guy must be deliberately humiliating her for having taken Xiaoxi away from him. Mo Zishuan was very confident in his flirting skills. He had looks, physique, and wealth. He was never short of money, having sports cars and mansions in abundance. For example, this estate was his property. With Mo Zihan looking at her so closely, all that remained was her breathtaking beauty. Her unadorned face seemed fragile enough to break. Mo Zishuan, have you thought about it? I'm considering you and your dead head. Xia Xiaobai raised her hand and slapped this guy across the face. Mo Zishuan sighed coolly and grabbed her snowy white wrist. You really are a spoiled princess. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Xia Xiaobai's cherry-red lips slightly curled up, not giving him a chance to respond. Feigning an attack from one side, her long leg kicked towards Mo Zihan's lower body, but she aimed to kick him in the balls. Crack! A sudden intense pain made Mo Zishuan's face flush as he knelt on the ground, clutching the area in pain. He pointed at Xia Xiaobai. You woman! Ambush! No martial ethics. Seeing this, Xia Xiaobai smiled smugly. I dare to flirt, go say goodbye to your little friends. She patted her jade hand and took a step back, ready to escape, as she had already made a grudge with Mo Zihan. But as she stepped back, she found herself at the swimming pool. Splash! Onagio! She fell into the pool, landing in the deep end, nearly 2 meters deep. Xia Xiaobai didn't know how to swim and panicked, struggling and gulping down a lot of water. Her pretty face turned red from being choked by the water. Mo Zishuan felt somewhat pleased. Did she not know that one must never strike a man's dignity? He was also in pain, needing to crouch for a moment to rub himself. Help! Mo Zihan, I can't swim. Glub glub. Glub glub. Mo Zishuan was speechless from the pain. This spoiled princess had called herself old man more than once, making him speechless. She really considered herself a man, but she was just an innocent girl. Ultimately, Mo Zihan jumped in to pull her out. Xia Xiaobai was now thoroughly fed up with Mo Zihan, not only having gulped down several mouthfuls of water, but also completely drenched. Water droplets trickled down her hair from her head, and a couple of droplets remained on her delicate and extraordinary face, enhancing her beauty. Her clothes stuck tightly to her snowy skin, her sensual contours subtly visible, the delicate skin faintly discernible. Mo Zishuan was utterly captivated by her appearance as a beauty emerging from the bath, like a flower reflected in the water, akin to a water lily. He wanted to speak, but was met with her icy gaze. Mo Zishuan realized that he had truly angered this, but then he thought he was acting with Mo Zihan's identity. It probably wouldn't be a problem, right? Shouldn't be a problem. There was no point in dragging his brother into this. Well, let's go to the room to change clothes. Xia Xiaobai silently stood up. Thank you for your kindness, but no need. Her voice was cold, as she really didn't want to have any further relation with Mo Zihan. She had never hated anyone this much in her life. At that moment, a cold wind blew and Xia Xiaobai couldn't help but sneeze, her snowy arms breaking out in goosebumps. It was already midnight. Even in summer, feeling completely drenched in cold wind was still very chilly. Mo Zishuan tentatively asked, there's a room next to the pool, are you sure you don't need some clothes? Xia Xiaobai still had a somewhat expressionless face, but she still replied, lead the way. Anger aside, if she got cold she would suffer herself, as Xia Xiaobai was not foolish like those other girls. Beside the swimming pool was a room facing a beautiful night view. Indeed, it belonged to a wealthy person. She locked the door. If you dare to peek, I will kill you. Xia Xiaobai walked to the wardrobe and found many branded men's clothes, throwing her clothes on the ground. Then took out a clean cloth from the system space to wrap herself up, changing into clean clothes. However, the owner's size was only 1.8 meters, so Xia Xiaobai found the clothes a bit loose and ill-fitting with the sleeves hanging down a bit longer. She took out a bag to pack her old clothes, then glared with lifeless eyes as she opened the door. Mo Zishuan only gave an awkward smile. Hi. Get lost. Good dogs don't block the way, duh. Mo Zishuan helplessly stepped aside, but he still nervously said, just put your old clothes in the laundry cabinet over there. I will have the maid take care of it. Xia Xiaobai felt a wave of disdain. She knew his lecherous thoughts, and she had seen through Mo Zihan. I really thank you for your kindness. Go. Mo Zishuan watched Xia Xiaobai's departing figure until she disappeared from sight. At that moment, he finally remembered that he hadn't asked for her name. He sighed, hoping that Mo Zihan could bear the brunt of it all. After all, just now seeing her icy gaze, he knew she was really angry. Mo Zishuan wanted to chase after her to ask her name, but found that the beauty had already vanished without a trace. Clearly I am quite handsome. Why is this little beauty not interested in me? I truly don't understand. I really don't understand. He also wondered what Mo Zihan had done to such a beautiful girl. Didn't God create such beautiful women for people to pamper them? Mo Zihan touched his handsome face. Little beauty, just wait, my unique talent is something that girls cannot resist. Summer Xiaobai fled further away from Mo Zihan, feeling increasingly wronged. That scoundrel Mo Zihan is truly too much. Oh, what's so great about being handsome and having a little money? If there's a next time, I'll definitely kick him and make him crouch like me. Humph. Summer Xiaobai returned to the hall, which was now even livelier, filled with all kinds of beautifully dressed women. Indeed, they were all beauties. The first requirement for girls wanting to become members was their looks. Having a pleasing appearance was the basic requirement. Summer Xiaobai casually picked up a nearby duckbill hat and put it on, curiously looking at the lively center of the. She discovered a dozen beauties standing there being admired. Look, number 1 has an exceptional figure, but unfortunately her makeup is too thick and we can't see her natural beauty. For those who like good looks, number 3 is a car model. She has long legs and is also quite beautiful. I think number 7 is nice, young, and beautiful. She seems to be a university student with a balanced figure and appearance. Summer Xiaobai listened to these beauties chattering and realized that this was the selection for the night. Sure enough, on the stage on the second floor sat a stunning beauty in a sexy red dress. Beside her sat another beautiful woman. They were all familiar faces. Summer Xiaobai covered her face. It was Zhao Feifei and Yichanga. She adjusted her duckbill hat to avoid being recognized. She did not want to be caught for the selection. Oh, just as she prepared to sneak away, she was ambushed again. She turned around with a flushed face and found a beautifully made-up woman smiling at her. In her arms was a very delicate girl. Tang Rongrong. Summer Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. How is it that this lady only put in the effort to create a beautiful makeup look and has captivated Xiaobai? Why are you so surprised? Summer Xiaobai was indeed amazed by Tang Rongrong's exquisite appearance today. Tang Rongrong looked at Summer Xiaobai, her eyes slightly red. It seemed she had been crying. Have you been crying? Did some blind girl bully you? Summer Xiaobai felt warmth in Tang Rongrong's concern. Thank you, I'm fine. However, Tang Rongrong's next words almost made her spit blood. Summer Xiaobai, you also know about computer components. Tang Rongrong proudly patted her chest. How could I not know? I use them often, or I even taught Xiaoxi. You can ask the beautiful girl beside me how I managed to win her over. The little rich girl in her arms blushed slightly, playfully punching Tang Rongrong's fair shoulder. It's all Rongrong's fault for not playing fair. This beautiful little rich girl looked somewhat warily at Summer Xiaobai, her small hand tightening around Tang Rongrong's arm, as if declaring her ownership. Summer Xiaobai felt a bit envious. Was she the little rich girl that Yichanga referred to as Rongrong's friend? It was evident that she was quite wealthy with Chanel jewelry and handbag. What surprised Summer Xiaobai was that the other girl's figure compared favorably with Yichange's. Who is Rongrong's sister? You seem quite familiar. Sun Xioli asked somewhat jealously. Tang Rongrong raised her hand and gave her a gentle head pat. She is actually Qiu Zai's partner. Sun Xioli was also quite surprised. Though Chu Qiu, she was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the club, but unfortunately, she had always been aloof and had no partner. Unexpectedly, the short-haired beauty in front of her could actually win over Chu Qiu. She immediately looked at Summer Xiaobai with admiration. Hello, Sun Xioli, Rongrong's partner. Summer Xiaobai nodded. Summer Xiaobai. Her mood was quite terrible, and she just wanted to find a place to be quiet. You all continue, while leave first. Tang Rongrong also scratched her head. It seems today Xiaobai is quite abnormal. Who did her relatives come? Forget it. She pulled Sun Xioli and picked up a bottle of red wine, smiling. Xiao Qiu, shall we find a room to drink imported wine? Tang Rongrong led Sun Xioli towards the private room on the second floor. Such things were commonplace in the entire venue. Summer Xiaobai, feeling frustrated, sat alone in the corner. She took out her phone and discovered that she had left her a message. It turned out they were in a private room on the third floor, and Summer Xiaobai headed up. She also wanted to see what it would look like with Qiushi dressed as a bunny girl. Summer Xiaobai quickly arrived at the room, named Qiuyu, and pushed the door open to reveal. Several girls were already drunk. One long-haired girl was even barefoot with her jade feet on the table. She raised her small head, pouring the clear liquor into her cherry lips, the liquid flowing down her fragrant shoulders over her delicate collarbone. In her cherry lips, she mumbled, toasting to the wine how fleeting life is. To relieve worries, only beauty can do it. She seemed to be called Fang Jinghe, if Summer Xiaobai remembered correctly. What surprised Summer Xiaobai was that the bunny costume was not on Qiushi, but on the stunning Shinzai. The two cute bunny ears swayed adorably with her tipsy steps. At that moment, she was opening her cherry lips to catch the wasted liquor dripping from Fang Jinghe. Another girl had completely passed out sprawled on the sofa. She remained elegantly seated nearby, clapping her hands. It was evident that she was also somewhat tipsy, her exquisite face already tinged with a slight flush. In the dim light, she appeared so enchanting. Coupled with her long black hair cascading down to her waist like her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters made her look as beautiful as a noble night, rose blooming in darkness. Summer Xiaobai hurriedly approached Qiushi. Qiu, she covered her forehead. Summer Xiaobai's sudden appearance calmed her. Smelling the familiar scent from her, she directly dove into her embrace. Whoa! Her delicate red lips resembled ripe cherry blossoms, her pretty face tilting to look at Summer Xiaobai. Xiaobai, kiss me. Summer Xiaobai gently brushed aside her messy bangs and kissed her softly. Qiu buried her head in Summer Xiaobai's embrace, tightly clutching her clothes as she fell asleep. Don't leave me, Xiaobai, I love you. Summer Xiaobai smiled gently. I love you too. Summer Xiaobai felt quite a headache. Her three close friends, one was passed out, and two were drunk. Xiaobai, Gij, come here and drink with me. Shinzai laughed playfully. Fang Jinghe held a bottle of red wine. No, she is Qiuzai's little pet, we can't touch her. Shinzai waved Fang Jinghe off. What's wrong with touching? We made a vow to share both joys and hardships. Qiuzai's little pet is also our little pet. Fang Jinghe hiccuped, almost spitting out her drink, wiping her cherry lips with a grin. Seems like it is. Huh. Shinzai's delicate fingers pinched Summer Xiaobai's tender face. Oh, still shy? How old are you? I see you really don't understand. Wanna understand? Come to the next room, and it'll give you a good time. Summer Xiaobai didn't hesitate, and swiftly struck down with her hands, bang bang. The two beauties were struck by her, and crouched on the ground holding their heads, winking so many stars. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Before long they fainted. Now there were two more dead fish. Summer Xiaobai couldn't care less about all that. She carried Qiushi into a side room, and locked the door. The next morning Qiushi pressed her somewhat aching forehead, her long hair spread across the bed like blooming roses. Suddenly a gust of wind blew in through the window, rustling the fluttering curtains. Qiushi felt a shiver of cold, and suddenly remembered something. She had been drinking with her three best friends last night. Startled, she opened her eyes wide only to find herself in a strange private room. Good morning, Qiushi, Xia Xiaobai said with a smile, reaching out to touch her somewhat lazy face. Qiushi opened her eyes and felt relieved to see Xia Xiaobai by her side. Qiuxi's alluring cherry lips curved into a smile. Good morning to you too, Xiaobai. After they finished showering, they took turns drying each other's hair. Playfully teasing each other, their laughter rang like silver bells. Suddenly Qiushi hugged Xia Xiaobai's slender waist, and softly said, thank you for carrying me back to the room last night. Xia Xiaobai brushed her fingers through Qiuxi's flowing hair, looking at her with exasperation. Girls must always protect themselves when out. Back in class, Xia Xiaobai still looked a bit sleepy. Sitting in her seat, she placed a cup of soy milk beside her. Sure enough, Zhou Qing was already there, spitting out saliva. The others greeted Xia Xiaobai warmly when she returned. Tao Nana excitedly threw herself onto Xia Xiaobai, rubbing her face against hers. Good morning, Xiaobai. She sniffed at Xia Xiaobai's body with her small nose. The fragrance of jasmine and gardenia is so lovely. Did you and Sister Qiushi get intimate again last night? Xia Xiaobai was speechless, wondering if she was a dog to be able to smell that. Zhou Qing was even more enthusiastic than Tao Nana, acting like a devoted admirer, patting the seat beside him. Xiaobai, sit here. Xia Xiaobai rolled her beautiful eyes at him, choosing to sit beside Tao Nana. Instead, oh, it was much better to be with pretty girls. Xiaobai, what you're doing is going to hurt my feelings, Zhou Qing sighed. Xia Xiaobai looked at him in confusion and asked Zhou Qing, didn't Sister Zixuan say anything to you? Or did she show you something? Zhou Qing looked puzzled. No, what could she possibly show me that's worth seeing? Xia Xiaobai was speechless. She's a great beauty, you know. Do you really not like Sister Zixuan at all? She seems to care for you a lot. As a novice in love, Xia Xiaobai started to play the role of a love mentor, and she seemed quite convincing. Zhou Qing leaned over the desk, saying I don't like her would be a lie. She's great, beautiful, well-built, and takes care of me. But perhaps I'm too familiar with her. I can never see her as a wife. Moreover, I like the two-dimensional world, while she finds it very unappealing. Xia Xiaobai was speechless. It seemed she would have to urge Li Zixuan to cosplay as Keqing. Tao Nana excitedly pulled at Xia Xiaobai's sleeve. Xiaobai, yesterday, I saw Mo Zihan from your dorm driving a sports car, worth over 5 million to school looking sharp and clean. I almost fainted. Do you really not have his WeChat? Xiaobai's mood had been somewhat good, but as soon as she heard Mo Zihan's name her mood instantly darkened. She recalled how he had tricked her last night. Xiaobai now wished she could lift him up with one hand and throw him to the ground, beating him up until he knelt before her and sang conquer. Nana, could you please not mention Mo Zihan in front of me anymore? Just thinking about him makes me feel sick. After saying this, Xiaobai took a big gulp of milk tea, trying to dispel the unpleasant memories of last night when Mo Zihan had her pinned against the wall. Tao Nana was taken aback. Did Mo God do something to you? Xiaobai spat her milk tea all over Tao Nana's pretty face. Cough, cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Tao Nana. Didn't mind, but you don't have to be so dramatic. Did I hit the nail on the head? But Xiaobai, you're so beautiful. Even Zhou Qing is infatuated with you. It's normal for Mo God to like you too. She shrugged her small hands as if settling the matter. Originally Zhao Cheng, who had planned to invite a girl to share poetry and dreams during the summer vacation, perked up his ears. Xiaobai, do you have an unmentionable secret with Mo Zihan? Zhou Qing, feeling very anxious, shook Xiaobai's shoulders. Xiaobai, is it true? Xiaobai punched him in the face, a heavy blow. What are you all talking about? Zhou Qing wondered why they always targeted him. This world has a saying, when you mention Chow, Chow 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 shows up. Mo Zihan looked as handsome as ever today, dressed in brand-name clothes with a fit physique and a height of 1.8 meters. In the university classroom, the girls all gazed at him with starry eyes. Wow, long-legged Appa. So handsome, my Mo God. I heard Mo God's family is very wealthy. Mo Zihan paid no attention to the infatuated girls. Tao Nana grabbed Xiaobai's sleeve. Mo God is still so handsome. Her cherry lips were practically drooling. Xiaobai felt envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Mo Zihan, and it was a deep-seated hatred. She crossed her long arms over her shoulders, completely unwilling to give Mo Zihan a pleasant expression. This guy's indifferent expression was as if last night's events had never happened. Xiaobai and Mo Zihan exchanged a glance, and were about to stand and move. There were plenty of empty seats in the lecture hall. Recalling how he had teased her last night, she felt an urgent, furious impulse to teach him a lesson. It was unimaginable that he would actually attend class today, or it felt like the sun had risen in the west. Mo Zihan now stood between her and the aisle, claiming he had something to discuss with Xiaobai. Mo Zihan said, Xiaobai, perfect timing, I need to speak with you. Xiao's expression darkened. Had he truly mistaken her for someone easily bullied? He still wanted to pick on her. Xiaobai lifted her beautiful eyes and glared at Mo Zihan with fury. Go to hell. I have nothing to say to you. Her words left him momentarily stunned. Zhou Qing, Zhao Cheng, and Li Liang standing nearby were utterly astonished. When had Xia become so bold? Could it be Liang Jingru had given her courage? Or did Wei teach her to be fearless? Whatever the cause, she dared to lose her temper with Mo Zihan. People were sure there must be some untold secret between them. The crowd, eager for spectacle, dragged over stools and munched on snacks, ready to feast on the commotion. Mo Zihan was briefly taken aback, unsettled that this effeminate youth would speak to him that way. His gaze hardened at once. Did you think that because I let you go last time I am a good man and can be provoked? He snapped. You really think I wouldn't do anything to you? With a cold, imperious look, he stepped forward, grabbed Xiaobai by the collar, and towered over her. As he leaned in, he detected a faint, pleasant fragrance. The boy seemed increasingly alluring, his eyes strangely, even when angry. Xia's alabaster face had a touch of vulnerability. She pursed her cherry lips and pulled a fiercer expression than his. She warned Mo Zihan, let go at once, or I will not be polite. He cracked his neck, and with a mocking smile replied coldly, not be polite to me. You with your delicate ways, he sneered. I won't let go. I want to see what an effeminate fellow like you can actually do. Before his words were finished, Xiaobai sprang up and smashed her forehead hard into his, a fierce, reckless headbutt accompanied by defiant shouts about not being underestimated. Their heads collided with a sickening crack. Pain surged through Mo Zihan, leaving him dazed. He toppled back. Xiaobai also staggered and fell to the floor. Tears brimmed in her large eyes from the pain, yet she refused to show weakness and continued to glare at him. By now a considerable crowd had gathered. Oh, wherever there is commotion, curious spectators are never far behind. Whispers rippled through them. What happened? A beauty and a handsome guy are fighting. They invented scenarios on the spot, assuming scandal and romance. What girl? He is one of our male classmates, someone corrected, which only made the spectacle more titillating to the onlooker. The crowd murmured and speculated. Some insisted the fallen figure was undeniably a stunning beauty, others dismissed it, and gossip spread like wildfire. It would be only a matter of time before the campus forum, filled with melodramatic rumors and extravagant theories. Headlines would soon read things like Scumbag vs. Beauty, the temptation of returning to school, the Playboy, and the Campus Belle, 360 untold stories, and hearing you are a boy makes me even more excited. Mo Zihan lay on the ground stunned. He could not believe he had been felled by someone so effeminate. A sharp pain throbbed in his forehead, an unprecedented humiliation rose hot in his chest. Mo Zihan rose slowly, his knuckles creaking with suppressed anger. All his life, he had been the one to knock others to the ground. Now he closed the distance to the fallen Xia Xiaobai who had not yet risen. Xia inched backward in terror. She had never seen Mo Zihan wear such a chilling expression before. Xia Xiaobai, how do you think I should deal with you? The vein at his temple stood out a testament to his fury. She felt her heart pound as if it might leap out of her chest. She regretted her show of bravado. Alone and friendless, she felt like a wounded kitten facing a butcher's blade. Today she thought she might truly be done for. Mo Zihan fought fiercely. Xia had seen it before. He was like a relentless brawler who could floor a man with a single devastating blow. He loomed over, her fist raised like a weighty sack. Terrified, Xia screamed out for help in a clear, girlish voice. In her panic, she dropped all pretense. The frightened, high-pitched timbre of her voice surprised even Mo Zihan. He found himself suspecting all manner of explanations. Had she undergone some alteration? The unexpected femininity only made him more unsettled and inexplicably more contemptuous. That realization deepened his revulsion and strengthened his urge to take her down. Xia Xiaobai had one final gambit, to play the pitiful, endearing card. She lifted her small chin, bit her lip lightly, and assumed a helpless, plaintive look, her last resort. Please, Zihan, don't hit my face, Chio, she will find out, she pleaded, and for a moment Mo Zihan froze at her. Her dark eyes shone wetly, and a faint flush rose on her pale, terrified face. The delicate features traced by fear rendered her all the more heart-wrenching to behold. Her fragile, beguiling display had an effect. For an instant, Mo Zihan found her unbearably sweet and felt his resolve waver. Zihan, don't be rash, we're all brothers. Zhao Cheng and the others hurried forward to restrain him. Zhou Qing grabbed his right hand, Zhao Cheng his left, and Li Liang placed himself between him and Xia. Don't lose your temper, calm down, they urged, holding him fast until he could not move. Mo Zihan had only been softened for a few seconds before shame flooded him. He wished he could crawl into a crack. What was wrong with him? Why should he be drawn to someone so effeminate? He berated himself for having some flaw. In fury, he flung off Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing with a single sweep. Get your hands off me. Even at full force, they were hurled aside and tumbled to the floor. His explosive strength was plain to see. A single punch tore a hole through the wooden desk beside him. Xia Xiaobai, wait. He'll be back, he muttered, then slunk away. Stepping out of the teaching building into bright sunlight, he remained bewildered. How had he been bewitched by Xia Xiaobai? Could it be that long-term restraint had warped him? He remembered he had never had a girlfriend. 19 years single, never touched a woman. Surely that was why a handsome, charming boy could stir such nauseating thoughts in him. He spotted a sink nearby, hurried over, scrubbed his hands, and splashed water on his face, trying to clear his head. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. Rua, long time no see. Mo Zihan came to greeting. Mo Zihan blinked. The newcomer was a young man of similar height and astonishing resemblance, almost a mirror image. A sensuous beauty leaned at his side, smiling at Mo Zihan. Frankly, Mo Zihan felt no fondness toward the man. They had been fighting since childhood, and the rivalry ran. They looked remarkably alike. If one were to distinguish them, it would be by expression and the eyes. Mo Zihan's handsome face was habitually impassive. The newcomer, by contrast, wore a rakish smile that made him disarmingly approachable. The man said again, Rua, long time no see, Zihan. Mo Zihan shot him a cold glance, shook the water from his hands, and replied curtly, yes, long time. Then step aside, don't block my way, Mo Zihan added. The man released the beauty and hooked an arm around Mo Zihan's neck with a teasing laugh. 3 years, and you still don't miss your elder brother. How cold-hearted. The newcomer was none other than Mo Zishuan, the very man who had toyed with Xia Xiaobai last night, and left Mo Zihan holding the blame. The alluring beauty beside Mo Zishuan gazed at Mo Zihan, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the cold, attractive young man. She licked her alluring red lips. Who is this Zishuan? He looks quite similar to you, very handsome. Mo Zishuan chuckled. That's my younger brother, but he's a romantic fool. If you can win him over, he'll give you 100,000. The seductive woman showed a look of surprise as she couldn't believe there was a man who didn't like women, and she lifted her skirt to reveal her long, beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels. She approached Mo Zihan, saying, Hey handsome, would you like to join me for a drink and have a little chat? We're all adults, let's get to know each other better. She reached out her delicate hand, attempting to loop her arm around Mo Zihan's, but he merely froze for a moment before shaking her off and snapping, Get lost. He was already in a foul mood, and Mo Zishuan's teasing only made it worse. With that, he turned and left. The seductive beauty stood there looking bewildered. Zishuan, he is so handsome and so domineering. Mo Zishuan sighed. All right, you should head back, and we can meet another time. He watched Mo Zihan leave with a sense of boredom. His purpose for coming this time was to find the girl he had pursued for many years, Chu Qiushi. He was the first to chase after her, but unfortunately family arrangements had disrupted everything. The parents intended to arrange a marriage between Mo Zihan and Chu Qiushi. Meanwhile, he had been sent to Europe to study. As a playboy, it would be best if he could win over Chu Qiushi. If he couldn't win her over, he wouldn't be tied down to one tree. He understood Mo Zihan very well. There was no way he could charm Chu Qiushi. He had been keeping track of their situation, and after a month of returning home, he learned that Chu Qiushi was already dating someone. a college student who was rumored to be a pretty boy. Mo Zishuan stroked his chin. I'm curious to see which guy has the ability to win over a girl that even I with my good looks couldn't charm. After some inquiry, Mo Zishuan quickly found out which class Chu Qiushi was in. After all, she was a well-known campus beauty, so it wasn't difficult to find out her whereabouts. Chu Qiuxi's stunning face rested tiredly on the desk, her cherry lips stifling a yawn. She had drunk quite a bit last night, and was unsure of what the pretty boy had done to her. She felt tired, and just wanted a good nap. Just as she was about to lay her head down for a rest, a bouquet of roses suddenly appeared in front of her. The subtle fragrance of the roses was genuinely enchanting. A tall, handsome young man stood before her. Wow, he's so handsome. Another tall, handsome guy. These roses are beautiful, how romantic. I envy Qiushi, every guy who chases her is more handsome than the last. The boy said sarcastically, clearly unimpressed. What good is being handsome if you're still rejected, and just end up being a lapdog? There are so many guys trying to pursue the goddess Chu. Chu Qiushi frowned slightly, as she found receiving roses quite tiresome, and hadn't even spoken yet. When she lifted her head and saw the face of the newcomer with a mischievous smile, she was momentarily stunned. Her stunning face revealed a hint of surprise. Mo Zishuan. Aren't you supposed to be in the United States? When did you come back? Mo Zishuan's face darkened slightly. It's England. Chu Qiushi chuckled. Isn't that the same? I've heard that people from that country love fencing. Have you met any charming boys? Mo Zishuan shrugged. I don't have many hobbies, I just like beautiful women. Come on, let me take my roses. Chu Qiushi took the roses from his hand, without being overly polite, although she had no intention of giving him a chance. In contrast to the cold and aloof Mo Zishuan was clearly much more interesting and had a charming way of speaking. Mo Zishuan looked at Chu Qiushi and praised, Qiushi, I didn't expect that after 3 years apart you've become even more beautiful, and your figure has improved tremendously with curves in all the right places. At this rate you might just become the most beautiful woman in Huaxia. Moi, did you put on makeup? You rarely wore makeup before. Chu Qiushi raised her brows and smiled sweetly. You don't need to flatter me. I already have a boyfriend. She flicked her hair with her delicate hand. After all, I'm a woman with a boyfriend, and she likes to see me look my best as her girlfriend, so I have to keep up my appearance to be loved by her. Mo Zishuan felt a bit displeased. Hearing Chu Qiushi admit she had a boyfriend left him quite disappointed. While he wasn't the type to get hung up on one tree, it would depend on what kind of tree it was. If it were Chu Qiushi, he would be willing. Mo Zishuan smiled and asked, Are you interested in going out to dinner with me tonight? Don't worry, I'm not pursuing you, it's just an invitation from an old friend you won't refuse, right? Chu Qiushi rested her delicate hand on her chin, pondering for a moment. I agree, but the location should be changed to my family's villa. Mo Zishuan had no objections. Are we cooking there ourselves? Or should I go buy something? I studied Western cuisine for half a year in England. Chu Qiushi gently shook her head. No need to go through all that trouble, let's have hot pot. Mo Zishuan sighed. Alright, I'll go buy some beef and make beef balls. The midday time flew by, and Xia Xiaobai was bored, resting her head on her desk listening to the lecture above. She already knew all this. What made her happy was that tonight Qiushi had invited her to the villa for hot pot. She heard that a boy she used to date was also invited. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaobai felt quite angry. How dare my girlfriend flirt with someone else? She really doesn't know her place. She seemed to have forgotten the experience of nearly being beaten by Mo Zihan earlier that morning. The sky cleared, and the rain stopped. She felt she was back in action. Zhou Qing kept asking Xiaobai, Mo Zihan really didn't do anything to you, right? Xia Xiaobai was truly speechless. This guy had been asking all afternoon. Come on, what could he do to me? If you hadn't held him back, I would have kicked his ass, believe it or not. Zhao Qing chuckled, as if you could handle him in bed. You didn't see me and Zhou Qing each holding one side of him. He easily shook us off. That strength is definitely trained. Xia Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively. Why are we talking about him? Tonight I'm going to the villa with my girlfriend for hot pot. Li Liang turned around to join in. Shouldn't it be spicy hot pot? Xia Xiaobai sighed. At that moment in the villa, Chu Xiaoxiao watched Mo Zishuan, who was bustling around in the kitchen with a wary expression. This guy had pursued her sister for quite a while back in the day. Didn't they say he went abroad? How did he come back? And he brought a bunch of beef and mantis shrimp to make hot pot beef. Mo Zishuan felt a bit uneasy under the watchful gaze of the monitor. He knew that Chu Xiaoxiao was quite possessive of her sister and had caused him a whole lot of trouble back in the day. She even put spiders in the gifts he gave her sister, leading to him receiving a slap from Chu Qiushi. Xiaoxiao, aren't you tired from staring at my eyes? Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled. I never let a boy with ulterior motives towards my sister off easy. I take down one whenever I spot one. Mo Zishuan shook his head. Why don't you take a swing at me instead? Chu Xiaoxiao did not refuse as she took the stick for pounding beef balls and struck the meat on the board fiercely. Mo Zishuan watched Chu Xiaoxiao's actions with astonishment as the beef on the cutting board was scattered in all directions. It seems that being your brother-in-law is quite a dangerous affair, as there's always a risk to life. Chu Xiaoxiao tilted her little head slightly. Then do you dare to pursue my sister? Although we are quite familiar, you don't have any special privileges. If you dare to pursue my elder sister, I won't hold back, Imo Zishuan chuckled. You little rascal, you think you can take me on? Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he looked down at the 1.6 meter tall Chu Xiaoxiao, completely overpowering her presence. Imo Zishuan displayed an eager expression, cracking his knuckles. Chu Xiaoxiao waved the 2 wooden sticks in her hands. Just then the door of her villa was opened. Chu Qiushi walked in holding a large bag of groceries from the supermarket, grumbling. You damn Imo Zishuan, you promised to treat me to hot pot, and made me go to the supermarket for the ingredients. Imo Zishuan scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry, I was rushing back to make the beef meatballs. By the way, what about your boyfriend? Chu Qiushi placed all the food on the table. This week is the summer vacation, she still has classes to attend, and will come later. Chu Xiaoxiao put down the wooden sticks. Did you invite Sister Xiaobai? Chu Qiushi was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to respond. To prevent their parents from finding out about her interest in girls, she needed to maintain the facade that Xiaobai was a boy in front of her family. Chu Qiushi had already made up her mind, after all, with Xiaoxiao to carry on the family line. If her family agreed to her relationship with Xiaobai, that would be fine, but if they disagreed, she would elope. Then they would raise a child together. After all, the business that Yichanga helped her manage was sufficient to ensure their life. Chu Qiushi affectionately ruffled Chu Xiaoxiao's hair. She'll probably come. Imo Zishuan looked puzzled. Sister Xiaobai. Xiaoxiao, have you found a girl you like? This would be a joyous occasion. If Chu Xiaoxiao had a girlfriend, the obstacles in his pursuit of Chu Qiushi would be halved. Thinking of Xia Xiaobai's cool and beautiful appearance made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a bit shy. Her handsome face flushed slightly. Not really, Tizowo. She's my sister's close friend. I'll tell you, Sister Xiaobai is very pretty. Her looks are not inferior to my sister's. Besides her flat chest, she has long legs. Her snow-white skin is fragrant and smooth, and her beautiful face has no flaws at all. Imo Zishuan listened to her description with anticipation. There are such beauties in this world. Suddenly he recalled a figure he encountered in the manor last night, a beauty. With similarly fragrant skin, long legs, and a flawless face, she was also a flat-chested girl. Chu Qiushi observed the longing expressions on both their faces, watching them drool. No need to think, they were definitely captivated by beauty. She sighed, raised her hand, and gave each of them a light slap. Thud, thud. I'll go prepare the soup base. You two handle the rest of the ingredients. I have a lot of fresh ingredients here. Remember to wash and chop them properly. The scene shifted to Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai hurried back to her dormitory after class to take a shower. She changed into a clean, neat white short-sleeved shirt and mid-length pants that revealed her slender calves. The main feature was her appearance. Her androgynous hairstyle complemented her exquisite and beautiful features. Her snow-white skin contrasted with her lightly pink lips, and beneath her slightly curled eyelashes were a pair of clear autumn-like eyes. Now, no matter how she dressed up, her beauty was undeniable. Xia Xiaobai gently bit her red lips and tightened the wrap around her chest, revealing a slight curve. As long as I bite myself and say I'm a boy, no one can argue. Unless I take off my pants, how could anyone tell? Besides, my ID still says I'm a boy. Xia Xiaobai walked out of the bathroom, looking like a water lily, her whole body radiating a faint trace of moisture. A few sparkling droplets of water lingered on her delicate features. Zhao Cheng chuckled. It's been a while since I've seen Xiaobai emerge from the bath looking so beautiful. Come, let brother Zhao Cheng give you a hug. Xia Xiaobai, with an expression of disdain, retorted at Zhao Cheng. Go die. With a huff from her delicate nose, she left the dormitory. Xia Xiaobai called a Didi using the address given by Chu Qiushi, thinking to herself that it was no wonder that a rich beauty had a private villa. At this time, the hot pot soup base in the villa was already prepared. One was a sweet and sour tomato base, and the other was a spicy hot pot base. Chu Qiushi looked at Imo Zishuan, who was skillfully chopping ingredients. Not bad, you've really learned how to cook. Imo Zishuan chuckled. Boys who can cook are generally very popular with girls. Are you perhaps smitten by this handsome guy? Chu Qiushi rolled her beautiful eyes at him, while Chu Xiaoxiao brought out the cooked beef meatballs. Chu Qiushi looked at the few large heart-shaped beef meatballs and asked, what are these heart shapes for? Chu Xiaoxiao proudly replied, these are for my elder sister and Sister Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi covered her forehead with her jade hand. Oh no, Chu Xiaoxiao has really fallen for Xia Xiaobai. No wait. Xiaobai is a girl to begin with, so it doesn't count as falling for a girl. She must be bewitched by Xiaobai. I'll go take a shower first, you guys take care of the rest. Chu Xiaoxiao and Imo Zishuan tidied up the dining table and turned on the air conditioning. Having hot pot in the summer with air conditioning is the best. Half an hour later, Chu Qiushi came downstairs after her shower. Wearing a floral short skirt, her figure was perfectly showcased with her long hair flowing and long legs emanating a faint floral fragrance. Imo Zishuan was dumbfounded. Qiushi, you look even more beautiful after your shower. Chu Qiushi smiled radiantly. I've always been beautiful, okay? Just then the doorbell of the villa rang. Ding ding ding. Chu Qiushi smiled happily. It must be my boyfriend. Chu Xiaoxiao had already taken out the hidden wooden stick. Zishuan, do you want to join us? Let's work together to take him down. Imo Zishuan. He was also quite curious about what kind of boy could win over his childhood goddess. Chu Qiushi patted Chu Xiaoxiao. You've been playing basketball all day, hurry up and take a shower, you stink. Chu Xiaoxiao sniffed her clothes and indeed caught a whiff of sweat as she couldn't let Sister Xiaobai think she was smelly. She hurried upstairs to take a shower, preparing to dress up nicely. Chu Qiushi sighed helplessly as she opened the door to let Xia Xiaobai in. Xia Xiaobai and Mo Zixuan were momentarily taken aback upon meeting each other. Mo Zixuan was astonished. Oh, wasn't this the beauty he encountered last night? Xia Xiaobai's expression darkened instantly. How could Qiushi have invited Mo Zixuan? Although still scared, she couldn't lose face in front of Chu Qiushi. Seeing this, Xia Xiaobai hugged Chu Qiuxi's slender waist tightly, planting a delicate kiss on her cheek. This was a blatant declaration of her claim over Chu Qiushi, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Chu Qiushi blushed slightly. You rascal. She looked at Mo Zixuan and introduced, this is my boyfriend. Don't be fooled by her looks, she is indeed a boy. Mo Zixuan squinted. How could such a beautiful beauty be a boy? Even though he didn't understand what Chu Qiushi was playing at, he would never believe that the person in front of him was a boy. The short-haired beauty before him had skin as smooth as snow and exquisitely beautiful features. Her rosy lips and lightly flushed cheeks resembled dawn light reflecting off snow. Even if she was a boy, he would accept it. Just thinking about it made him particularly excited. Mo Zixuan felt a bit perverted. Had he become corrupted during these years in England? Moreover, he simply didn't believe that Xia Xiaobai was truly a boy. How could a boy look so beautiful? Impossible. Mo Zixuan chuckled. Is she really a boy? I don't believe it unless she can prove it. For example, let's go to the restroom. If she has a boy's private parts, then I'll believe it. Mo Zixuan raised a hand to stroke his chin, gazing at Xia Xiaobai before him with eager anticipation. Her features exquisitely delicate and breathtakingly beautiful. A mischievous smile curled his lips. Come on, little beauty. Let's step into the restroom together and prove to me you're a boy. Xia Xiaobai felt a chill pierce her heart. Indeed, Mo Zihan had not abandoned Chu Qiushi. He deliberately humiliated her in Qiushi's presence. She raised her hand and struck his face with a sharp, resounding slap. Mo Zixuan touched his stinging, burning cheek, utterly stunned. This beauty was truly a fiery little vixen. Xia Xiaobai pointed an accusing finger at Mo Zixuan. Mo Zihan, you despicable wretch. I see you clearly now. Do you truly find this amusing? Let me tell you plainly, no matter what you do, Qiushi will love only me. You cannot steal my Qiushi. Chu Qiushi watched Xia Xiaobai's adorable, furious outburst. The girl's voice trembled with indignation, betraying her youthful charm. Xia Xiaobai felt genuine delight at having struck someone, but she had in fact mistaken Mo Zixuan for. Chu Qiushi gently tugged Xia Xiaobai's sleeve. Xiaobai, you. But Xia Xiaobai, flushed with shame and rage, pointed again at Mo Zixuan and unleashed a torrent of scathing invective. Mo Zihan is a vile scoundrel. His mind festers with depravity. I beg you, never befriend such a man. This morning in class I gave him a blistering tongue lashing. She recounted last night's encounter and this morning's confrontation with Mo Zihan. She embellished the tale with a flourish of self-aggrandizement. Chu Qiushi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You say Mo Zihan harassed you last night at the manor, and this morning you publicly berated him in class, then headbutted him so hard his forehead bled, sending him fleeing in disgrace. Don't believe me. Just look at his forehead. He's definitely injured. Xia Xiaobai's gaze settled upon Mo Zixuan's smiling brow. Ah, this morning I definitely bruised his forehead. Xiaobai, I'm absolutely certain you've mistaken him, Chu Qiushi murmured, covering her cheek with a delicate hand. The man standing before us is not Mo Zihan. Last night's harasser wasn't Mo Zihan either, but this impossibly thick-skinned Mo Zixuan beside me. Xia Xiaobai froze. Mo Zixuan. Yes, exactly. He's Mo Zihan's fraternal twin brother. So you scolded the wrong person this morning. You rebuked Mo Zihan himself. Xiaobai, I'm profoundly relieved Mo Zihan didn't tear you apart on the spot. Xia Xiaobai stammered, trembling as she pointed at the man who bore Mo Zihan's uncanny likeness. You're truly not Mo Zihan. No, I am Mo Zixuan, not Mo Zihan. Mo Zixuan wore an expression of sympathetic pity. Last night at the manor it was I who met you, not Mo Zihan. And this morning, we've never laid eyes on each other. You understand my meaning, don't you? My younger brother isn't one to spare a delicate flower. I guarantee, next time you meet him he'll rip you limb from limb. Xia Xiaobai thought I'm doomed. Xia Xiaobai nearly fainted on the spot, only saved by Chu Qiushi's swift embrace. Xiaobai, are you all right? Sweat beaded across Xia Xiaobai's brow as she scrutinized Mo Zixuan intently. Indeed, the two brothers bore an astonishing resemblance, yet their expressions betrayed stark differences. Mo Zihan, though strikingly handsome, wore a perpetual stoic mask, as if the world owed him coin. Mo Zixuan, equally handsome, smiled serenely even as she struck and cursed him, a roguish, self-assured grin that whispered heartbreaker. Xia Xiaobai managed a feeble smile. Nothing. Her laughter sounded like weeping. She'd just viciously berated Mo Zihan without cause, even splitting his skull. She silently thanked fate that Lao De Zhao Cheng and Zhou Qing had been present. Had she stood alone, her grave would already bear fresh grass. Chu Qiushi, perceiving her fear, gently patted her back. Don't fear, Xiaobai. So long as you stay by my side, I'll shield you completely. Xiaobai could only stare speechless. Mo Zishuan grinned. Be my girlfriend, and you'll instantly become Mo Zihan's sister-in-law. He'd never dare strike his own brother's wife. Consider it. Chu Qiushi sighed. I've told you, Xiaobai is male. Mo Zishuan shrugged. Spent 3 years in the UK. Gender fluidity doesn't faze me. Xiaobai thought his face is thicker than Zhao Cheng's. Yet she felt no levity. How could she remain perpetually at Qiushi's side? The three settled at the table. Mo Zishuan, effortlessly familiar, placed a handmade beef ball on Xiaobai's plate. Try this. It's hand-pounded authentic Linyao beef. Entirely artisanal. As he spoke, he flexed his arm. 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups. No breath lost. Xiaobai stared dumbfounded. All right. Does this man have any sense? Chu Qiushi rolled her eyes at Mo Zishuan. 3 years gone, and you haven't changed a bit. Mo Zishuan protested. How can you say I'm unchanged? Don't you see how handsomer I've grown? Back in England, friends called me the Maiden Slayer. Chu Qiushi snorted, more like Boy Slayer. Just as laughed, a youth descended the staircase with effortless grace, impeccably dressed in white suit trousers, black slacks, and a Johnny Jazz hat. A rose plucked from the garden rested between his teeth, a baseball bat was strapped across his back. He paused mid-descent, then his gaze locked onto Xiaobai's exquisite face. A radiant smile bloomed. This was the elder sister he dreamed of, yearned for day and night. Elder sister Xiaobai, I'm here. Chu Qiushi gasped. Mo Zishuan blinked, bewildered. Xiaobai recoiled inwardly. Don't come closer. Xiao, little brother-in-law. Chu Xiao leapt joyfully toward her. Xiaobai hesitated. Would letting him crash land injure her young? But Chu Qiushi stepped forward, intercepting him. His forehead collided squarely with her chest. Stunned, Chu Xiao wondered why his elder sister barred him from embracing elder sister Xiaobai. Chu Qiushi delivered a swift, precise chop to his skull. Chu Xiao crumpled, clutching his head, big eyes brimming with tears. Yet the moment he glimpsed Xiaobai, he sprang upright, feigning utter indifference. Not a scratch. Such trifles mean nothing to me, elder sister Xiaobai. He removed the rose from his mouth with practiced elegance. His right hand swept in a graceful arc, his right foot tapped lightly beside his left. His hands circled once more before he bowed deeply, torso inclining forward with flawless poise. He presented the rose to Xiaobai, every motion seamless, unmistakably honed by rigorous etiquette. Elder sister Xiaobai, this rose is mine, grown and nurtured by my own hands. May it please you. Xiaobai stared at the crimson bloom, symbol of love, her lips twitching faintly. Chapter 87. Chu Xiao's existential crisis. Chu Xiao cocked a charming eyebrow, accepted elder sister Xiaobai. Xiaobai glanced nervously at Chu Qiushi, her eyes pleading, this isn't my fault. Chu Qiushi shot Xiaobai a sharp, exasperated glance, then delivered another crisp chop to her foolish younger brother's head. You will not pursue Xiaobai. Chu Xiao clutched his head, wounded eyes fixed on Chu Qiushi. Elder sister, why forbid me from courting elder sister Xiaobai? She's exquisite. Marrying her would bring immense honor to our Chu family. Chu Qiushi crossed her arms, impatient. My word is final. Chu Xiao refused to yield. At least grant me a reason. She flicked his forehead with a fingertip. Truth be told, she wanted her brother to wed a lovely woman, but Xiaobai, absolutely forbidden. Reason? Simple. Xiaobai is male. She is your brother-in-law. Understand? Chu Xiao paused, then burst into raucous, incredulous laughter, slapping Xiaobai's pale arm. Elder sister Xiaobai, my sister claims you're male? How absurd. You're clearly a naturally soft, enchanting girl. Xiaobai's expression went blank. Meeting Chu Xiao's gaze, she declared with solemn gravity, I apologize, I am male. A true unyielding man. Chu Xiao froze, panic flashing across his face. Elder sister, you're not joking. Xiaobai remained impassive. No. Chu Qiushi, sipping cola, erupted into helpless laughter, especially seeing Xiaobai's unwavering sincerity. Had she not shared her bed, she might have believed it. Chu Xiao shot upright, incensed. How could such a stunning woman possibly be male? And your fiancé? Xiaobai glared at Chu Xiao, then turned to Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi understood instantly. Blushing faintly, her lips parted in a soft, natural pout. Her porcelain cheeks flushed rose pink, her eyes shimmered with quiet intensity. Even before her own brother being kissed stirred deep, tender shyness. Xiaobai brushed aside a strand of hair from Qiushi's brow, then pressed a light, fleeting kiss upon her lips. Only then did she turn to Chu Xiao, convinced now. Chu Qiushi added softly, Xiao, say nothing to mother or father. Especially him. Chu Xiao collapsed inwardly, saved only by Mo Zishuan's steadying grip. No need to despair. I'm still here. Mo Zishuan grinned, flashing immaculate teeth. Chu Xiao nearly swung a punch. Get off me, you queer. Mo Zishuan shrugged. And aren't you queer, trying to steal your sister's fiancé? Chu Xiao wept. Real tears, for the pure-hearted elder sister he'd adored now revealed as a captivating gender-fluid enigma. He flung the rose to the floor, then hesitated, bent and blew dust from its petals. Silently he sank into his seat, stealing glances at Xia Xiaobai, who exchanged tender, knowing looks with her elder sister. Xia Xiaobai sighed. Had she unwittingly shattered a young man's innocent heart? After the hot pot feast, all three were content. Xia Xiaobai, noting Chu Xiaoxiao's silence, asked gently, "Little brother-in-law, are you well?" She reached to stroke his hair. He jerked away, sulking, "Humph. Go cherish elder sister Qiushi. I need no pity." Chu Qiushi's brows furrowed lightly. "He's merely childish. I'm long accustomed." Chu Xiaoxiao ate a few bites, then retreated to his room, to ponder existence anew, wondering if elder brother Xiaobai might after all be quite appealing. That night, Mo Zixuan escorted Chu Xiaoxiao to a lively bar, an arrangement orchestrated by Chu Qiushi herself, who insisted Mo Zixuan take him out and covered every expense. Her intent was clear: to claim the villa undisturbed with Xia Xiaobai. Mo Zixuan initially balked. How could he flirt freely with a child tagging along? Yet upon hearing Chu Qiushi would foot the bill, he agreed instantly, declaring, "If not I, then who shall descend into hell?" Nearly earning a blow from Qiushi, Xia Xiaobai emerged from her bath ready to dress, only to find Chu Qiushi had laid out a fairy-like gown. "Wear this, Xiaobai." Xia Xiaobai sighed, accepting it. Roleplay was meant to rotate, yet somehow she always drew the part. Chu Qiushi traced Xia Xiaobai's bare shoulders. "Xiaobai, I swear your figure has blossomed wildly lately." Xia Xiaobai blushed faintly. "It's late blooming advantage, thank you very much." Habituated to changing before Qiushi, she slipped into the gown with unhurried grace. To her surprise, the dress was modest, not sheer or translucent, perfectly suited for public wear. Chu Qiushi took her hand, leading her to the villa's second-floor open-air balcony. "My father gifted this to me before university. I wore it only once. Xiaobai, you'll shine brighter than I ever." Xia Xiaobai twirled before the mirror, long waist-length hair cascading around her. Reflected there stood a celestial maiden, unadorned yet ethereal. An azure gown draped her transcendent form, slender snow-pale legs, bare skin luminous and flawless, beauty so profound it dimmed the mortal world. Chu Qiushi's eyes sparkled, drinking in the vision, almost too unreal. Unmade, unvarnished, Xia Xiaobai's long hair lent her an otherworldly aura. Beneath the moonlight, her delicate brows arched, her features exquisite, her crystalline gaze fixed upon Qiushi, raven tresses dancing. When she smiled, it was like galaxies spilling across the heavens, so breathtaking, so devastating, it stole breath and reason alike. Her cherry-soft lips parted. "Qiushi, do you find me beautiful?" Chu Qiushi faltered, suddenly achingly moved. "Xiaobai, can you dance? Will you dance for me?" Xia Xiaobai hesitated, then, confirmed by her inner system, offered Qiushi a radiant smile. "Of course." At that very moment, in the neighboring villa, Zhao Cheng Zhou, Qing Li Liang Tao Nana, and Mo Zixuan were celebrating. "Seriously, Zihan, you live alone in this mansion? Doesn't it feel hollow, lonely, cold? Move in with me." Zhao Cheng lifted an expensive bottle of imported liquor. Mo Zihan, intoxicated, stared again at the failed red interface on his screen, then hurled his newly purchased fruit knife violently to the floor. "I refuse." Recalling that morning's humiliation, he raged inwardly. Why am I bewitched by He couldn't fathom it, nor recall ever visiting England. To banish the torment, he'd invited Zhao Cheng and the others for barbecue. He retrieved a case of Budweiser from the fridge and ascended to the second-floor balcony. "Let's grill up there." Meanwhile, Tao Nana and Feng Xiaojing prepared ingredients in the kitchen. Tao Nana drooled. "Wow, the lobster's huge. Char-grilled, it'll be divine. Plus tiger prawns, flower crabs, premium steaks. Luxuries we rarely taste." The girls' mouths watered uncontrollably. Zhou Qing sighed. "Xiaobai should be here." Li Liang clapped his shoulder. "She's feasting on hot pot with her girlfriend. Far more blissful." Mo Zihan glanced at Zhou Qing and instinctively edged away. He cracked open a beer, downing it in 3 gulps, then opened another. His balcony held a permanent grill station. Just ignite the coals and begin. As crimson embers flared to life, everyone eagerly placed their ingredients over the heat. Zhao Cheng seized a shrimp the size of his forearm. "Damn. First time seeing real monster shrimp. I'm claiming it. No wonder it's Mo's place. We'd never afford such extravagance." Tao Nana nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Mozenpai is a true gentleman." Mo Zihan, several beers deep, leaned against the railing, his buzz rising. He tilted his head, gazing up at the star-strewn, cloudless night sky, bathed in silver moonlight. Silence reigned. No chatter, no traffic, only gentle wind and cicadas. Amid friends' laughter, he smiled faintly. Then a breeze carried a subtle, soothing fragrance that calmed his breath. It drifted from Chu Xiaoxiao's villa. Mo Zihan looked up and froze, utterly transfixed by the vision. Chu Qiushi looked at Xia Xiaobai in surprise, casually asking, "Xiaobai, can you really dance?" "Dancing in a white dress is no easy feat." Xia Xiaobai smiled sweetly at her, holding the delicate hem of her dress. "No problem at all." This was because the system had issued a new task. Task requirement: dance for Chu Qiushi. Task success: skill level increases from good to proficient. Task failure: no penalties. Standing on the platform in a fairy-like dress, Xia Xiaobai's long hair danced with the wind, her skin as pale As snow, her figure graceful and slender, as her delicate jade feet moved to the enchanting melody she sang. With a naturally beautiful face and a gentle smile, her lips slightly parted like flower petals, her teeth as white as snow. She took a few quick steps back and spun around swiftly. Chu Qiushi watched this scene, already captivated, her eyes sparkling. It turned out that her Xiaobai was also a dancer, and her dance moves were so graceful. Without professional training, her dance steps could not be so elegant and captivating. Even under the soft movements of Xiaobai's body, Chu Qiushi discovered she could unlock more poses. Holding a glass of wine, Chu Qiushi exclaimed, "Xiaobai, you dance so well, keep going." Her long hair flowed like a drifting wind, slightly messy. She lightly brushed her hair with her fingertips and smiled playfully. The night was serene, the moonlight brilliant, and even 1,000 stars could not compare to the smiling gaze in her eyes. That smile seemed to encompass all the beauty of the world, illuminating even the darkest night. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa, Mo Zihan watched this scene in disbelief. He gazed at the fairy dancing under the moonlight on the opposite balcony. Ethereal and graceful, she stood proudly, as if descended from the heavens, her skin as white as the moon above. The cold wind blew, causing her dress to flutter, and at times revealing her long, enchanting legs, mesmerizing anyone who caught sight of them. Her light and graceful figure resembled a white lotus blooming in the night. Accompanying her breathtaking dance was a captivating song softly hummed from the lips of the fairy, beautiful and tranquil. The lingering melody echoed, inviting a sense of deep serenity, as if transcending the mundane. Her voice seemed to cleanse all worldly noise, leaving only this celestial sound behind. Am I dreaming? How can such a beauty exist in this world? Mo Zihan shook his head to clear his mind. Yet the song lingered, and the beauty remained. The people around the barbecue also faintly heard that enchanting song, along with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. The first to react was Tao Nana, who stood beside Mo Zihan, gazing at the fairy dancing on the distant balcony. Her big eyes were filled with astonishment. "What a beautiful fairy! Entering a fairyland!" she exclaimed to the others. "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Jing, come quickly to see a beauty. Where is the beauty?" Hearing the word beauty, several young men rushed forward, their necks craning like giraffes. Sure enough, there was a graceful figure dancing in the distance. In the distance, the beautiful woman's white dress flowed with the wind, spinning and singing, her long, delicate legs dancing gracefully, accentuating her exquisite and captivating form. Zhaoqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's not just a beauty, that's simply a little fairy." Feng Xiaobai's bright eyes sparkled. "I bet even girls can't resist such a beauty." Zhou Qing looked at the beauty in the distance, feeling a sense of familiarity, but that didn't stop him from daydreaming. Li Liang commented, "Professional, absolutely professional." Mo Zihan put on his contact lenses to get a better look at the bowtie's face, but the dark clouds above obscured the moonlight, leaving him only with a faint outline. Though hazy, it still gave him a sense of breathtaking beauty, something he felt was familiar. Suddenly, Xia Xiaobai's face flashed in his mind, merging with the bowtie's face across from him, a stunning combination. The moonlight illuminated. It was a face so stunning it could take one's breath away, her snow-white skin brushed with a faint glow from the moon. Beneath her dark brows were a pair of clear flowing eyes, and her exquisite nose exuded an innate purity, with lips like cherry blossoms, rosy and translucent. Mo Zihan was dumbfounded, absolutely impossible. He glanced around, noticing a bucket of water nearby, and buried his head in it to clear his mind. What made him anxious was that the fairy dancing under the moon had already vanished, and the pleasant fragrance that had calmed him dissipated with the wind. Was what I just saw merely an illusion? Am I drunk? Yet listening to the discussions of the others, he realized that the scene he had witnessed was not an illusion. Oh no, it's already over so soon, what a pity, what a pity. She was truly beautiful, especially her elegant dance, and the wonderful song, everything was so perfect. Mo Zihan felt somewhat unwilling as he looked at the villa belonging to Chu Qiushi. Could that fairy just now be Chu Qiushi? No way. He had known Chu Qiushi for a long time. If it were her, Mo Zihan would recognize her immediately. He would never believe that the enchanting figure was the female Xia Xiaobai. It must be that he was disgusted by Xia Xiaobai this morning, leading to daydreams at night. Mo Zihan looked at the opposite side, deciding to go check it out, and immediately headed downstairs. Chu Qiushi clapped her hands in delight, admiring the beauty of the dance. Perhaps she had danced too long, as Xia Xiaobai was already sweating, her snow-white skin glistening even more under the beads of sweat. Feeling the night breeze's baptism, she couldn't help but feel a bit chilly. Her naturally beautiful face, free of makeup, wore a sweet smile. "Qiushi, did I dance well?" At first, Xia Xiaobai was a bit afraid of not dancing well, but as she tried, everything flowed naturally, as if it was meant to be. Chu Qiuxi's stunning face was filled with a blissful smile. "Xiaobai, your dance is so beautiful. Not only is your singing lovely, your dancing is also top-notch. No wonder I, Chu Qiushi, have my eyes on you." Suddenly, Chu Qiuxi's gaze fixated on Xia Xiaobai's long, beautiful legs. Her delicate feet were as white as jade, small and exquisite. Xia Xiaobai blushed at being stared at, and shrank back slightly, a hint of crimson appearing on her face. Glancing at Chu Qiushi, there was a touch of shy sweetness in her eyes, her pearl-like teeth parting slightly. Choshi, let's go back to the room. Be careful not to be spied on. Choshi looked up as well. Sorry, I couldn't help it. And she attempted to Princess carry Xia Xiaobai. This was her first time doing so, as it was usually Xia Xiaobai who carried her. Although Xia Xiaobai was slender and light, she still had a tall stature of 1.70 meters. It was still somewhat strenuous for Choshi, who playfully pouted. If I can't even carry my own woman, then I, Choshi, am unworthy of loving you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Even if I fall, it will be my pain. However, she did not enjoy Chu Kyux's princess carry. It only made her feel embarrassed. Thinking about how it would look if a big man was being pampered like this by a beautiful girl was quite a humorous scene. The two returned to the room. Xia Xiaobai looked at the room's decor, knowing it was truly a rich woman's room. Just the bedroom was larger than the hall of her own home. An oversized soft bed was accompanied by a vanity table, a luxurious chandelier above, and 2 large wardrobes. Not far away stood a sleek black piano, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the night outside. Choshi could no longer contain herself, her stunning face revealing a hint of a lovesick grin. Little fairy, even if you scream your heart out tonight, no one will disturb us. This skirt of Chio, she must be very expensive. She couldn't care less, already planning to capture that dancing girl when she saw her perform. Xia Xiaobai lightly bit her cherry lips, her pair of ice crystal-like eyes revealing a shy gaze. She pouted her alluring red lips like a wild cat. The fairy in the white dress before her was her target for the night. The scene shifted. Upon seeing Mo Zihan heading to the other side of the villa to find that dancing fairy, others followed him eagerly. Mo Zihan climbed over the courtyard of Chio's villa, thinking of knocking on the door, but deciding to try climbing up instead. Transforming into Spider-Man, he quickly scaled the open-air balcony on the 2nd floor. A few girls exclaimed, "That's too dangerous." Zhao Qing chuckled, "Watch me." And like a monkey, he climbed up effortlessly. Zhou Qing and Li Liang followed closely behind. The girls looked at them with concern. "Be careful. Zhou Qing, you're in poor health, just forget it." Zhou Qing almost stumbled and fell, glaring fiercely at Tao Nana. However, by the time they climbed up to the balcony, it was already empty. The air was only filled with a faint, lingering fragrance. Zhao Qing scratched his head, saying, "If I had known to come here earlier, I might have gotten that little fairy's WeChat." Li Liang chuckled at that time. "You were all completely enchanted." Zhou Qing complained, "What a blunder." The group reluctantly wandered around a few circles, but couldn't find anything. On the ground lay a girl's shoe, which Zhao Qing secretly picked up, pretending nothing had happened. Just then they seemed to hear some strange noises, like girls playfully teasing each other. Dang! Mo Zihan was bewildered. Did Chu Xiao bring a girl home? This guy had been bragging recently about knowing a stunning older sister. Mo Zihan sighed helplessly at this thought. Even Chu Xiao had a girlfriend, but he did not. The only girl he pursued was taken away by a delicate man. Seeing the lewd expressions of the others, Mo Zihan said helplessly, let's go, what's so interesting?" After a round of barbecue, everyone stumbled back to the villa's hall, drunkenly collapsing and falling into a deep sleep. Mo Zihan listened as Li Liang and Zhao Qing snored. After drinking a few cans of beer, he lay on the sofa and slowly drifted into a dream. In the dream, it seemed he woke up. A strong light flashed, and Mo Zihan squinted his eyes. After a moment, he fully opened his eyes, and the scene before him nearly made him leap up. A fairy in a dress as white as snow danced gracefully in an endless garden with butterflies around her, adding an ethereal beauty. The fairy walked gracefully to his side and sat down, her skin radiant and fragrant. The fairy smiled sweetly, elegantly taking out a wine glass filled to the brim. With her snow-white jade hand, she offered the wine glass to him, her ice crystal-like eyes signaling Mo Zihan to drink. Mo Zihan didn't think much and drank it down. The wine had a faint cherry blossom sweetness, like the finest wine in the world. Wait, why does this little fairy look so familiar? Mo Zihan carefully scrutinized the fairy in the white dress. Her watery eyes and charming smile were also earnestly examining him. Do we know each other? Mo Zihan couldn't help but ask. The little fairy revealed a mournful expression. Zihan, can't you really recognize who I am? We've known each other for a long time. It's me, Xia Xiaobai. Mo Zihan froze, realizing that the fairy was Xia Xiaobai. The dream suddenly showed signs of breaking down. The fairy's long black hair transformed into short hair, and her dress changed into everyday clothing. The only thing that remained unchanged was her still perfect and exquisite face. It was indeed Xia Xiaobai. Suddenly, Mo Zihan's vision went dark, and the dream completely collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. The blinding sunlight made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes, as something was rubbing against his foot. Mo Zihan covered his forehead and shook his head, barely managing to open his eyes. It was a tabby cat that was rubbing against his foot. This was the stray cat he encountered at the academy. Every time he passed by, it would follow him. Seeing how cute it was, Mo Zihan took it in at the villa. After all being single for so long, having a cat for company is quite nice. Meow. Meow meow. The tabby cat looked up at him and called out, its 2 big round black eyes sparkling. Mo Zihan was about to get up to feed it some cat food when he suddenly felt something heavy. Looking down, he found Zhao Cheng hugging his waist, mumbling, "Fairy sister, you're so beautiful, let me kiss you." Mo Zihan immediately remembered the fairy he saw dancing next door last night. After returning to the villa and drinking a lot of alcohol, he saw her in a vast garden. And the little fairy had finally said she was Xia Xiaobai. A chill surged in Mo Zihan's heart as he realized he had dreamed about Xia Xiaobai. Heavens, just spare me. He kicked Zhao Qing away. Zhao Qing. Just now he had encountered that little fairy in his dream again. Before he could even make a move, he inexplicably fell off the sofa and woke up. Zhao Qing's commotion also startled the others. Tao Nana yawned with her cherry lips and playfully punched Zhao Cheng with a soft fist. I finally prepared to snuggle with the fairy sister, and then you woke me up. Zhao Cheng was stunned. Did you also dream of the little fairy dancing last night? Mo Zihan stood in the bathroom, quickly turning on the cold water to wash his head. Calm down, calm down. After showering, Mo Zihan, feeling somewhat lifeless, kept calling the tabby cat over for some cat food. He didn't want to move anymore. Today he had even scheduled to get the tabby cat neutered and vaccinated. In the end, he might consider letting it live naturally. After greeting him, everyone left. Mo Zihan lounged for nearly an hour before finally getting up to eat the leftover pizza from last night, which was somewhat cold and tasteless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa, it was a completely different story. Two beautiful women snuggled together, the summer morning light shining on them, their skin shimmering with a glowing radiance, adding a warm atmosphere to the room. The scene before him seemed to sketch out the most beautiful picture from a fairy tale world. Half an hour later, the two beauties had already woken up. After playfully teasing each other, they finally got up to wash up. Xia Xiaobai laughed while eating the delicious breakfast made by Chu Qiu. It's really getting better and better. Chu Qiu, she teased back. Are you talking about the breakfast or me? Xia Xiaobai smiled sweetly. Qiu, she is the most delicious. As the two walked out of the villa, Mo Zixian and Chu Xiao hadn't returned yet. They wondered where the two guys had gone. Both of their phones were unreachable, and Chu Qiu, she felt a bit worried. Xia Xiaobai reassured her two boys, especially someone as big as Mo Zixian, won't be in any danger. Perhaps their phones just ran out of battery. Chu Qiu, she nodded. As soon as they stepped out, they encountered Mo Zihan coming out with a tabby cat in his arms. However, his spirit seemed off, completely lacking his usual aloof aura. Chu Qiu, she linked her arm with Xia Xiaobai's and generously greeted him. Good morning, Mo Zihan, you look a bit weak. Xia Xiaobai was quite scared and wanted to hide to the side. Qiu, she. He will bully me. Chu Qiu, she chuckled. With me here, he doesn't dare to lay a finger on you. I won't let him off easily. Mo Zihan also raised his eyes, preparing to greet Chu Qiu, she. But when he saw that familiar, pitiful figure, he froze in place. How could Xia Xiaobai be here? Mo Zihan froze, utterly stunned. How had he run into Xia Xiaobai here? Just seeing her beautiful face brought back the mortifying incident with his trousers that morning. Gigi, good morning. He stammered, forcing a greeting. Both Xia Xiaobai and Chu Qiushi sensed something peculiar about Mo Zihan, yet neither could fathom what it was. At that moment, the tabby cat Mo Zihan held, destined for neutering, let out a soft, plaintive meow. Meow directed at Xia Xiaobai. She instantly recognized it wasn't this the very female kitten she'd brought back to her dorm after her last heartbreak. Xia Xiaobai reached out instinctively to stroke the cat, but hesitated, wary of Mo Zihan. Mo Zihan, why on earth are you keeping a cat? Chu Qiushi asked, puzzled. As far as I recall, you've never shown any fondness for pets. Mo Zihan flushed awkwardly. He couldn't possibly admit that losing her to a flamboyant rival had left him deeply unsettled. He'd taken up cat keeping in an attempt to soothe his simmering frustration. I suppose I do enjoy them occasionally. I'm taking this one to the veterinary clinic. To the vet. Is it injured, Oi? Xia Xiaobai asked, voice taut with concern. Mo Zihan was momentarily entranced by Xia Xiaobai's tender, anxious expression, especially those lovely eyes clouded with worry. Hastily he shook his head. No, it's not injured. I'm just taking it in for neutering. Removing its testicles. Xia Xiaobai blinked, dumbfounded. Neutering. Removing its testicles. A surge of indignation flushed across her delicate features. But it's a female cat. Even if it were male, you'd have no right to subject it to such a procedure, she retorted fiercely. Do you have any idea how devastating it would be for a tomcat to lose the very essence of his masculinity? Have you ever considered the poor creature's feelings? Her voice rose with each word until in a sudden burst of emotion, she snatched the tabby from Mo Zihan's arms. Mo Zihan protested. It's clearly a tomcat. I know it is. Granted, it's young, but its testicles are plainly visible. Both Chu Qiushi and Xia Xiaobai leaned in, intently scrutinizing the kitten, so closely they nearly reached for a magnifying glass. After careful inspection, they reluctantly confirmed that the kitten was indeed a young tomcat. The tabby cat sat silently, its inner turmoil roaring like a stampede of wild horses. Xia Xiaobai's expression softened into tender sorrow. Then you absolutely must not neuter it. You have no right whatsoever to deprive it of its wholeness as a tomcat. She gently stroked the kitten's fluffy back. Meow. Mo Zihan and Chu Qiushi exchanged bows. They couldn't comprehend why Xia Xiaobai was so impassioned. After all, neutering stray cats was standard practice. Mo Zihan sighed helplessly. Neutering strays is the most effective way to control their population. It's done worldwide. and widely accepted as responsible care. Chu Chioshi added, neutering prevents uncontrolled breeding among stray cats. Without intervention, their numbers would explode unchecked, flooding streets with more and more strays, which would only worsen the problem. Please just hand it back to Mo Zihan, so he can take it in. Xia Xiaobai bit her lower lip tightly. You may understand other things, but this is non-negotiable. I've already cared for it. Chioshi, let's adopt it. Then it won't be a stray anymore. Chu Chioshi, touched by her affection for the little tabby, softly stroked its downy back. Fine, fine. If Xiaobai loves it, then it's settled. After all, we've already adopted one stunning beauty. What's one more cat? Mo Zihan inwardly groaned. Excuse me. I've already adopted this cat. Could you at least ask for my consent? He reached out to pet the tabby, only for it to instantly arch its back, bare its tiny claws, and swipe aggressive. Hey, don't forget, I've been feeding you premium kibble and dried fish for days. The tabby merely gave a soft meow, then nuzzled contentedly against Xia Xiaobai's chest. Xia Xiaobai lifted the kitten high. Don't worry. I promise no one will ever neuter you while I'm around. She set it down gently in the villa's courtyard and patted its small head. Be good, don't wander off. I'll come fetch you tonight. Meow meow. Mo Zihan muttered, ahem, that cat is mine, you know. Chu Chioshi smiled sweetly at him. We know you're a kind soul. You won't mind at all. We'll take it off your hands. Come on, Xiaobai, don't forget what today is. Xia Xiaobai glanced at Mo Zihan apologetically. Had she offended him again? Back at campus, the long-awaited joint beauty intellect pageant, co-hosted by the College of Liberal Arts and the College of Science, was about to begin. It marked the final day of the semester. Tomorrow summer vacation would commence. Students bustled about, transforming the venue into a vibrant stage. Onlookers gathered in clusters, eagerly debating their favorite beauties. I heard the College of Science has unearthed a true goddess, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with over 10 million followers online. Uffed. Chu Chioshi, our college's top beauty, is still incomparably radiant. Of course, Chu is stunning, but this competition demands more than mere ornamentation. Now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. Chu Chioshi bristled inwardly. She'd rather be struck by lightning than be called a mere vase. After all, raised under her mother's elite education, she was a prodigy scholar from childhood: piano at 5, dance at 6, etiquette at 7, ancient music at 8, and by 9 she was already enrolled in rigorous academic enrichment programs. Xia Xiaobai tugged gently at her sleeve. Let it go, let it go. Pouting, Chu Chioshi pressed her cheeks together and leaned into Xia Xiaobai's shoulder, playfully sulking. Xiaobai, I'm not competing, but you must uphold your girlfriend's honor tonight. Crush that Lu Yiran utterly. Xia Xiaobai blinked. Crush. She swallowed hard. Truth be told, she felt no confidence at all. Unless, of course, the contest were held in bed. Then victory would be assured. Back in class, Zhao Qing and the other boys were already deep in animated saliva-flecked debate. For tonight's pageant, every male student seemed ravenous, like wolves scenting prey. I heard the freshman department's reigning beauty is performing a swimsuit routine. I've even secured her measurements: height, leg length, bust, waist, hip ratios. Zhao Qing scanned the notes and gasped. Whoa. I get exactly why she dared pull off a swimsuit act. That physique is nothing short of spectacular. Melons. I've wagered my entire fortune on Xiaobai. She will win. If she doesn't, I'll personally throttle every judge for their blindness. As Xia Xiaobai entered town, Nana lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Xia Xiaobai's porcelain-smooth forearm and nestling close. By the way, Xiaobai, what's your performance tonight? Please tell me you haven't left it till the last minute. In truth, Xia Xiaobai had prepared long ago. She would perform on the guqin. Dancing might have been equally impressive, but displaying her body before such a crowd remained beyond her comfort zone. With the guqin, she could sit gracefully, fingers dancing across strings, voice weaving melody, effortless elegance. Xia Xiaobai gazed at Tao Nana's radiant smile and said softly, I'll be playing the guqin. Tao Nana clasped her hands together, eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaobai, you play ancient music? Xia Xiaobai nodded modestly. I manage well enough. Tao Nana paused thoughtfully. I've heard the Science College's top beauty is also performing on piano. I watched her Billy videos. Her technique is truly exceptional. She even earned second place in an international university piano competition. Gorgeous and gifted. Zhao Qing interjected. I think Xiaobai should go full JK. Perform that Futhan swing dance routine. Xia Xiaobai shot them a wry, exasperated glance. Dream on. Zhou Qing chuckled warmly. Whatever Xiaobai chooses, I'll support her unconditionally. I'm her most devoted fan. Zhao Qing rolled his eyes, more like her most devoted lapdog. Zhou Qing rolled up his sleeves. Care to settle that with fists? Soon evening fell, and the orange sunset bathed the entire academy in a golden hue. It was breathtakingly beautiful, stunningly radiant. The fiery clouds enveloped the western horizon, gradually retreating until they seemed to stretch to the very edge of the sky, enhancing the beauty of the setting sun. This summer's holiday party was exceptionally lively. Outside the academy, the place was ablaze with lights, filled with groups of students from the academy. This beauty pageant was being held at the College of Arts. Thus, students from the College of Science could also come over to participate in the social gathering. Xia Xiaobai sat in the makeup room, troubled by the fact that Zhao Cheng and the others had seen her in women's clothing before. If they recognized her as Xiaobaihe, it would be disastrous, as she had worn tights that day. Moreover, the photos of her in tights had been uploaded to the Academy forum, and Zhao Cheng and his friends had been staring at those photos that night. Xia Xiaobai felt quite nauseated, but couldn't stop it. If they found out that the legs in the photos were indeed hers, Xia Xiaobai, would they not let their primal instincts take over and tie her up in the dormitory for? Well, you know, Qiushi, when you do my makeup later, remember to make it heavy, so those guys won't recognize me, as Xia Xiaobai said. Chu Qiushi looked at her disapprovingly. Your face is so smooth and beautiful, heavy makeup would be a desecration to your features. Don't worry, I'll give you a peach blossom makeup that will ensure they don't notice anything amiss. Paired with beautiful contact lenses and hairstyle, you'll definitely look like a fairy. Xia Xiaobai had not been a stranger to being Chu Qiuzai's personal doll for makeup before. In less than 40 minutes, Xia Xiaobai's peach blossom makeup was completed. She looked at herself in the mirror somewhat astonished. Her already beautiful face was adorned with a faint peach blossom pink, with a delicate blooming peach blossom drawn on the left corner of her eye. Her eyes sparkled like ice crystals, her willow leaf eyebrows were perfectly shaped, and her hair, as smooth as silk, cascaded down her shoulders, elegantly held in place by a translucent jade hairpin. To make her chest appear larger, Chu Qiu, she had even helped her pat it to a C cup. Chu Qiu, she helped Xia Xiaobai stand up. Indeed, my Xiaobai is beautiful no matter how she is made up, she is simply the fairy in my heart. Xiaobai, can you give me a beautiful smile? Xia Xiaobai slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her blinked smile transformed her from a stunning beauty into an ethereal fairy. Chu Qiu, she almost couldn't resist planting a strawberry on her face, but ultimately held back. After all, they would be competing soon, and ruining her makeup wouldn't be good. Xiaobai, after the competition you will be at my service in this outfit, Xia Xiaobai thought. Why was it always her plan? Chu Qiu, she took out a set of light blue Song Dynasty dress adorned with beautiful cranes and peach blossoms for Xia Xiaobai. Put it on her, it should fit perfectly as I custom made it for your height. Xia Xiaobai, holding the dress, tried to head to the changing room, but was pulled back by Chu Qiushi. It's just the two of us here, you can change right in front of me. A blush crept onto Xia Xiaobai's exquisite face. As her eyes flickered, she bit her red lip shyly, making Chu Qiuzai's heart race. Hurry up, Xiaobai, I want to see you looking stunning. Xia Xiaobai's long, delicate hands shyly rested on the dress as she slowly began to undress. Her fragrant shoulders, collarbones, and jade arms slowly revealed themselves to Chu Qiuzai's eyes. A hint of allure surfaced in her ice crystal-like eyes, reminiscent of a fairy who had inadvertently fallen into the mortal realm, dusted with a hint of worldly charm. Chu Qiu, she nuzzled her little nose against her body, and the delicate skin of Xia Xiaobai subtly exuded a sweet fragrance akin to gardenias. Soft and tender. Inhaling the fragrant scent, hearts fluttered. After a few minutes, the two slowly parted, and Xia Xiaobai had already changed into the light blue dress. Chu Qiu, she with a beautiful blush flashed her a sweet smile and licked her alluring red lips. The Song Dynasty was one of the most romantic eras in Chinese history, giving birth to countless romantic poems, and its clothing was incredibly beautiful and elegant. Xia Xiaobai twirled around. The fabric was undoubtedly top-notch, feeling incredibly smooth against her skin. They checked the time and saw it was already 6:30 in the evening. Xiaobai, let's go, Chu Qiu, she said, pulling Xia Xiaobai along. To maintain Xia Xiaobai's air of mystery, she tossed her a veil. It had to be removed at the competition to truly astonish everyone. As Chu Qiu, she was part of the student council, she quickly kissed Xia Xiaobai's tender, luscious lips and hurriedly left. Xiaobai, I'm leaving now, I'll cheer for you during the competition. Oneji. Xia Xiaobai walked alone in the academy. Today was a beautiful day with clear skies and a gentle breeze. However, wearing a wig was a bit stuffy, so she directly changed to a hairstyle that looked exactly the same. The system's hairstyle modification was truly made of real hair, smooth and glossy to the touch. As dark as ink. The moonlight was brilliant, the stars twinkled, and the night breeze was cool. Along the way, Xia Xiaobai's nearly perfect figure, surrounded by a faint skin scent, drew countless glances. Wow, what an amazing figure. I could play with those legs for a lifetime. Her skin is so white, it's not an exaggeration to say it's like frost competing with snow, a few girls said enviously. However, to everyone's disappointment, this beautiful girl in the song dress was wearing a veil obscuring her features. The hem of her skirt fluttered in the breeze, revealing her long, smooth legs enough to keep the boys fantasizing all night. At that moment, several familiar figures surrounded Tao Nana. Wow, I didn't expect Nana to look so beautiful with makeup. Tao Beauty, will you have time to drink with me after the party? Hey fat guy, how dare you ask Tao Goddess out? I'm Zhao Gongzi, and I want back down. If I only have Xiaobai Goddess in my heart. This group of people was no one else. It was indeed Tao Nana, Zhao Cheng, Fatty Feng Feng Xiaojing, and Li Liang, along with a dozen others, some from different classes. Today, Tao Nana was also participating in the competition and was dressed very beautifully. She performed a dance called Hong Zhao Yuan in an ancient style, wearing a red Han dress. One couldn't deny that well-dressed Tao Nana was indeed beautiful, but compared to beauties like Chu Qiu, Shishi was still somewhat lacking, especially in terms of height and figure. Tao Nana was only 5 feet 5 inches tall. Although her snow-white legs were slender and straight, and her waist was slim, her skin was fair. However, her chest was disappointingly flat. Even with padding, only a slight curve of a B cup could be seen. Zhao Qing looked at the beautifully dressed Tao Nana and said, "Tao Beauty, just agree to my travel invitation. Don't you want to explore poetry and the distant lands? Even though you are a bit flat, as the saying goes, if the chest is not flat, how can the world be flat? I love Princess Taiping and such." Hearing Zhao Qing's words, Tao Nana's forehead twitched with anger, and she raised her delicate fist to smash it onto his head. "You are the Princess Taiping. Well, I am just delayed in development. I will catch up eventually, humph." Zhao Qing in pain still tried to please her, showing incredible patience toward beauties. "Tao Beauty, I truly don't mind." Tao Nana glared at him fiercely with her big eyes. "If you don't want to die, get away from me. Don't let your drool fall on my dress. It's precious." After a sigh, she added, "Sigh, I wonder how Xiao Bai is doing in her dress. Oh, will she chicken out at the last moment?" Zhou Qing patted his chest and said, "No problem. The school beauty has said that Xiao Bai's dress and makeup are all prepared. Hey, look. What a sexy back." One of the boys pointed at a tall, slender silhouette not far away. "And it smells so good. Can you smell that elegant fragrance?" Everyone turned their gaze and saw a tall beauty with waist-length hair standing under the sunset. All eyes turned toward a graceful silhouette standing beneath the moonlight, bathed in its silvery radiance. Clad in a pale azure silk gown, she stood like a solitary serene blue lotus under the lunar glow. The breeze lifted her hem, evoking an ethereal dreamlike beauty. Wow, what an exquisite figure. Her legs must be over a meter long. I could cherish them for a lifetime. Look at that slender waist, and those perfectly curved hips. I'd hesitate even to hold her too tightly. Hey, she'd have to let you hold her first. Watch me go charm her." Zhao Qing chuckled slyly. "I'm utterly smitten. This physique is intoxicating." Feng the Fat remained silent for a moment, then remarked dryly, "Must you all behave so vulgarly? Show some gentlemanly decorum. Haven't you heard of the back view illusion? The more perfect the back view, the greater the disappointment when one sees the front. The higher the expectation, the deeper the fall." Zhou Qing, Zhao Qing, and Tao Nana paused, struck by the unexpected wisdom in his words. Zhao Qing halted mid-step. Tao Nana rested her chin on her palm and mused, "But honestly, under dim light such a form needs no face at all. Don't you sense her fragrance?" Zhou Qing suggested, "Shall we approach together? Even if she turns out to be plain, it won't be awkward." All nodded and crept forward with quiet reverence toward that luminous silhouette. Xiao Bai sighed, softly tossing a pebble into the lake, then stretched languidly. At that very moment, she sensed faint furtive murmurs behind her. She whirled around swiftly. Her raven-black tresses unfurled like ink spilled across wind, releasing a delicate, lingering fragrance. The group behind her stood entranced, intoxicated by the scent of her silken hair. So fragrant, so utterly enchanting. It's as if one stands amid an endless sea of gardenias. Yet as they strained to glimpse her face, a delicate veil obscured all but half, a mystery veiled in elegance. Still they beheld her eyes, twin pools of crystalline ice, clear, ethereal, holding within them the tranquil brilliance of a full moon, and beside each eye bloomed a faint, delicate cherry blossom, lending her an aura of quiet, unassailable beauty. Her figure was lithe and statuesque, her Song dynasty-style gown draping her tall frame with effortless grace, as though woven by heaven itself solely to awe the world. A vision truly divine. Those eyes so radiant. If this young lady isn't breathtakingly beautiful, I'll eat my own words on live stream. Feng the Fat finally revealed his true nature, drooling unabashedly. Zhao Qing rubbed his palms together and grinned. "Miss, would you care to make friends?" Zhou Qing shoved him aside. "Hey, have some respect for order." Li Liang extended a hand with feigned gallantry. "Would you honor me with a shared cup?" Tao Nana, shedding all pretense, declared boldly, "May I lean close? I'm fearless." Xiao Bai watched their clamorous advances, amused, or simply speechless. "Have none of you ever seen a woman before? I dare court her myself." At the familiar voice, neither wholly male nor female, the group froze in surprise. Tao Nana's lips parted in disbelief. "Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai lifted her veil. No one else was. Her companions stood utterly stunned. Her refined porcelain-like visage bore a subtle plum-blossom makeup. Her crystalline eyes shimmered with both warmth and mischief, veiled softly, as mist over still water. Her petite lips glistened dewy and lustrous. So beautiful. Tao Nana scarcely had time to utter thanks before rising onto her toes to press her cheek against Xiao Bai's flawless face. A whisper of fragrant hair brushed Tao Nana's skin, sending shivers through her. "Xiao Bai, I swear, you are the most exquisite woman I've ever beheld. Xiao Bai, would you spar with swords? I feel certain I could handle you, even in skirts." Xiao Bai savored Tao Nana's affectionate closeness, gently stroking her crown with a slender jade-like hand. Being embraced by a maiden of such grace was pure bliss. Yet Zhao Qing's remark nearly made her leap up and kick him into oblivion. How dare he even entertain such a thought about her? Xia Xiaobai. Zhou Qing, already spellbound, gazed at her with rapt, longing eyes. Xia Xiaobai instinctively stepped back, unsettled by his unguarded intensity. Zhou Qing, you already have a fiancé. What kind of fantasy is that? Zi Xian is such a fine young woman. If you betray her, our senior brother will make you regret it dearly. Li Liang assumed a stern posture, reprimanding Zhou Qing with solemn authority. Zhou Qing, Xiaobai is right. With a fiancé, devote yourself fully to her. No more fleeting infatuations. Xia Xiaobai nodded in firm agreement. Truly their leader possessed unwavering integrity. Yet, after finishing his scolding, Li Liang turned to her with a mischievous grin. Xiaobai, will you visit my home after summer break? You once said you'd never seen snow. I'll show you the breathtaking northern landscapes of Huaxia. Thousands of miles locked in ice, 10,000 leagues draped in drifting snow. Xia Xiaobai's lips twitched faintly, her luminous eyes fixed upon him with exasperated fondness. Senior brother, don't tell me you have a girlfriend too. Just then Zhao Feifei sent a WeChat message to Tao Nana, exchanging a few quick lines. Yes, Xiaobai is right here beside me. Understood. See you soon. Tao Nana lowered her phone and announced the talent and beauty contest is about to begin. We'll head backstage where instructor Zhao Feifei awaits. Truth be told, Xia Xiaobai felt a quiet apprehension toward Zhao Feifei. She was, after all, the undisputed queen of mischief. A sudden suspicion crossed her mind. Had Tao Nana already been recruited, vetted, and accepted by Zhao Feifei? They'd always been cordial. Even Tao Nana's election as class president had followed Zhao Feifei's emphatic endorsement. Could there be something unspoken, some hidden arrangement? Upon reaching the backstage area, Xia Xiaobai quietly readjusted her veil. The space teemed with contestants. Yet every gaze converged upon one figure, a girl of extraordinary elegance and poise. She wore a pristine white dress crafted from high-end gauzy silk, its snowy surface shimmering with delicate silver iridescence, accentuating the graceful curve of her waist and hips. Her styling was thoroughly modern, fitting as her performance would feature contemporary piano. Her features were undeniably exquisite, cascading chestnut hair, framing a delicate heart-shaped face with perfectly balanced, harmonious proportions. That's Lu Iran, just as stunning as rumored. No wonder she commands millions of followers online. Xiaobai, look, her dress and heels are all luxury brands. Tao Nana whispered, eyes wide with envy. Every contestant tonight was renowned for her beauty within the academy. Yet beside Lu Iran's regal presence and refined allure, each seemed subtly eclipsed. A professional crew hovered nearby, broadcasting her live on the Douyin livestream platform. Whoa, Iran goddess looks absolutely radiant tonight. Heard she's competing in 2 colleges' talent contests tonight. Our Iran is guaranteed first place. Is it the Arts College and the Science College? I hear the Arts College is brimming with beauties. Exactly. That viral moonlit immortal rumor. She's from the Arts College. I've seen the video. She's nothing short of celestial. Lu Iran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She'd watched the clip, and the woman's unearthly beauty stirred a rare pang of envy. Have any of you actually seen the moonlit immortal in person? Right? Online beauties often crumble under daylight, like when Wan. Absolutely. Our Iran has graced countless live meetups. Her beauty is peerless, proven, and undeniable. A faint self-satisfied smile touched Lu Iran's lips. Frankly, she doubted such perfection could exist in reality. If she did, then she'd be the one offering devotion. With languid grace, she rose to greet her fans, then closed the livestream. As she turned, her gaze met Xia Xiaobai's entering backstage. Both women paused, startled. What a stunning young woman. What breathtaking eyes. Wow, she is as beautiful as rumored. Some girls from the literature college began to compliment each other with a hint of insecurity. Meanwhile, the girls from the science college wore proud expressions. Didn't you say that there are many beauties in your literature college? I think they're just average. None can compare to the beauties of our science college. The girls from the literature college were, of course, unconvinced. Haha, our senior Chio, she is much prettier than your Lu Iran. That's right, senior Chio, she is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, with a figure that's top-notch, or I've seen her 36D. The beautiful girls from the science college showed expressions of disbelief. No matter how you boast, where is she? We need to see her in person to know if she's really that good. The girls from the literature college's faces flushed with embarrassment. Senior Chio, she is too busy to attend the competition. The girls from the science college smirked in disdain. I think she's just afraid to come, as she might be an ugly duckling. Shut up. Suddenly, a graceful figure in an ancient-style song dress stood in front of the girl who insulted Chioshi. Her ice-like eyes sparkled with intelligence, exuding a sense of beauty that overshadowed everything around her. In my eyes, Chioshi is the most beautiful girl in the world. Ooh, I demand an apology. Her voice was as clear as silver bells, yet it rang cold like a bell blown by the chilly wind. The girls backstage were also captivated by the sudden appearance of the girl in the song dress. She was tall, with a curvy figure, her soft breasts standing like mountains, and a slim waist with long, graceful limbs. Under the lights, her skin was snowy and radiant with delicate collarbones and fragrant shoulders emitting an alluring sheen. However, they were disappointed to see that she was veiled, revealing only a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes filled with cleverness. Who is this girl in the green song dress? Her figure is amazing, so tall. Look at her eyes, they're so beautiful, like ice crystals, almost like glass. The girls from the literature college felt secretly pleased that the girl who insulted Chio, she was countered, but they could not recognize who this girl in the song dress was. Who is she? From our college. That shouldn't be. I've seen all the girls with great figures in the college records. She was definitely Xia Xiaobai. She absolutely could not tolerate anyone insulting Chio. She, the girl who called Chio, she an ugly duckling, was only about 1.50 meters tall, a whole head shorter than Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai looked down at her with a cold gaze, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure to the girl. Even with half her face covered by a veil, the girl was still rendered speechless by her beauty. I. Just then Lu Yiran stepped in between the two, carefully scrutinizing the girl in the song dress. Although she could only see her eyes, she had a premonition that the girl was definitely a beauty. Lu Yiran smiled faintly. It seems she is from our college. I apologize on her behalf to Chu Chioshi. However, I sincerely hope you can unveil yourself during the competition so that everyone can see your charm. After saying that, Lu Yiran threw a proud glance at Xia Xiaobai, whether it was flirtatious or provocative, flicking her hair. She led the girl who was moved to tears back to the science college's position. At this moment, Zhao Feifei approached and clapped her hands. Alright, the competition is starting. Everyone get ready. Xiaobai, come here. Her beautiful eyes looked meaningfully at Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai suddenly felt goosebumps rise on her skin. This girl is too much. Tao Nana linked her arm with hers. Xiaobai, what's wrong? You seem a bit scared of Sister Feifei. Is it about the last dance practice? Let me tell you, Xiaobai, Sister Feifei is a good person who often teaches us dance, providing hands-on instruction. Xia Xiaobai, could it be that she just wants to take advantage of you beautiful girls? After all, she is the leader of the female delinquents. This girl got sold and is still counting money for others. The competition had already begun. Xia Xiaobai was assigned to be the last contestant, and there were only about 30 participants today. To save time, each contestant had less than 10 minutes. They would sing a song, dance, or perhaps showcase a fashion show for a few minutes. Soon it was Tao Nana's turn to go on stage. She performed Red Zhao Yuan in a red han dress, and her exquisite face immediately caused the boys in the audience to cheer loudly. Zhao Cheng and Li Liang from the class even made glowing signs to wave around, continuously shouting. The two deans at the judging table were also exchanging barbs. The dean of the literature college was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Yi Jincheng. He looked fiercely at the bald dean of the science college. Our literature college's beauties are all top-notch. Tonight's champion will definitely be ours. However, the judges around him could hear a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, the science college had produced a very beautiful girl this year, rumored to have millions of fans, and a piano prodigy. Meanwhile, the best flower of the literature college did not participate. This time the literature college was likely to lose more than win. The dean of the science college was an old professor dressed as a bald-headed man named Li Jingqing. He smugly stroked his bald head. Oh, Yi Dean, since you are so confident, do you dare to bet? Although Yi Jincheng hesitated a bit, as the saying goes, one should not lose face in a competition. Moreover, their college hadn't lost yet. This was still the home ground. He could only steel himself and say, let's bet. What do you want to wager on? The mentors from the literature college hurriedly advised, Dean, let it go. It's better not to bet. Last time during the basketball game, you jumped a little apple dance on the science college's court while singing and dancing, embarrassing our college. Right, Dean, you should think twice. Yi Jincheng hesitated for a while. The humiliation from that last incident made him avoid showing his face in the college for an entire month. Those guys even uploaded the video to the college forum. Li Zhengqing chuckled as he stroked his bald head. Alright, I also know that the girls from your literature college are not as good as ours in the science college, and I want to take advantage of you, so let's not compare it. One must admit that Li Zhengqing's provocation was quite effective. Yi Jincheng slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Li Zhengqing angrily. Our literature college's girls are all youthful and beautiful. To say our college's girls are not as good as yours in the science college is simply nonsense. Li Zhengqing wore a crafty expression, but you dare not bet. Yi Jincheng was quite furious. What do you want to bet on? Seeing that he took the bait, Li Zhengqing stroked his bald head. Let's bet on who will lose and dance after the competition ends. Just dance to the Red Zhao Yuan performed by the girl before us. Yi Jincheng looked at the beautiful girl on stage dancing and swaying her slender waist. The sight was mesmerizing. However, imagining a 50-year-old man doing that dance, that image, it's mortifying. One must know that the little apple dance was already embarrassing enough. This time it was an ancient-style beauty dance, twisting the waist, shaking the hips, and wearing ancient dresses. Just thinking about it was mortifying. Li Zhengqing continued to tease, if you're afraid, just say so. Yi Jincheng clapped his hands. Alright, I accept your bet. The mentors from the literature college were covering their faces, preparing to watch him embarrass himself. Lu Yiran's information had long been obtained. She was definitely a talented and beautiful woman. The mentors from their college felt dumbfounded. This time, there was even a boy participating in the competition dressed as a girl, nearly causing them to faint. It was only after Zhao Feifei pushed through the objections that this boy was reluctantly allowed to participate. Li Zhongqing touched his bald head and laughed heartily when he saw Yi Jinsheng taking the bait. It should be read. Yi Jinsheng slammed the table. I'm not done yet. Li Zhongqing chuckled. You don't really think the girls from your academy can compete with ours, do you? Yi Jinsheng waved his sleeve. We shall see. Beautiful girls brimming with youthful energy stepped onto the stage. The boys in attendance were all flushed, continuously shouting the names of the girls they liked. Soon the competition was nearing its end. The stage was shrouded in darkness, and a graceful figure sat confidently at the piano. The host also wore an excited smile. Next, let's welcome the girl from the School of Physics, Lu Yiran, to play a piece. As a puff of smoke exploded, all the lights in the venue converged on Lu Yiran, who sat poised at the piano. She wore a white dress made of high-end silk fabric shimmering, with a crystalline silver sheen accentuating her alluring curves, while her long, beautiful legs were elegantly drawn together. Her face was stunning with a delicate makeup enhancing her attractive features, and her hair cascaded down both sides, truly breathtaking. The faculty and students from the School of Physics were applauding endlessly. Lu Yiran's nimble fingers danced across the piano keys, producing touching and beautiful melodies that were sometimes passionate, sometimes gentle, filled with emotion. Those familiar with piano music immediately recognized the piece she was playing. She's actually playing Castle in the Sky. It's so beautiful. No way, it sounds a bit different from what I've heard before. You wouldn't know Castle in the Sky is extremely famous, composed by Joe Hisaishi, renowned worldwide for its tear-jerking melodies and enchanting tunes adapted into many versions. Her rendition is a particularly challenging version, at least reaching grade 7 in piano. I doubt it's just that it's at least grade 8 in piano. I'm in love. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a piano prodigy. She's simply my goddess. Lu Yiran, I love you. The boys from the School of Physics all raised large glowing signs that read Lu Yiran, I love you. Goddess Yiran is #1 tonight. A high-pitched shout. Although the people from the School of Literature were not pleased, they realized that the well-known beauties of their academy had already taken the stage, and there was still a gap compared to Lu Yiran. There was still one contestant yet to perform. However, listening to the beautiful melodies produced by Lu Yiran's fingertips, they had lost hope. In their hearts, they were unwilling to admit defeat, but they still had to make a retort. Damn, what's there to be so arrogant about? Our academy's top beauty hasn't even performed yet, screw you. Exactly, boys from the School of Physics shouldn't be too arrogant. The boys from the School of Physics were even more unwilling to accept it, as there were fewer girls in their department. It had become difficult for the boys to find a girl to fawn over. Finally, with the quality of this year's girls improving, they were extremely protective. The grandsons from the School of Literature are still not convinced. The facts won't lie, this beauty contest is definitely going to be won by our School of Physics. Various insults began to spread between the two camps, with cans, books, glow sticks, and shoes flying everywhere. Zhao Cheng directly took off one of Fatty Feng's shoes, almost causing a riot on their side. Puke. Zhao Cheng gagged. Damn fatso, is your shoe a biochemical weapon, or what? Zhou Qing slapped Zhao Cheng hard. Damn it, why are you still holding on to it? Throw this biochemical weapon over there. As this shoe, carrying an unbearable stench, arced perfectly in the air and fell among the crowd of the School of Physics. It temporarily suppressed the arrogance of the opposing side. What the hell? What stinks so much? Help, I'm going to puke. Some with weaker resistance fainted directly. Soon some mentors and student council members arrived to stabilize the situation. Lu Yiran had finished her piano performance and slightly bowed to the judges before leaving. At the judges' table, Li Zhongqing rubbed his bald head. Yi Jinsheng, are you convinced? Shall we score? Yi Jinsheng was so angry he could bite, wishing he could strangle this arrogant bald man right there. After the scoring was finished, the highest and lowest scores were discarded. Out of a total of 100 points, Lu Yiran scored 94 points, the highest of the contestants so far. She was a full 10 points ahead of the second place with 84 points. Scores were composed of beauty points and talent. Li Zhongqing chuckled. Someone help director Yi get ready and read for the dance of Hong Zhao Yuan. The mentors from the School of Literature had completely given up. One of the mentors said to a nearby student council member, go prepare the venue, let the director dance Hong Zhao Yuan. Yi Jinsheng shot a glare at these traitors. He had shamelessly given a low score, yet these guys still awarded Lu Yiran high marks, allowing her to achieve 94 points. He pointed at his own people, exasperated. You traitors, you just want to see me humiliated. Our academy still has one last contestant who hasn't performed yet. The judges from the School of Literature exchanged glances. Surely the director wouldn't think that a man disguised as a woman could surpass Lu Yiran in terms of beauty. Even if he scored full marks for talent, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't match up in looks. After all, the core of this competition was beauty and talent, both of which were indispensable. Of course, they didn't inform the director about the last contestant being a cute girl dressed as a boy. Yi Jinsheng, feeling cornered, said, give me the information on the last contestant. No need. The director dancing to Hong Zhao Yuan isn't embarrassing. That's right, we are professionally trained and will definitely not laugh. Unless we can't help it. Suddenly the microphone came alive, ahem. Good evening, students. I am Li Zhengqing, the director of the School of Physics. Not long ago, I made a bet with Director Yi from the School of Literature. Whoever's academy does not secure first place has to perform in front of all the faculty and students wearing red and dancing to Hongjiao Yuan. After the beauty contest, ins don't rush to leave, it won't be too late to watch Director Yes dance. Yi Zhengqing spat blood. He realized he couldn't avoid this. Li Zhengqing's speech elevated the atmosphere to a new high. The host continued to announce the upcoming competition. Next, let's welcome the contestant from the School of Literature Xia Xiaobai to perform on the guzheng. Lu Yiran performed on the piano while Xia Xiaobai will showcase the guzheng. It can be said to be a clash of Eastern and Western instruments. Let's wait and see. Have you heard of this beauty from our academy? I've never heard of her. I often check the beauty rankings on the academy forum, and there's no one named Xia Xiaobai. Oh, she's probably just an unknown little girl, maybe here just to make up the numbers. Poor director. The people from the School of Literature sighed. Clearly the beauty contest should have been their advantage, yet it was taken away by the School of Physics. How could they not feel? On stage the lights dimmed, and a gigantic display screen formed a stunning fairyland. The scene zoomed in, revealing blooming plum blossoms. White smoke gradually enveloped the ground. A slender and graceful figure seemed to emerge from the mist, dressed in a flowing green dress, moving with elegance. A guzheng stood tall amidst the fog. Unfortunately, the lighting was still too dim, and the audience couldn't clearly see the figure on stage. They only felt that she was tall and slender with exquisite curves and exceptionally long legs. Wow, her figure looks absolutely stunning. Could it be that our academy has been hiding a peerless beauty all left? What good is a fine figure if she's merely a backview illusion? On the judging panel, both deans and judges sat tense breath, held eyes locked on the graceful silhouette on stage. As the mist dissipated, stage lights blazed forth, and there she sat poised before the guzheng. She's breathtakingly beautiful. Heavens! From this moment, she is my divine goddess. Grandpa, I'm in love. Xia Xiaobai's refined features were adorned with a delicate plum blossom makeup. Peach blossoms bloomed at the outer corners of her eyes, harmonizing with her crystalline gaze. Enchanting, mesmerizing, irresistible. A pale blue song-style gown traced her slender, elegant form. Half her delicate calves were revealed, graceful, sculpted as if by celestial hands, while her bare alabaster feet rested lightly upon the floor. Yi Zhengqing leapt to his feet, astonished that his own academy harbored such an ethereal fairy. Huh! Whoever claimed our academy lacked beauties? Several judges privy to the truth stood utterly dumbfounded, because they knew this Xia Xiaobai was in fact a charming danmei. They half-ached to rush forward and verify. Was this Xia Xiaobai truly endowed as a woman? Yi Zhengqing smirked triumphantly at Dean Li Zhengqing. Clearly our College of Literature boasts the most exquisite ladies. My apologies, Dean Li. I neglected to inform you earlier that we've long concealed a peerless beauty within our ranks. Li Zhengqing gritted his teeth, glaring with suppressed irritation. This competition judges not just beauty, but artistry. What use is a mere ornament? Dare you raise the stakes? Yi Zhengqing hesitated, yet the arrow was already knocked, drawn taut. After all, performing the Hongjiao Yuan dance had already cost him enough dignity. What harm in raising the wager further? Very well, what shall it be? Simple. After dancing, crawl like a dog, and bark exactly like one. Woof, woof, woof. Xia Xiaobai sat serenely before the guzheng, her fingers slender and luminous, her skin like congealed cream. Her vermilion lips curved into a gentle smile, her jade-like hands plucked the strings, melodic, rhythmic, resonant, as if heaven itself had lent its voice. The melody unfolded slowly, neither hurried nor clamorous, like a lotus rising pure and unadorned from clear water. The guzheng's delicate flowing tones evoked tender summer rain, soft, poetic, profoundly evocative, banishing sorrow, drawing longing ever closer, clearer, deeper. What piece is this? Exquisite, it soothes the soul. It's Summer Rain and Lotus from Wang Juanxiong's album Flower Adorned Collection. Wow, let me search it now. I'll loop it all night. Perfect for drifting into tranquil sleep. So calming. I feel myself beneath a pavilion watching summer rain ripple across lotus ponds, coolness shimmering in the air. I may not understand music, but this feels transcendent. Xia Xiaobai, supreme. Voice cracking, nearly all listeners sank into the melody's light lyrical embrace, until Xia Xiaobai gently stilled her hands upon the guzheng and rose. Only then did reality reclaim them. Oh no. Yi Zhengqing adjusted his spectacles, himself a devoted connoisseur of classical music. With no bias whatsoever, he acknowledged this young woman's mastery was unquestionably supreme. Her crystalline gaze swept across judges and audience alike. She lifted silken strands of hair, delicately brushing aside a few strands clinging to her lips, then bowed softly, a faint, perfect smile gracing her face. Tonight's performance is dedicated to you. I hope it brings you joy. And may all senior and junior students, faculty, and staff enjoy a delightful summer holiday ahead. Thank you. Her eyes, clear as glacial springs, radiated quiet warmth. Her smile, curved like a crescent moon, whose strands of ink-black hair fluttered softly in the breeze. Her voice, youthful crystalline, rang like wind chimes like a summer night breeze skimming across a lake, soothing, fresh, effortlessly serene. In the north dwells a peerless maiden, uniquely resplendent, standing apart. Her brows are like emerald feathers, her skin like snow, her waist like gathered silk, her teeth like polished pearls. Perhaps only ancient verse can capture humanity's timeless vision of transcendent beauty. I'm utterly conquered by her voice. Please scold me. I swear, if I married her, even her scolding would be a delight. Come on. How could anyone bear to quarrel with such a celestial being? We'd cherish her in our palms, tenderly, endlessly. In the audience, Zhao Cheng and Feng the Fat embraced cheek to cheek, utterly dazed. Zhou Qing stood spellbound, speechless. Ababa. Li Liang suddenly found his drumstick tasteless. A pause, then thunderous applause erupted across the hall. Zhao Cheng, Zhou Qing, and others wildly waved their glow sticks. Xiao Bai, I love you. Xiao Bai, I want to have babies with you. Little fairy, I must hug you close. Xiao Bai, I challenge you to fencing. Whistles, cheers, ecstatic howls. All burst forth in unison. Judges from the College of Literature stared jaw slack. Is she truly an Omo girl? Yet her voice, so unmistakably girlish. They were all questioning reality itself. Finally, scores were tallied, discarding highest and lowest marks. The host announced, voice trembling with excitement. Xia Xiaobai's composite score is 99. One more point, and she might grow too proud. Let us applaud once more, for Xia Xiaobai, and for all tonight's gifted contestants. Wu Ho, the College of Literature's beauties reigned supreme. Lu Yiran gazed at Xia Xiaobai on stage, murmuring, so exquisite, so brilliantly talented. Students from her college erupted into jubilant dancing celebration. Male students roared with unrestrained enthusiasm, already scrambling to learn when their academy had acquired such an unparalleled jewel. Who has her WeChat? I'll pay an iPhone 14. A wealthy student bellowed. Meanwhile, Yi Jinsheng seized Li Zhengqing, who'd begun slipping away unnoticed. Our esteemed President Li, please take the stage. Oh, and don't forget the dog barks woof. Woof, woof. Yi Jinsheng demonstrated, grinning smugly. He handed Li Zhengqing, a balding man, a crimson traditional gown. Li Zhengqing's lips twitched faintly. Surely you're not going this far. Yi Jinsheng loomed over him, calm and commanding. You set the terms, you can't blame me now. Thus concluded the beauty talent pageant, with President Li Zhengqing of the College of Science performing Hong Zhao Yuan in full crimson regalia. Backstage, Xia Xiaobai lifted a bottle of mineral water, tilting her swan-like neck to drink, when without warning a graceful figure lunged toward her. A whisper of jasmine fragrance filled the air. Silken tresses brushed nearby. Her presence exuded a rare, tranquil purity, serene, delicate, ineffable. Xia Xiaobai smiled sweetly. Qiushi. Chu Qiushi moistened her luscious lips, then gently traced Xia Xiaobai's delicate nose with a fingertip, her smile radiant. My beloved Xiaobai, stunning in beauty, peerless in talent. Your dance enchants, your guzheng playing, sublime. Xia Xiaobai's flawless face lit up with playful, radiant mirth. Naturally, I'm no mere ornament. I'm quite capable, you know. Hand in hand, they playfully tumbled out from the corner, only to find Lu Yiran standing before them, cheeks flushed. She appeared to have been hiding nearby all along. Her lovely eyes flustered, her fair skin dusted with rose, her skirt slightly rumpled. Lu Yiran stood awkwardly at a loss for what to do. She wiped her hands and forced a smile. I'm sorry, I only just passed by. I didn't mean to disturb you. Chu Qiushi's exquisite face bore a hint of suspicion. Why do I have the feeling you've been spying on us from the shadows for quite some time? Lu Yiran hastily shook her head, her explanation tinged with guilt. Truly, I was merely passing by. I'd only meant to consult senior sister Xia Xiaobai. I had no idea you two were. My sincerest apologies. With that, she slunk away in embarrassment. Chu Qiushi could only sigh wordlessly, but still reminded her, that way leads to the restroom, not the exit. Ah, perfect. I actually need to relieve myself right now. Xia Xiaobai remained silent. Chu Qiushi muttered, how utterly nonsensical. Just as she took Xia Xiaobai's hand to leave, they were once again surrounded by a crowd. Zhao Cheng, Zhou Qing, and Tao Nana, classmates of Xia Xiaobai, gathered tightly around her, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even standing motionless, clad in a flowing azure song-style gown that traced her graceful silhouette with flawless precision, she resembled a masterpiece of divine artistry, utterly without flaw. Every gesture radiated elegance like a maiden sprung from poetry, captivating beyond measure. Zhao Cheng and the portly Feng clung to each other, jaws agape, faces alight with stunned awe. Xiaobai, if I declared you my goddess right now, would you punch me, eh? Xia Xiaobai covered her forehead with a delicate hand. Absolutely. And it would hurt terribly. Don't dare entertain even a single thought about me. I am a man you'll never possess, ever. Tao Nana nearly lunged towards Xia Xiaobai's chest, only for Chu Qiushi to instantly step forward, shielding her, her beautiful eyes locking onto Tao Nana. Tao Nana, Xiaobai belongs to me. So please refrain from any mischief. Tao Nana sighed disappointedly. Senior sister Qiushi, you're so protective of your partner. Besides, it's all just padding anyway. A little squeeze won't cost me anything. Let me indulge just once. Chuchioshi inwardly scoffed, my Xiaobai soft curves dwarf your flat deck by far. Xiaobai smiled faintly. Alright, everyone disperse. Tomorrow marks the start of summer vacation, best head home and pack. Zhou Qing sighed. You've just won the championship, shouldn't we celebrate? You said yourself tomorrow's the break. We've already packed everything. Drinks, dancing, singing. The full night-long extravaganza. Overnight revelry, no holding back. Tao Nana, Zhou Qing, Zhao Cheng, and the portly phone burst into ecstatic howls. Exactly. Tonight must be a night of unrestrained celebration. Chuchioshi too felt Xiaobai deserved genuine joy, and truly needed this celebration. Xiaobai, if you wish to go then go. Student council duties remain unfinished, and the venue cleanup still requires assistance. Xiaobai hesitated, until Chuchioshi gently brushed aside a few strands of hair from her brow, and pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Don't worry, I'm no overbearing spouse. Go and enjoy yourself fully. Xiaobai nodded, then turned to the group. A smile blooming across her face, so radiant it stole the breath from every onlooker. First I'll wash off my makeup and change clothes. Zhao Cheng and Tao Nana exchanged glances, then swiftly bundled Xiaobai into the car. This dress and makeup are perfect, no need to change. Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim, so you'd already planned this. You even rented the car in advance. Two other beautiful young women stood nearby, Feng Xiaojing and Wu Lixian, classmates who'd competed tonight. They were among the most stunning girls in their class. Their skin was luminous and captivating. Both had dressed especially elegantly tonight, wearing meticulously. Feng Xiaojing embodied petite charm, barely 5 feet tall, wearing a fitted dress that accentuated her remarkably voluptuous figure. Her proportions seemed almost surreal, so arresting that no boy could tear his gaze away. Wu Lixian possessed a statuesque frame, 5 feet 3 inches tall, with long straight black hair, a delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, and slender elegant legs sheathed in black stockings and athletic shoes. Both gazed at Xiaobai with awestruck admiration and a flicker of envy. How could one not envy, or even covet, a young man whose beauty eclipsed theirs? Feng Xiaojing adopted a mischievous grin. Wow, Xiaobai, you're absolutely stunning. May I hug? Wu Lixian quickly chimed in. Of course I get a hug too. I adore handsome men. Tao Nana immediately stepped between them and Xiaobai. Hold on, you two shameless vixens. Xiaobai is senior sister Qioshi's partner. Please keep your hands to yourselves. Feng Xiaojing pouted defiantly, hands planted firmly on her slender hips. Since senior sister Qioshi isn't here, I can do anything I like with Xiaobai. Xiaobai remained silent, her expression unreadable. What a stroke of luck. Tao Nana lifted her chin with quiet pride. Senior sister Qioshi entrusted me with a sacred mission, to guard Xiaobai every moment. I will not allow either of you shameless vixens to lay a finger on him. Wu Lixian twirled a strand of hair and laughed softly. I'm more afraid you'll betray your own duty. Tao Nana's cheeks flushed. She had indeed entertained such thoughts, planning precisely for this very night's solitude. Yet outwardly she retorted stubbornly, you're imagining things. I, Tao Nana, am not that kind of woman. Thus the three women, each harboring secret intentions, climbed into the car. 8 friends split across 2 vehicles, setting off beneath the velvet night sky. Tao Nana, Xiaobai, Feng Xiaojing, and Wu Lixian shared one car. Zhou Qing, Li Liang, the portly Feng, and Zhao Cheng rode in the other. Xiaobai sat in the front passenger seat watching Tao Nana drive, and ventured cautiously. Miss Nana, how confident are you behind the wheel? There are 2 passengers in the back. Tao Nana patted her chest and grinned. Relax. I earned my license back in freshman year. I'm a seasoned driver, okay? Trust me, my skills are unmatched. Everyone hold on tight. She accelerated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Half an hour later they arrived at a pastoral mountain villa. We'll spend the night here. Xiaobai stepped out astonished. You've prepared everything. Even booked the venue ahead of time. But won't this be expensive, eh? Tao Nana chuckled. Not really. Many university students are on break, so they're offering generous student discounts. And Zhou Qing paid for your ticket. Ah, what a devoted admirer he is. Zhou Qing, just stepping out of the car, sneezed and rubbed his arms. I swear someone's been bad-mouthing me lately. If I find out who, there'll be consequences. Zhao Cheng clapped his shoulder. Brother, you're just run down. Tonight don't compete with me for the girls. 5 guys, 3 girls, it's not enough to go around. The portly Feng snickered. Is Xiaobai even counted as a guy? Li Liang spoke with solemn authority. There are 8 of us. We can form 4 pairs. I'll make the sacrifice and pair with Xiaobai, the 2 males, while the rest of you freely pursue the 3 ladies. From now on don't claim our leader neglects you. Heh. All 3 shot him a look of utter disdain, and raised a single middle finger. Zhao Cheng declared, women are like garments, brothers are like limbs. Xiaobai is my brother. I'd rather sever my own arm than betray him. Xiaobai stepped out, fingertips trailing along the azure silk of her gown. Truth be told, wearing a skirt was inconvenient. Unfortunately her friends gave her no time to change. As she descended, she stretched languidly, a vision of lithe, exquisite grace unfolding before them, jet-black tresses cascading to her waist, slender arms extending like supple lotus stems. Her face, a portrait of ethereal allure, glistened under the cool breeze, her gown fluttered, revealing fleeting glimpses of snow-white, delicately tapered legs, dazzling, hypnotic. Every detail, from her bearing to her presence, left the other 7 utterly transfixed, mouths dry, throats parched. Each longed in that suspended moment to enfold this celestial beauty in their arms and cherish her as their own. A gentle, radiant curve graced Xia Xiaobai's lips as she swept her gaze across their faces, her crystalline eyes blinking slowly, bright as peach blossoms in spring. Why do you all stand frozen like statues? Let's go inside. And do wipe those drool stains, right now. A group of people, including Zhao Cheng, who didn't even know that Xia Xiaobai was a girl, were drooling over her. She was simply too beautiful, embodying the beauty of a celestial being. For some unknown reason, they all felt that tonight Xia Xiaobai exuded a kind of ethereal aura that made it hard for people to resist falling under her spell. Tao Nana's peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaobai, I suddenly realized you have become even more beautiful, and there's an otherworldly vibe about you. Xia Xiaobai was taken aback, otherworldly. At that moment, the long-awaited system voice echoed. Task completed, achieved first place in the Socialite Beauty Pageant. Task reward Beauty Point 1, received celestial body. Given the host's outstanding performance and the increase in her bust size, this is an additional reward. Please continue to strive, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, Xia Xiaobai felt an increasing weight on her chest. She looked down and noticed a significant growth. Xia Xiaobai panicked. Oh, she had already added padding, and now with this change it would be too obvious. She glanced around and was relieved to see a restroom nearby. Wait for me, I need to go to the restroom. Run slowly. Xia Xiaobai hurried into the women's restroom, leaving the group stunned. Xiaobai seems to have entered the women's restroom, Li Liang said. Feng Xiaojing shot him a look. Do you think Xiaobai would go to the men's restroom now? Fatty Feng drooled, probably would leave behind a trail of lost dignity. After closing the door, Xia Xiaobai quickly took out her padding, still carrying a warm body fragrance. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that she felt a heavy sense of guilt in her chest to the extent that her current hand could barely grasp it. She gritted her teeth and managed to tighten it with a cloth strip, but she still saw a noticeable curve. As Xia Xiaobai stepped out of the restroom, she could clearly feel the change in her walk, as she felt significantly heavier. She didn't even dare to run now. She decided to study this further when she went to bed tonight. Tao Nana approached and hugged Xia Xiaobai's fair arm, smiling. Go on in. Xia Xiaobai could only force herself to return to her original expression, feigning a smile and replying, The group entered the villa. Although it was already nighttime, it was still very lively inside. The main street was brightly lit, and many people had come here for vacation. Most were young college students like them or families and friends who had come together. On both sides of the road there were many shops selling local delicacies. There were also various fine wines and souvenirs. Large and small wine pools stood there, illuminated by colorful lights, creating a captivating sight with a charming aroma of wine. A few people surrounded Xia Xiaobai to prevent her from being harassed. There was no helping it, her rate of turning heads was too high along the way. The boys coming up to flirt could line up. Tao Nana and the others were also puzzled as to why Xia Xiaobai had suddenly become so ethereal. She truly gave off an aura of a fairy untouched by the mundane world. The group arrived at a souvenir shop. Xia Xiaobai picked up a crystal pendant that sparkled brightly and decided to buy one for Qiushi. Boss, how much is this pendant? After leaving the jewelry shop, Xia Xiaobai praised the boss for being a nice person who even gave it to her for free. This boss is truly a good person, Tao Nana said helplessly. Did you not see how the boss looked earlier? He was about to have his eyes glued to you. Zhou Qing stared at Xia Xiaobai without restraint. Xiaobai, how about we buy some drinks and all drink together? It's on me. Zhao Cheng rubbed his hands together. I think this suggestion is great. Everyone in the dorm knew Xia Xiaobai had a very low tolerance for alcohol. She would basically get drunk at the mere touch of it. If she got drunk, wouldn't they be able to do as they pleased? Li Liang also gave a thumbs up. The wine here must be great. Xia Xiaobai looked at the few of them with a somewhat speechless expression, wondering why they were so lewd. She simply smiled. I'm not interested. Tao Nana licked her cherry lips. I actually want to try a bit. Feng Xiaojing looked at the stunning wine pool with wide eyes. It looks like it must be very tasty. I want to try too. Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng exchanged glances. They all understood that getting the girls drunk was also one of their goals. If the beautiful ladies want to drink, then just buy some, Tao Nana said, her lips curling into a slight smile. Her tolerance for alcohol was impressively high, and she wasn't afraid at all. She also had her own little scheme, which was to get Xia Xiaobai drunk. Cough cough, why do I feel like I'm a bad girl? The group bought a few jars of wine using ancient earthenware. They found a pavilion to sit down, and from the very beginning Tao Nana clung to Xia Xiaobai, unwilling to leave her side. Not only the boys, but even the other two girls were a bit annoyed. Nana, you've monopolized Xiaobai, Wu Lixuan said with a displeased expression on her beautiful face. Feng Xiaojing also nodded. Me too. Zhao Cheng added, Xiaobai has also been one of us in the dorm. You girls are really too familiar with each other. Tao Nana directly pretended not to hear and treated the others as invisible, pouring Xiaobai a large cup of wine. Xiaobai, try this wine, it's very fragrant. Xiaobai's stunning face showed some apology. I'm not very good at drinking. Tao Nana pretended to be angry. Don't worry, I'm here. Do you not trust me? She puffed her cheeks, cutely persuading Xiaobai. Xiaobai reluctantly took a small sip. It was spicy and slightly bitter at first, but sweet upon entering her throat. It is indeed quite good wine. However, she looked at the large cup and felt she wouldn't be able to finish it. Tao Nana smiled at her. Go on, I'm also drinking. She set aside her ladylike demeanor and drank the fine wine. Xiaobai took a few more small sips and then left the remaining half cup on the table. She already felt a bit tipsy, but thankfully her mind remained clear. If she got drunk now, she couldn't guarantee her dignity would still be intact tomorrow. No matter how Tao Nana and the others urged her to drink, Xiaobai stayed completely sober. As the saying goes, boys must protect themselves when they are out, and Xiaobai firmly adhered to this principle. Moreover, she was now a single woman, so she had to be even more cautious. Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng did not want to give up. Zhao Cheng, Xiaobai, it's rare for you to be happy. Why not drink a few more cups? We're all brothers, or would we do anything to you? We're all guys here. Fatty Feng nodded. Yes, Xiaobai as friends, just drink a few more cups with us. Tao Nana sighed. If Xiaobai can't finish, it'll help her drink it. She quickly grabbed Xiaobai's remaining drink with a clear peachy lip print on the glass. It was obvious that it was left by Xiaobai. Tao Nana had to praise her own cleverness for filling Xiaobai's glass all the way from the start. If Xiaobai finished drinking, she would definitely be drunk. If she didn't finish, then Tao Nana could take the chance to drink what she left behind. Indirect kissing was simply too high. The group was bewildered because they could all see the faint lip print from Xiaobai remaining on the wine glass. Feng Xiaojing was not having it. Nana is being lazy. I want to drink Xiaobai's leftover wine too. She seemed a bit tipsy, waving her wine glass. She accidentally splashed the wine out of the glass. It spilled onto a man dressed quite impressively in a design. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, looking quite handsome with a Rolex on his left wrist. Two bodyguards stood beside him, clearly indicating that he was a successful individual. The man in the suit frowned as he realized someone had splashed water on him, pulling out a tissue to wipe it off. Feng Xiaojing's accidental spill of wine immediately provoked the anger of his two bodyguards. Towering over Feng Xiaojing, they berated her. How could you spill wine on our young master's suit? We have a contract worth millions to discuss. Young master, you should go to the restroom and clean your clothes first, the man in the suit said, somewhat annoyed as he headed. The female secretary beside him wore a face full of condescension. Do you know how much my young master's suit costs? You have to pay for it, or you'll regret it. Feng Xiaojing was frightened by the situation, bursting into tears and rushing into Xiaobai's embrace. A girl like her had never encountered such a thing before. Zhou Qing was taken aback by the scene. She thought, if only I could cry like that in Xiaobai's embrace, it would be so comforting. Ooh, I would gladly pay for it. Xiaobai frowned slightly, wondering why it was such a big deal to dirty his suit. She gently stroked Feng Xiaojing's hair, realizing that a beautiful girl's hair is always fragrant. Tao Nana puffed her cheeks and stood up, wanting to get angry, but was stopped by Wu Lixian beside her. Nana, don't be impulsive. Tao Nana was clearly unhappy. It's just wine accidentally spilled on a suit. Can't we just take it to the dry cleaner? The female secretary was even more furious. You are clearly a bunch of uneducated girls. You won't even apologize for your mistake. Tao Nana furiously replied. We can apologize, but you have no manners either. We deserve an opportunity to apologize, but you just start by insulting us. I think you are the one without upbringing. The secretary raised her hand, attempting to grab Tao Nana's hair, but she was stopped by Xiaobai. Several boys were also holding wine bottles ready to cause trouble. Xiaobai, realizing how good the vacation was turning out to be, did not want it ruined. She glanced at the troublesome, buxom secretary and thought how nice it must be to be wealthy. Having such a big secretary means she can do nothing all day, and when something arises, the secretary takes care of it. Xiaobai looked at the secretary with her ice crystal-like eyes. I'm very sorry, miss. My friend really didn't mean to dirty your boss suit. It wouldn't cost much to take it to the dry cleaner, right? The secretary scoffed, acknowledging that dry cleaning wouldn't cost much. Today she had just been scolded by her boss. She was merely holding in her anger, looking for someone to vent on. Her gaze fell on Xiaobai, preparing to mock her. The man in the suit returned, now wearing a brand new outfit. He impatiently addressed the secretary. Is it resolved? The secretary hesitated, unable to respond immediately. These people are too overbearing. I. Xiaobai then focused her gaze seriously on the handsome man, probably around 27 years old. I must say he was indeed a quite handsome young man, dressed like a successful individual. Unfortunately, his eyes looked a bit puffy. Another Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing picked up the wine bottle, prepared to fight, but couldn't help but sneeze. Damn, I swear someone is definitely talking bad about me behind my back. Zhao Qing shrugged. If you are feeling insecure, don't make too many excuses. Xia Xiaobai slightly raised the corners of her red lips. A lecherous man is the easiest to deal with, just afraid he's not lecherous. Xia Xiaobai bowed slightly, her voice filled with deep regret. I'm really sorry, sir. My friend didn't mean it. If you want compensation, we will do our best to accommodate. How about I make amends with this wine? She elegantly raised a glass of fruit wine, her movements graceful, and suddenly a gust of wind blew, causing her silken hair to dance in the night. The air around the pavilion was instantly filled with the subtle fragrance of gardenia from her fair skin. The man who had been focused on the contract in his hand finally turned his gaze to the faces of the college students. When he shifted his focus to the girl speaking to him, he was captivated by her stunning beauty, her makeup resembling the light blush on her cheeks, the icy crystal-like eyes filled with apology, and her skirt fluttering in the wind revealed glimpses of her smooth, well-proportioned legs. What shocked him even more was the delicate jade hand holding the wine glass. Her skin was smooth and soft, with fingers so tender they seemed inviting to bite, without a single flaw. Having graduated from university, he received angel investment and made considerable achievements in business over the past 7 to 8 years. Though he wasn't married, he was never short of outstanding women around him. However, he had never encountered anyone as beautiful as she was, especially with her pure, innocent appearance. Although her makeup was alluring, it carried an ethereal quality that seemed untouched by the mundane world. The long blue dress flowed like a clear stream, cleansing the urban chaos around him. He found himself feeling nervous in front of a young girl. He steadied himself. It's nothing if the wine wasn't spilled by you. Since you've apologized, I won't hold it against you. He took the exquisite wine Xia Xiaobai offered and took a sniff. He could even smell the lingering fragrance of warmth from her hand, and couldn't resist taking a sip. For someone who was used to fine wines in the workplace, this fruit wine was quite average. It was clearly freshly brewed. But in the presence of such a stunning beauty, even the worst wine seemed delightful. Suddenly, the beautiful woman before him smiled sweetly. Her smile danced like the sound of wind across the mountains, melting the heat of summer, bringing a refreshing and pleasant feeling. Xia Xiaobai playfully said, "Drinking this glass of wine means you accept my friend's apology, right?" Fan Jian chuckled, nodding quickly. "Isn't it just a suit? It's no big deal to me. This wine is delicious. Could you fill my glass again? I haven't enjoyed drinking like this in a long time." Xia Xiaobai looked at the empty wine jug, feeling a bit apologetic as she twirled a few strands of hair at the edge of her lips, frowning slightly. "I'm really sorry, it's already finished." What Fan Jian didn't know was that the wine had long been consumed. The half glass he drank was actually leftover from Feng Fatty. Xia Xiaobai just handed it to him casually. The way he gazed at the wine glass with infatuation made Xia Xiaobai feel disdain. Fan Jian looked a bit disappointed. "By the way, I still don't know your names. You're all college students, right? Here's my business card." He proudly handed his business card to Xia Xiaobai and the others. He needed to perform well in front of this beauty, showing that he was the owner of a publicly traded company worth over 10. Xia Xiaobai casually glanced at his business card, quickly realizing his ulterior motives. So he was the big boss. If it were any other innocent girl, she would have been easily charmed by his looks and wealth. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaobai was only thinking about how to fill her stomach. She had no interest in a young master like him. It was obvious he wanted to know her name, but pretended to ask everyone. He was truly putting on airs. Xia Xiaobai took one last glance at his business card, pretending to be extremely serious. When she saw the name on the card, she nearly burst into laughter. "Fan Jian, why does that sound so ridiculous? It seems his parents must have something against him to give him such a name." Xia Xiaobai struggled to contain her laughter. However, her beautiful face still displayed a serene and elegant smile. "So it's Brother Fan Jian. I'm Xia Xiaobai," she said, her voice ringing like a silver bell, melodious like chimes in the wind. Fan Jian was captivated, staring at this enchanting little fairy. He saw no hint of mockery on her peach blossom-like beautiful face. Others couldn't help but laugh the first time they heard his name. She was indeed an extraordinarily cultured little fairy. Zhao Cheng, Zhou Qing, and Fatty Feng beside her couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Fatty Feng couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Fan Jian's face darkened. To let this guy feel proud, Xia Xiaobai pretended to look surprised. "I didn't expect Brother Fan Jian to be the CEO of a listed company. He looks young and accomplished, surely not even 30, right? He must be a man of great achievement in life. Definitely wouldn't bother with us girls who haven't left campus yet," she said, gently patting Feng Xiaojing's little head. Feng Xiaojing looked up at Fan Jian with pitiful eyes, feeling safe only against Xia Xiaobai's soft chest. However, she wondered why Xia Xiaobai's 36C felt so soft, just like the real thing, unable to resist a secret grab. Xia Xiaobai nearly collapsed to the ground. This damn feeling was too comfortable. Fan Jian, flattered by the beauty of Xia Xiaobai's praise, stood even straighter, puffing out his chest and adjusting his collar. Xia Xiaobai, such a beautiful name. Summer from Xia, dawn from Xiao, and pure white from Bai. Now that we are all friends, I certainly won't mind such trivial matters. Let me tell you a secret, Miss Xia. I'm not even 30, yet only 28 this year, a single dog, he said, while his beautiful female secretary showed a contemptuous expression, pouting her sexy red lips. He had said the same thing when he asked her to be his secretary. Xia Xiaobai put on a shy expression on her beautiful face. With such an outstanding brother fan, I bet many girls are pursuing you. Outstanding men never lack female admirers. Unlike me, finding a boyfriend is so difficult. Didn't brother fan just say you're signing a contract worth tens of millions? Fan Jian's eyes lit up, not expecting she had never had a boyfriend. No rush, there's still time. By the way, you guys are planning to spend the night at this resort, right? Yes, Xia Xiaobai nodded lightly, her long hair flowing. Fan Jian pretended to say, recently our company secured over 500 million in funding. One of the projects is to renovate this resort with a total investment of 300 million over 5 years. I came here to discuss the contract with the person in charge. I've heard the rooms here are in short supply, especially with many schools starting their breaks. Did you manage to book a room? Tao Nana replied without a pleasant expression, we booked 2 small rooms a long time ago, which is enough for the 8 of us to sleep. Fan Jin glanced at Tao Nana, noting she was also a pretty girl. Unfortunately, he still smiled cheerfully despite the situation. Actually, there are some independent villas for internal staff vacations right by the lake with a view of the night scene. At this time, the lotus flowers should be in full bloom, making for an exquisite sight. Xia Xiaobai shook her head slightly, her hair flowing. We are just students and can't afford such expensive prices, sorry. Fan Jian took the opportunity to say, no worries, we're all friends. I'll have a word with the person in charge here to switch your small rooms to a villa. Xia Xiaobai's eyes brightened. Though unsure of this guy's ulterior motives, agreeing didn't seem like a loss. Well, that would be too much trouble. Fan Jian waved his hand. Our relationship doesn't need to be so formal. Tao Nana promptly smiled and said, thank you so much, brother Fan Jian. Xia Xiaobai. Tao Nana is too pragmatic. She was stern just moments ago, and now she's calling him brother. Tao Nana secretly stuck out her little tongue at Xia Xiaobai. Fan Jian smiled happily. By the way, Miss Xia, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the villa's location number. Xia Xiaobai felt a bit of cold amusement inside. It turned out he wanted her WeChat after all. She didn't think much of it, and gave it to him. Blocking him would just take a click. Fan Jian glanced at his Rolex on his wrist. I need to go discuss business. Enjoy yourselves. Besides wanting Xia Xiaobai's WeChat, he had another agenda. He wanted to know where they would be spending the night, hoping for more chances to get closer to this beautiful girl. In terms of looks, temperament, and upbringing, she was exceptional. In the past, he would have never believed that such a perfect girl existed in this world. Mom and Dad, I'm in love. As Fan Jian left, Li Liang, Zhou Qing, and Zhao Cheng, who had been out of the loop, stared at Xia Xiaobai with wide eyes, and gave her a thumbs up. Zhao Qing couldn't help but tease, Xiaobai, you're such a green tea. Brother Fan Jian is completely under your control, he'll be dreaming of you tonight. Xia Xiaobai raised her proud head slightly, because only boys understand what boys are thinking. This guy looks like Zhou Qing, indulgent, and easily distracted by pretty girls. Such a guy is the easiest to manipulate. Zhou Qing. Oh, Xiaobai. I'm not indulgent, I'm very principled. How about we try tonight? Xia Xiaobai looked a bit apologetic at Zhou Qing. Sorry, forget I said that. You're different, you're purely obsessed with the second dimension. Feng Xiaojing bowed deeply to Xia Xiaobai. Thanks, Xiaobai. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. Xia Xiaobai looked down at Feng Xiaojing, who was bowing deeply. This girl originally had a childlike face. Cough, cough. As she bowed, a glimpse of white appeared in Xia Xiaobai's line of sight. It was too nice to see. Tao Nana, standing next to Xia Xiaobai, obviously noticed it too. She suddenly bumped into her angrily, wondering why all these boys liked big ones. After graduation, I'll get one too. Xia Xiaobai awkwardly said. We're all friends, of course we should help each other. Feng Xiaojing knew Xia Xiaobai had been staring at her. Her pretty face was slightly flushed with sweetness, her little fists clenched, and she felt a bit excited inside. I really don't know how to repay you. If Xiaobai ever needs me, anything I can do, I'll agree to it, she said shyly, walking in front. Tao Nana followed behind Feng Xiaojing. You little brat, I see what you're after. If Xiaobai asked you to pledge yourself, you'd agree, without hesitation, right? Feng Xiaojing blushed. What are you talking about? I don't understand. They spent the night at the resort attending a bonfire. The massive bonfire emitted orange flames over 2 meters high. Thousands of people surrounded the bonfire, enjoying various drinks, barbecues, fruits, and dancing. Xia Xiaobai bit into a candied hawthorn with her cherry lips, her big eyes reflecting the flames. It was her first time attending such an event, and she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Seeing this, Tao Nana said, Xiaobai, I want to eat candied hawthorn too. Xia Xiaobai glared at her. I asked you if you wanted to buy some earlier, and you said you didn't want any. Now that the seller is far away, you want it. Tao Nana's face turned a bit red. I want to eat the half you bit into. Before Xia Xiaobai could respond, she popped the half-eaten candied hawthorn into her mouth. It's so sweet, Xiaobai, it's too delicious. Tao Nana licked her lips, smiling mischievously, looking at Xia Xiaobai, with a cute tilt of her head. By the time all activities concluded, it was already past midnight. Fewer and fewer people lingered along the resort's pathways, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The group of 8 settled into a small villa, secured through Fan Jin's connections. Its grand hall stretched wide and spacious, and a luxurious sofa instantly enticed them to collapse upon it. Wow, I'm utterly exhausted after today's fun. This sofa is divine, Tao Nana declared, hugging a pillow and rolling across it like a carefree fish. Xiao Xiaobai, come roll with us. Xia Xiaobai replied solemnly, I won't behave as recklessly as you girls do. Li Liang interjected, we're all worn out. I've checked. The villa has 2 bathrooms. The girls can take one and the boys the other. Zhao Cheng and Feng the Fat exchanged glances. Zhao Cheng chuckled mischievously, the bathroom looks quite spacious. Why not shower together? Feng patted his ample belly. I think Zhao Cheng's suggestion has merit. Xiaobai, join us. We'll even scrub your back. Zhao Cheng kicked him aside as Xiaobai's roommate. I shall be the one to scrub her back. Right, Zaiba, bye-bye. Zhou Qing immediately snatched a pillow and struck Zhao Cheng squarely on the head. You'd rather inhale fumes than scrub her back? I'll do it myself. Xia Xiaobai fell silent, then clutched her chest with trembling hands, cheeks flushed with indignation. I trusted you all as friends, and yet every one of you lusts after my body. This friendship has clearly soured. Li Liang stepped forward and gently ruffled Xia Xiaobai's hair. After all, Xia Xiaobai stood petite beside Li Liang, who towered at 182 meters. Li Liang fixed the group with a stern gaze. How shameless you all are. Xiaobai is our cherished brother in spirit. Cease harboring such lewd thoughts toward her. Xia Xiaobai gazed at Li Liang, touched by his loyalty, and offered him a radiant, graceful smile. Thank you, brotherly. These fellows truly have no shame. Li Liang thumped his broad chest. Hear this, Xiaobai, under my protection none shall dare mistreat you. And tonight, you'll sleep in my room, so I may guard you moment by moment. Xia Xiaobai paused, then sighed inwardly. Brotherly has never failed me before. Tao Nana rose from the sofa, holding the villa's floor plan brochure. This villa has 4 bedrooms. Zhou Qing and Zhao Cheng can share. One might say they're well suited for bonding. Brother Li and Feng the Fat will share another. Feng Xiaojing and Li Xian the third. As a girl, I'll make a small sacrifice. Xiaobai and I shall share the 4th. What do you all think? Feng Xiaojing sprang before Tao Nana, her ample figure swaying with each movement. I object. I too am willing to make sacrifices. Why should you claim Xiaobai's company? You're plainly stealing your own thunder. Zhao Cheng and the others chorused their dissent. You girls are simply lusting after Xiaobai's body. We men cherish only pure camaraderie. Fine. Let's simply ask Xiaobai herself. Xia Xiaobai spread her delicate palms. I think Nana's proposal is sound. Then she turned and headed for the shower. Tao Nana raised a triumphant hand. I'm off to shower too. The group resumed their lively chatter about tomorrow's Standing alone in the expansive bathroom, Xia Xiaobai washed away her peony-patterned makeup, revealing a visage even more exquisite than before. Her beauty had increased by 1 point upon completing her task, now hovering just shy of the ethereal grace of a moonlit immortal. Before the floor-to-ceiling glass, she beheld her classical elegance, a slender hand slowly slipping the azure song-style gown from her shoulders, baring half her collarbones and arms shimmering with porcelain luminescence. A faint blush bloomed across her refined, otherworldly face, her eyes softened with quiet vulnerability. Her lithe silhouette unfurled in graceful curves, unveiling swathes of flawless snow-pale skin. She resembled a celestial maiden carved from pristine frost, arms like tender lotus roots, legs long and exquisitely slender, every line proclaiming her an unparalleled paragon of both beauty and form. Gently sinking into the bathtub, crystal-clear, cool water enveloped her entirely. Xia Xiaobai gazed upon her own striking figure, uncertain whether to sigh in dismay or rejoice. She opened her palms, yet still could not fully cup what lay before her. What calmed her was the quiet familiarity she now felt toward her own reflection, no longer startled, no longer estranged. Yet that calm paled beside the allure radiating from women outside. She lifted one glistening statuesque leg, fingertips tracing the smooth, rounded curve of her thigh, velvety, supple, intoxicating. Only when her long tresses floated upon the water's surface did she recall her intention to revert to a gender-neutral hairstyle. But upon opening the style menu, she froze. The neutral options were all locked and accessible. What nonsense is this system? Why are all the neutral hairstyles disabled? Her voice rang with sharp accusation. A languid, girlish voice emanated from the system to help you grow accustomed to life with waist-length hair. For the duration of this journey, you must wear your hair thus. Xia Xiaobai fell silent. Then see that should you ever manifest in physical form, I swear, I'll destroy you utterly. She mimed, strangling thin air with furious, delicate hands. After drying off, she stared at her proud bosom and gritted her teeth, tightly binding it with cloth. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaobai emerged from her room. Others were rotating through showers, and Tao Nana, already finished, stood towel-drying her lustrous hair. Xia Xiaobai wore a simple t-shirt and shorts, her figure poised and elegant, skin luminous and dewy, still glistening with tiny droplets from her bath, a subtle, irresistible allure. Her features were perfection incarnate, sculpted as if by a master artisan without flaw or imperfection, contours chiseled with deliberate artistry. Especially her long, shapely legs, water droplets clinging then sliding slowly down alabaster skin, profoundly seductive. Why aren't you all asleep? What are you doing here? She asked, glancing at the freshly bathed group. Tao Nana laughed lightly, planning tomorrow's itinerary, of course. Xia Xiaobai seated herself beside them, releasing a soft, delicate fragrance. It was only then, drawn by that subtle scent, that the others looked up, Beholding the vision before them unadorned yet crowned with cascading waist-length hair, brows and eyes painted like ink and wash art strands drifting like wind-tossed silk. Her posture swayed with quiet grace, her expression serene. Even now, fresh from the bath, her loose hair tips carried a faint misty aura. No cosmetics graced her face, no peach blossom stroke adorned her eyelids. Yet in her natural state, Xia Xiaobai remained breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Xiaojing's lips parted in wonder. Xiaobai, your bare-faced beauty, paired with those flowing locks, is pure, transcendent elegance. Zhao Cheng and Feng the Fat erupted into delighted cries. Xiaobai, our dearest brother in spirit, may we hug you? Zhou Qing watched Xia Xiaobai, her long hair rippling like dark water, and marveled. She appeared even more radiant than when she'd impersonated Xiaobai at the mall. Xiaobai's beauty ceiling continued to defy all expectation. Tao Nana's large peony-shaped eyes widened in delighted confusion. Xiaobai, why keep your hair long after? But truly, your divine natural beauty harmonizes perfectly with those waist-length tresses. Xia Xiaobai faltered, her ethereal face flushing faintly, then murmured vaguely, perhaps, it's simply delightful. Zhou Qing wiped away a tear at last. Xiaobai embraces her identity as a woman cherishing her long hair. Xiaobai, I love you. Let me sing Rice Loves the Mouse just for you. Xia Xiaobai stared blankly, then sighed deeply. Zhou Qing,